This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the silent wilderness, broken walls and ruins can be seen everywhere, covered with thick moss, a hint of withered yellow, hidden behind the overgrown grass and trees. Chu Xiai struggled to wake up, her whole body feeling as if it were burning, and the scorching air from her nose seemed enough to burn her skin. She struggled to open her eyes, and what she saw was a sea of lush green. Ancient trees stood tall and vigorous, and shrubs that should have been low had grown to nearly 2 meters in height. However, this thriving vitality brought Chu Xiai only endless despair. She knew only that if no one came, she would be doomed to die here. Alas, just as she was about to faint, she saw a tall figure slowly approaching her from the corner of her eye. When Chu Xiai woke up again, she was in a hospital. A beautiful nurse was changing her for. As she lowered her head, she happened to see her eyes slowly opening. She exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake? How are you feeling now?" Chu Xiai was stunned for a moment. She clearly couldn't understand the nurse's mumbling, but her brain automatically understood its meaning. She tried to sit up, but the slightest movement gave her a splitting headache, a burning sensation in her internal organs. The pain seemed to return instantly, and she cried out in pain. The nurse hurried over to support Chu Xiai, massaging her acupuncture points to ease the pain, saying, "You suffered from high-intensity radiation damage. It's not appropriate for you to move around right now." High-intensity radiation damage? Chu Xiai was stunned. Could her computer be a nuclear power plant? Could playing games all night send radiation to the hospital? It couldn't be that serious, could it? After a moment's reflection, Chu Xiai felt a bang in her head. Countless fragmented images flashed through her mind. Under the immense energy shock, her fragile nerves couldn't bear the strain and snapped. The nurse watched the patient, who had just regained consciousness, roll her eyes, and faint again. She hurriedly pressed the emergency call button by Chu Xi's bedside, and a new round of rescue efforts began. When she awoke again, her memories had been sorted out. She had traveled through time. This was a continent ravaged by the apocalypse. Amidst the wasteland, high-intensity radiation permeated every corner of the world. Humanity's living space was being squeezed again and again, forcing them to retreat into protective shells like eggshells. The flora and fauna of the wilderness, after years of unbridled growth, had evolved beyond recognition and become incredibly powerful. The natural food chain had long since been rearranged, and humans, long under protection, were undoubtedly the most vulnerable. Later, the energy supply for the protective shield began to run low, forcing the area of protection to be further reduced. Consequently, some of the most disadvantaged were driven out of the safe zone. Fortunately, the base showed some leniency, allowing these people to live within the safe zone and regularly providing them with free water purifiers. When large mutant beasts attacked, they would dispatch soldiers to the rescue. Over time, this population grew in size, and most of them lived in shanties, creating another shantytown surrounding the base, in addition to the safe zone. Chu Xi's original self was a resident of the shantytowns. Most people living in the shantytowns don't have stable jobs. They rely on scavenging for everything from building materials to daily meals. Want to improve their lives and achieve self-sufficiency through farming? First, do you have a clean water source? Soil conditioner? Radiation-blocking film? These are relatively easy to obtain, and with hard work, you can get them. The hardest to get are low-mutation seeds, which aren't easily found. You have to at least ensure that what you grow is edible. Even if you painstakingly grown edible crops and vegetables, in the shantytowns, these very things can sometimes become a deadly threat. So, it's better to just scavenge for scraps. The original self was lucky enough to find a rare A-grade energy stone while scavenging, but this also led him into a dangerous area of high radiation. Fortunately, as soon as she realized something was wrong, she quickly used her wristband's camera function to post a bounty for an A-level energy stone. The mission required that she be safely removed from the radiation zone and properly treated. Sadly, she ultimately lost her life. The high-intensity radiation was incredibly damaging to the human body. Even if her rescuer had been a step later, Chu Xiai, who had just traveled through time, would have died there. After it was confirmed that she was no longer in danger, her days of comfort in the hospital, with food and drink, came to an end. Yes, she was forced to be discharged. The original version of her had little luggage and no close friends, so she was ultimately discharged alone. While hospitalized, Chu Xiai heard some unpleasant news. The enhanced mercenary, who had come to her rescue, had suffered genetic breakdown after spending too long in a high-radiation area. He had now been abandoned by the Tomorrow mercenary group and relegated to a disability care facility. And that wasn't a good place. Through her original body's memories, Chu Si learned that her savior was likely a genetically enhanced human, most of whom were children adopted by the mercenary group from childhood. They were raised as weapons of war, injected with inferior enhancement drugs from a young age, which had severe side effects. Once their genes collapsed, they were useless. Dragging her frail body, Chu Si finally followed the route she had inquired about and arrived at the Tomorrow Mercenary Group's disability care facility. It sounded nice, but everyone knew that those who entered there were destined for death. It was just a last resort. Chu Si walked over and knocked on the window of the gatekeeper. When the old man turned around, sleepily, she immediately put on a sweet expression and said softly, "Uncle, I'm here to look for my brother. I heard he went out on a mission a few days ago and was sent here after his genetic breakdown." The old man yawned, stood up, and helped her open the small door. Chu Si thanked him profusely, but he waved, signaling her to hurry in and not disturb his nap. After Chu Si walked away, the old man sighed softly. These mercenaries, who had come here for settlement, didn't have much left to live. To have someone remember them in death, that little girl's brother had a happy ending. At least he was happier than most people here. Chu Si walked slowly along the corridor. A variety of pungent smells filled her nostrils. Moss grew on the mottled walls, and occasional painful groans emanated from the rooms. She frowned. She'd been in there for so long, yet she hadn't seen a single nurse. Through the glass doors, Chu Si carefully observed the appearance of each patient, all the while trying to recall the blurry face she'd seen before fainting. It was him. Chu Si stopped at the door of room 302. She had found her target. Chapter 2. Posted outside the door of room 302 was the basic information of the patient inside. Ji Xian, moderate genetic collapse, numbness in both legs, unable to stand. There was also a 1-inch headshot, likely copied from the mercenary's ID. The boy's face was still a little childish, but his eyes were resolute and bright. Chu Si knocked gently on the door. The boy glanced at him, but said nothing. After a moment's thought, Chu Si pushed the door open and walked in. The person on the bed had become emaciated, staring out the window with empty eyes. The boy's lips were dry and chapped, but he hadn't touched the water at the headboard. "Hello, Ji Xian, thank you for saving me a while ago." After actually meeting Ji Xian, Chu Si found it difficult to express his gratitude. Although he had already paid the mercenary group, the boy before him had truly ruined the rest of his life because of her. Words of gratitude seemed too superficial compared to what he had endured. But she had just crossed over and was still living in a shantytown outside the safe zone. Even if the conditions at the disability resettlement home were poor, it was still within the safe zone, infinitely better than her doghouse. Even if she wanted to be Ji Xian's free babysitter, she couldn't. After all, the disability resettlement home wouldn't provide her with free food and lodging. Chu Si lowered her head in embarrassment. A moment of silence fell in the room, and then Ji Xian, still lying on the bed, broke the silence. "You already paid me, so don't feel indebted to me. A large portion of the points I have now came from your contributions. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be alive today. This is the fate of us genetically enhanced people. Sooner or later, we all have to face this. Thank you for visiting me. I'm tired. You can go back." Chu Si ultimately walked out in a daze. If she couldn't take action to make amends, everything else would be meaningless. If she stayed there, it would only dampen Ji Xian's spirits. Chu Si raised her head slightly, trying to suppress the tears welling up in her eyes, her heart heavy. She could only silently console herself, thinking that once she had established roots here, she would work hard to earn enough to buy him a bottle of gene stabilization potion, so that he could at least live a normal life. As they left the disability care home, the old man at the gate noticed the young girl's red eyes, lacking the lively energy she had when she first arrived. Hey, it had only been a short time, but the old man had already assumed the patient inside was in a bad mood and had scolded her to leave. He couldn't help but soothe her, saying, "Don't be sad, little girl. Although your brother still has some points, he doesn't have many good days left. You have to be more considerate of him." Chu Si paused. Could Ji Xian's condition be worsening? And they had all mentioned the points. Was there any connection between the two? Chu Si, with a sudden thought, took the initiative and ran over to chat with the old man. After careful inquiry, he finally understood the whole story. It turns out that life in the disability care home for veterans like Ji Xian wasn't free. All their expenses were tied to their points, which were the contribution points they accumulated as mercenaries. Once their points were gone, their good days would be over. At that time, there will be two choices. One is to pack up and leave. The other choice is also the choice that most people with gene collapse will make. They will save the last bit of points, and buy a red pill to end their short life. Hearing this, Chu Si was deeply shaken. After all, it's human nature to live in seclusion. They chose this for one reason. They couldn't survive outside the disability home. In this wasteland, even ordinary people struggle to get a meal, let alone those plagued by illness. Chu Si recalled the look in the boy's eyes as he lay in bed. The sparkle in them had vanished, leaving only a dead, gloomy expression. He saw no hope for his future. Chu Si clenched her hands, tightening and unclenching them, before finally making up her mind and running towards room 302. She had to do it before she had time to regret it. She feared she would shrink back after witnessing the cruelty of this world. At least now, she wanted to add a flicker of light to his future. Ji Xian looked at the girl, who had suddenly run in with a look of surprise, her pale face still slightly flushed. Then Ji Xian heard her say, "I take you away, okay?" Even though his heart was completely broken, at that moment, Ji Xian couldn't help but feel the urge to cry. Since he was a little kid, he hoped someone would say those words to him, so that he could have a family. But it was too late now. He would only be a burden to others. Seeing Ji Xian's hesitation, Chu Si knew he was tempted. So what was there to wait for? Besides, he still had some points left. Maybe he could even redeem them for a wheelchair. Otherwise, if his points ran out, would he still be able to rely on her small body for travel? Chu Si helped Ji Xian pack her things. Her place was very simple, and she was determined not to miss out on anything she could take away. "Can you take your bedding? Where's the cup by the bed? Can I take this basin? Where's your toothbrush?" By the time Ji Xian realized what was happening, Chu Si had already packed a large bag of things and piled them at the foot of the bed. She then rushed out again, saying she was going to exchange a wheelchair for him. Chu Si searched the first floor, but couldn't find any place resembling a nurse's station. Finally, she asked the doorman and learned that the office was located on the 3rd floor. There sat a cocky, middle-aged woman with long, wavy hair and light makeup, giving her a touch of charm. She was idly manicuring her nails at her desk. Before she came up, the doorman had specifically reminded her that this person was a regular member of the mercenary group, far more prestigious than theirs, and told her not to offend them, lest they cause trouble for her. Chu Si had no experience in pleasing others, so she could only obediently say, "Sister, Ji Xian from room 302 is moving out today. How many points does he have left? We like to exchange it for a wheelchair." The clerk raised an eyebrow critically. She hadn't expected to encounter such a strange situation today. It had been years since a mercenary had been picked up by their family, yet she had encountered one today. After finishing her manicure, she pulled a file from the table and casually began to rummage through it. Then she said, "There are only 28 points left in 302. A wheelchair costs 36 points, not enough." Chu Si frowned slightly. A wheelchair was a must, otherwise her small body would be exhausted. After thinking for a moment, she lowered her requirements and said, "Sister, can you exchange it for an old or slightly damaged wheelchair?" The clerk sneered and was about to say something harsh, when she suddenly remembered that there was indeed an abandoned wheelchair in the resettlement center. If she sold it to the girl, she would have earned those 28 points for nothing. Thinking of this, the clerk immediately smiled and nodded. She went to the warehouse, dug out the worn-out wheelchair, and gave it to Chu Si. Chu Si saw that although the wheelchair was badly damaged, with the leather cracked here and there, the overall structure was intact. Some minor wear and tear elsewhere was not a big deal. She immediately signed and took the wheelchair back. Chapter 3. When Chu Si carried Ji Xian to his wheelchair, he was still completely dazed. The bedding was quite large, so Chu Si placed it directly on Ji Xian's lap. She knew it wouldn't break, so she didn't feel any pressure. She hung the remaining bags, large and small, on the wheelchair handles. Everything was going well, but when they were about to leave, they encountered an obstacle. The gatekeeper confiscated their belongings. He said those belongings were public property of the resettlement center and couldn't be taken away. The only thing they could take was the wheelchair they had been issued a receipt for. Chu Si tried to persuade the gatekeeper, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, Chu Si could only return home in defeat, pushing Ji Xian out of the resettlement center's gate in disgrace. Ji Xian remained silent, his hands tucked into his sleeves, clenched tightly. He felt sure she would find him a burden and send him back to that cannibalistic place. After turning a corner, the wheelchair stopped. Ji Xian gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had become much stronger. In this era, everyone had to fight for their lives to survive. No matter what choice she made, he would not resent her. Chu Si had no idea Ji Xian had thought so much. She rummaged around the back of the wheelchair, pulled out a toothbrush and a towel, and presented them to Ji Xian with a display of treasure. Haha, thank goodness I was smart. I saw there was a pocket on the wheelchair, so I stuffed these two small items in there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get these out. That old man is really stingy. Ji Xian looked at the items in his hand, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He looked up at the girl before him. Perhaps, he really did have a future. Ji Xian extended his hand toward Chu Xi. Let's get acquainted. Hello, my name is Ji Xian. Thank you for taking me out of the resettlement center and giving me a place to stay. Chu Xi was stunned for a moment, then saw a flicker of light in the boy's eyes. At that moment, she felt grateful that she had persisted in her decision. She met his eyes, smiled brightly, and said, Hello, my name is Chu Xi. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, we're family. I pick up scraps and support you. Ji Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing his first smile since they met. It was beautiful. That smile seemed to break the shackles on him, and the boy became full of life, no longer looking so gloomy. Chu Xi's good mood lasted until they left the safe zone. Looking at the shantytown before her, Chu Xi felt like she had arrived at a shabby village. People lay scattered along the narrow streets. They were in poor condition. Some had skin ulcers, attracting flies. They looked even worse than Ji Xian's. The houses were built very simply, made of all sorts of materials, from simple shacks made of planks and branches to tents with simple tarpaulin roofs. Chu Xi's home was slightly better, with a translucent plastic sheeting on the roof, which the original self had found while scavenging. It had taken a tremendous amount of effort to bring it home, but after installing it, she found that in the summer, it was simply too hot to stay inside during the day. Of course, in the winter, it was much better than others. One thing that surprised Chu Xi was that the huts had locks. Along the way, she had seen that many houses had doors simply fastened with ropes. Fortunately, the key wasn't with her. Whenever she went out scavenging, she was afraid of losing it, so she hid it under the door when no one was around. Chu Xi pushed the door inward, and through the crack, she could see a length of khaki string on the ground. She reached over and hooked it, tying the key to the other end. After opening the door, she saw a large cubicle of about 20 square meters. Don't get me wrong, this wasn't a living room, that was the total area of her original self's house. In the innermost part was a single plank bed she had built herself. On the floor, scattered haphazardly were some scraps she found, like a dented iron bowl and a faded plastic wash basin. These two were her original self's treasures, the few things she had that were both durable and rarely damaged. A homemade towel, made from wild-caught red vines, lay draped over the headboard. Everyone in the slums could do this, and they made most of their own clothes and pants. It wasn't nearly as beautiful though, and far inferior to Ji Xian's. Two chipped earthenware jars sat against the wall, one for water, the other for heating rice. Next to the jars was a handful of rotting vegetable leaves, food the original incarnation had foraged from the wild, though clearly unfit for consumption now. A few dry branches and a small amount of hay were piled near the door, and not far away was a makeshift stove surrounded by stones. Chu Xi pushed Ji Xian to the front door, feeling a little embarrassed to speak. Had she forgotten to tell him about her home? I wondered if he had any negative feelings about the slums. Chu Xi didn't have the courage to look at Ji Xian's expression, so she could only say dryly, "Don't look at it poorly, but it's still habitable after some cleaning." After saying this, she wanted to cover her mouth. But Ji Xian's adaptability far exceeded her expectations. This is already very good. When we go out on missions, we often have to stay in the wilderness, without even a shelter from the wind and rain. He knew Chu Xi came from the shantytown when he went on the mission, and he was mentally prepared when he went with her. Moreover, from the way he had seen, Chu Xi's home was relatively well off in the shantytown, at least much cleaner and tidier. He pushed the wheelchair in. Chu Xi made up the only small bed, and wanted to move him to lie down on it. Ji Xian was still very weak. After sitting in a wheelchair for so long, he was exhausted and needed rest. However, that was the only single bed in the house. If he got on it, where would Chu Xi sleep at night? Spotting Ji Xian's hesitation, Chu Xi said, "It's okay. I spread some hay on the floor tonight, and make a bed for now. Tomorrow I go out and find some materials to make a new bed." Hearing Chu Xi's words, Ji Xian didn't refuse. He truly needed more care than Chu Xi did right now. Not long after lying on the bed, he fell asleep exhausted. Chu Xi had some free time and prepared to make a late lunch. Where had her original self kept the food? She searched her memories, and was surprised to find that, aside from a few rotten vegetable leaves, her original self had no food at home. Chu Xi was completely paralyzed. This was like a bolt from the blue. It was then that she truly realized what kind of world this was. It was normal for people to be short of food and clothing. Even for Ji Xian, skipping a couple of meals was common in the mercenary group when he couldn't get any missions. Chu Xi said awkwardly, "There's nothing to eat at home. Get some rest today. I bring some vegetables tomorrow." Ji Xian nodded drowsily and fell into a daze again. What Chu Xi didn't know was that Ji Xian also only ate 1 meal a day in the resettlement center. Or rather, at this time, those who could eat 3 meals a day were the upper class in the safe zone, not the commoners like them. Chu Xi cleared the trash in the room, and without further exertion, she made a bed on the floor and closed her eyes to rest. She had to go out scavenging tomorrow, so she needed to save some energy. Chapter 4. The next day, when Chu Xi got up, Ji Xian was already awake, tilting his head to look at her from his bed. Chu Xi paused for a second before realizing that the young man probably wanted to go to the bathroom. There was a public restroom in their shantytown. She immediately stood up, helped Ji Xian to his wheelchair, and after locking the door, she followed the path she remembered, pushing Ji Xian for about 10 minutes before arriving. Although it was a bit far, Chu Xi was very satisfied. The smell of this area was indescribable. Only a true warrior would dare to live here. After taking care of her physical needs, she prepared to push Ji Xian back home. There was no food stored at home, so she had to go out early today to scavenge. The edible things nearby were probably almost gone, so she had to get out early and walk more. Ji Xian stopped Chu Xi and said, "Don't go out today. Push me to the tomorrow mercenary group. I stored some things there." Fearing Chu Xi's expectations were too high, Ji Xian added, "Not much. Just a few changes of clothes and 3 bottles of nutrient solution." Hearing about food, Chu Xi's eyes lit up. You can't blame her for being short-sighted. It's really because her family is so poor. If there was even a bite to eat, she would still be the ironclad woman she was. Now, she just wants to hide away and wait for others to help her. Alas, her ironclad nature has already left her. Chu Xi hurriedly said, "That's good. These few bottles of nutrient solution will solve our immediate problem. They just stave off hunger for a bit. After we get your things back, I take you home. Then I go out and scavenge. I bring back food tonight." Ji Xian sighed inwardly. Food wasn't so easy to find. If it were, so many people wouldn't starve to death in the shantytowns every year. He needed to think carefully about what kind of work he could do to earn money. He had to contribute to his family. The Tomorrow Mercenary Group's location was easy to find. It was a major base, after all. Ji Xian didn't let Chu Xi push him in. Now that he had been expelled from the mercenary group, he couldn't get past the guards at the gate. They waited at the entrance of the mercenary group for about 15 minutes. A team of well-trained mercenaries approached from a distance. As they passed, Ji Xian suddenly whispered a name, Fu Bowen. A figure suddenly stopped, and after seeing Ji Xian in his wheelchair, he excitedly shouted, "Boss!" The others glanced at the two of them without saying anything. They simply patted the young man named Bowen and left. Looking at Ji Xian in his wheelchair, Bowen couldn't help but tear up. The boss had become so thin he was unrecognizable. Ever since his genetic breakdown, he refused to see anyone. He searched for him several times, but to no avail. He never expected the boss to come looking for him this time. But wasn't he already in a disability home? Looking at the girl beside the boss, Bowen wondered, has Brother Xian found his family? He couldn't help but feel a little envious. This was something orphan mercenaries couldn't even dream of. No wonder the boss was still so resilient. Coming to his senses, Bowen said excitedly, "Boss, you came to see me because you need my help. Tell me, if I can help, I do it." Ji Xian pulled a key from his pocket and handed it over. "I left something in the mercenary group's locker, and I can't get in right now. Can you help me get it?" Bowen nodded. Knowing Ji Xian didn't want to linger outside the mercenary group, he immediately took the key and ran inside. A moment later, he returned with a small package. He squatted down and placed the package in Ji Xian's arms. Ji Xian checked the time and started to shoo him away. "Okay, hurry back. Your captain will be calling the roll soon." Bowen nodded. He wasn't sure if Ji Xian still wanted to keep in touch with his old team. After a moment, as if making up his mind, he said to Ji Xian, "Boss, would you mind telling me where you're living now? I'd like to visit you during my vacation." Ji Xian didn't care. He looked up at Chu Xi, wondering if she welcomed the mercenaries. Chu Xi received the signal and sensed Bowen's kindness. With a bright smile, she immediately reported her home's exact location. "We live in the shantytown, Third row from the inside. Second house on the left, the one with the plastic roof. Bowen nodded excitedly, said hello to Ji Xian and the others, then turned and ran back to the mercenary group. After they left, Chu Xiai spoke carefully. Are you close to Bowen? Ji Xian nodded, then thought for a moment before explaining the details. I saved his life before, but he's a genetically enhanced human. His future may not be easy, and I don't want to burden him. Chu Xiai nodded. She understood, and without further ado, she pushed Ji Xian into her arms and prepared to head home. Passing by a tarnished grocery store, Ji Xian asked Chu Xiai to push him inside. Pushing the door open, a pungent stench of cigarette smoke assaulted Chu Xi's face, so pungent it made her eyes blind. She fanned the air gently, and once she had adjusted, she pushed Ji Xian inside. The man sitting behind the counter had a sallow complexion, hair withered like weeds, and a lingering musty odor. His fingers, gripping a cigarette butt, had turned yellow. Hearing someone enter, he struggled to open his eyes. Seeing Ji Xian, he chuckled, revealing two large, yellow teeth. I heard your genes collapsed, but you look okay. You won't die anytime soon. Ji Xian, expressionless, opened the package cradled at his lap and took out all his savings, preparing to buy a few nutritional supplements and a radiation detection watch for Chu Xiai. After the last high radiation exposure, Chu Xi's inferior watch would surely have been scrapped long ago. After hearing Ji Xian's request, the uncle leaned over and rummaged through the counter for a while. After a while, he finally pulled out a few items. Don't say I'm not taking care of you, Uncle Li. These nutritional supplements are almost expired, but they're still good enough to satisfy your hunger. I give them to you. This watch is a second-hand one I bought. It's not one of those run-of-the-mill shantytown finds. It has a sophisticated toxin detection feature, but it's a bit pricey. If you want it, I give you a solar charger. Ji Xian was tempted, of course, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have much savings, and he definitely couldn't afford such high-end items. Ji Xian placed all his money on the counter. The uncle took it and counted it, not quite satisfied. No, this is way off. Add a little more, and I sell it to you at a lower price. Ji Xian had only that much money, and he couldn't back down. That's all I have. But at the same price, I can convince those guys from the Tomorrow mercenary group to sell to you. The uncle narrowed his eyes and thought. Shul slammed the table and said, okay, it's a deal. Chapter 5. After the two of them returned home from shopping, Chu Xiai dug out her small cloth bag and prepared to go out scavenging. Although there was a little extra food at home, it wouldn't be enough for her to eat alone. Now was no time to rest. When the family could store 20 kilograms of dry food, she would consider taking a day off. Ji Xian felt a little helpless watching Chu Xi's impulsiveness. There was still a lot of preparation to be done. Going out now would increase the risk significantly. Moreover, it was the hottest time of the day. Even children knew not to be outdoors, and those still scavenging would find shade. She was still rushing out so quickly. Wasn't she afraid of the solar radiation? Sometimes, Ji Xian really thought Chu Xiai didn't seem like someone from this era, unconsciously ignoring many common-sense considerations. After stopping Chu Xi's reckless behavior, Ji Xian had her set up the donated solar charging panel on the roof to charge her watch. He then had her take out her old watch, remove the case, and replaced it with the new one. After all this hassle, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It looked like today's activities would have to be abandoned. Chu Xiai happily downed a nutritional supplement, smacked her lips, and savored it. Ah, it smelled like plastic glue. While it tasted terrible, it was indeed quite filling. She burped, squinted her eyes, and prepared for bed. She was also a recently recovered patient. If this were happening in modern times, she would have needed at least a week of rest at home. No, that's too much. She needed at least 2 weeks of rest. Without the medication from the resettlement center, Ji Xian's energy level had deteriorated considerably. His pain sensitivity had intensified, and the slightest movement sent stabbing pains throughout his body. But he knew this wasn't a bad thing. The medication the resettlement center had given him was merely painkillers that would numb his nerves. He laid down with great effort. Since there was nothing else to do, he might as well imitate the carefree person, forget about everything, and get some rest first. The next day, Chu Xiai woke early and, groping in the dark, stuffed a bottle of water and a nutritional supplement into her cloth bag. She strapped her dagger to her waist for self-defense and put on her new watch, and she was ready. At daybreak, Ji Xian finally awoke. Chu Xiai went to help him up, noticing his back soaked with sweat. She wondered, "It's not that hot at night, are you feeling hot?" Ji Xian shook his head. He didn't want Chu Xiai to know his current condition. After all, knowing wouldn't do anything effective, and it would only add to his worries. He simply said it was his constitution that made him sweat. Chu Si didn't delve into it, and wheeled him out to the bathroom. When she returned, she pulled out a clean plastic water bottle from home and subtly hinted to Ji Xian that he could use it to satisfy his sexual needs until she returned. Without even glancing at Ji Xian's embarrassed expression, she grabbed her beloved small cloth bag and left. It took about 20 minutes to get from Chu Si's house to the shantytown. As she walked, Chu Si observed this world, which she still considered quite new and novel. At this point, everyone was starting to leave. Many were disheveled and unsteady, looking more like patients than she did. Not far ahead of her, a pale-faced young man, having only taken a few steps, suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his body hunched over like a shrimp. Chu Si, anxious, was about to go over and help him up when, from a distance, she saw a little blood seeping from between his fingers. Frightened, she stopped dead in her tracks. Oh my God! What if this was a tuberculosis-like infectious disease? Wouldn't it be fatal in this climate? But besides Chu Si, no one else seemed to share her alarm. Even the young man, after recovering from the coughing up blood, simply wiped the blood from his hands and continued walking out, as if it were just a normal cough. Chu Si's heart was pounding. She wanted to flee home immediately and equip herself with a mask and other essentials. This place was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Chu Si searched her mind and realized her former self didn't have the masks she'd been craving. Not to mention scraping a piece of cloth to make one, the cloth she had at home was all she woven from red leaf fine fibers, and it offered little barrier protection. She had to abandon this plan for now, figuring that once she made some money, the first thing she would do would be buy some food, and the second would be to stock up on masks. Chu Si, fearfully, kept a safe distance from everyone, trying to avoid crowds and gatherings, and to scavenge safely. After leaving the shantytown, the grass and trees on the road began to grow. This place was completely different from what Chu Si had imagined. The air was incredibly fresh, with a faint scent of grass and trees. To someone accustomed to the steel and concrete of the city, at first glance, this place seemed like heaven. The vegetation was lush, insects chirped, and birdsong filled the air, a scene brimming with life. Of course, such a beautiful dream quickly gave way to reality. Chu Si casually plucked a leaf from the roadside and dripped the juice onto the test area of her watch. A red light flashed on the dial, and then the message read, "High radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption." Chu Si tried a few other varieties, with the same result. As expected, food wasn't easy to find. This time, she walked a little further and carefully found a vegetable leaf whose species she could roughly identify. However, before she even started testing, she knew her chances were slim. This vegetable, which resembled spinach, had a slightly darker color and similar size. Chu Si tried plucking a leaf, but it wouldn't budge. Unconvinced, she tugged at it again. Oh my God, this is super sticky. Chu Si still hadn't given up. What if it looked a little unusual, but was edible? She pulled a dagger from her waist and slashed the base of the leaf. Using the dial to measure the sticky liquid, a red light flashed, and the message read, "Highly radioactively mutated, contains trace amounts of neurotoxins. Not recommended for consumption." Chu Si was shocked by the test results. She hadn't expected the vegetable that most closely resembled her image to be poisonous. No wonder no one was picking it nearby. She had been hoping to find a bargain, but it seemed she had been overthinking it. The apocalypse was indeed not to be underestimated. Looking at the lush greenery, Chu Si's enthusiasm faded, completely dampened. Shouldn't she be thankful that this place wasn't like the apocalypse stories described, with all sorts of supernatural powers flying everywhere, and mutated beasts and plants as terrifying as monsters from hell? The evolutionary direction of the animals and plants in this world is simply to amplify the characteristics they already possess, rather than evolving 5 types of abilities that do not exist. Otherwise, human life would probably be even more difficult. Chapter 6. Chu Si rummaged around the roadside, but unfortunately found nothing edible. After this delay, she had fallen to the back of the scavenging group. And scavenging is best done early, since resources are limited, and those who arrive first have a better chance of finding something valuable. Her behavior was incomprehensible to everyone, like seeing someone foraging for vegetables in a city greenbelt. No one stopped to mock her. After all, their own lives were already difficult, so who had the energy to care about other people's private affairs? While Chu Si was researching local species, waves of people quickly passed by her. They had a clear goal: to identify plants with low radiation levels. Naturally, they wouldn't waste their time on plants that were obviously inedible. Of course, this standard was a rather general one. No one could guarantee that a plant was edible without first measuring it. Because some plants are more resistant to radiation, they naturally become the preferred choice for scavengers. However, as always, no one can guarantee that any plant is edible without testing. Chu Ci sheathed her dagger and hurried to catch up with the main group. Trying her luck at picking each plant individually was far too inefficient. Without a practical solution, she could rely on the wisdom of the locals. After all, only by listening to advice can one have a full meal. Just as Chu Ci was about to sprint forward, a ragged girl caught up, panting. Looking at the girl before him, who looked at her with excitement, the girl, who was as short as a bean sprout, Chu Ci searched through the memories of his original self, and was absolutely certain that she and his original self had no connection. Seeing Chu Ci's hesitation, the frail girl finally caught on, introducing herself haltingly. "Hello, my name is Qin Wanwan, and I admire you so much." Admire? Chu Ci was surprised. Neither she nor her original self had done anything remarkable, had they? What was there to admire, however? Looking at Qin Wanwan's excitement, it didn't seem fake. She looked like a humble fan meeting her idol. Chu Ci was even more puzzled and asked, "We haven't met before, have we?" Hearing this, Qin Wanwan's eyes sparkled, a dazzling light emanating from them, her cheeks flushed with excitement. While chasing after Chu Ci, she shyly explained, "I know you because I had the pleasure of glimpsing you when that mercenary rescued you. You know, you're pretty famous in our shantytown now, because the news of you picking up an A-grade energy stone has spread, and since you found it in the place where you found it. Because of the high radiation levels, no one dared to go in. Anywhere with lower radiation levels nearby was now packed with people, eager to try their luck and see if they could pick up an energy stone. Low quality didn't matter, hee. Chu Ci was speechless. Did they only listen to the first half of the story? The protagonist's near-death experience outside was just brushed aside so lightly. She nodded perfunctorily, understanding. Chu Ci quickened her pace. She hadn't yet filled her stomach, so she couldn't pull off her idle act. Qin Wanwan was quite obedient. Seeing Chu Ci remain silent, she stopped talking too, simply following closely behind her. But this feeling wasn't a good one, especially in a completely unfamiliar place, a wasteland with a harsh living environment. Honestly, Chu Ci was wary of everyone here. She had no choice but to stop and make things clear with the girl. They were going their own ways, and their social circles weren't the same. They couldn't force themselves into one another. Just as she paused, before she could say anything, Qin Wanwan spoke first. Chu Ci disliked traveling with others, and she could tell. How could an orphan who had grown up safely in such a mixed bag of places like the shantytown be so devoid of any ability to read people? She had been following Chu Ci, and indeed, she had her own selfish motives. Glancing around, she whispered, "Sister, can I make a deal with you? I trade you the location of the energy stone I found with a newly discovered raspberry spot. Is that okay?" She reasoned that the closer she got to the spot where the A-level energy stone was found, the higher the chance of finding other energy stones. So, trading a raspberry collection point for a previously discovered A-grade energy stone wasn't a bad deal. Chu Ci was stunned. She'd gone from fangirl to businessman so quickly? Qin Wanwan's rapid change had caught her off guard. But her ears caught the word raspberry. Having been here so long, the word had long since faded from her tongue, but now, at the mere mention of it, a sour-sweet taste lingered in her heart, and she couldn't help but salivate. Seriously, I really wanted to eat this. Seeing Chu Ci's expression hint of interest, Qin Wanwan immediately pulled out a small, tightly wrapped bag from her cloth bag. Opening it, she revealed a half-eaten purple-red raspberry. Qin Wanwan felt a little embarrassed. This was the only edible fruit she found yesterday, and she treasured it so much she couldn't bear to eat it all at once. Taking it out now would serve as proof. Chu Ci stared at the half-ripened raspberry, a refreshing fruity aroma filling her face. The raspberry was the size of an egg, and the remaining half was more than enough to fill a gap between her teeth. Of course, she was just thinking about it. Even if she wasn't a germaphobe, the little girl probably wouldn't have been willing to give it to her. The fruit's broken edge was so neatly bitten by her teeth that if you didn't look closely, you'd think it had been cut with a knife, demonstrating just how much Qin Wanwan loved it. Chu Ci resisted her temptation and scraped off a little bit of the flesh, crushing it, and smearing it on the test area of her watch. A yellow light flashed on the screen, followed by the message, "Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended." Chu Ci was delighted. Finally, she had found something edible. Chu Ci was already tempted, but she still hesitated to agree to Qin Wanwan's suggestion. Although this girl didn't seem particularly dangerous, what if it was a setup? In this broken world, there was no way to call the police. If she really encountered someone with ulterior motives, she might not even know how she died. But she really wanted to eat raspberries, and when she saw the watch on her wrist, she suddenly had an idea. This watch was quite high-tech. It not only detected the radiation range and determined the degree of plant mutation and toxicity, but also had basic positioning, navigation, texting, and phone functions. It was just that her original self had been alone before, so she had forgotten all about it. It wasn't her fault. Her original self's memories were like knowledge stored in a computer. Without the process of searching for information, it wouldn't come back on its own. This caused her to subconsciously ignore many common sense points. Although it was a headache, there was nothing she could do about it. This time, Chu Si carefully reviewed her memories of the watch and came up with a solution. She and Qin Wanwan agreed to each send each other a photo of their destination with the location of the location tomorrow. This way, they could go whenever they pleased, and this would also ensure the safety of both parties to a certain extent. Most importantly, Chu Si could discuss this with Ji Xian, the former mercenary, and have him verify the authenticity of the photo. This would also increase her safety factor, right? Chapter 7. Qin Wanwan immediately nodded obediently after hearing Chu Si's suggestion. She sincerely wanted to exchange with Chu Si. In Qin Wanwan's eyes, Chu Si was now a goddess of luck. As for nearly losing her life, wasn't that perfectly normal? Even the bigwigs in the safe zone couldn't guarantee they returned safely after leaving in the morning, let alone people like them whose lives were worthless. After the two reached an agreement, they exchanged contact information and then tacitly went their separate ways. Qin Wanwan still wanted to cling to Chu Si for a while longer, perhaps even sharing in his good luck, but she wasn't stupid. She could clearly see that the goddess of luck was resisting her. Forcing it would only make things worse. It would be better to let her feel her sincerity through the process of working together. That was the right path to a long-term relationship. With this thought, she gathered her strength and sped towards her raspberry collecting base. While the location was secret, she couldn't guarantee that someone, like her, wouldn't find themselves in hidden corners. The sooner the transaction was completed, the sooner she could rest assured. As for Chu Si, there was a reason she wasn't rushing to act. She had no idea where the original owner had found the energy stone, but she wasn't worried. Even if she didn't know, Ji Xian, who had rescued her, surely knew. Chu Si opened his watch and found the contacts page. There were only two friends, Qin Wanwan, whom he had just added, and Ji Xian, who he presumably had added while adjusting the watch. Now, conveniently, Chu Si called Ji Xian's contact number and, once connected, explained the entire transaction between him and Qin Wanwan. She wanted the coordinates, but she also wanted Ji Xian to use a modern perspective to help her avoid any potential scammers who preyed on single women. Ji Xian thought for a moment and, first of all, confirmed the authenticity of the raspberry collection site. Therefore, Qin Wanwan's information was likely to be reliable. Every year at this time, a few people would come to the safe zone to sell raspberries, though the quantity was small. Furthermore, they were very careful to conceal their whereabouts, and several groups who had tried to pick raspberries had been evaded by them. True capable people wouldn't be interested in such trivial matters, so they kept the raspberry collection site hidden until now. However, it seems the secret has been uncovered. This suggests several things. First, the raspberry collection site does exist. Second, if Qin Wanwan was in cahoots with the first group of discoverers, then this transaction was likely a setup targeting her. Of course, if Qin Wanwan had truly discovered the site herself, she would also likely be in danger. Chu Si frowned and scratched her chin twice. This was a difficult situation. She didn't know if Qin Wanwan was reliable. Don't get yourself into trouble just to be a good person. Ji Xian didn't have such anxieties. In this world, everyone understood the importance of food. If there was ever a time when people were most vigilant, it was definitely when gathering food. Not to mention hidden gathering sites. Even at well-known gathering spots, there were countless cases of murder for food. Many people, knowing full well that there were tigers in the mountains, still chose to go there. If Qin Wanwan didn't have even this little bit of vigilance, she wouldn't have survived until now. He told her this only to remind her that the place wasn't as safe as she imagined. Chu Si nodded, etched Ji Xian's words deeply into her mind. She was the type to let her guard down while collecting. Although she constantly reminded herself to change her mindset, things ingrained in her subconscious weren't so easily changed. Alas, Chu Si shook her head, dismissing the idea. She asked Ji Xian to text her the coordinates of the location where he found the energy stone. She'd take a photo and then try her luck there. After Ji Xian gave Chu Si the location to rescue the original body, He carefully marked the high radiation red area for her, to prevent her from blindly following the navigation. Chapter 8. Chu Si leisurely followed the navigation system for a while, testing familiar plants along the way. But after a while, she discovered something was amiss. Compared to the group of scavengers, she seemed too relaxed. Everyone was rushing to their destinations, making her seem a bit unmotivated in comparison. Unconsciously, Chu Si had fallen to the back of the group. The further back she was, the more anxious they seemed. Many were already jogging, leaning on branches. Chu Si wondered, in this wasteland, was even scavenging so difficult? Soon, she discovered the reason. The rapidly rising temperature constantly reminded her of a fact. The daytime hours suitable for human activity here were quite limited. If she didn't want to get sunburned, she had no choice but to find a shaded area with dense trees before the sun actually rose. Lifting her watch, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, the navigation indicated they were about 2 miles from entering the woods. Chu Si secured her small bag to her waist, minimizing the shifting of her center of gravity while running. Even so, the clinking of the water in the bottle significantly affected her running efficiency. The temperature was rising faster than Chu Si had anticipated, and even more frightening was the accompanying radiation damage. After running for a while, Chu Si felt her body had reached its limit. She hadn't even eaten during her morning walk, and now, with the added pressure of running, her energy levels had long since run low, and she felt dizzy with hunger. Her mouth was agonizingly dry, but her body felt like it had flipped on, sweat pouring out like a waterfall. Her wheezing grew louder, and her chest ached. Unable to hold on any longer, Chu Si stopped and took 2 gulps of the nutrient solution. Admittedly, while it didn't taste great, it was incredibly effective at replenishing energy. After a while, her dizziness subsided. She carefully tightened the cap of the bottle. Even a spill would have been heartbreaking. After recovering, Chu Si didn't dare waste any more time. She quickly took another sip of water and ran towards her destination. She had underestimated the sun's power. In just 2 miles, she nearly ran herself to death. Thankfully, with only a breath left, she finally climbed to a suitable spot for summer retreat. And this feng shui treasure land was clearly not hers alone. There were already at least 10 people standing here, some in small groups of 3 or 2, while a few, like Chu Si, were lone rangers. An older woman near Chu Si, seeing her miserable state, felt a pity for her. She broke off a large leaf, resembling a palm leaf fan, and pressed it into her hand. This young woman was about the same age as her daughter, and she'd probably been dawdling in the sun that morning, which was why she was so tanned. She couldn't help but feel like a mother, and couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, you young people, I tell you not to listen. How much trouble could you have saved by getting out a little earlier in the morning?" But luckily this time, the exposed skin was only slightly sunburned, and the radiation wasn't great. Just stay out of the sun, and apply a cool towel. This will be a lesson learned. The aunt, perhaps reminiscing about her troubled daughter, couldn't finish her talk once she started. Chu Si took the fan, thanked the aunt, and awkwardly responded to her instructions. A middle-aged man in the same group as the aunt couldn't stand it anymore, and interrupted her rambling with a smile. The aunt finally realized that the person before her wasn't her troubled daughter. She explained sheepishly, "Little girl, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. My daughter was really pissed off today, and I lost control of my words when I was talking to you, so I rambled on without stopping. Please forgive me." Chu Si smiled and shook her head. She was relieved that the aunt had stopped producing energy. "Auntie, little girl, are you also going to that place where you find A-grade energy stones to try your luck?" Chu Si nodded. "Is that place really that famous now?" "Auntie too?" Auntie smiled, her eyes gesturing to the people around her. "These are all here. There are quite a few people ahead. But that place has been almost completely searched, so the chances of finding energy stones are slim. Since we don't have any food shortages these days, I was thinking of going there to try my luck." Chu Si thought, "Finally, I met someone who understands." Although she decided to try her luck, it was mainly because she had important things to do, and was just passing through. The two of them got along better and better. The aunt thought Chu Si was a good match, much more well-behaved than her own daughter. She thought she should introduce them to each other sometime to stop her daughter from feeling so self-satisfied. The aunt even invited her to join their group, but Chu Si declined. As for safety, she wasn't particularly concerned. After all, everyone was doing activities together, and being with others could actually reduce some safety risks. Unfortunately, Chu Si had her own destination, and couldn't just follow others' route. While they were chatting and resting, groups of people gradually left the summer retreat. Everyone was out scavenging. It was impossible for them to stay in one place to cool off. The route was familiar. Every few steps exposed to the sun, there were patches of trees for everyone to rest. Some of these trees were man-made, providing shelter from the intense sunlight and marking areas of low radiation risk. Soon, the ant and her group also left. Chu Si didn't dare stay any longer. After drinking some water, she hurried to catch up. She didn't want to suffer the same fate again. As soon as she entered the sun, Chu Si felt a stinging sensation on her face. No, she had to use a parasol to cover herself before she got home, otherwise she would be sunburned sooner or later. Chu Si followed the ant and her group, but soon the navigation system prompted her to turn, and this fork in the road was noticeably less crowded. There was no need to get too optimistic. Judging by the traces along the road, it must have been swept by a large force a few days ago. Sure enough, even reaching the red alert location marked by Ji Xian, she still hadn't harvested anything. After snapping a quick photo, Chu Si prepared to move on to other areas to find edible wild vegetables. Before leaving, she deliberately enlarged the photo and marked the specific address. No problem. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of an inconspicuous white dot. What's that? Chu Si magnified it to its fullest. It looked like a small energy stone. Her heart pounded, and her palms sweated with nervousness. She calmed herself, pinpointed the white dot's location, and took a few more photos. The more she looked, the more it resembled an energy stone. Chu Si was excited. Could she really be a little coy? If it truly was an energy stone, regardless of its quality, even the lowest grade one could buy enough nutrient solution for a dozen or so fish. But the white stone was clearly located in a high radiation area. How could she get it out? Chapter 9. Even though she knew the target's location, Chu Si couldn't get in to retrieve it. To say she wasn't anxious was impossible. How much she missed her remote-controlled drone now. If that didn't work, a remote-controlled sports car would do. Of course, Chu Si later realized that these high-tech methods weren't feasible. Because in areas with high radiation, signals were disrupted, and all electronic remote-controlled equipment was malfunctioning. Otherwise, the energy stones exposed on the surface would have long been plundered by the powerful and experienced. How could these slum dwellers have the chance to scoop them up? Chu Si considered many methods, but none seemed feasible. Originally, she considered using a long branch or something to hook it, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and the terrain was complex, making straight sticks difficult to use. Later, she thought, could she throw something sticky to dislodge the energy stone? Alas, not to mention the accuracy of her throw. Even if she was lucky enough to hit the target directly, she probably wouldn't be able to retrieve the energy stone. Because she had just carefully examined the photo and discovered that part of the energy stone was likely buried underground, which would undoubtedly make it even more difficult to collect. After much thought, she ran out of ideas. She couldn't just let her run in and get it herself, could she? That was absolutely impossible. Her original body would have died there. You know, in a high radiation area, no matter how fast you run, you'd definitely be exposed to radiation damage. There's no chance of survival. But if she were to give up like this, she would never accept it. Strictly speaking, this could very well be her first pot of gold since coming to this world. Oh right, Chu Si slapped her head. She could have just searched her original body's memories. She'd been confused. At a time like this, the first thing she should have learned from the indigenous people was the solution. Unfortunately, the results disappointed Chu Si. While she didn't find a solution, she was actually quite excited. The original body's memory was naturally tinged with excitement, demonstrating the extreme yearning of every slum dweller for this very thing. Their methods for dealing with the current situation were quite brutal. The timid would simply give up. The brave would recklessly rush in and snatch the energy stone. Seriously, snatch, not only from people but also from the high-risk radiation. It was a test of who was more stubborn. If, unfortunately, they couldn't resist the radiation damage, they could still leave some property for their families. If she managed to survive, wouldn't that be a huge win? For those living in the shantytowns, the chances of encountering an energy stone are extremely rare, and every chance is worth risking your life to seize. Rumors circulated in the shantytowns that many years ago, someone had found a high-level energy stone and instantly leapt from the shabby shantytown to the luxurious safe zone. Chu Si shook her head. Others might have given it a try, but she absolutely wouldn't. If she hadn't experienced the horrific radiation damage when she first came here, she might have tried. But now, she truly couldn't. She was terrified. Isn't it wonderful to live well? She silently prepared herself. Give it up. Super riches and fame don't suit you. A simple life is the real thing. Fuck, I can't hypnotize her, but I still want it so badly. Suddenly, Chu Si saw the watch he was wearing. Yes, his original self, who grew up in the shantytowns, might not have a good solution due to his visual problems, but Ji Xian was different. He was a former member of the Tomorrow mercenary group, and his vision and experience far surpassed his original selves. Perhaps he had a solution. Thinking of this, Chu Si immediately called Ji Xian's contact information, sent him all the photos, and briefly explained the current situation and the problem he was facing. Looking at the photo on the watch, Ji Xian was silent for a long time. Then, he deliberately projected the photo and carefully studied the location Chu Si had marked. This bright white stone was 90% certain to be an energy stone. Ji Xian, is there any way to extract the energy stone? Seeing that he hadn't responded, Chu Si couldn't help but ask again. Ji Xian rubbed his brows and said to Chu Si, come back first. You need to prepare some things. Chu Si was delighted upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the problem to be solved. Was this a ray of hope? Chu Si selected a photo that didn't include the energy stone, marked the target location, and sent it to Qin Wanwan along with the directions. Qin Wanwan instantly replied with an OK emoji. About half an hour later, she sent the photo of the raspberry forest and the directions. It seemed the forest was farther away than she had expected. Chu Si looked at the clusters of raspberries in the photo. The red and black berries were nestled among the dense dark green leaves, dotted with the occasional immature green fruit. The rich fruity aroma seemed to emanate from the photo. Gulp, gulp. Chu Si reluctantly patted her stomach and pulled the half-finished nutrient solution from her bag, sighing as she drank it. After finishing the nutrient solution, Chu Si turned off the raspberry projector to avoid spoiling her search for wild vegetables. Chu Si had been mentally prepared, knowing that wild vegetables wouldn't be easy to find, but she hadn't anticipated how difficult it would be to get a meal in this wasteland era. The few nutrient solutions she had were only a temporary sustenance. Scavenging was the right path to solve their food problem, otherwise, she and Ji Xian would starve to death in the future. By the end of the day, Chu Si's spirit had been worn down to the bone. After a day's outing, she hadn't even harvested enough food to keep up with what she consumed. Looking at the few pitiful blades in her hand, she felt like crying, but no tears remained. These 4 blades of grass were the product of an afternoon's worth of scavenging through the dogtail bushes. True, they weren't vegetable leaves, but rather the kind that looked unpalatable. But there was nothing she could do, only these 4 blades barely met the standard for radiation. Luckily, these blades were large enough, each one about the width of a palm and half a meter long. Could they be used as tea leaves? Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, while still busily searching for food, Chu Si received a text message from Ji Xian. It contained only 4 words. Time to come back. Chu Si gazed at the rows of delicate ferns before her, sampling a little sap from each for testing. The day's heat had finally eased, and she had found another patch of vegetables that looked very likely to be vegetables. For a moment, she felt a little reluctant to leave. Another high-risk plant, Chu Si sighed helplessly. Never mind. She marked the location on her navigation system, and would test again the next time she came. After this morning's harrowing experience, she decided to listen to Ji Xian's advice. Sure enough, after entering the main road, they noticed everyone rushing towards the base. Everyone was clutching a handful or 2 of vegetable leaves. Some had picked up other miscellaneous items, like the iconic colorful striped plastic sheeting. 2 people were carrying a heavy, rusty, black part. It must have been a valuable find, and many on the road cast envious glances. A few familiar faces even ran over to help protect them. Of course, there were a few unlucky souls, whose haul wasn't as good as Chu Si's. They returned to the shantytown in the dark. From a distance, Chu Si spotted the handsome Ji Xian, sitting in a wheelchair, waiting for her at the door. Thinking of the 4 blades of grass in her bag, Chu Si blushed, feeling a little sorry for his eager anticipation. Never mind, the scent of green grass can help with sleep. It's a good thing he's faced reality sooner rather than later. Chapter 10. Chu Si spread the blades of grass on the ground, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Surprisingly, Ji Xian thought her harvest was quite good. After all, the radiation levels of these blades were truly low. When one's life is at stake, the taste of the food can be relegated to the back burner. Chu Si wanted to use these blades to show Ji Xian a glimpse into our culinary culture, such as the extraordinary ability to transform decay into something magical. However, she couldn't cook. At best, she could only manage to cook rice, not the skills of a master chef. If she had known she'd be able to travel through time again, she would have conquered New Oriental. Alas, money can't buy foresight, especially since she didn't have any. So in the end, the task of cooking fell to the sick Ji Xian. Unexpectedly, Ji Xian's cooking skills were comparable to hers, and the food was barely edible. Ji Xian had Chu Ci set up the pot, connected the power converter to the solar panel, and filled the pot halfway with water. Once the water boiled, he tore open a nutrient tube and added it to the pot. He then chopped the grass leaves, pulled out the hard stems in the middle, and sprinkled the chopped leaves into the pot. As the bubbling broth swirled, a rich, grassy aroma wafted from the pot. Chu Ci poured a bowlful and sipped it. Honestly, it wasn't very tasty, but with the addition of the grassy aroma, the plastic-like nutrient solution was imbued with the soul of food. After downing a mouthful of the nutrient solution, Chu Ci smacked her lips and took 2 more sips. Suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. In that moment, she missed home so much. Ji Xian noticed Chu Ci's strangeness, but didn't say anything. Sometimes, some memories are meant only to be enjoyed alone. Sure enough, after a while, Chu Ci's face brightened up again, and she smiled heartily. Ji Xian's heart relaxed a little. His brows relaxed, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At least his life had a purpose again, didn't it? After dinner, Chu Ci felt in the mood again and brewed another pot of tea with green leaves. Tomorrow, she wouldn't bring plain water. Although the water had been treated, the earthy fragrance was still too strong. To those accustomed to it, the odor might not be noticeable, but for Chu Ci, who usually drank large buckets of water, it was. It was unpleasant. When Chu Ci finally finished her work, she remembered to ask Ji Xian how to enter the radiation zone to collect stones. Ji Xian pulled up an image from his watch, enlarged it, and projected it for Chu Ci to see. The protagonist of the picture was a mouse wearing a vest and carrying a basket. It was cute, sure, but what did that have to do with her problem? He wasn't planning to send in a rat trooper, was he? Come on. She knew she traveled through time, but with the knowledge she gained, she wasn't just illiterate anymore, okay? She naturally knew that the animals in this world, after being mutated by radiation, generally became stronger, but correspondingly, their brains became simpler. They relied more on instinct, especially when provoked, and wouldn't obey human commands at all. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't have to suffer so much. Wouldn't it be easier to expand their territory by raising more mutant animals? The answer, of course, was no. Due to the effects of radiation, mutant animals have extremely violent tempers, and it's not uncommon for them to attack and injure people. Their owners are often the first to be sacrificed. Thus, the custom of raising mutant animals faded. Chapter 11. Seeing Chu Ci didn't understand the deeper meaning, he pointed at the rat soldier and explained, "This is a tool rat, bred specifically by powerful forces to handle energy stone mining operations in high radiation areas or complex terrain." Chu Ci immediately shut up. Could she please stop doing this kind of slapstick bravado? Why was she so clueless? Then, she smiled awkwardly, forcing herself to save face. "Sorry, brother, I embarrassed you. I never seen this strange thing before." Ji Xian wasn't surprised. This thing was only used by some large families and powerful forces. Not to mention Chu Ci, who grew up in the shanty towns. Even most people in the safe zones were unaware of it. The main problem was that tool rats were too expensive to breed, making them difficult to popularize. The working principle of this collection tool rat is actually very simple. After the tool rat finds the energy stone and extracts it, a simple wire mesh basket pops out from the end of the rope pulling the tool rat. A person can then drag the tool rat and the energy stone out together. The problem lies in the breeding of these tool rats. Their food is much more expensive than the nutrient solution we consume daily. It contains trace amounts of low-grade energy stone powder and a small amount of radioactive substances. The presence of energy stone powder greatly increases their feeding costs. Moreover, due to the frequent exposure to radioactive substances, their mortality rate is extremely high. Successfully breeding a tool rat that can withstand high levels of radiation is undoubtedly a huge investment. Therefore, the rarity of tool rats is self-evident. Even the Tomorrow mercenary group, where Ji Xian previously served, only maintained 3 in reserve. Chu Ci understood, but she was also confused. It was clear that even if this tool rat could truly help her, they couldn't possibly procure such a high-end gadget. Ji Xian leaned to the side and struggled to shift. The stabbing pain gnawed at his nerves. He no longer had the energy to argue with Chu Ci. He said, "Let's go see Uncle Li tomorrow. He should have some connections." Then he turned his back and pretended to fall asleep. Chu Ci tilted her head and thought for a long time before she realized that Uncle Li was the owner of the grocery store, the one with the yellow teeth. She wanted to chat a little longer, but seeing that aloof figure, she obediently shut her mouth. She looked at her watch. Great. It was only 6:57 p.m. Don't people in this world have some kind of nightlife? No one paid any attention, so Chusi lay on the floor, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Her skin began to ache slightly. She couldn't tell if it was sunburn from the day or radiation damage. The more pain she felt, the more irritable she became, and the more irritable she became, the less sleep she could find. Caught in this vicious cycle, she scrambled to her feet and decided not to sleep. She turned on the light. Now that she had a solar panel, she didn't mind the tiny amount of power consumption. With nothing else to do, she could make herself a mask. Safe scavenging is our responsibility. Oh, and if conditions allowed, she also liked to have a whole parasol for herself. There was no suitable material on hand for making masks. Finally, Chusi set her sights on the towel that Jixian brought. The size was enough for her to make 6 masks. But she didn't know if Jixian would give it to her. After all, it was one of the few things he wanted. Thinking of the boy coughing out blood during the day, Chusi gritted her teeth and decided to be shameless. But what did she have that she could use in exchange? Chusi's gaze wandered through the empty room, finally stopping on a pile of red leaf vines in the corner. Chusi's current clothes and pants were woven by her original self from red leaf vine fibers. No, how about she hand-weave a pair and exchange them with him? Something with patterns. It's guaranteed to look classy. Although she's a different person now, her weaving skills are still quite good. Not only has her original self preserved some of her skills, but she's also a handicraft expert in the modern world. Acting on the idea, Chusi followed her original self's memories and dug out a small plastic box from under Jixian's bed. Inside were some sewing supplies and a sharpened blade. Chusi pulled the blade out, and this was the key to separating the red leaf vine fibers. Each red leaf vine was about the thickness of a wrist. The ones at home had already undergone preliminary processing and were now in a semi-dry, pliable state, perfect for processing. Chusi used a blade to slice through the bark of a section of the vine, following the direction of the vine, easily separating the skin. In just 10 minutes, all the vines were processed. Then came the main event. The freshly peeled red leaf vine fibers, like round, wooden hardwoods, naturally couldn't be used directly. Next, Xiaochu used his flying knife, splitting each hardwood in half, then 4, then 8, and so on and so forth. Until each fiber was the thickness of a hemp rope, it took until midnight, and Chusi had only processed 3. Looking at her trembling hands, she finally understood why complex modern handmade products were so expensive. Unfortunately, in this era, everything is expensive, except people. Chusi sighed helplessly. Never mind. Life had to go on. She gathered the processed red leaf vine fibers. They still needed to be pounded loose with a wooden stick before use. There was still a lot of work to do, and she definitely wouldn't be able to finish them today. She stretched, exhausted, and finally able to sleep peacefully. After turning off the lights, she groped her way to her mat on the floor. It wasn't long before she was snoring softly. She was truly exhausted today. After she fell asleep, Jixian, who had been lying in bed, opened his eyes. By then, cold sweat had already drenched his forehead. This night had undoubtedly been another difficult one for him. Chapter 12. The next morning, Chusi was awakened by the alarm on her watch. Through the translucent plastic ceiling, she could vaguely see the stars twinkling in the sky, proving that this early was truly a dream. She stretched, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and struggled to get up from her bed. After all this time, she still couldn't adapt to this hellish schedule. When she finally regained consciousness, she realized that Jixian, who had been sleeping in the bed, had disappeared. He hadn't even needed her help getting out of bed. The young man was making rapid progress. Jixian was delighted by this. Ever since his genetic breakdown, he had been a cripple. Unexpectedly, this small improvement had brought a little starlight to his decaying dark soul. He silently encouraged himself, take it slow, follow the steps, and soon he'd be able to take care of himself. Jixian knew Chusi had slept late the night before, so he didn't specifically wake her when he got up. He struggled mightily to move himself into the wheelchair. Exhausted, he slumped in his wheelchair, sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt hollowed out. The fatigue lasted only a moment, quickly replaced by a surge of joy. He could finally get into his wheelchair independently, without anyone's help. Sweat clotted his dark hair, but his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. After the excitement, he quickly regained his composure. He still had a long way to go, but the road was already underway. After a brief rest, Jixian steered the wheelchair, carefully avoiding Chusi's reclining position, and prepared to make breakfast. Morning time was always precious and busy. By this time, the neighbors were already up. The clamor of conversation and the sounds of people washing up filled the air. After a quick wash and a few bites of breakfast, the main group prepared to go out and scavenge. Of course, some people couldn't even afford 2 bites of breakfast, so they had to bite the bullet and go out hungry, hoping they find something to eat sooner rather than later. Just a few nibbles would significantly reduce their chances of fainting outside. They didn't dare pray for a full meal, just enough to bring back something to eat and make it to the next day. And for those living in such precarious situations, there were so many of them. Ji Xian opened his package and took out a nutrient solution. He remembered that Chu Xi not only had to accompany him to the safe zone today, but also had to go to the A-level energy stone collection point. She'd probably be out all day. Fearing she couldn't handle the intense workload, Ji Xian steeled his heart and prepared to take a whole solution for breakfast for the 2 of them. Oh, and the grass leaves she gathered yesterday wouldn't go to waste. Looking at the only 4 nutrient solutions left in his bag, he sighed helplessly. He wouldn't be so extravagant next time. Afraid of disturbing Chu Xi's rest, Ji Xian deliberately moved the pot outside and prepared breakfast. This morning, he had taken out an extra blade of grass. It had tasted good the night before, so he thought he'd add a little more today. The grass fibers were a bit too tough to chew, and Chu Xi had been chomping on them last night. He decided to improve the recipe today. First, he boiled water in a pot. Once the water boiled, he placed 2 large grass leaves in the boiling water and blanched them. Once the leaves were soft, Ji Xian removed them and immersed them in cold water. After scrubbing them repeatedly, the fibers were removed, leaving the flesh in the basin of cold water. Then he added the pure, natural grass juice to the pot. Once it boiled, he added the nutrient solution. The soup instantly became much thicker and more viscous. It was like a bowl of dumpling soup without the dumplings. Except it was a bit greener. Just as the dumpling soup was ready, Ji Xian heard Chu Xi's alarm go off from inside the room. It's just in time for breakfast. Chu Xi, what a coincidence. She'd be embarrassed too. After enjoying Ji Xian's breakfast service, Chu Xi felt a little ashamed. It wasn't right to always rely on patients for care. She felt a great deal of condemnation for it. She had to work hard to achieve food freedom by scavenging as soon as possible. Why didn't it taste right? Forget it. She stopped worrying. Ji Xian was already packed and ready to go. Remembering yesterday's scorching sun, Chu Xi didn't dare dawdle any longer. She quickly locked the door and pushed Ji Xian towards the safe zone. The road conditions in the shantytown were not very good, and it was dark all the way. She almost pushed Ji Xian into a pit several times. Once in the safe zone, the conditions were much better. Not only was the road smoother, but there were also warm yellow streetlights. Chu Xi suddenly asked Ji Xian, "What are the housing prices in the safe zone?" Ji Xian frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then answered, "House prices in the safe zone vary widely. Besides the size of the house, the closer to the center, the higher the price. The houses in the innermost circle are no longer affordable for the wealthy. They are occupied by the core management personnel of the safe zone, where the radiation level is the lowest and the security level is the highest. The houses in the second circle are the residences of powerful officials and the wealthy. The prices are all calculated in energy stones. I don't know the exact prices, but I do know that the leader of the Tomorrow mercenary group can only live in the third circle. The third circle has a more diverse population, including officials, wealthy individuals, and some mercenary group leaders. For the average person, don't even think about housing in these areas." Chu Xi nodded. She truly wasn't aiming so high. She simply spoke of the potential heights attainable by the people of our shantytown. After hearing Chu Xi's words, Ji Xian's lips twitched slightly, and he understood what she meant. But isn't that a bit too ambitious? If so, then we can only start from the bottom. Houses near the safe zone walls, especially the top floors, are indeed much more affordable than those in other civilian areas. If we work hard, in 5 or 6 years, or 7 or 8, or maybe even 10, we might be able to afford one. Chu Xi's ears perked up. Oh, now I remember. The biggest fear here is radiation. The more exposed you are, the more radiation you're exposed to. Doesn't that mean basements are more popular than above ground? Ji Xian shook his head in denial. That's probably the case at the very edge of the safe zone, but radiation levels in most areas of the safe zone are within standard. Why would people prefer dark basements? Chu Xi nodded. She understood. It seemed her goal of finding a large ground floor apartment in the inner perimeter was impossible. But this house on the edge of the safe zone is also great. Don't forget, This is inside the safe zone. Even at the very edge, it's still within the protective shield, and the radiation level is definitely much lower than in the shantytown. Isn't this her dream house? As they neared Old Lee's grocery store, Chusi suppressed her racing thoughts. Now, whether or not they could successfully obtain that energy stone was the most important thing. It directly affected their ability to eat for the foreseeable future. It was infinitely more important than that invisible dream house. Chapter 13. Chusi wheeled Ji-Xian to the grocery store. Unexpectedly, he ran into Fu Bowen from the Tomorrow mercenary group. Chusi was surprised. What a coincidence. Ji-Xian remained calm, and there was no other reason. In fact, he was the one who called him out. Seeing Ji-Xian in his wheelchair, Fu Bowen was overwhelmed with emotion. His brother Xian's spirits were much better than before. Although he was still skinny, he at least had energy and spirit. This made him feel much more at ease. Seeing Bowen approaching like a large dog, Ji-Xian simply waved his hand, keeping a safe distance. He then explained to Chusi why he had called Fu Bowen over. Mainly, he wanted him to assist Chusi with the tool rat, and since money could make people happy, having him around could deter some scoundrels in the wild. Despite his silly appearance, his physical skills were among the best in the Tomorrow mercenary group. Fu Bowen quickly waved his hand, modestly saying, "This is child's play. Boss, you're the future king of our mercenary group." As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. It was a typical case of bringing up a topic that shouldn't be brought up. Given Brother Xian's current state, the last thing he wanted to think about was his glorious past. After all, those with genetic damage have no future. Even if he survived, he was destined to suffer. Is his brain filled with paste? Fu Bowen secretly slapped himself in the face, and was about to say something to make amends, when Old Lee's grocery store opened from the inside. Chusi and his friends were his first business of the day. Old Lee looked just like he had last met, his hair tangled and yellow, like weeds, his teeth prominent and yellow, and his mouth reeked of tobacco. The old man yawned, nearly sending Chusi packing. She calmly stepped back, out of range of the biological weapons. Ji-Xian and the other man were adapting well. And being able to smoke a pipe, in today's society, wasn't that a symbol of wealth? Old Lee clearly hadn't gotten enough sleep. He downed 2 glasses of boiled water before finally regaining consciousness. He then fished out a nutritional supplement from the back of the cupboard and, while drinking it, asked Ji-Xian, "You found it so soon? Could there be something wrong with the watch I sold you last time? As long as it can be repaired, I take it back at a proportional depreciation." Ji-Xian shook his head, and told Old Lee their purpose. After listening to Ji-Xian's story, the old man perked up and said, "So lucky? It's only been a few days, and you already found an energy stone. Looks like your luck is about to pick up." Ji-Xian remained silent, waiting for his next words. "Sure enough," Old Lee continued, "we're close, but business is business. I do have a tool rat, but it's my treasure. 30 points for a loan, 200 points for a deposit. No bargaining." Ji-Xian remained silent, just staring at him, waiting for him to directly quote a reasonable price. This displeased the old man. Business is all about asking for a high price and paying it back on the spot. Ji-Xian didn't even interact with him. Was he supposed to be a one-man show? It was so unfulfilling. Never mind. With no one to respond, he could only continue on his own. There was no other way. Business still had to be done. He took the initiative to lower his demands and said, "I know you definitely don't have any points right now. I give you a second solution. You can mortgage the smartwatch you bought last time. After that, I want 1/3 of the energy stones. But let me be frank. Even if you don't successfully collect the energy stone, you still have to pay me 10 points. What do you think?" Ji-Xian finally spoke, but he flatly rejected his suggestion. "I can't give you the watch. You need it in the wilderness. I mortgage you my wheelchair. How about that?" Old Lee's mouth twitched. The bargaining was too harsh, but leaving the wheelchair here did make him feel more at ease. After the terms were agreed, Old Lee returned to the room and pulled out a sturdy wire cage. A tool rat? Chusi's eyes widened in surprise. This thing was clearly a cat with the appearance of a mouse. The brown fur covered its entire body. Perhaps due to its age, the skin around its neck had become droopy. It was now curled up in its cage, its eyes half closed. Even when it saw outsiders, like Chusi, it ignored them. Ji-Xian frowned. Mutated animals are known to be extremely violent. Even a slightly more docile tool rat shouldn't be so calm. It's better to say it's lifeless than calm. This thing didn't seem to have much time left. He had every reason to doubt whether this tool rat was still capable of collecting. Seeing the hesitation in Ji-Xian's eyes, Old Lee was displeased. He was slandering his treasure. Couldn't he see that Ka's limbs were still incredibly strong and powerful? From the outside, one could vaguely see the outline of the muscular build. And look at those claws. Well, they were blunt. But that didn't affect its speed at all, understand? Why were these people so blinded by their vision? Humph, they deserved to be poor forever. Though they were deeply dissatisfied with this tool rat, they had no other choice but to accept it. However, Ji Xian directly bargained down the price. He would give Old Manly 1/5 of the energy stones after the job was done, and if he didn't collect any energy stones, he would give him 6 points. Old Manly was secretly pleased with himself. The market price was indeed 1/3 of the energy stones, but it was undeniable that his Deka is old, and his resistance to radiation is far weaker than that of a tool rat in its prime. When a tool rat senses danger, it won't follow commands, so it's very likely that it won't successfully collect energy stones. Especially since that jerk down the street launched a tool rat rental program, Deka's value is plummeted. After all, those willing to rent a tool rat prioritize the success rate of collecting energy stones over the small price difference. Ji Xian's order is Deka's first in 2 months, and its food expenses are not cheap. Although Oldly loves it dearly, society is a reality, and it has to earn its own living right. Chapter 14. After agreeing on terms with Oldly, Ji Xian left his wheelchair at the grocery store, and Fu Bowen carried him out the door. Oldly also carefully wrapped the tool rat in a gray rag, and it was now held in Chu Si's arms. When they were alone, Fu Bowen couldn't help but say, "Brother Xian, I heard that Huang Lago down the street also has tool rats, and they seem to be in better condition than this one. Should we go there and take a look before deciding?" Ji Xian shook his head. He knew the news, but then, remembering that he couldn't see his response while still on Bowen's back, he explained, "Huang Lago is too ruthless and cunning. We're weak now, so we can't be open with him. If I were still the captain of the Tomorrow mercenary group, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks, but now that's no longer the case. There's no guarantee that the old man won't be tempted by the money later. He couldn't gamble his life and Chu Si's." Ji Xian paused, then continued, "Besides, although Oldly's tool rat is old, it's not completely without merit. The fact that it's survived to this age is a testament to its former operational prowess. Those tool rats eliminated in their prime were either incompetent or retired due to injuries." At this, Ji Xian sure chuckled coldly. "Haha, isn't that just like him now? No matter how famous he is, he's ultimately just a useless person." After hearing Ji Xian's explanation, Fu Bowen and Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. After all, renting this tool rat was no small feat. Money! Even if Oldly offered them a low price, if they couldn't mine the energy stones, it would all be for nothing. They would just be giving away points. The wire cage plus the weight of the tool rat, the gray cloth bag in Chu Si's hand, must have weighed at least 20 pounds. After walking for a while, she was panting with exhaustion. Meanwhile, Fu Bowen, carrying a living person on his back, looked refreshed. He was thrilled. He hadn't expected to visit the boss's new home today. It was a shame he hadn't known that he should have brought a gift for his first visit. This guy was immersed in his own. In her own thoughts, she took bigger and bigger steps, and completely forgot Chu Si. In fact, in this world, the impression that girls need special treatment has been infinitely diluted. Everyone pursues a self-reliant way of survival. On the street, there are all kinds of women carrying heavy loads alone. Chu Si wiped the sweat from her head, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is really a tragic world where women are used as men and men are used as animals. In the end, Ji Xian couldn't bear it anymore, and signaled Fu Bowen to stop, and go over to help her. Chu Si naturally declined. She had to integrate into this society, and had to start from the life. Chu Si had been trying to help Ji Xian from all sides. She had thought Ji Xian was kind-hearted, and wanted to help a vulnerable group like her. Although she had politely declined Bowen's help, she was still a little touched. However, the careless Fu Bowen punctured her beautiful fantasy, and directly took the large cloth bag containing the tool mouse from her hand, and hung it on his arm. Then, with a naive smile, he explained to her, "Xiao Si, please give it to me quickly. Brother Xian thinks you are walking too slowly, and slowing down our progress. After all, we have to go out again today, and there is no time to waste. If you leave late, the solar radiation will not be a joke." Chu Si, self-conceited? Are you talking about me? She stopped being pretentious. Business was more important. Fu Bowen, worthy of being a genetically enhanced individual, had a physique far superior to hers. Even carrying an additional 20 pounds didn't affect his pace at all. He walked without panting or blushing. No wonder the downsides of genetic collapse were so severe. Every year, so many people, either voluntarily or under duress, joined the ranks. Seeing the two people ahead of her getting farther and farther away, Chu Si quickly composed herself and trotted after them. As they hurried home, many people in the shantytown were already preparing to scavenge. After helping Ji Xian to bed, they didn't dare delay. They grabbed their tools and headed out immediately. With Fu Bowen leading the way, they stopped when they needed to and walked when they needed to. It was indeed much smoother than Chu Si's solo trip yesterday. At least, she didn't have to run to the next rest stop, and she arrived at her destination a day earlier than yesterday. Chu Si pulled up the photos he'd taken yesterday and pointed out the suspected energy stone locations to Fu Bowen. He was a true professional. In a matter of moments, he mapped out a plan for collecting the energy stones. Tool rats can't just be released into the wild to dig up energy stones. They rely primarily on their keen sense of smell, but even that sense of smell is limited to a certain range. Fu Bowen's job was to place bait in the appropriate area to lure the tool rats to their destination. Baiting was a complex task, requiring consideration of wind direction, terrain, and other factors. If Chu Si had been left to handle the operation directly, the mission wouldn't have been accomplished today, and precious bait would have been wasted. Once everything was ready, Bowen unwrapped the gray package, donned special gloves, reached into the cage, and slid the massive rat out. He opened the bottom of the cage, revealing a small, delicate mechanism. Bowen tapped it twice, and two metal clips emerged. He placed the mechanism against the rat's neck, pulling one clip outward to align with the other. The mechanism was now attached to the rat. Seeing the curiosity in Chu Si's eyes, Bowen explained, "This is the tool for collecting energy stones. Without it, the rat would most likely eat the stones it dug up." Chu Si nodded, still confused, but she wasn't in a hurry. She would soon witness the rat's complete collection process. Chapter 15. Daika's, the tool rat, performance was just as Ji Xian had anticipated. It could be said he was quite experienced. Guided by the bait, he quickly located the energy stone, dragging a chain around his collar. Fu Bowen held one end of the chain, ensuring he could control the tool rat in case of any emergency. After reaching his destination, he saw Daika circle the energy stone twice, extending his somewhat blunt front paws and digging near it. After just a moment, he stopped. Fu Bowen's expression was tense. For a moment, this energy stone must not be stuck to the stone underground. Not to mention that Daika is an old tool rat. Even a strong person may not be able to dig out the energy stone embedded in the ore. This situation is almost what everyone least wants to see. It tried twice more, but there was no effect, so it turned to the other side and dug for a while, but couldn't go on. Chu Si now understood that she probably couldn't take this energy stone back today. It was impossible not to feel frustrated. If the mission failed this time, not only did they get nothing, but they also had to pay 6 base universal points to Oldley. The original body should not have had it. I don't know if Ji Xian has so many assets. In fact, if you think about it, you can guess that Ji Xian probably has none. Now their life is so difficult. If he had any, he would have used it to subsidize the family. Fu Bowen's heart also sank. After listening to Brother Xian's words, he had already given up the idea of renting the tool mouse from Huang Laogo. In other words, if Dika could not get the energy stone back, this energy stone would basically be out of their reach. The tool mouse could not understand the outside of the high radiation zone. The two men were anxiously waiting. They were digging furiously. After digging the front, they dug the back, then the left, then the right. Finally, Chu Si and the others saw the full extent of the energy stone. It was a fist-sized white stone, a bit translucent, with a warm, oily sheen on the surface, like a piece of fine white jade. It was truly a renowned energy stone. One glance would captivate anyone, not just Chu Si. Even Fu Bowen, who had seen many energy stones, was impressed. He exclaimed in surprise, "Judging from the quality, this is at least an E-grade energy stone. Chu Si, you're quite lucky." Then, the expression of surprise turned into helplessness and pain. The reason was that there was a small area at the bottom of the energy stone that was connected to the foundation stone below. Seeing this, Chu Si was happy. Since the tool rat can eat energy stones, why not let it eat the energy stone below directly? Losing a little is worse than losing a whole piece. However, Fu Bowen shook his head. One of the important reasons why everyone strictly resisted the tool rats from eating energy stones was because they were very greedy. Before they tasted the energy stones, they could still restrain themselves. Once they get started, they go crazy, their eyes fixed on the energy stone. The energy contained within the energy stone is simply too much for these low-level mutants to handle, so exploding and dying is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi was stunned for 2 seconds. Sure enough, things weren't going to be so easy to resolve. Fu Bowen couldn't have been unaware of this method, but were they really going to give up now? They were so close. Just as they were getting frustrated, that Dika made another move. He circled the energy stone, trying to pull the chain around his neck towards it, and then he swaggered back empty-handed, but Chu Xi was thrilled by this action. Fu Bowen was even more direct, picking up Dika and giving him a big kiss. You know, tool rats are actually pretty dumb, they don't know how to adapt. For Dika to have come up with this method was already a leader in the rat world. He was incredibly grateful for Ji Xian's decision. Chu Xi's face froze. Although she was incredibly optimistic about Dika, she decided to forget about kissing a mutant rat. Fu Bowen didn't think much of it. He untied the chain from Dika's neck and tucked it back in. He went into the iron cage he had come from, and then he began to move his hands left and right, pulling the iron chain back and forth non-stop, using it directly as a saw. Fortunately, he had picked a good quality one when he came out, otherwise it might not be of much use, and the iron chain would be useless before the stone was broken. Fortunately, the process went very smoothly, and there were no accidents. After more than 10 minutes, Fu Bowen felt the strength in his hands loosen, and from a distance, he saw that the energy stone had completely broken free from the constraints of the foundation stone below and rolled to a place not far away. Chu Xi watched from the side and jumped to his feet. My God, thank God for not abandoning me. Fu Bowen wiped the sweat from his head. He had no time to rest. Because of the A-level energy stone incident here before, there might be someone who wants to try his luck here. They had to act quickly to avoid any trouble. This time, Dika's action was much smoother. After picking up the energy stone with his mouth, it was quickly taken over by the mechanism box on his neck. The tool mouse ran back with the energy stone on its back. Fu Bowen took Dika, took out the energy stone from its mechanism box, handed it to Chu Xi and said, "Quick, use the watch to measure it. Measure the energy content." Chu Xi was a little excited, wiping his hands off before carefully accepting the energy stone. Then, with a cry of awe, he dropped it back out. Fortunately, Fu Bowen was quick to retrieve it, otherwise it would have been thrown back into the high radiation area. While Dika could still retrieve it, the high radiation would still cause significant damage, so it was best to avoid entering it as much as possible. Fu Bowen wasn't angry, but he didn't understand. What the hell was wrong with Chu Xi? As if startled, he examined the energy stone in his hand carefully. It was fine. Chu Xi herself was deeply embarrassed. She hadn't meant to do that. It was just that the moment her finger touched the energy stone, she imagined a vast expanse of red mist filling the area ahead. She was momentarily startled, and instinctively threw the energy stone away. Seeing that Fu Bowen handled the energy stone without any discomfort, she calmed herself down. Could it be a residual effect of the radiation damage? Fu Bowen remained non-committal. After all, in this world, all sorts of illnesses existed. Chu Xi's condition, while rare, wasn't uncommon. Since Chu Xi was resistant to it, Fu Bowen measured the energy stone's energy value on his watch. 302, just on track to reach E-level. Chu Xi's condition instantly improved. How much nutrient solution would she need to replace? She felt instantly refreshed. Energy stone level detail, S. Plus, above 2,100. S, 1,800 to 2,100. A, 1,500 to 1,800. B, 1,200 to 1,500. C, 900 to 1,200. D, 600 to 900. E, 300 to 600. F, 0 to 300. Chapter 16. After successfully acquiring the energy stone, the two men, carrying their treasure, couldn't return immediately. The sun was now high outside, and without the shelter of the trees, the terrifying radiation levels were more than they could bear. They decided to find a shady spot nearby, wait until nightfall, and then cut some leaves to disguise themselves before returning with the main group. Chu Xi then remembered a patch of ferns nearby that she hadn't finished inspecting the base last time. She wasn't sure if it was a mutated fern, but it looked quite similar, just larger. Especially the newly sprouted shoots. They looked so fresh and juicy, and they must taste better than the grass leaves she brought back earlier. Well, if they were edible, since she couldn't go back, she might as well go back to that patch of land and look for them. Anything she could find would be a win, right? Fu Bowen, unsure about Chu Xi's independence, followed her, carrying Deka's large iron cage. Once they arrived, Chu Xi immediately plucked the fern shoots and began testing them. She figured that newly sprouted shoots would be least susceptible to radiation damage. But Chu Xi's assumption was ultimately one-sided. After all, the land beneath their feet had been ravaged by radiation for so many years, and was no longer the good land it once was. Even if you planted a high-quality, pollution-free seed, no one could be sure what would emerge. Therefore, Fu Bowen's operation was a typical wastelander's operation. The first thing he did when he arrived here was to find a few spots and test the radiation levels of the nearby soil. After all, the chances of a bad bamboo producing good shoots were too small. Fortunately, Chu Xi was lucky. She found a piece of land with a radiation level of only medium. If she looked for those tender shoots, she might actually find edible wild vegetables. Seeing Fu Bowen's operation, Chu Xi immediately understood the significance of it and silently memorized this rule. This would definitely greatly improve her work efficiency. It was at this moment that she realized why people didn't pick the wild vegetables on the roadside before. After all, the roadside soil was only covered by vegetation in a small area, so its radiation level was much higher than that of the land in the woods. How could a plant growing on such evil land be any good? After confirming the radiation range, Fu Bowen hid the cage containing Daika in the bushes and began to work. He was much more efficient than Chu Xi. He pulled a military knife from his pocket and a rag whose color was already blurred. He cut the rhizome of the fern with a single cut, smearing the juice from the blade directly onto the dial's test table. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Without blinking, Fu Bowen quickly wiped the dial and blade clean with a rag before moving on to the next plant. In his opinion, inedible plants were the norm, nothing to be surprised about. If the first plant he tested turned out to be edible, it would simply mean he was incredibly lucky today, like a koi fish possessed. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Although none of the plants were edible, Chu Xi was amazed at their efficiency. She also had a knife, so she couldn't waste it. It wasted her time. It was a sin to leave a pearl covered in dust. Unfortunately, she didn't have a rag, and she couldn't bear to part with her own clothes, so she had to borrow one from Fu Bowen. Luckily, Bowen was generous enough to split the rag in half. Chu Xi's collection tools were complete, so she quickly joined the one-stroke, two-stroke crowd. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated, not recommended for consumption. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated, not recommended for consumption. And then, sometimes diligence doesn't always pay off. Her hands were cramped, but still not a single fern met the standard. Fu Bowen, on the other hand, had already made significant progress. The constant dripping sound didn't dampen his enthusiasm in the slightest. Chu Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead and fished out her small water bottle from her backpack. Ding! It was a tea Ji Xian had specially brewed from green grass leaves, and it tasted much better than plain water. Ding! Moderately radioactive and mutated, recommended for consumption in moderation. Fu Bowen paused, and Chu Xi's ears perked up. She didn't even bother to drink the water, but hurriedly screwed the cap back on and ran over to check. Is it edible? Did you find anything edible? Fu Bowen checked the data on his watch again, confirmed it was correct, and nodded happily. Moderate radiation mutation, in the eyes of ordinary people like them, meant edible food. Even if it was just a single fern, finding food at any time was a matter of great luck. Looking at the fern sprout, as thick as Xiao Er's arm and half a man's height, he saved his breath. He could save on nutrient solution for the next 2 days. Carefully placing the fern aside, Fu Bowen's energy intensified, and Chu Xi was also eager to get to work. This fern forest had yielded fruit so quickly, it looked like a high-quality resource. She had to work hard to get more dishes tonight. Ding ding. Highly mutated by radiation, not recommended for consumption. Ding ding. Highly mutated by radiation, not recommended for consumption. Ding ding. Lowly mutated by radiation, edible. Chu Xi was stunned, her mind blank, her hands mechanical. He began to work on the next seedling, only to come back to his senses a moment later. He looked at his watch, the data still clearly displayed. Indeed, a low-level radiation mutation. Chu Xi immediately turned back to find the sprout he had just worked on. While not as large as the one Fu Bowen had just discovered, only half his arm's length, it was plump and adorable. Chu Xi chuckled. This was the first truly wild vegetable she had found since she had traveled to this world. Fu Bowen had apparently heard the beep on his watch and gave Chu Xi a thumbs up from a distance. Chu Xi. She was so happy that she didn't want to leave the fern sprouts lying around. Instead, she folded them in half and put them directly in her cloth bag. They weren't heavy anyway, so she could carry 10 more. Sadly, by the time night fell, the two of them had scoured the entire fern patch and found no edible ones. There was nothing to regret though. They had harvested both energy stones and wild vegetables, making this a very fruitful trip. Time was running out, and they had to hurry back to the shantytown. Being out in the wild at night was extremely dangerous. It was the domain of the mutant beasts. Chapter 17. Before leaving, Fu Bowen specifically instructed Chu Xi to conceal the spot where she had picked the bracken. This rare, low-radiation mutant plant would likely still be edible the next time it sprouted. Bracken sprouted quickly. After 5 or 6 days, new buds would appear. The bracken here were all mutated wasteland plants, so they grew exceptionally fast. Even though its roots would continue to absorb radiation from the soil, the accumulation period was short, so the probability of it growing into an edible plant was still high. As for the location he found, there was no need to mark it specifically, because there was no need. Thinking of this, he actually envied Chu Xi's luck. It had only been a short time, and she already discovered 2 energy stones, and even found this kind of low-radiation mutated wild vegetable. In his opinion, it was simply incredible luck. If Chu Xi knew Fu Bowen was thinking this way, she definitely add a few words to his story. Yes, she was lucky, so she'd been transported to this era of peril, where even eating steamed buns was a blessing. Her arrival had immediately given her a taste of high-intensity radiation damage. At that time, it truly felt like death. Fortunately, she couldn't move, otherwise she'd probably lose control and rip her oxygen line. Forget it, it's all tears. Maybe these things are very common in the eyes of real wastelanders. After all, they don't care about life and death. Every day is a today without a tomorrow. No one will think about the scene of having children and grandchildren around him when he is 80 years old. At least these people in their shantytowns have no future. But Chu Xi is different. It is easy for her to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. She could taste the bitterness of others' eyes, yet she could taste the full bitterness. On the way back, Chu Xi tried her best to appear natural, but why did she still attract so much attention? They squinted at Chu Xi and Fu Bowen with subtle eyes. Chu Xi was extremely nervous. Could these people know they had unearthed an energy stone today? Even a young girl like Chu Xi could detect these scrutiny, let alone Fu Bowen, a working mercenary. He casually lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing the insignia of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group on his scabbard. With that, many malicious glances were withdrawn. Fu Bowen then casually pulled a first-grade bracken from a gray cloth bag, broke it, and applied the juice to his watch for testing. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Fu Bowen chuckled and said, "Thank you. Please bear with me, everyone. I'm planning to take this grass home, dry it, and use it as a mattress. It's soft and won't shatter. If you're interested, you can pick some and take it back." At this point, everyone lost interest. It didn't matter where they slept. Were they worried about not being able to sleep? They were worried about not being able to wake up after falling asleep. After all, they were from the safe zone, and they were so picky about where to sleep. Chu Xi finally understood. So, they were being targeted because of that bag of bracken. But so many people had already picked some wild vegetables, so why were they being targeted? Chu Xi, confused, naturally sought out Fu Bowen for clarification. She didn't want to encounter this same problem again when she went out on her own. She didn't have the backing of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Fu Bowen chuckled. "You don't think all the wild vegetables they picked are edible, do you? It's clear that your parents took good care of you and never let you eat highly radioactive, mutated plants. It's perfectly normal to not be able to harvest food one day. One day without food is fine, but what about 2 or more? If you constantly go hungry, you won't have the energy to go out and scavenge. Are you just going to lie at home and wait for death? So, in dire circumstances, some people will choose to eat a small amount of highly radioactive, mutated plants to stave off hunger. Take, for example, those who only have a few leaves or a small section of starchy crops. In their situation, they eat as little as possible, so they don't bring much food home. Only those of us who actually find food are reluctant to waste a single cent. That's why we attracted others' covetousness just now." Chu Xi nodded. No wonder. She felt something was amiss before. So that was the reason. No wonder those who found food still had such a dead look in their eyes. She had to be extra careful about that in the future. She thought this place, even in a wasteland, would have decent security. Now it seemed she'd been robbed because she wasn't worth anything. No, she had to learn some self-defense skills. While she always be as careful as possible when out and about, what if someone was so blind as to take advantage of her? Chu Xi made up her mind and asked Ji Xian to develop a training plan for her when she got back. Thankfully, With Fu Bowen's presence on their way, the two of them made it back to their shantytown home without a hitch. Ji Xian usually waited outside for Chu Ci to return, and when he suddenly disappeared, Chu Ci was startled. Don't let anything happen. Fortunately, she immediately remembered that Ji Xian's wheelchair had been pawned to Oldley. He was now unable to move, and could only lie in bed. She quickly pushed open the door, and saw Ji Xian leaning against the headboard. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw their bright faces. The energy stone issue must be solved. Seeing Ji Xian, Fu Bowen was even more excited than Chu Ci. He immediately put Dika aside, grabbed the thick fern he had picked, and went over to present his treasure. Boss, we dug up the energy stone, and I also found an edible wild vegetable. I provide the ingredients tonight, let's eat together. Fu Bowen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected them to find another edible wild vegetable today. It seemed they were really lucky. Chu Ci coughed lightly twice. He calmly pushed Fu Bowen aside, and patted his small cloth bag. Well, mine isn't as big as his, but it's a low-radiation variant, making it more environmentally friendly and healthy. Ji Xian. Now he was truly surprised. Low-radiation mutated food. This level of food is incredibly rare. Almost all of the food on the market is grown in safe zone plantations, and it's quite expensive. Even back when he was in the mercenary group, he couldn't afford to eat it much. Chu Ci wasn't showing her affection for no reason. She had something to ask of Ji Xian. Well, I give you this low-radiation mutated fern. Can you teach me some self-defense techniques? As soon as Ji Xian heard this, he knew today might not be peaceful. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fu Bowen. Fu Bowen immediately understood and recounted his experiences on his way back. After listening, Ji Xian couldn't help but sigh softly. In this world, such problems were inevitable. Fortunately, Chu Ci could still learn some self-defense techniques from him, which was a layer of protection. It seemed that after selling the energy stones, the first thing he would do was to buy her some self-defense weapons. Chapter 18. Chu Ci cooked dinner herself. Usually Ji Xian cooked. Today, his wheelchair wasn't around, making it particularly difficult for him to move. Plus, Fu Bowen was Ji Xian's friend, so she had to give them some time to talk, right? Besides, while her cooking wasn't great, Ji Xian wasn't much better either. She figured people in this world probably had no concept of fine dining, so she felt more at ease. As long as it was cooked and edible, who cared? Ji Xian was about the same level anyway, so they were both equally good, there was nothing to complain about. As for Fu Bowen, she couldn't care less. She comforted him, somewhat self-deprecatingly, let him do as he pleases. Chu Ci hadn't wanted to use Fu Bowen's bracken. She felt it was a bit unkind to ask guests to provide ingredients for her own dinner. But Chu Ci was overthinking it. In the Wasteland, food was very precious. When dining at someone's house, it was common practice to bring some food to supplement the host's income. It was basic etiquette. Although Chu Ci wanted to be authentic, her family's financial situation was limited, and she couldn't bear to part with the low-radiation mutated fern she dug. That had to be saved for Ji Xian, the patient. She couldn't just serve the fern leaves to the table now, could she? Desperately, she shamelessly embezzled Bowen's supplies. Unbearable, she cut as little as possible, just enough to make a dish. Then, she gave everyone a tube of nutrient solution, and that was it. Thinking of this, she hurried to check her supplies. Luckily, there were 3 left. It would have been truly embarrassing if she hadn't even had a staple food. She had wanted to stir-fry the fern, but after searching the house, Chu Ci couldn't find anything as expensive as cooking oil. She had no choice but to abandon the stir-fry plan. Fortunately, even in the Wasteland era, salt was still quite affordable. Even people like them in the shantytowns used it. It's affordable, but the salt tastes slightly different from what we eat now, with a hint of bitterness and astringency. The salt circulating in the shantytowns is all salvaged from the sea by the military in the safe zone. After leaving the sea, it undergoes large-scale detoxification and radiation treatment, but the standards are definitely not high. As long as it's not lethal, that's fine. I heard from Ji Xian before that the upper echelons of the base circulate a kind of refined salt with safe ingredients, but that's not something that people at the bottom of society can afford. Compared to the commodity value of refined salt itself, it's more of a status symbol. After preparing the bracken, I rinsed it with hot water to remove the earthy smell. The hot water also destroys the oxalic acid in the bracken, preventing it from irritating the mouth and stomach. After rinsing, Chu Ci fished it out, sprinkled a little salt on it, mixed it well, and pinched a small piece from the plate to taste it. It was actually quite delicious. Although it had a slight bitterness, It only accentuated the bracken's fresh, crisp texture. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Chu Si's eyes welled up with tears. This was the correct way to enjoy vegetables. She immediately decided to visit that field more often. Bracken could be made into pickles, which would not only keep for 2 days longer, but also have a richer flavor. As Chu Si prepared the dish and brought it in, Ji Xian was examining the energy stone they had just unearthed. Its energy value was at the minimum E-grade standard, making it a treasure in the eyes of ordinary people. However, its value was so high that it probably wouldn't even be enough to buy a proper self-defense weapon at a proper weapons store. Alas, she could only go back to Old Lee's place and try to find some broken ones. Rotten back, you can try to modify it yourself, but in that case, he will need a professional toolbox, so in the end, there will be basically no money left to buy nutrient solution. Thinking of this, Ji Xian sighed lightly. Forget it. It's not like he hasn't been hungry before. Besides, there are still some bracken at home. With 3 nutrient solutions, he won't really starve. In his opinion, Chu Si's safety must be the most important thing now. Just thinking of this, Ji Xian looked up and saw Chu Si open the cloth bag where they stored food and took out the only 3 remaining nutrient solutions from it. Even the usually calm Ji Xian couldn't help it. This was their rations for the next few days. He hurriedly stopped him and said, just take a nutrient solution and make a soup. You can put some of the grass leaves you picked the day before yesterday in it. Fu Bowen nodded repeatedly. 1 per person. Are you so generous? These mercenaries, due to their intense physical training the next day, had only managed to consume half a bottle of nutrient solution the night before. Most ordinary people, however, didn't exert that much physical effort and would simply eat a couple of bites to fill their stomachs. Seeing the 2 of them reacting in the same way, Chu Si, though unsure of the problem, dutifully followed his instructions. She replaced the 2 bottles, grabbed the grass leaves and a bottle of nutrient solution, and left. Dinner was soon ready. Since Fu Bowen had to rush back to the mercenary quarters, everyone ate very quickly. After agreeing with Fu Bowen on a time to pick up Ji Xian the next day, he hurried off, waiting for his return. As he slowly faded into the night, Chu Si suddenly thought of something. Fu Bowen had to be paid for coming to help, right? It wasn't for any other reason, but mainly because he'd taken time off and had his points deducted to come. If they were to be stingy, it would inevitably hurt feelings. Ji Xian nodded. He really couldn't just ask someone to help out for free. If they'd just taken time off to help with something, it would be fine, but Fu Bowen had taken a day off today. Not paying him for his hard work would be outrageous. He also said he wanted nothing for supplies. Everyone knew the hardships of the shantytowns, so Fu Bowen naturally wouldn't ask for his commission. It seemed he could only learn from Chu Si's needs and tailor a training plan for him. Chapter 19. The next day, around 4 o'clock, Fu Bowen arrived at Chu Si's place. He had a mission that day, so he arrived a little early. After carrying Ji Xian to Old Li, he would return directly to the regiment. Ji Xian explained the decision he had made last night to Fu Bowen, wanting to see what he thought. Fu Bowen naturally agreed. Although Brother Xian's training requirements were very strict, the results were truly good. These people were used to living on the edge of life, and suffering a little more at home was better than losing their lives outside. Not to mention losing their lives, some injuries that were difficult to recover from could be fatal. So he needed this so much, it was priceless. Fu Bowen's spirits were exceptionally high throughout the journey. Even with Ji Xian on his back and the iron cage slung over his shoulder, he felt like he was running at lightning speed. Chu Si trotted behind him. She was so tired today. Tian Ming could clearly feel her physical condition improving. Could it be that she, a time traveler, had finally adapted to the pace of the wasteland? She felt much stronger than she had yesterday, and Chu Si's heart surged with excitement. This at least meant that with proper training, she might be able to protect herself in the future. In such a chaotic world, without some strength, she'd be apprehensive even to go out and pick up trash. When they arrived today, the grocery store door was unexpectedly open. It seemed Old Li was waiting for them. Seeing them so early, he knew the deal was almost done. He hurriedly welcomed them inside, took the large iron cage containing Deca, and then walked them back inside, pushing Ji Xian's wheelchair out. Captain Ji, come here, come here. Hurry, and show me the energy stones you dug up. After Fu Bowen settled Ji Xian down, Ji Xian pulled the E-grade energy stone from his waist pocket and handed it to Old Li. The old man had just finished testing the energy stone's grade when he heard him say, I haven't paid Daika a thank you fee yet. I scrape off a gram of powder from the energy stone and give it to him later. Old Li was stunned. Some people would give their tool rats a thank you red envelope after finding an energy stone, but this was generally done to bring good luck, firstly to create a good omen, and secondly to build a closer relationship with the tool rat, perhaps to express interest in future collaborations. Most people simply gave pet food, and giving energy stone powder was the highest form of gratitude. However, Daika, the tool rat, hadn't received a thank you red envelope in years due to his age. Of course, Ji wasn't exactly a generous person. He made his decision after hearing the details of the mining operation. He could only say that Deka was worth the price and a great partner. Without it, they would have returned empty-handed. Old Lee was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, someone recognized the value of his old friend Deka, not just the low rental price. Old Lee had never been so impressed with Ji. He felt that despite his physical condition, this guy had excellent vision and was decisive and courageous. He had made a friend. After some thought, the old man searched under his counter and finally found a small golden key. He hurried back to the room and, after a moment, emerged clutching a small, still-cold plastic box. Seeing the label on it, Ji pupils constricted. Fu Bowen exclaimed, "Body purifier." Only Chu Si looked bewildered. Old Lee chuckled, "How's it? Pretty nice, isn't it? I only have one like this in my shop, and I found it by chance a while ago. If you want this thing, you can only buy it on the black market, and it might not even be genuine. Since you've been kind to my old friend today, I decided to make you my friend. I give you the E-grade energy stone, and this body purifier will be yours." Ji Xian's lips trembled, and veins clenched in his hands, but he hesitated to agree. Even Fu Bowen, impatient, hurriedly agreed on his behalf. "Mr. Lee, you're so kind. We do the deal." Old Lee frowned at Ji Xian. "You must know the value of this potion. Don't you trust me, old man?" Ji Xian sighed softly, then shook his head. "No, I'm truly grateful for your generosity, Mr. Lee. It's just that I like to trade in my energy stone for a handy female weapon." Old Lee glanced at Chu Si, who was standing nearby, and nodded. He understood. It wouldn't be hard to sell anyway, and since no one was interested, he couldn't force them. Old Lee turned around with the box, ready to put it back in the safe and lock it up. Chu Si hurried forward and grabbed his wrist. Even if she was clueless, she knew from everyone's reactions that this item was incredibly important to Ji Xian. She could buy weapons later, or at least a sharp dagger for self-defense. And judging by Fu Bowen's reaction, this body purifier was probably a rare find, something she might never find again. She knew how to choose. She said bluntly, "Uncle, I made a deal. Let's trade it." Old Lee looked up at Ji Xian, and seeing that he was also looking at Chu Si with complicated eyes, he did not speak, but waited silently for them to make a decision. Ji Xian took a deep breath, and after all, he was somewhat unable to resist the greed in his heart. He said with difficulty, "You have to understand that finding an energy stone is already a very lucky thing. How many people will never see one in their lifetime? If you give up now, you may not be able to buy a suitable weapon for a very long time in the future. Moreover, although the body purifier is helpful for my condition, it only has the effect of stabilizing the condition and relieving the pain. So even if I use it, even if I take the body cleanser, I still won't be healthy, and I can't help you with the burdens of the family." Chu Si nodded. This was enough. Although Ji Xian had been trying hard to hide his pain, they all lived under the same roof, so it was impossible for Chu Si not to notice. He didn't want to talk about it before because even if he knew, he couldn't help. But now it was different. They had found a way to alleviate it, so why not give it a try? After all, they didn't have the energy stone before, so life went on just fine. Chu Si chuckled. It couldn't be worse than before, right? Ji Xian was her family, and he deserved her protection. Looking at Chu Si's bright smile, Ji Xian's heart tightened, and she finally nodded with difficulty. Old Lee chuckled, "Isn't that right? External things are not as important as your life. Little girl, your choice is absolutely right." Although Captain Ji looks so sick now, his combat experience and knowledge of life are unmatched. You definitely made a good deal. Chapter 20. After finally acquiring such a precious item as the body purifier, Chu Si was afraid of complications when taking it home, so she simply injected it directly into Old Lee's grocery store. After hearing Chu Si's words, Old Lee didn't say much, simply turning around and closing the shop's doors and windows. Chu Si watched him perform this operation, her mind slowly growing tense. Why was this looking more and more like a shady business? Fu Bowen noticed Chu Si's nervousness and patted her shoulder with a smile, explaining, "It's okay. After injecting the body purifier, Brother Xian will have a few welcome reactions." Old Lee. I'm afraid he might scare the customers. Fu Bowen's original intention was to comfort Chu Xiai, but his words only made Chu Xiai even more nervous. It had reached the point where it could scare the customers. How terrifying would that be? After cleaning up the shop, Old Manly came directly to Ji Xian, staring him straight in the eye. Are you ready? Ji Xian nodded firmly. He smiled calmly and said, let's begin. He had never been one to shy away from hardship. If this body cleanser could cure his illness, he simply said, let the pain intensify. No matter how painful or difficult it was, he could get through it. Oldie waved his hand and asked Fu Bowen to come over. The body purifier needed to be injected into the spine, and Fu Bowen's help was needed. After Ji Xian was injected, he sat quietly in the wheelchair. After about 5 minutes, he should have started to feel uncomfortable. Chu Xiai saw his brows slightly frowned, and his hands holding the wheelchair began to unconsciously exert force. Then Ji Xian's face turned blood red with the naked eye, the veins on his neck bulged, and you could hear the creaking of his teeth. Chu Xiai knew how patient Ji Xian was usually. Now that he was forced into this state, it was obvious that he was really in great pain. She was a little anxious and wanted to go over to take a look, but was grabbed by Oldie. What are you in a hurry for? This is just the beginning. The more intense the reaction of the body purifier, the better the effect. Little G, it's not even 10 minutes yet. The effect can at least last for another 20 minutes. Don't go over, let's wait and see. As soon as Oldie finished speaking, he heard Ji Xian's low cry of pain, followed by a fierce struggle, and the whole person fell directly from the wheelchair, his waist and legs straight, his hands desperately clasping the ground, and his fingertips were faintly showing signs of being worn out from scratching. Now it was not only Chu Xiai, but even Fu Bowen was a little unable to stand. Suddenly, Ji Xian's move stopped them in their tracks. Just now, Brother Xian's legs seemed to bend slightly. He was a little unbelievable, and hurried to confirm with Chu Xiai. Chu Xiai had indeed seen it just now, but she was afraid that it was just the natural retraction after the body straightened up. Chu Xiai did not say anything, she just looked at Ji Xian lying on the ground quietly. Finally, one of Ji Xian's legs moved slightly again, and Oldie dragged a chair over from the side, and took out a cigarette from his pocket, and put it in his mouth. Now was an important moment for Ji Xian, and the old man did not light it up on principle, but just crossed his legs and shook it. He was shaking, and it was clear he was in a good mood. This kid's lucky. After this, he might be able to stand up again. But don't rush it. Feed him more low-radiation food. It'd be good for him. Then, the old man thought of Ji Xian's family's living conditions, and silently shut his mouth. Who would eat that junk when they could have low-radiation food? Even he, with his modest means, couldn't afford low-radiation food every meal. It sounded a bit like why not eat meat. Chu Xiai didn't listen. She just heard the old man say that Ji Xian's legs might recover in the future. As for the low-radiation mutant food, she had a plant at home. Don't worry, she firmly believed that if she could dig up one, she could dig up countless. Of course, Chu Xiai was later slapped in the face. Food wasn't that easy to find. Almost everything nearby had been searched thoroughly. It was a good thing to bring back some edible wild vegetables every day. After a while, Ji Xian, sprawled on the ground, finally regained his composure. He looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. After he had caught his breath, Chu Xiai and Fu Bowen walked over and lifted him into a wheelchair. Oldie then grabbed a bottle of purified water from the counter. Purified water is water that hasn't been exposed to radiation, but Oldie's water is purified water that's been recontaminated, now showing low levels of radiation. But for Ji Xian and the others, this was already a rare treat. The old man smacked his lips and warned, I'm giving you this bottle of water on credit. Next time you bring in prey, I charge you back. Fu Bowen knew he was being addressed. After all, Chu Xiai was just a little girl, and she didn't look like she could slay a mutant beast. He nodded quickly, believing it was no big deal. Oldie finally lit his cigarette, churning it up beautifully. Give it to him quickly. He'd benefit greatly from this low-radiation purified water. Hearing this, Fu Bowen hurriedly. He unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Ji Xian. Still feeling a bit groggy, Ji Xian took the water from Fu Bowen and sipped it numbly. Chu Xiai was a little worried, wondering if the body cleanser had any serious side effects. Fortunately, Ji Xian recovered after a short while. After confirming that he was alright, they left the grocery store. Fu Bowen hadn't taken any leave today, and it would be time for them to gather soon. He had to get back quickly. Fortunately, with a wheelchair, Chu Xiai could push Ji Xian back to the shantytown. While it was still early, they should hurry back. She might still be able to catch up with the large group of people scavenging. Chapter 21. After injecting the body purifier, Ji Xian was exhausted. Coupled with his long-term physical condition, he fell asleep halfway through the journey, leaning against his wheelchair. In the dim light of the street lamp, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to form on Ji Xian's head. Chu Xi couldn't help but slow down his pace. He pulled a handkerchief from the back pocket of the wheelchair and carefully wiped the sweat from his head. Ji Xian frowned slightly in the wheelchair, sleeping restlessly. It seemed that he was still feeling very uncomfortable. When they arrived home, Chu Xi moved him to bed as gently as possible. With Ji Xian's usual alertness, he would wake up quickly with the slightest touch. Today, he only opened his eyes once, while Chu Xi was moving him, and then fell asleep again, without any movement. Chu Xi was worried about leaving him alone at home in his current state. Fortunately, after a while, Ji Xian finally woke up on his own. He looked much better, at least his face was much rosier than before. Chu Xi helped him up and fed him some water, with a spoon to replenish the water he had just lost. Chu Xi had decided to stay at home to take care of the patient today, but when she opened the cloth bag containing the food at home, she was struck by lightning. In the bag, the two lonely nutrient supplements seemed to be laughing at her. If she didn't go out, they wouldn't have to wait until the future to eat dirt tomorrow. Oh! She had a headache. Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian, who was wiping his sweat. Very good, it seemed that he wouldn't die for a while. Then she shouldn't affect her progress in scavenging. After all, the poor can't afford to get hurt. If she didn't take action, let alone low radiation mutated food, she wouldn't even be able to solve Ji Xian's problem of food and clothing. How could she use to heal him? Chu Xi encouraged herself, gathered her energy, and resolutely packed a nutrient solution and a bottle of water before setting off. Any scavenging trip would require her to stay out all day, so the nutrient solution was essential. If she suffered a hypoglycemic episode while out in the wild, she felt she might not be able to make it back without replenishing her energy. Even with it, she had to control her appetite and drink only water unless she was experiencing any serious side effects. Looking at the last nutrient solution left in the bag, she desperately wanted to tell Ji Xian, "Eat it up. I bring some food back tonight." After much hesitation, she didn't dare speak. Having already gone scavenging twice, she now fully understood how hard it was to come by food. She felt the urge to tell Ji Xian to eat less, but she finally held back. Ji Xian had saved her life, so she had to be a decent person. She had to be careful not to burn her bridges after crossing them. Ji Xian's concerns had delayed her today, and she had to leave immediately. Otherwise, she might be forced to endure another high-radiation sunbath on the way. Her last sunburn hasn't fully healed yet, and another would require medication. Given their family's current situation, how could they afford to spend that kind of money? After careful consideration, she decided to visit the raspberry patch that Qin Wanwan had sent her. Judging from the photos, the raspberry patch was quite large, with many ripe berries, clusters of tempting purple-red hanging from the branches, inviting her imagination. Although they might not be edible, they looked pleasing, didn't they? And that's real fruit, you can sell it for money. She had been debating whether to go to the fern collection site. After all, the harvest there was quite good. Yesterday alone, they harvested one fern with a low radiation mutation, and one with a moderate radiation mutation, definitely a bumper crop. But Chu Xi considered that it was raspberry season. If she didn't go now, would she have to wait until the fruits had fallen? Anyway, she and Fu Bowen had nearly eaten all the fern yesterday. It would take at least a few days for it to grow again. She had been thinking that selling the energy stones would give her points to buy food, but poverty and hunger seemed unforgiving. Chu Xi was still quite happy. If she could help Ji Xian survive longer, no matter how hard life got, she would be fine. She could accept that. Actually, it seemed like Ji Xian was more dependent on her now, but to Chu Xi, Ji Xian held a very important place. He was her spiritual support in this world. Ever since Chu Xi had traveled here, she had felt like a floating duckweed, and Ji Xian was the string that held her aloft, the bond between her and this world. Adjusting her mindset, Chu Xi projected the location of the raspberry picking spot in the air, and checked the route mapped out by the navigation system. The entire walk would take about an hour and a half. Luckily, there was still enough time. Taking small steps, Chu Xi followed the route for about half an hour. As she walked, she checked the navigation system again. Then, she noticed the second half of the track had inexplicably turned red. What the hell was going on? Chu Xi, puzzled, had a vague feeling of foreboding. She clicked and checked. Oh my! This was a warning that she was traveling too slowly. At her current speed, she would likely be exposed to solar radiation damage in the second half. Oh my god, why hadn't she been told this earlier? If she had known, she would have chosen the closer grass leaf base to avoid the sun's scorching heat. Now she understood the truth, not even daring to get sick. With no other choice, she could only run. Thinking back to the painful experience of the first day, her chest reflexively began to pound. She began to breathe hard and sighed deeply. Juicy Eye had already grabbed her water bottle, ready to drink immediately if the stabbing pain in her chest began. But it never happened. Juicy Eye was happy. It seemed her earlier impression was correct. Her body seemed to have grown stronger. She ran without feeling particularly tired, her face not flushed, and she wasn't out of breath. After running for about another half hour, overtaking several groups of people, the distance marker on her watch finally returned to its normal color. Seeing her destination was almost there, she decided to break away from the main group and sneak over to explore the terrain first. She didn't want to get stuck without picking any berries. Chapter 22. When Juicy Eye found the berry orchard according to the navigation, even though she had prepared herself mentally, she was still stunned by the vibrant colors and abundant fruit. A gentle breeze carried a faint fruity fragrance to her nose, and she took a deep breath, intoxicated. What a refreshing sweetness. Juicy Eye secretly grumbled, this is what living a life of drunkenness and dreaming is like. It's so rare. Despite the overwhelming temptation, she decided to check the working environment first. Before picking, she had to confirm that the surrounding area was safe. With a cat-like gait, Juicy Eye circled the raspberry orchard. Good, no one else was in sight, so she could finally start working without worry. She also took special precautions, and chose a secluded location to test the radiation levels of the nearby raspberries. That way, even if someone came by later, she wouldn't have noticed her immediately. It was just that she was addicted to raspberry testing, and before she knew it, she strayed from her original position, wanting to see every fruit. Look at that big, black one, it looked incredibly juicy. If it was edible, wouldn't she regret missing it forever? With a flick of her knife, Juicy Eye expertly caught a drop of thick, sticky liquid and dripped it onto the watch's testing area. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Juicy Eye remained calm. After all, inedible fruit was the norm. Continuing forward, Juicy Eye prepared to search for her next target when she paused and glanced down at her watch. Oh my god, an edible, moderately mutated fruit, oh my god. She only been here a short time, and already she reaped a reward. Could she really be that lucky charm? Juicy Eye turned around and quickly put the fruit she just tested into the bag she carried, just in case she picked the wrong one. She even tested it again. It was indeed an edible, moderately mutated fruit. Juicy Eye was delighted. Even though it was just one fruit, it was a mutated variety, the size of an apple. She patted her small bag carefully, and silently gave the raspberry she just picked a new name. Xiaogua, meaning she hoped it would bring more siblings, so that the whole family could be reunited in her bag. Hee hee. Juicy's fantasies hadn't ended when she was caught off guard by something unexpected. She quietly bent down, hiding herself behind the dense raspberry bushes nearby. Through the gaps between the branches, she saw something nearby. For large men approached, cautious, glancing around from time to time to prevent being followed. Juicy's heart pounded. Could it be that they were really thinking this? This was her first time here, and she hit the mark? These men looked like tough foes. Their faces held a hint of sinister intent. She was afraid they weren't good people. Juicy Eye didn't think she'd get away with anything. She silently pulled out her dagger from her bag. A head-on confrontation was out of the question. Given their size, she'd be hard-pressed to defeat them one-on-one. For against one, wasn't that courting death? So, her only option now was a strategic retreat. Juicy Eye hoped they'd quickly get into picking mode, so she could find a chance to slip away. Luckily, these 4 men were also impatient. Perhaps fearing discovery if they stayed too long, they each guarded a raspberry bush shortly after their arrival, and began to fight. They started testing, and at this moment, Juicy's heart was lifted up, because one of them was testing the same fruit that Juicy Eye had just tested. The scratches on the fruit were still very fresh. Juicy's hands were covered with cold sweat. She comforted herself in her heart that most of the fruits she picked were purple-black, and the cuts were not big, so they would not be easily discovered. However, things did not go as she wished. The big man was very cautious. Before he finished testing too, he found some clues. He stared at the fruit on the branch for a long time, touched it lightly with his hand, and a trace of fresh juice stained the palm of the man's hand. The big man looked up and around, his eyes roaming around. Chusi was so scared that she quickly shrank back, and she kept saying that something bad was going to happen. The big man patted the shoulders of the others and whispered a few words. They dispersed and started looking for people in the raspberry bushes. Chusi. She retreated quietly towards the path. This was the advantage of observing the terrain in advance. At least she now had a clear escape route. As long as she could blend in with the crowd of scavengers, she would be safe for the time being. However, she had only taken 2 steps when someone patted her shoulder gently. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Chusi held a dagger in her right hand and subconsciously wanted to stab it out. Fortunately, when she turned around, she saw the person coming in time and was able to stop the attack. Qin Wanwan was startled. She was worried that Miss Koi would scream subconsciously when she was frightened, but who would have thought that she would subconsciously swing the knife after being frightened? After calming down her panic, Qin Wanwan quietly pointed in a direction and pulled Chusi to signal her to follow. Chusi was a little hesitant. The direction of the path was exactly the opposite of the direction Qin Wanwan pointed to her. Did she still dare to trust this girl now? But if she ran onto the path now, without the cover of the raspberry bushes, she'd be easily spotted. If they chased her, she wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Forget it. Let's fight. She trusts Qin Wanwan just once. If she was really being deceptive, she'd just fight to the death. Qin Wanwan took 5 or 6 steps forward, then turned around and found Chusi hadn't caught up. She was terribly anxious. It was so late. Why was Koi Miss still distracted? She had no choice but to stop and wave hurriedly, urging Chusi to catch up. Fortunately, she quickly recovered and caught up in a few steps. This time, Qin Wanwan had learned her lesson. She took Chusi's hand and led her through the bushes, crouching down. After 5 minutes of running, Chusi finally spotted a hole under a large tree, barely wide enough for one person. It was now open. However, there was a stone slightly larger than the cave entrance next to it, which was probably used to block the door. Qin Wanwan squatted down and slipped in. Her movements were so smooth. Several big men were getting closer and closer. Chusi did not dare to delay and immediately followed suit and got in. After entering, he found that the space inside was of a decent size, at least enough to hide 2 people. The best thing was that the space inside the cave was connected to the tree hole, so there was no need to worry about the problem of lack of oxygen. After Chusi came in, Qin Wanwan immediately rushed to the cave entrance and blocked the stone door. Not long after she finished, footsteps were heard outside. She hurriedly turned around and made a gesture to Chusi to keep quiet. Chusi nodded, looking at the stone door nervously. Fortunately, after a lot of searching, the footsteps gradually moved away. Chusi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her crisis today was over. Chapter 23. Even after confirming the searchers had left, Chusi and Qin Wanwan remained huddled in the cave, unaware of the possibility of a comeback. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, they heard the gentle patter of footsteps outside the cave again. It seemed they had planned to take the enemy by surprise, but their plan was bound to fail. That was the advantage of hiding in a cave. One could hear clearly if anyone was passing above. This time, they still found nothing. Although the 4 men were still unhappy, they had to admit defeat. The raspberry thief might have already left, but the others weren't in a hurry. The leader, his eyes grim, said to the other 3, "Don't worry, let's go pick the berries first. We can't have come out here in vain. Since that man discovered such a treasure trove, he can't just come here once. He's dealt with others before, and he certainly won't be the last. We can just find an opportunity to take him out. Let's let him go for now." He waved his hand, signaling everyone to hurry. After all, picking as many berries as possible before the harvest was due was the real deal. Chusi's group wasn't worth their attention. Hearing the gray-robed leader's words, the others nodded in agreement. But they still worried that their secret base, belonging only to them, wouldn't be exposed. The gray-robed leader was quite confident about this. He chuckled and explained, "No, we guarded this berry orchard for 4 years now. The yield is excellent, with a harvest almost daily. This orchard alone is enough to meet our family's basic needs each year. If you were asked to share its location now, who would be willing to do so? Don't worry, everyone is greedy. If he had found this place by chance, he would have kept it as his greatest secret and would never reveal a single word to anyone else. He was only afraid that more people would find out, so there was absolutely no reason for him to tell anyone." The others reflected on how closely they guarded the secret of this berry forest, knowing only they themselves knew. They almost as well not tell even their parents, fearing word would spread and leaks would arrive. What would be left for them then? Of course, The main reason was that the boss had already issued a death order. Anyone who dared to reveal even a single word would be beheaded, and there was also a collective punishment policy. Whoever knew would be in trouble. Don't think this was just empty intimidation. They, the gang members, didn't deal with such empty promises. They seen the boss deal with disobedient underlings with such brutality that it was chilling. All they could say was, "There are always people who are better than you." It wasn't their own fault for not being the boss. It was their own fault for being soft-hearted. The four stopped talking and immediately got down to business. They already wasted enough time today. They had to rush to other collection points soon. They were always extremely cautious in their actions in order to prevent others from discovering their tracks, they would leave early every day after arriving at the raspberry collection point, and rush to other collection points before dark to collect some rotten vegetable leaves as a cover for scavenging. In the cave, Qin Wanwan was also calculating the time for their departure. Since she found out that this place was owned by someone, in order to avoid them, she had secretly observed them for several days. Naturally, she knew their itineraries very well. For safety reasons, she even dug this cave here on purpose. As a result, she almost missed her time to go home at night for several days. Who would have thought that Chu Ci would discover them just 2 days after the cave was dug, which aroused their defensive psychology. These people were not good people. I'm afraid they are already planning how to get rid of them as soon as possible. They will definitely come here for surprise inspections from time to time in the future. That would be too dangerous. If they come here to scavenge again, they might end up in trouble. It seems that this newly dug cave will be useless in the future. Alas, it was her fault. She should have told Miss Koi the first time she discovered something was wrong. It was her fault for being so obsessed with tunneling. Now, all her hard work had gone to waste. After some thought, Qin Wanwan pulled Chu Ci to her side, and whispered in her ear about the 4 men's usual scavenging habits. But today's circumstances were special. Qin Wanwan predicted they would likely return midway, so she suggested they wait until they had completed their second inspection before leaving to avoid being stuck in traffic. Chu Ci frowned slightly. Qin Wanwan's plan seemed sound, but there was a major flaw. For example, who knew when these men would return? The wilderness of Fitu was extremely dangerous, with all kinds of strange and mutated beasts. Camping outside was difficult without resources. Even with specialized protective gear, it would be virtually impossible to survive. The only problem was, if this were to wait at several intersections until the last possible moment before they could return to base, they would either be intercepted or sacrificed to the mutant beasts in the wild. How tragic. Might as well take advantage of their strategy. While they feigned retreat, they could take another, smaller path and escape quickly. Perhaps they could even have a chance of survival. Qin Wanwan lowered her head and pondered. While Chu Ci's suggestion was risky, it did have a higher chance of success. She wasn't one to hesitate, so she nodded and went for it. Luckily, Qin Wanwan had been observing these people for several days, and knew which road they usually left from. This time, she could just avoid them, and choose a different path. Chu Ci's idea was that choosing a pathless wasteland would make it easier to escape. This could also prevent the situation where several people were guarding several small paths to block the way. It was impossible for Qin Wanwan not to think of such a simple plan. Sure enough, after searching her original body's memory, she found the reason. It turned out that these roads were officially protected, and there would be special people spraying animal repellent regularly, which could also ensure the safety of the scavengers to a certain extent. There was no such treatment in other places, especially near dusk, when all kinds of mutant beasts began to move around. Those who dared to move in the wilderness were basically those who didn't care about their lives. Now there was no other way. They could only bet that these people would still move together in order to paralyze them. At the right time, the two of them crawled out of the cave and moved forward quietly along the established route. Generally speaking, the journey was relatively smooth. They came to the fork in the road quietly. As a result, they saw a burly man blocking the way from a distance. The two of them hurriedly squatted down and found cover to protect their bodies and minds. Damn, Chu Ci cursed her own crow mouth. Good things didn't work, but bad things did. Her eyes gradually turned cold. She had no choice but to draw out the gun she carried with her. She had brought a small knife. Fortunately, there was only one person here. Although she and Qin Wanwan were both women, in a 2-on-1, life-or-death struggle, who would win or lose was still uncertain, but they had to fight quickly. If the noise of the fight here attracted the other three, there would be no need to fight. As many as could escape would be best. Just as Chu Ci was about to act, perhaps it was fate that this big brother abandoned his duties of containment and went to test the raspberries. Actually, his idea was very simple. He left this large field of raspberries unattended. What if there were edible ones? Wouldn't that be a waste? He wasn't blind. On the contrary, he was so confident of his excellent eyesight that as long as he could see if anyone was passing by on the path, why did he have to wait here? What a fool! It was just that he was addicted to collecting raspberries, especially after his eldest brother collected a moderately mutated fruit. His enthusiasm was even greater, and most of his attention was distracted by the abundant raspberries before him, and naturally less attention to the path. Chu Xiai and the other man took this opportunity to stop and go, and slowly move out of the big man's surveillance range in a covert manner. Chapter 24. The two supported each other, and once they were sure they were out of the man's sight, they broke into a desperate run. Luck was on their side this time, and they spotted a group of scavengers from the shantytown in the distance. No one was chasing them. Chu Xiai and Qin Wanwan were completely exhausted, their hands resting on their knees, gasping for air. Even though they were ravenously thirsty, they could only swallow saliva to relieve the thirst. In order to make it easier to escape, they were also afraid that the sound of liquid colliding in the water bottle would be heard when they ran, thus exposing their position. Therefore, when they came out, they both decided to travel light. Qin Wanwan only took the protective knife she carried with her, and all the other items were left in the cave. Chu Xiai was more greedy. There was still about 2/3 of the nutrient solution left in the morning, and she was reluctant to throw it away. Although it was placed in the cave, who knew when they would go there again? The open nutrient solution could not be kept for long. Fortunately, the packaging of the nutrient solution was soft plastic. After squeezing out the air, Chu Xiai tied a knot on it, stretched out his hand and shook it. Fortunately, there was no sound. Chu Xiai thought it would be best if she could take it away. In case she ran into those bastards, she could still use it as a backup. The expensive hidden weapon only added to her escape load, but she wasn't so stubborn. If she felt unwell, she could always discard these belongings. Since she couldn't bear to throw away the nutrient solution, she certainly wouldn't discard the raspberry she risked her life to pick. She even wanted to bring it back for Ji Xian to try. Before escaping, she quietly plucked 2 leaves from the outside to wrap the raspberry tightly, tying it directly to her belt. As she ran, she would use her hands to gently move it. Now it seemed that the raspberry had been saved. Seeing Qin Wanwan gasping for breath in pain, Chu Xiai wanted to generously give her 2 sips of nutrient solution to ease her symptoms, but when she thought of the limited food supplies at home, she silently wiped her face. Never mind. As our ancestors said, when you're rich, you should help the world, when you're poor, you should take care of yourself. Although she could not provide any help, she could share the hardship. If everyone was thirsty, she would not drink. Qin Wanwan lowered her head and rested for a long time before she slowly recovered. Chu Xiai was even worse off than her. After all, she was still in the recovery period of her illness. Although her physical condition had improved slightly, it was still a long way behind that of ordinary people. Looking at her pale little face, Qin Wanwan felt extremely guilty. In this matter, no matter what, she was in the wrong. When she first started the transaction, she really didn't know that the location of the raspberry forest had been targeted by others. Later, when she discovered the danger, she was only busy thinking about how to deal with it, and forgot to notify Chu Xiai of the danger information in the first place. As a result, she almost got into danger today. Chu Xiai waved her hand. She didn't care about this matter. After all, there might be danger here. Ji Xian had analyzed the dangerous situation to her on the day they just returned. It was her own lack of caution that led to those people discovering her tracks, and she even implicated Qin Wanwan. This place would probably be unreachable in the future. The hole she had dug before was in vain. Qin Wanwan saw that Chu Xiai looked quite calm, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't want to break up with Miss Koi because of this. It was still early, and the scavenging teams were still outside collecting wild vegetables. If only the 2 of them were walking back, it would inevitably be a bit too conspicuous. Since they couldn't go back for a while, they couldn't waste the rest of the time. Standing there would only arouse suspicion. Fortunately, she was very familiar with this place, and immediately led Chu Xiai to a mulberry leaf collection area. When Chu Xiai heard it was mulberry leaves, he was excited. If there were mulberry leaves, would there be mulberries? Is this area so amazing? There are so many good things? Qin Wanwan shook her head helplessly. There are no mulberries. The mulberry trees here have mutated in a wrong direction. They don't produce fruit, only leaves. However, the leaves have become thick and juicy, and can be eaten raw, though they have a slightly astringent taste. Chu Xiai nodded secretly. It was okay, she could accept that. When they reached the mulberry forest, she was stunned by the sight before her. This was normal for a collection site. Chu Si felt that the places she had found before were usually lucky, with very few competitors. But this place was different. It was packed, like a testing workshop, with a constant beep sound. Could they possibly snag a spot to work like this? After all, in crucial moments, one still had to rely on the local indigenous people, which was a great way to train one's eyesight. Qin Wanwan led her through the crowd, occasionally glancing up at the branches above. Soon, she had chosen a branch for Chu Si. Chu Si, you check the leaves on this branch first. I see what's on this one. The leaves show fewer signs of detection. You work here first, and I find another location to start. Before Chu Si could say anything, she turned and quickly blended into the crowd, disappearing in a flash. With no other options, Chu Si took out her tools and began examining each leaf. From the front, these mulberry leaves looked much the same as ordinary ones. However, the thick texture and dense hairs on the leaves brought her back to reality. Gently tearing open a leaf, the texture inside felt more like a succulent, rich in moisture. A gentle squeeze of her hand released a glistening stream of juice, which she calmly caught on the dial. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation, edible. Chu Si lost her balance and nearly fell over. What was going on today? A mixture of excitement and surprise? Hell and heaven connected? She quickly looked up and around. Fortunately, there were too many people here, and the noise was too loud. She could only hear a buzzing beeping sound, and couldn't make out anything else. Seeing no one was paying attention, she calmly folded the leaf and placed it in her shirt. She had left the bag in the cave, so she would have to go back and make another one. If she had known it was a precious, low-radiation mutant plant, she wouldn't have torn such a big hole out. It looked like she was wasting a precious thing. Regardless, she was still very happy. Didn't this add another item to Ji Xian's menu while he was recuperating? God bless them. Could their family's fortunes be about to change? After working for about another half hour, the scavenging teams were starting to return. Qin Wanwan approached her with a beaming smile. I'm so lucky today. I just found a moderately radioactively mutated mulberry leaf. I can make some leaf soup tonight. Chu Si, how did you find it? Chu Si nodded modestly. I also found a moderately radioactively mutated mulberry leaf. I wasn't lying. After collecting a mulberry leaf with a low-level radiation mutation, she also collected a moderately mutated mulberry leaf. Adding that to the raspberry she gathered this morning, her harvest for the day totaled 3. It was truly a bountiful harvest. Just ask who else. Chu Si herself felt her luck today was heaven-defying. Qin Wanwan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Back in the cave, she naturally seen Chu Si pick a raspberry, and then, less than half an hour later, she picked another moderately mutated mulberry leaf. She truly was a lucky charm, wasn't she? I'm truly envious. Chapter 25. On their way back, they unexpectedly encountered the 4 burly men from the raspberry grove. Perhaps because they hadn't managed to ambush the 2 of them, all 4 were in a foul mood. The conscientious elder brother, who had been staking out Chu Si, and the other's path must have been busted. A noticeable slap mark edged his face. He had been cowering behind their leader, head bowed. The man in front of him, still furious, took 2 steps forward before turning back and kicking him. Judging by the situation, they figured he realized the man had been let go by this conscientious elder brother. Chu Si and Qin Wanwan exchanged a glance, not daring to move. They tried their best to imitate the other people on the street, glancing fearfully at each other before quickly moving away. It was clear this group wasn't a good match. If they got too close, they'd probably get bloodied. The others watched grimly, as they watched passers-by nearby. Fortunately, the 2 of them managed to imitate them well enough, and they didn't. After safely passing the dangerous section without them noticing anything unusual, Chu Si saw Qin Wanwan with her hands pressed against her chest, her mouth opening and closing as she muttered something. Chu Si leaned in closer and finally caught the words, God bless, and keep the bad luck away. God bless, and keep the bad luck away. Chu Si, will this work? Forget it, sincerity is the key. She also increased her telekinesis. God bless, and keep the bad luck away. Yes, the criminals, they deserve it. God bless, and keep the bad luck away. The criminals, they deserve it. She didn't know if the prayers had any effect, but the rest of the journey went smoothly. Chu Si even arrived home about 15 minutes earlier than usual. When she walked in, Ji Xian was just getting out of bed, preparing dinner. He glanced up and immediately spotted the problem. Where's your cloth bag? Chu Si laughed, not intending to let Ji Xian know about the dangers of today. But she wouldn't be able to fool him if she didn't tell him anything, so she briefly recounted the day's events, glancing over the thrilling parts. I went raspberry picking today, didn't I? And by some strange coincidence, I ran into the original owner. My small frame was no match for those big guys. I was so scared I didn't even dare to pick up my bag and ran away, but my trip wasn't in vain. Look, what's this? With that, she proudly pulled the raspberry from her waist, like a treasure. Unwrapping the leaves, the alluring purple-black color was revealed, and a sweet, fruity aroma wafted out. Chu Xi chuckled, we're in for a treat today. We can finally taste what fruit tastes like, hee. Ji Xian didn't say whether he believed it or not. He simply nodded calmly, and pointed at the cloth bag behind the door. Take a look at the food first, then we decide whether to try it. Chu Xi's smile froze. The tragic scene that morning was still vivid in her mind, and now she didn't have the courage to open the bag. Never mind. It seemed like these raspberries couldn't be eaten. She would have to exchange them for points, and then for some nutrient solution. Survival was more important than enjoying herself. Chu Xi's shoulders slumped. Come on, like a deflated ball, Ji Xian smiled faintly, then narrowed his eyes dangerously, his gaze turning cold. How could she have had time to pull a dagger from her bag, but not the time to flee with it? There was only one possibility. Chu Xi must have been in dire straits, forcing her to choose only weapons for self-defense, discarding all other irrelevant items. Since these people love the berry forest so much, let them guard it. Seeing Chu Xi still drooling over the berries, he sighed and pushed his wheelchair outside, setting up a small pot to prepare a meal. He planned to make a cold salad with the fern Chu Xi had gathered yesterday, and use half a bottle of nutrient solution to make a soup. Ji Xian fished out the remaining nutrient solution from his grain bag. Just as he was about to tear open the seal with his right hand, the contents vanished. Chu Xi frantically grabbed the nutrient solution. How could he be so clueless about life? This one's unopened, so it keep for at least another 3 to 5 days. The one she's already opened will only keep until tomorrow morning. No, she's been out all day, and Ji Xian hasn't eaten anything. Even the fern they dug yesterday is now lying obediently beside them, ready to be their snack tonight. This won't do. Ji Xian is in crucial recovery time right now. If he can't keep up the energy, wouldn't he miss such a rare opportunity? Chu Xi took this matter seriously. Body cleansers are so rare, and who knows when they come across one again. Chu Xi was about to reprimand her when she looked up and saw Ji Xian's clear eyes. She suddenly lost her temper. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he changed his tune. I also picked 2 mulberry leaves today. One has a moderate radiation mutation. I add it to the porridge later. I also have a low radiation mutation. It's for your breakfast tomorrow, okay? Ji Xian nodded noncommittally. He knew what Chu Xi was thinking, but there was nothing he could do. She was the family's breadwinner now. Ji Xian also knew that Chu Xi's life of scavenging outside was not easy. For the sake of family stability, he had to set aside some food for her. Well, this was the norm in most families. Food had to go to the laborers of the family, a bit like robbing Peter to pay Paul. The two of them had a hearty dinner, sated themselves, and then had a good sleep. Chu Xi was carefree. What happened today was in the past. At most, she would just avoid the group. This little incident couldn't even lift her tired eyelids. The next morning, Chu Xi was woken early by Ji Xian. She rubbed her eyes, still feeling incredibly sleepy. She checked her watch and said, "It's only 3:30? She was immediately displeased. What was Ji Xian up to? Was he planning a rebellion? Ji Xian was calm. He tapped his wheelchair and said, "From now on, you must get up at 3:30 every day. Your special training is about to begin. Hurry up, don't dawdle. We have to go to Old Lee's grocery store today." Chu Xi rubbed her face. Oh, she had asked Ji Xian to give her special training earlier. How could she have forgotten? She couldn't be lazy. Once she had her back trained well, she wouldn't be afraid of running into those scoundrels again. With all the new and old grudges, she wouldn't be afraid at all. After giving himself a pep talk, Chu Xi quickly climbed to his feet. "All right, Instructor Ji, I'm ready." Ji Xian nodded, satisfied. He tapped Chu Xi's watch a few times, and a video projection appeared. It was a video Ji Xian had recorded when he was still healthy, teaching his subordinates. At that time, he was still wearing the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps uniform, so it looked like it was recorded when he was captain. Then Ji Xian said, "Due to my current health, I can't give you a real-world drill. This is the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps training video for new members. I plan a daily learning schedule for you, and you train according to the instructions. I come by every night for spot checks. If you don't meet the requirements, you need to practice more. Chu Xi nodded, agreeing completely. Ji Xian's stern and serious teaching style required careful practice. After all, the enemies out there wouldn't be much mercy on women. Besides, her current malnourished appearance wouldn't inspire anyone to protect her. The first day of training was brutal. Even a simple horse stance made Chu Xi feel like she was going to die in agony. She finally understood what it meant to have two legs trembling. Her face was pale, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she felt dizzy and her arms trembled. The feeling was worse than running 10 miles. Ji Xian sat in his wheelchair, watching Chu Xi, her hands on the wall, walking like a duck, his brow furrowed. He glanced at his watch. Only 15 minutes left. Oh, her strength was too low. No, she needed to train harder. Chapter 26. After the training, Chu Xi walked around the room a few times, her legs trembling. While making breakfast, Ji Xian reminded her not to forget to relax her muscles, otherwise, in her current state, she would only get more tired. Chu Xi nodded, looking very obedient. She took every instruction from the instructor seriously. Ji Xian silently glanced up and sighed helplessly. How could he describe Chu Xi's situation? Great attitude, poor skills, a complete newbie. It seems like there's nothing else to do this past week. I just have to intensify my physical training, the kind that kill me if I don't die. Chu Xi had no idea of her own tragic future. Right now, she was staring at the mulberry leaves in Ji Xian's hand, her mind wandering. Oh, when she was home, Earth was her home, of course. Mom used to make her steamed mulberry leaves. Fresh leaves were coated in a little flour, and steamed directly over high heat for about 20 minutes. After they were removed from the pot, they were left to cool slightly, then dipped in mashed garlic and eaten. It was quite delicious. Unfortunately, there was no flour, no garlic, no seasonings. And no mom either. Chu Xi shook her head, blinking her slightly moist eyes, and leaned over to Ji Xian and asked, Instructor, with our family's financial situation, can we afford soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings? Oh, and oil too. I like to have some stir-fried dishes. Every day, I only season with salt, and it's almost bland in my mouth. Ji Xian looked up at her expressionlessly. Did he want someone to hear what she was saying? She still wanted oil. That stuff was much more expensive than nutritional supplements. Vegetable oil was a bit easier to get, but it was also made from real ingredients, not something the average person could even dream of. Animal oil, on the other hand, was extracted from the fat of mutant animals, and was essentially reserved for the upper class. Of course, if you were capable of hunting down a slick mutant beast, you could still make some oil for yourself. But when he thought of Chu Xi's current combat power, he silently pulled his lip together. Forget it. There's a kind of dream called daydreaming, and too much of it is useless. But he could still think of ways to get soy sauce and vinegar. Of course, forget about the high-end stuff brewed from pure grains. With their current family situation, they could still afford it. They were all trying to pick up some chemically blended technological product. It wasn't very nutritious, but it wouldn't kill them either. Chu Xi, from what she said, only wanted the taste. As for any side effects from consuming too much, they didn't need to worry. After all, even these chemically blended seasonings weren't cheap for them. Since they couldn't bear to use too much, there was no question of overeating. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi felt relieved. It was impossible not to feel a little disappointed, but she could understand. After all, given their family's current situation, even a single raspberry had to be exchanged for nutrient solution. Expecting more was a bit unrealistic. But it didn't matter. She had confidence in herself. Once she became successful at scavenging, these would be minor issues. Ji Xian knocked on the pot, signaling for breakfast. He noticed Chu Xi really enjoyed giving them. It was okay to pump yourself up. After all, it wasn't bad. Young people, after all, were better off with more drive. All of Chu Xi's melancholy thoughts were swept away by a warm breakfast. After dinner, she grabbed the raspberries she picked yesterday, wheeled Ji Xian around, and headed for Old Li's store. She wanted to go alone. After all, she was an adult, and it was hard to believe she had to bring Ji Xian along with her every time she went to the store. She felt a bit insecure, which wasn't the hallmark of a modern woman. Besides, she met Old Li several times before, and felt he was a decent enough person, unlikely to deliberately rip her off. But Ji Xian expressed his doubts. You've been living in the shantytowns, he said subtly, and your exposure to goods is limited. Old Li won't gouge you on price, but with him guiding you, you're likely to buy something flashy and unrealistic. Chu Xi was speechless. There was nothing she could do. Ji Xian was right. Her understanding of the world was indeed too one-sided. Even if she wanted to buy something good and cheap, her mind was empty, with no comparisons at all. Besides, Ji Xian had other important matters to attend to this time. During the past 2 days at home, he had not only finalized Chu Si's training plan, but also the one he had promised Fu Bowen. He went there today, just in time to give it to him before their training camp. He also had something else he needed to ask Fu Bowen to handle. She traded a berry for 4 nutritional supplements from Old Li. Although the nutritional supplements he had were nearing their expiration date, the price was very fair. And there were only 4 of them in total. Even if they used them sparingly, they wouldn't even last until the expiration date. After leaving Old Li's grocery store, the two headed straight for the Tomorrow Mercenary Group's training grounds. Ji Xian's demeanor had noticeably changed this time. When Chu Si went over to call for help, he even chatted with the guards. Team members entering and leaving, if they recognized him, would greet him, no longer avoiding him as before. Chu Si was delighted by this change. Ever since the injection of the body cleanser, Ji Xian had noticeably improved over the past few days, with the nerves in his legs becoming increasingly sensitive. His favorite activity now was flexing his toes. Although it often left him sweating profusely, he relished the experience. Chu Si kept calling Ji Xian her savior, but what he really meant was that Chu Si was his salvation. Looking at that cheerful figure, Ji Xian's eyes softened unconsciously. After a while, Fu Bowen rushed out from inside, and Chu Si followed behind him calmly. Judging from his progress, wasn't it the training plan that had been finalized? He's acting like he's coming to see his wife. Why is he so enthusiastic? Bowen glanced around, spotted Ji Xian's position, and immediately ran over, excitedly saying, "Brother Xian, have I finalized my training plan?" Ji Xian nodded and handed him a chip. "Train according to the instructions above. Send me a set of test data every 3 days. I adjust based on your physical condition. Just one thing, you must meet the training requirements. Okay?" Fu Bowen nodded excitedly. That was a must. Who among them, mercenaries, would risk their lives? Even though it was the same training, Chu Si's training was primarily designed to deal with malicious villains, while in his missions, he faced the most vicious mutant beasts. Compared to the mutant beasts, those villains in the shantytowns were nothing. A coward who bullies his own way. The combat power levels of these two sides were completely different. Just as he took the chip and inserted it into his watch, preparing to check it, Ji Xian continued, "I just pushed a location to your watch. When you return, use the Tomorrow Mercenary Group account to share the location of this newly discovered raspberry harvesting site." Fu Bowen was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that someone might have bumped into Brother Xian. Oh, bad luck. Fu Bowen's rest time was limited. After confirming that Ji Xian had no other instructions, he immediately ran back, not forgetting to declare, "I guarantee to complete the mission." With that, the assembly whistle sounded, and Fu Bowen, unleashing his swift foot, was gone in a flash. On the way back, Chu Si couldn't help but ask, "If we don't use our own watches to release information, isn't there a risk of identity leaks? If we leave this to Fu Bowen, will those people be able to track him down?" Ji Xian smiled faintly. "It's okay. Whether they can find him is still unclear. Even if they do, they can only trace it back to the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. If they have the guts, let them settle accounts with the Mercenary Group. If they even have such thoughts, we can notify the family to come and collect the body. Just wait, they suffer in a few days. Once this news spreads, you can go back to collecting berries." Chu Si starry eyes. That was perfect. She hadn't gotten to eat that berry, which had always been a lingering pain in her heart. Now, justice had been served, and her selfish desires had been satisfied. Delighted? Chapter 27. After returning from the safe zone, Chu Si prepared to go out scavenging. Ji Xian suggested that she spend the next few days gathering foxtail grass at the base. The foxtail grass was the 4 leaves Chu Si had brought back on the first day. Ji Xian had his own reasons for this suggestion. Firstly, Chu Si had recently increased her physical training, and her fatigue required a period of adjustment and buffering. Secondly, foxtail grass wasn't particularly popular with ordinary scavengers. After all, with the same high radiation risk and the same effort, everyone preferred juicy, plump, and tender vegetables. Consequently, the competition for gathering foxtail grass would be much smaller, and even if she managed to harvest a little, it would easily attract attention. Chu Si wasn't entirely satisfied, as she preferred the leaves of mulberry trees to those of foxtail grass. Even though Chu Si had almost been tamed by this wasteland, she still couldn't get over the throat-sucking texture. The fibers were so thick and strong that they stuck between her teeth when she bit them. It was simply unbearable. But she understood Ji Xian's intention and lifted her aching thigh. She probably couldn't walk anywhere else too far. After all, it seemed that this was the only place she could go. Seeing her constipated look, Ji Xian couldn't help but comfort her. Haven't you always wanted to make yourself a little bed? Gather more leaves. When I'm home during the day, I can weave a straw mat for you. It's better than sleeping on hay. When Bowen's off in a couple of days, I have him go out and bring you a big log. That way, you have the main frame for the bed. Chu Si's mood brightened when she heard she could finally say goodbye to sleeping on the floor. She was more than happy to gather materials for a mattress. As for weaving the mattress, Ji Xian wouldn't need to be asked to help. She possessed a set of three-dimensional weaving techniques, learned while working as a textile craftsman in the modern era. Now, she could make herself a thick mattress. With proper care, a straw mat could last for over 3 years, and it would still be sturdy and comfortable. Having made up her mind, Chu Si didn't waste any time and immediately prepared to pack up and set off. After searching for her small cloth bag, she couldn't find it. She slapped her forehead. Oh, she had forgotten to make it. She had left the previous one in the hole Qin Wanwan had dug. After gathering foxtail grass, she could weave a backpack with 2 straps. Although she had gotten 4 nutritional supplements today, Chu Si was reluctant to drink more, so she only took the little leftovers from yesterday. She figured that since the workload wasn't intense today, she shouldn't waste food. Luckily, there were spare water bottles at home that she could use directly. After leaving the house, Chu Si walked in the dark along the bumpy streets. Just as she was about to leave the shantytown, she saw a headlight on the side of the road. The light shone on a blackboard with the 2 characters announcement written in white chalk. A circle of onlookers gathered below, chatting and laughing, excitedly discussing something. She could vaguely hear something about the autumn harvest. Chu Si also moved over. Seeing everyone's excitement, she knew that the content of the announcement was beneficial and harmless. After finally getting under the blackboard and reading the words clearly, she couldn't help but feel excited. It read, Base Benefits. In 3 days, the base government will organize a convoy to the sweet potato collection area. The fare is still 2 points per person as in previous years. On the return trip, you can carry your harvest within 10 kilograms without paying extra. For every 10 kilograms above that, you will need to pay 2 points. Sweet potatoes, this is a serious staple food. Chu Si had always felt like something was missing, a constant source of unease. But because she'd been missing so many things, she hadn't grasped the key point. Only when she saw the sweet potatoes did she finally understand what she'd been worrying about. After all, autumn had already arrived, so how could winter be far behind? With her current efficiency, she was thankful to be able to get by each day. So, when the cold weather came, would she take Ji Xian out to starve? Not having enough food to store was a sin, and the transportation cost was within her means. A tube of nutrient solution cost 5 points, and 2 points was less than half the price. If the harvest was good, it would definitely be a huge profit. Sweet potatoes are also easy to store. Simply slice them raw and lay them flat. Drying on the roof and storing it all winter would be no problem. Chu Si happily spun around, raised her watch, and snapped a picture of it against the blackboard. She then shared the good news with Ji Xian. Ji Xian simply replied, Okay, we can set off for the foxtail grass collection site now. Any later, and we have to run. Chu Si, that was a cold shower. Well, she lifted her aching leg. It was a wise decision to listen to Ji Xian. It was perfect. Go there early today, cut more foxtail grass, and let it sit in the sun to dry. Then, make the big bags tonight, and use them directly tomorrow. The mutant foxtail grass has very long leaves. Pick the ones that have grown well, twist multiple leaves together, and weave them into bags. There's basically no need to worry about the weight. After being dumped with cold water by Ji Xian, Chu Si quickly calmed down. Turning around, she noticed that the crowd had significantly decreased. It seemed that there were still quite a few people with good self-control. It hurriedly pushed through the crowd and rushed to its scavenging destination. The first thing Chu Si did was to spread a piece of dogtail grass under the sun, and then she found a shady place to test whether there were any edible grass leaves. Although she looked down on the dry grass leaves, it was better than nothing. As a result, she tested for a whole morning and didn't find a single edible one. She didn't know if her luck in the past 2 days had run out yesterday. At noon, she sat on the edge of the field, eating lunch while looking at the dogtail grass waving in the wind. Every graceful swing seemed to convey contempt. Chu Si reflected deeply on herself. She was really too proud. Here she could. Food is precious, so why should she be so picky? She hadn't even touched the water in her hand. Feeling apologetic, Chu Si poured half the bottle directly into the dogtail grass, muttering to herself, "A glass of water, as a token of my apology. Please don't be so rude to me. I will definitely learn from my mistakes, mend my ways, and be a good person." Just as she finished pouring the water, she looked up and saw a spike of dogtail grass seeds in the grass ahead. The scientific name for this thing seems to be Caryopsis. Perhaps millet evolved from dogtail grass, right? Doesn't this mean that grass seeds are also grain? Ignoring the scorching sun outside, Chu Si ran over, a few leaves above her head. With a flick of her knife, a spike of dogtail grass seeds was in her hand. She immediately ran back with her arms around it. She took a careful look along the way, and noticed that this patch of foxtail grass bore very few fruits. Only a few plants sprang up, hidden beneath tall leaves. They looked very different from the native species today. She wondered if it was a result of mutation, or if they had already passed maturity. Chu Si cut down the few plants she could find and carried them to a cool, shady spot. The pods weren't large compared to the tall plants, but they were still about the length of her arm. Chu Si peeled one open. The fruit was golden yellow, about the size of a corn kernel, but now hard and smooth, clearly dry. Testing the radiation level was a difficult task for her. Did she need to scrape off some powder? She laboriously opened the seeds. A small window scraped a little powder from it. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Chu Si casually tossed the seed aside and picked up another to test. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Continuing. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Ding! Moderately mutated due to radiation, recommended for moderate consumption. Chu Si, delighted, hastily put the edible seed away. An entire afternoon flew by, and Chu Si hadn't even finished testing half an ear of fruit. This job was incredibly time-consuming. Fortunately, the results were very encouraging. 16 edible fruits emerged from less than half an ear, including one with a low radiation mutation. Seeing the time was almost up, Chu Si tucked the ear of fruit into the pile of leaves and carried it home. Jixian happened to be at home with nothing to do on weekdays, so now he had found a meticulous job for him. Chapter 28. On the way back, Chu Si hurried home, carrying a large bundle of grass leaves. Scavengers hurried home, and along the way, everyone at most cast a curious glance at her before losing interest. If it was edible food, there was no way she could find so much. Most likely, they were taking it home to make hay. Occasionally, a few leaves fell to the ground because they were not tied tightly enough, but Chu Si ignored them. This further confirmed everyone's suspicion. Who would have the time to waste time on such things? But there were also some smart people who packed it like this. Either they really didn't find anything, or they had a big treasure hidden inside. A lively-eyed woman stopped right there, thought for a moment, and decided to give it a try. So she quickly walked over to Chu Si. "Little girl, you be out gathering the autumn crops in a few days, and Auntie doesn't have any suitable bags. Could you spare me some grass leaves? You won't be able to use all of these right away anyway. I return a bundle in a couple of days when I'm free, okay?" Chu Si frowned, wanting to refuse outright. The foxtail grass base wasn't far away, so it was something she could easily do. Why would she ask her for it? But when she looked up, she met the suspicious gazes of several passers-by nearby. She immediately understood. Her feelings about borrowing grass leaves were fake, wanting to see what she was thinking. The real question was whether or not she had hidden something. Chu Si had been prepared. She had hidden the English spikelet at the very bottom, with only a layer of foxtail grass underneath. How could they possibly find it? She stopped without hesitation and untied the hemp rope that had bound her. Chu Si had twisted the rope from foxtail grass leaves earlier. She offered half of it to the old lady, feigning a benevolent air. "Annie, why should we exchange it? We're all neighbors in the shantytown. But I have to use this grass not only to weave sacks, but also to make a mattress for myself. It's really not enough to give you any more." The old lady glanced at the remaining haystack and, seeing that there was nothing hidden inside, chuckled and awkwardly agreed with Chu Si. Seeing that there was no hope, the others quickly quickened their pace and left the area. "Wang Xiaocui, how shameless are you? You're asking a little girl for hay. What's wrong? Are your legs broken? You can't walk so close?" "Huh?" Chu Si hadn't expected someone to vent her anger. Turning around, she saw the same old lady she met the first time she scavenged, the one who given her the fan. "Lu Xiaomei, why are you everywhere?" The little girl didn't say anything, so why are you interrupting? Despite Wang Xiaocui's stern words, she deftly packed the haystack, shouldered it, and quickly left the scene. Clearly intimidated by Aunt Lu, she didn't dare engage in a verbal exchange. By the time Lu Xiaomei arrived, Wang Qiaozui had already gone some distance. Seeing she couldn't catch up, Aunt Lu rolled her eyes and spat in her direction. "You have no skills, and you only know how to bully a little girl." Seeing Chu Xi had already packed up the remaining blades of grass, she offered earnest advice. "My daughter, next time you're out dealing with this kind of stuff, especially when you need to bundle it up in large bundles, it's best to have someone from your family accompany you. Otherwise, there will always be those who look down on you and want to take it all." Chu Xi nodded obediently. "My brother hasn't been well lately, so sometimes his friends come with me." Lu Xiaomei immediately understood Chu Xi's family situation, and her mother's heart broke. No wonder this little girl was so sensible. Alas, children from poor families grow up early. Although Aunt Lu's family wasn't wealthy, Chu Xi's life was undoubtedly even poorer and more difficult than hers. Thinking of her resentful daughter, she couldn't help but feel even more pity for Chu Xi. Of course, pity has its limits. For example, asking her to share some of the food she found today with Chu Xi was absolutely impossible. After all, her family wasn't getting enough to eat either, and they couldn't afford to help others. But they could add each other as friends. The next time she went out to collect leaves, they could agree to go back together. Then, a scoundrel like Wang Qiaozui wouldn't dare come looking for trouble again. Chu Xi was delighted to have such a friend. Aunt Lu was incredibly talkative, ready to chat about anything and everything, which greatly helped Chu Xi deepen his understanding of the local customs and practices. They chatted and laughed all the way back to the shantytown. Aunt Lu's house was a few rows ahead, Chu Xi's in the middle. Even though Aunt Lu was still reluctant to leave, they had to part ways. Chu Xi sighed inwardly. What a fight! Ever since the two of them met, Lu Xiaomei had been talking non-stop. She had every reason to suspect that Wang Qiaozui's fear of Aunt Lu was likely due to her lack of endurance. Finally arriving home, Qi Xian had already prepared dinner, the same old nutrient solution porridge, this time without vegetables. How could it be described in one word? Miserable. Qi Xian ignored her disdainful look and spooned her a bowl of thick porridge. Eat quickly, you have physical training soon. Chu Xi's face instantly turned green. Miserable, even more miserable. Believing that happiness is better shared than shared, she unloaded the foxtail grass she was carrying, dug out the few clusters of caryopsis from the bottom, and handed them directly to Qi Xian, signaling him to finish testing the remaining seeds. Come on, let's hurt each other. Facing Qi Xian's clear gaze, Chu Xi admitted that she was still quite afraid of him. To mask her guilt, she even showed him the 16 seeds she had tested and found edible today, to prove she hadn't been slacking off. Qi Xian curiously took a seed in his hand and squeezed it hard with 2 fingers. The seed was very hard. Looking at the wound Chu Xi had opened earlier, there was still a fine powder on it. It seemed that this thing had a very high starch content. Chapter 29. Chu Xi picked up the bowl and gulped down the nutritious porridge in one gulp. Luckily, the water was just the right temperature, otherwise it would have burned her skin. She had no choice but to leave time for knitting bags. After dinner, Chu Xi immediately got into training, working incredibly hard as always, and her results were as unbearable as ever. Just as she was working herself to death, Qi Xian wheeled himself over to the toolbox at home. He rummaged through it, and soon found a small file. She was surprised. She hadn't expected such a thing to exist at home. Then, Qi Xian picked up a seed, unpeeled, and ran it across the small file, aligning the friction surface of the seed with the watch's test pinch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Chu Xi, Admittedly, this was significantly more efficient than hers. After a long hour, accompanied by Ding, Chu Xi finally concluded her training mission. But not yet. First, she had to stroll around the room for about 5 minutes. Right, after her strength had recovered, she had to relax her muscles. When she finally picked up the blades of grass to weave, she realized she was struggling to even lift her arms, let alone weave a sack. Why couldn't she finish her work first and then train? Comparing the two, she felt like her brain had been eaten by a dog. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Qi Xian methodically put the edible seeds aside. Seeing Chu Xi's miserable state, and remembering that she had to go out early tomorrow to scavenge, and would be busy all day, he couldn't bear to torment her any further. So he said, go to sleep. I finish weaving the sack later. You can save these seeds for testing tomorrow. Chu Xi, it's not impossible, but there's a problem. She might not be impressed by Qi Xian's weaving skills in the end. If she spoke out, she didn't know if there would be backlash. Chu Xi didn't dare try. After all, Ji Xian wasn't just her roommate, he was also Instructor Ji. She had to be on guard. The situation had already reached this point. If she pushed the issue, wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? So she shook her head obediently. No, I'm doing handicrafts, and it helps me calm my restless heart. Ji Xian didn't comment. Alright then. He continued testing his Caryopsis seeds, while Chu Xi twisted hemp rope and made a basket nearby. Under the dim light, the scene was incredibly harmonious and beautiful. Ding! Low radiation mutation, edible. Chu Xi's eyes lit up, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. This Caryopsis is a seed. Unlike the bracken and mulberry leaves he gathered before this, it can be planted. With this thought in mind, Chu Xi immediately ran over, then his leg gave way, and he collapsed. Ji Xian, holding the low radiation seed in his hand, looked at Chu Xi, slumped over in front of his wheelchair, and said calmly, "You don't have to be so careful." A great gift. Chu Xi raised her head with a grin. It was the first time she realized how rude Ji Xian could be. Never mind, she couldn't fight him now. Wouldn't that be bullying a sick patient? Ignoring the pain, she hurried to her feet, took the seed in her hands, peeled off the shell, and examined it herself. Fortunately, the scratches Ji Xian had made with the file hadn't damaged the embryo. However, there was some damage, and she wondered if it would spoil if planted in the soil. Nevertheless, she decided to give it a try. Tomorrow, she would dig up some soil from the area where the low-radiation mutant fern had grown to test whether it was indeed low-radiation soil. After Chu Xi told Ji Xian about her plan, he pondered for a moment before deciding to give Chu Xi a heads-up. Someone has tried this method before. It's undeniable that the plants grown this way are less mutated than those grown outside. However, there's still a high chance of growing highly radioactive, mutated, and inedible plants. Chu Xi nodded. It was okay. After all, these things didn't cost money. Well, they were bought with points. In the future, at most, she'd just have to provide them with some drinking water. She could still afford that. Seeing Chu Xi's confident expression, Ji Xian sighed. Growing food wasn't that easy. In the end, she was afraid her excitement would be in vain. Chapter 30. Both of them busied themselves with their work, leaving no one speaking for a while. Chu Xi, feeling a bit too quiet, told Ji Xian about what had happened outside today. She had also met a kind-hearted woman named Lu. And Lu was so powerful that even the shrews in the shantytown had to avoid her. Chu Xi decided to go digging in the bracken collection area tomorrow, and asked the woman to go with her on the way back. This should save a lot of trouble. Seeing how she acted, even the most volatile people wouldn't dare to mess with her. She was incredibly fierce. Ji Xian nodded occasionally in response, finding it quite amusing to listen to Chu Xi's ramblings during these quiet moments. As she was talking, a question suddenly occurred to her. Ji Xian, the food I gather outside is either leaves or fruits. Aren't there whole plants that are edible? Ji Xian held a Caryopsis in his left hand, and adjusted the file with his right. Since Chu Xi wanted to plant something, he had to minimize the damage from the test. Hearing her confusion, he explained, there are plants with whole plants mutated by low or moderate radiation exposure, but they're very rare among plants growing freely outside. They're all cultivated in breeding bases in safe zones. However, the cost of such cultivation is prohibitive, so it's generally only used for precious herbs or for seed preservation. They also need to control costs for ordinary crop cultivation. However, they have professional equipment there, and the success rate for cultivating plants is much higher than for us ordinary people. A batch of crops can typically yield over 30% edible results. Chu Xi was shocked. She hadn't expected that plants cultivated in such a professional setting would have a success rate of only around 30%. No wonder food was so scarce in the base right now. Wasn't this a sign of starvation? After Ji Xian finished speaking, he looked at the edible foxtail grass seeds he had sorted out and commented, "You're lucky to have found these seeds today." In the wild, finding seeds with an edible rate of over 5% is already quite good. It's common to find nothing at all. These should have an edible rate of around 7% to 8%, which is quite rare. Chu Xi nodded. She was very satisfied with her harvest of Caryopsis, but the fruit set rate was quite disappointing. With such a large area, how many ears had formed? Although she knew the chances were slim, she decided to go there early tomorrow after collecting the soil to see if she could find any. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck Chu Xi. With such a low fruit set rate, if she only planted one, would it not even produce seeds? The mere thought of this possibility filled her with despair. She had worked so hard to care for several. Months passed, and nothing came of it. This is just like killing someone, A heartbreaker. After hearing Chu Si's complaints, Ji Xian nodded seriously. From what you said, I think the mutation pattern of this batch of foxtail grass will likely make breeding difficult. If you want to plant it, you better be prepared. Chu Si's eyes were misty with tears. What if it didn't produce seeds? She finally saw some hope, and before she even started, it was cut short? No, absolutely not. Since she wasn't sure if a single foxtail grass would produce fruit, she might as well plant a few more. If the low radiation mutation wasn't enough, she used the medium radiation mutation. After all, everyone had a high probability of experiencing radiation mutation, so it's better to have more than enough. Chu Si glanced up at the seeds Ji Xian had picked out. There were at least 40 of them now, a small pile. Taking 10 out for research wouldn't be too much, right? Chu Si looked again and again, still hesitant to speak. She knew how much people in this world valued food. When she proposed the idea of planting before, it was obvious that Ji Xian was opposed. But since it only cost 1 seed, he let Chu Si consume it. Now it was different. Chu Si actually wanted to expand her research career. She was afraid Ji Xian would take over before she even started. She hesitated all night, not daring to speak. Only after Ji Xian finished his work did he simply push half of the seeds to her. If you want to plant them, you have to take good care of them. The newly emerged sprouts might be mutated by high radiation, but once they grow, 1 leaf or 1 seed might be edible. So once the seeds sprout, there's no such thing as cutting your losses mid-sentence. Chu Si excitedly took the seeds. She understood. She would take care of them like the others in the service group, and she'd pay her respects 3 times a day. Ji Xian's face froze, but it wasn't necessary. Chu Si counted and found 25 perfectly round, golden seeds. She was delighted. She would never let Ji Xian down. With all these seeds, she would plant a small nursery for herself. Looking at the translucent ceiling overhead, Chu Si was incredibly grateful for her original body's wise decision. With this plastic roof, she at least didn't have to constantly move the seedlings around. Even on rainy days, she didn't have to worry about them getting soaked by high radiation rainwater if she didn't move them in time. If that happened, the entire batch would be effectively ruined. With this seedling foundation, Chu Si was captivated by the golden caryopsis even in her dreams. A scene of rapt happiness. The next morning, without Ji Xian's urging, she set her alarm for 3:30 and quickly got up. Following Ji Xian's videos, she practiced the drills. At 4 o'clock, Ji Xian got up to make breakfast. Around 4:30, Chu Si had just finished training, so they had breakfast together. While eating, Ji Xian reminded her not to forget to soak the seeds in water and plant them in advance. Luckily, their house was a greenhouse, and the mutated foxtail grass had become quite cold-resistant. If Chu Si was lucky, she might be able to harvest the first fruits around the spring festival. Then, Ji Xian mentally added, if there is a chance. Looking up, he saw Chu Si, as if he was stuck, paused with his bowl in hand. Chu Si's mind was filled with mixed feelings. Why did he even need to plant them? The mutated foxtail grass had thicker seeds, requiring early planting to increase germination rates. But she can't. Ji Xian stared at Chu Si silently for a moment. The more she watched, the more she felt this was unreliable. Wasn't this girl just going to rely on her own passion to farm? Oh, forget it, let him do it. He might not be proficient, but he still knew the basics. Chu Si blushed and begged for mercy. She would immediately go online to brush up on her basic planting knowledge tonight. After dinner, she saw Ji Xian fill a basin with warm water and drop the 25 seeds in. She quietly packed her things and prepared to go out and dig. Making amends? Well, sort of. Chapter 31. Due to the expansion of her planting area, Chu Si planned to dig more soil this time. Luckily, she had just woven a large bag last night for the sweet potato harvest. It should easily hold 50 to 60 kilograms. It might still be a little small, but that's okay. It should be more than enough for seedlings. If she needs to transplant them later, she can dig some more. As the saying goes, before anyone starts something, they imagine success in their mind. Chu Si felt just like that now. She was full of energy. Despite the physical strain of an hour after recovering, she was still full of confidence. Of course, this sudden surge of fighting spirit is usually an illusion. Chu Si had only been out of the house for about 5 minutes, when the pain in her muscles brought her back to reality. On the way today, she encountered the coughing child again, but his condition was clearly worse. Although Chu Si felt pity for him, she didn't dare approach him. Who wouldn't feel pity for someone struggling in this world? She held her breath, stepped away from the sick man, and walked quickly out. Alas, Chu Si couldn't help but sigh. Her heart was growing hard. Thinking about tomorrow's convoy to harvest autumn crops, there would surely be a huge crowd. After the pandemic, she even realized the importance of a mask. She had previously planned to make a towel for Ji Xian before discussing it with him, but now that was out of the question. She had to get his white towel tonight. It should be more than enough to sew 6 masks. Chu Xi hurried on, thinking about tomorrow's events. She didn't know if it was because she had become so accustomed to this route. She was now getting better and better at controlling the pace of her journey. Before, she felt that just walking every day would consume a lot of her energy. After reaching her destination, she felt like she had lost half her life. Now she felt much more relaxed. Although she was still physically exhausted, Chu Xi had a good mentality. It felt like she was just doing ordinary farm work. When she got to the end of the field, she could recover immediately after a short rest. Chu Xi walked and stopped rhythmically. When she was tired, she would rest for a while in the shade and drink a few sips of water. When the sun came out, she learned from most of the indigenous people, and picked a large leaf from the roadside as a parasol. She quickened her pace, and soon arrived at the fern collection base. Chu Xi remembered it very clearly the last time she went to the place with low radiation mutant sprouts. After all, Fu Bowen said that there was a high possibility that a medium radiation mutant fern would grow there. After arriving at the place, she immediately walked towards her destination. Sure enough, there were a few more sprouts there. Several. Chu Xi rubbed her hands excitedly, wondering how many plants she could take home. She immediately pulled a knife from her backpack and began testing them. Her heart trembled with excitement. With each cut, juice dripped onto the test bench of her watch. Ding! Highly mutated with radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Okay, now her excitement had subsided. She tested the next plant. Ding! Highly mutated with radiation. Not recommended for consumption. And then ding! Highly mutated with radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Damn it! Chu Xi was truly losing her composure. She wondered if she wouldn't be able to take any plants home. She tested several more plants in a row, but sadly, this hideout hadn't yielded a single edible plant. The soil had only been showing low levels of radiation mutation the last time. After this incident, Chu Xi truly understood the unpredictability of life. She sighed deeply. She no longer held high hopes for the land beneath her feet. Could it possibly have nurtured such a group of children? At least it must be a stepmother. Then, a surprise turned around. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation, recommended for moderate consumption. It's actually moderate radiation, and it's still usable, but forget about eating dirt. To Chu Xi's surprise, several areas of this land tested moderately radioactive. Chu Xi also found 2 precious EC pearls from the bracken growing above. Although they were also moderately radioactive mutations, she was already very satisfied. Their length, width, and thickness were much larger than she found last time. One was waist high. She could pickle them at home and make them into pickles, a great side dish for porridge. However, this time, the moderately radioactive soil she found was much more than Chu Xi had originally expected. She couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. From what Ji Xian had said, soil suitable for planting was still very rare. Could she have misunderstood? Was the only soil suitable for planting low in radiation? Looking at the pile of dirt, Chu Xi pondered for a moment. She decided she should send Ji Xian a message. She didn't want to exhaust herself carrying it back, only to find out it was all for nothing. Wouldn't that be a recipe for disaster? Unfortunately, there was no search interface for the watch, and she couldn't find a way to figure it out on her own. After listening to Ji Xian and Fu Bowen's last conversation, she knew there must be at least a forum online. She'd have to ask him how to log in when she got home tonight. Ji Xian's message was quick. Soil with moderate radiation levels can meet planting requirements. Honestly, looking at the pile of soil Chu Xi had photographed, he fell into deep thought. Was soil suitable for planting already readily available for wholesale? After a moment's thought, Ji Xian added, asking Chu Xi to test it elsewhere along the way. Could it be? Could the environment have improved without her noticing? Thinking of this possibility, even his usually calm demeanor couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If ordinary people could grow crops, their current living environment would undoubtedly be transformed. Of course, Ji Xian's assumptions were completely overblown. Now, it seemed Chu Xi's luck had proven to be just another example of bad luck. On the way back, she selected several locations for testing, both at the foxtail grass base and on ordinary roadside plots. It was difficult for her to lug a large bag around, but in the end, all she found was highly radioactive soil. The two of them finally woke up from their dream. Well, that was good enough. At least Chu Si had collected enough moderately radioactive soil, which should be enough for growing this batch of foxtail grass. Ji Xian, who was testing the Ingwe at home, glanced at his watch. He checked the time, took out the seeds from the water, and spread them flat on a warm, damp towel. He needed to keep the environment moist. Seeing that everything was fine, he wheeled his wheelchair back to test the Ingwe. He now had about 30 more edible seeds piled up beside him. Looking at the Ingwe ears in his hand, Ji Xian actually agreed with Chu Si's approach. The fruit yield was truly impressive. Why not give it a try? If they succeed, they basically have a stable income. Putting aside other things, at least they won't have to worry about food all the time. Chapter 32. The trip to the foxtail grass base wasn't in vain. Chu Si not only tested the soil, but also stumbled upon a bunch of caryopsis. He weighed it in his hand. It weighed at least 5 pounds. He wondered how much edible material he could find in the end. Chu Si looked at her haul for the day: a large bag of moderately radioactive soil, 2 very large ferns, and a bunch of foxtail grass seeds with an edible content of about 7%. Perhaps it was because she was too ignorant, but now Chu Si felt like a tycoon. No one could compare. Who among the scavengers who came and when could possibly have amassed such a large and small collection? However, having learned from yesterday's lesson, she had learned her lesson. She sent a message to Aunt Lu in advance, explaining that she had dug up a lot of soil for the con today. As a girl, she was afraid of encountering unapproachable people on the road, so she wanted to invite her along. The aunt replied shortly, a simple 2-word okay. Seeing the matter settled, Chu Si immediately arranged a meeting place with her. It wasn't far away, right near the foxtail grass base. Aunt Lu happened to pass by there on her way back, and Chu Si didn't have to take a detour. Both parties were very satisfied. After sending the message, Lu Xiaomei sighed inwardly. She really liked this girl. She was simple and sensible, and she was also quite good-looking. She had a son of marriageable age, and marrying her to a daughter-in-law like her seemed quite good. Unfortunately, Chu Si's family burdens were too heavy, and her parents-in-law wouldn't agree. Seeing the time was almost up, Aunt Lu gathered the wild vegetables she had gathered today, said hello to the few people who had come with her, and left early. Looking at the 3 thick, plump, and tender mulberry leaves in her hand, she felt extremely satisfied. This would definitely make a good dish. She had been having a bad time lately, always being outshined by her sisters-in-law, who mocked her openly and covertly. She was eating free meals. This time, she would give them a good slap in the face when she returned. The mulberry leaf collection base was quite far from the place they had agreed on. Lu Xiaomei had told Chu Si about her approximate time of arrival, so Chu Si didn't rush to leave. With nothing to do, she tested the radiation value of each dogtail grass leaf. Although it didn't taste good, it was good when boiled in water. It had a grassy fragrance, and could replenish some energy. If she had sugar at home, she could also mix some electrolyte water. If she got a heat stroke in the wild, she could rely on this to relieve the heat. After all, the autumn heat was still quite strong. Unfortunately, there was no sugar. Otherwise, how about making a simple version with only salt? It's not impossible. Chu Si mechanically checked the radiation level of the foxtail grass, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Seizing the last half hour, she finally found a moderately radioactive mutant leaf that met edible standards. Heaven rewarded, Chu Si excitedly kissed the leaf. This couldn't have come at a better time. She had to go on a field trip tomorrow, so now she had herbal tea. The leaf was huge, half a man's height. Chu Si thought for a moment, and decided to cut it in half with a knife. She'd keep half for herself, and use the other half as payment for Aunt Lu's bodyguard duties. Otherwise, she'd be embarrassed to bother her again if this happened again. As for Aunt Lu's surprise after their meeting, needless to say, she hadn't expected a reward. Even though the leaf wasn't particularly tasty, it was better than nothing. The men at home were such big eaters, so she considered it a treat for them. They were just happy. Of course, at first, Aunt Lu had refused. After all, scavenging wasn't easy for a young girl, so her family wanted to find a way to send her to a safe area to do odd jobs. No one wanted their children to follow that path, as they knew it themselves. It was too hard, too tiring, and quite unstable. But Chu Si insisted, so Aunt Lu reluctantly accepted. She figured if it didn't work out, she could just help her along the way. Look at that huge bag of dirt. How could the little girl carry it all by herself? She completely overlooked the fact that Chu Si had carried it all the way here himself. Watching Aunt Lu's brows twist in a state of disarray, Chu Si's expression shifted, and her lips twitched. If your expression had been a little more sincere, I would have believed you. But she didn't care. Chu Si believed reciprocity was the most reliable way. Honestly, in this world, aside from Ji Xian, who depended on her for everything, she wouldn't take anyone for granted. This way, at least the next time something like this happened, she could ask Aunt Lu for help. Without a mutual interest, how could someone keep giving for nothing? Although it seemed like a casual affair, it was undeniable that Chu Si was leveraging Lu Xiaomei's influence, and Lu Xiaomei, in turn, was sharing some of the risk with her. Chapter 33. As Chu Si walked along, he truly felt that his half-leaf of grass hadn't been wasted. Although he encountered a few inquiring glances, he subconsciously flinched when his gaze met that of Aunt Lu. Even so, Lu Xiaomei's venomous scolding continued, which was quite devastating. Aunt Lu was in a particularly good mood today. Besides the extra income from Chu Si, it was mainly because they were going to pick the autumn crops tomorrow. A good harvest always brings joy. Lu Xiaomei brought her entire family with her. Besides her own family of 4, there were also her eldest uncle's family of 5, her younger uncle's family of 3, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law, totaling 15 people. This was very rare in the shantytown. Although they sometimes bickered among themselves, when problems arose, the family members would always stand by and defend each other. This was also the reason why they were so close. The reason why most people in the shantytowns don't want to easily mess with Aunt Lu is that she's good at talking. But they're even more afraid that Lu Xiaomei will stir up a hornet's nest in their family. When it comes to this big family, Lu Xiaomei is still very proud. Having more people not only gives them a sense of security, but also many practical benefits. For example, when going out to pick autumn crops, each person who goes can only get a small piece of land. After all, they have to go hunting for food nearby. In fact, everyone can understand this rule. After all, not everyone can grab a parking space, so you have to leave some hope for others, right? It's just understanding. But who doesn't want more space? Every time you come, you have to pay more for the bus fare, and it's hard to say whether you can get a number the next day. This is when the benefits of having a large family are revealed. In the third child's family, the little kid is only 6 years old. What can he do? Wasn't the reason I went along this time just to get an extra spot? This was the first time Chu Si had heard of sweet potato harvesting being divided into designated areas. She originally thought she could break even on a single trip, but it seemed she'd been overthinking things. But Aunt Lu suggested they explore the surrounding area for a bit, and if things didn't work out, they could see if there were any other wild vegetables. After boasting, Lu Xiaomei reminded Chu Si, Xiao Si, you can ask your brother to take a spot too. It's not easy going out, so try to harvest as much autumn food as possible. Chu Si thanked her for the offer, then shook his head slightly, and explained to Aunt Lu, no, my brother's legs aren't very handy. Lu Xiaomei felt deeply sorry. No wonder a young girl like her had to shoulder the burden of supporting the family. What about your parents? After asking this question, Lu Xiaomei immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to change the subject. Chu Si's thoughts drifted away with this question. Since she traveled through time, she had never thought about this matter. The main reason was that no one visited her when she was in the hospital, so she automatically ignored it. After listening to Aunt Lu's question, she subconsciously searched for the memory of her original body. The original body's family was very happy. Although she was born in a shantytown, her parents were loving and hardworking. They only had her as a child, and they gave her almost all their love. No matter how difficult life was, they never let her eat a bite of highly radioactive mutant food, which was extremely rare in the shantytown. There were always times when they were particularly unlucky, and they might not be able to find edible vegetables for several days. Inevitably, people in the shantytowns had eaten some highly radioactive mutant vegetables since childhood, but they tried to eat as little as possible when eating, and it basically would not cause death, but damage to the body was inevitable. This blissful life continued until the original body was 11 years old. That winter seemed exceptionally cold and long, and many families in the shantytowns were facing a food shortage. As the famine worsened, many people decided to venture out to forage for food. Everyone knew winter in the wild wasn't ideal for scavenging, but there was no other way. Perhaps to protect themselves from the cold, the plants' bodies were teeming with radioactive substances, making it virtually impossible to find anything edible. Furthermore, it wasn't just humans who were starving in the cold, the hungry mutants were eagerly awaiting these delicious meals. The original body only remembered that day, a huge crowd had gathered. Lacking absolute force, they could only use numbers to intimidate the ambitious mutants. This method surprisingly worked well, bolstering people's confidence. After days of starvation, the original body finally had a hot meal. More and more people were going out, until one day, unable to wait for their families to return from scavenging, they risked organizing a small team to search for them, only to receive a few wounded individuals back with dire news. It seemed the people had encountered a vicious pack of mutant wolves, and then the hunt began. That night, the shantytown was filled with deafening cries. Many elderly people had lost their loved ones, and many children had become orphans. I, myself, was one of those orphans. However, it seemed the grief didn't last long. Life's cruelty seemed to show no sign of letting these unfortunate people off. Without support, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled struggled to survive. Security in the shantytown also deteriorated. She had also transformed from a reserved and polite little girl into the thief she once despised. Fortunately, everyone knew their motives, and when caught stealing, they would at most give them a beating, but not actually kill them. Those were unbearable times. Her original self wasn't very agile, constantly getting caught stealing. There were times when she almost thought she couldn't make it. But then, spring arrived, food gradually appeared in the wild, and her life slowly returned to normal. However, since then, few people have dared to go out in the winter. Chusi took a deep breath and shook her head, pulling herself out of her own emotions. It was miserable, truly miserable. No matter what, she had to prepare more food for the winter. It didn't matter how much, it didn't matter how good. If starvation really hit her, she could probably chew even edible grass and leaves with relish. Lu Xiaomei watched Chusi's face shift from near tears of sorrow to flushed with fighting spirit. It was truly baffling, but she was glad she could adjust on her own, saving her the trouble of trying to comfort her. Lu Xiaomei secretly retorted, "She's only good at arguing. Comfort is truly her weak point." This was the first time Aunt Lu was eager to reach the shantytown as soon as possible, so they could go their separate ways. What could she do if she made such a nice little girl cry? She couldn't help but regret it. Why didn't someone take care of her foul mouth? Amid Aunt Lu's eager anticipation, the entrance to the shantytown finally came into view. Lu Xiaomei quickened her pace, fearing she might give the half-ripped blade of grass back to Chusi. Fortunately, Aunt Lu's anxiety was overblown. She had incredible composure. After entering the shantytown, the two of them parted ways smoothly, neither causing any unnecessary damage. Security in the shantytown was much better than outside. It had something to do with being under the emperor's rule. If any upright leader came to inspect and saw anyone bullying, they would be sent straight to hell. Therefore, even troublemakers rarely caused public disturbances here. Chapter 34. Chusi carried her large bag of earth on her back, and a backpack behind her, filled with the food she gathered that day. She drew a few inquiring glances along the way, but that was all she did. Of course, there was no real safety in the shantytowns. As long as the benefits were substantial and enviable, people would still risk their lives. But Chusi's bag of earth, plus a few vegetable leaves, was no one's idea of a large bag of soil suitable for planting. So, in everyone's eyes, it really wasn't worth it. Risking his life to rob her, was it just to build a Kong? So Chusi didn't worry. She carried her bags and trudged back to her little home. Smoke rose from the kitchen outside, and Ji Xian, with a virtuous air, tasted the salty taste of the nutrient solution. Chusi didn't. No need to laugh. This scene, no matter how you look at it, is breathtakingly beautiful. Their roles have completely reversed, with the woman working outside and the man at home. However, Ji Xian quickly shattered her illusions. Eat train. Your leg strength was clearly not up to par yesterday. You need to do 200 frog jumps today. A bolt from the blue, Chusi had been planning to share today's harvest with him, but now all she wanted was to give him the swaying fruit. Neither of us will get any rest tonight. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. She had to go out to harvest autumn crops tomorrow, and had to be in top condition. Could this extra training be done in 2 days? Ji Xian glanced up at Chusi's cautious and timid expression, and couldn't help but laugh. He nodded coldly. Could it be that after spending so much time with Chusi, he had become unusually lively? He hadn't originally planned any training for her today, but what was that look in her eyes just now? Her eyes clearly expressed what she was thinking. Ji Xian couldn't stand her showing off, so he had been mean and added a training task. Even if Chusi hadn't realized what was happening, he would have stopped her midway to give her enough time to rest. After this incident, Chusi calmed down a lot. After dinner, she reported to Ji Xian everything she had gained that day. She couldn't weigh the pile of dirt, but it must have weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms. Fortunately, the half blade of grass wasn't wasted. Aunt Lu had also helped her with a lot of the physical work along the way. She still had 2 large bracken ferns in her bag, which she would sauté tonight and make pickles with. She also had half a blade of grass to make tea, and let it cool for tomorrow morning. By the way, there is also that ear-roving fruit. This will be given directly to Ji Xian, and the subsequent work will be taught to him. Ji Xian raised his eyebrows silently. He had to admit that this harvest was really rich, but he was not in a hurry to be happy. Thinking of Chu Si's poisonous Kui attribute, he was now very worried about her safety tomorrow. Ji Xian carefully packed up everything. He could also make the bracken pickles that Chu Si mentioned, so she didn't need to work on it today. Anyway, it wouldn't go bad if left overnight. He could just deal with it tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Si nodded. She was very good at her cooking skills. There was no need to rush to do this kind of thing. Besides, the mask must not be forgotten. It must be done tonight, and it will be used tomorrow. I thought I would have to waste some time talking, but Ji Xian didn't have the slightest attachment to the white towel. In just a moment, the raw materials for 6 masks were ready. Thanks to Chu Si's love of handicrafts, making the masks was a breeze. She made clothes for her dog before, but she wasn't sure if she'd be able to make them for other people. She'd definitely have her winter coat at home, but Ji Xian's clothes would have to be made right now. It was okay, she just practiced with them. If they didn't work out, she could just make some changes later. The needlework flew, and before long, 6 masks were ready. Chu Si gave 2 to Ji Xian, keeping 4 for herself. Ji Xian was a frail patient who hadn't had the necessary equipment before, but now, whenever he went to crowded places, he had to protect himself. Since she was constantly in crowded places, self-protection was even more essential. To make it easier to tell them apart, she embroidered a simple leaf outline on Ji Xian's mask and a small flower on hers. As she worked, Chu Si suddenly thought of something. Now that she had the seeds in the soil, couldn't she just build a flower bed at home and start farming? To say she wasn't excited would be a lie. She was, quite frankly, thrilled. After all, independent farming is the first step out of poverty. Ji Xian tested the soil with his hand. It was good, pure black soil, quite fertile. But just planting directly like that would be tantamount to seeking death. If some mutant bugs hatched, they could be in danger. So, the most important thing now was to buy some disinfectant to clean out the dirt inside. Chu Si shed silent tears. What a rotten world this is. Every step is a pitfall, and every pit is a trap. This immediately dampened her motivation to speak actively. She went to sleep. She didn't care. Ji Xian had taken care of everything anyway, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Sigh. A little frustrated, looking at Chu Si with his head drooped and his back to him, Ji Xian sighed helplessly. Then, with a small file in his left hand and a jujube in his right, he began to work, the dripping sound incessant. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, he was ready for bed. Before going to bed, he fished out a badge from his bosom and carefully pinned it to a prominent spot on Chu Si's coat. The moonlight outside was bright, filtering through the hazy plastic sheet, its cool and gentle light gently covering the two of them. Another good night's sleep. Chu Si was woken up by her alarm clock at 3:30 in the morning. Alas, there was no training mission today, and she had forgotten to cancel the alarm yesterday. Chu Si turned off the alarm clock and was about to go back to sleep when she suddenly sat up in shock. No, I have to grab a seat today. Chu Si rolled over and got up from the mattress, washed her face casually, took out a nutrient from the cloth bag, put it directly into her mouth, and reached out to take down her backpack from the wall. The weight is wrong. With the faint light of her watch, she saw that her knife, big cloth bag, rope, water bottle, and mask were all inside. It seemed that Ji Xian had helped her pack them yesterday. It was just right, and she didn't have to waste time looking for things. She grabbed her coat in one hand and pulled the backpack down from the wall with the other hand. She put on her shoes and ran out. Just as she ran to the meeting place in a hurry, when she found the right place, she knew it was going to be bad. She didn't expect everyone to come so early. The queues in front of each vehicle were so long. She looked at the size of the vehicles, and then at her own position in the queue. Chu Si felt cold inside. It was probably not her turn even if she pulled 2 wheels. No wonder Aunt Lu said that this vehicle was difficult to make. Tomorrow, would she have to go here at midnight? Looking at the small stools specially prepared by the people in front, she felt that she might have underestimated the ruthlessness of these people. They might have come to queue up as soon as it got dark. In fact, Chu Si was right, and she didn't get a turn today. The team members wouldn't leave. Everyone brought their own food, determined to fight to the end. No wonder each person was only given a small portion. Otherwise, it would be a shame to the enthusiasm of the newcomers. Chu Si was utterly dejected. Fortunately, she still had a can of nutrients to last her all day. If she ran out later, she could ask Ji Xian to deliver more. Just as she was thinking of Ji Xian, she received a message from him. Put on your coat and line up at the mercenary group's vehicle tomorrow. Chu Xi remained silent. Could it be that Fu Bowen was the driver today? Forget it, overthinking it was pointless. Better to just do as he said. It was a big day in the shantytown, and the square was brightly lit. Chu Xi could easily see the logos on the cars. Some of the cars were bare, some were marked with a family name, and some were marked with the name of the organization, just like the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Chu Xi was lucky. The team she was lining up in happened to be the one responsible for the vehicles of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. After confirming that she was in the right position, Chu Xi put on her coat. It was then that she noticed the badge on the front of her lapel. The pattern on the badge was the same as the one on the car, and it was obvious that they were from the same school. Chapter 35. As the departure time drew near, Chu Xi, looking at the long line ahead, felt her chances of getting a spot were slim. However, she wasn't feeling particularly down. After all, the increasingly crowded crowd behind her gave her confidence. She was actually puzzled. She wasn't a regular, so getting up late and arriving late was understandable. But the autumn harvest was an annual event, so why were there so many people less enthusiastic than her? She glanced back and noticed that many people seemed slouched, catching up on their own little stools. Wasn't this too leisurely? There wasn't even a hint of the intense atmosphere of the harvest rush. Actually, Chu Xi was right. Not everyone wants to catch the first train. In fact, as long as you don't go too late, there will always be a portion of sweet potato fields left for you. After all, the collection is divided into zones. No matter how early you go, there is only a small area for collection. Of course, if you can still queue up the next day, it's another story. Since you can collect sweet potatoes whether you go early or late, why rush? Moreover, the most important point is that the sweet potato collection area is really in a very remote wilderness. Although someone will go there to clean it regularly, the safety factor is definitely not comparable to the collection areas nearby. 2 days before the arrival, there are often reports of mutant beasts injuring people. It would be better to wait for 2 more days, until the mutant beasts there have been almost cleared out by the guards. Wouldn't it be safer to go there first? Of course, going early is definitely not without any advantages. At least when you get to the farm, you can choose the area you want to pick. If you are lucky enough to find an edible sweet potato, then you will make a profit. If you can find more than one, you will definitely make a fortune. But don't think that every area can detect low to medium level radiation mutations of staple foods. What good is that? While the sweet potato collection site is large, it can't sustain a single basis personnel. Therefore, according to the standard, each person is limited to 1.5 square meters of mining area. Don't even think about digging beyond the boundaries. Patrollers are constantly stationed within the collection site, both to prevent dangerous situations and to avoid situations like this. A single misset entry will instantly put you on the blacklist, and your watch won't be able to pay for transportation anymore, effectively forfeiting your chance to harvest the autumn harvest. Many people, fearing reaching the bottom of the mining area, intentionally leave a long area untouched. Once the mining is complete, the site is filled with endless square grids. So neat. Suddenly, the roar of a vehicle was heard from the front. It was the convoy preparing to depart. The crowd erupted in activity. Those confident they could get on the vehicles anxiously awaited the administrator's orders. Others were also busy, and even those who had been dozing off woke up, excitedly watching the convoy gear up for departure. It was like watching a spectacle. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the car. Her features were elegant and resolute, and she looked to be in her 20s, with neatly cropped shoulder-length hair. She wore a black Tomorrow mercenary uniform, with a rifle pouch strapped to her thigh, clearly holding a real weapon. Each gesture exuded an aura unlike any ordinary person, and Chu Xi secretly envied her. So handsome. But that was all she could do. How could such an aura be expected from a poor woman like her, barely able to afford food? Alas, she wasn't the only one envious. As the mercenary moved, countless people eagerly glued their eyes to her. As she walked back along the line, the previously slanted group unconsciously straightened out. Chu Xi, from a distance, couldn't see clearly. She only saw her point out 2 people from the group as she walked. The people who were picked out walked excitedly toward the vehicle. After passing the inspection and successfully earning points, they were given priority to board the vehicle. Chu Xi was extremely excited. Could this be the preferential treatment the Tomorrow Mercenary Group gave to the families of its members? Chu Xi adjusted her collar to ensure it didn't obscure the badge on her chest. Sure enough, after the woman had picked out 4 people, she soon walked up to her, pointed her finger, and lifted her out as well. Get in! Chu Si nodded immediately, shouldering her backpack, and ran towards the vehicle at the front of the group. Hearing more footsteps behind her, she turned and saw the mercenary she had just seen returning. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that one truck only accommodates 5 people? When Chu Si had been queuing earlier, she had glanced towards the back of the line and saw a young girl about 10 steps behind her, clearly wearing the same badge. The two of them walked at a brisk pace, and soon Chu Si was at the front. The tall mercenary standing at the door first swiped the badge on Chu Si's chest with a square black box. After confirming the green light, he used the device to swipe 2 points from Chu Si's chest. Only then was her formalities officially completed. As she boarded the truck, the first thing she saw was rows of makeshift seats. The 4 people who had just boarded were now sitting widely spaced apart. It seemed that even though they were all mercenary families, their relationships weren't particularly cordial. Chapter 36. Not long after Chu Si sat down, a timid little girl approached. She was a real little girl, probably only about 10 years old. She was clearly different from the other neatly dressed 3 people, and it was obvious that this little girl also came from the shantytown. "Miss, my name is Wan. Can I sit next to you?" Chu Si nodded. This little girl must have finally felt like she had found her place. Those 3 people looked at her with disdain, as if she were something dirty. She didn't want to go over. Wan was just poor, not stupid. Who would have the time to go over and face their sullen faces? But this sister was different. She was dressed just as shabbily as she was, so she probably wouldn't look down on her anymore. Chu Si certainly didn't have the capital to look down on others. She herself was still in the cesspool, waiting for someone to redeem her. Besides, she had something to ask the little girl. Chu Si softened her expression, as much as possible to avoid frightening anyone. Wan was even thinner than she was, like a little chicken, her face thinned out, revealing only 2 large, watery eyes. Chu Si cast a subtle glance at the others. They were neatly dressed, their faces clean, their skin much smoother than theirs. They were clearly from the base's safe zone, a stark contrast to their aura, exuding a superior aura. Wan noticed Chu Si observing them, and whispered, "Sister, stop looking. They're all high-class people in the safe zone. If you stare at them too long, they get upset." Chu Si curled her lips inwardly. A few grown men, how petty. But wasn't this autumn harvest only targeting people from the shantytowns? Even the people in the safe zone would come to compete with them? Wan nodded. She didn't know why the young lady had such an idea. The autumn harvest was a major event for everyone. Almost everyone in the safe zone, except those tied to work, would come. And the places allocated to them were often better than those in the shantytowns. Of course, it was different for the families of mercenaries like them. On the contrary, those forced to live in the shantytowns due to the deaths of mercenaries received more help from the mercenaries. Chu Si nodded. It was only natural. The little girl said happily, "When I came here last year, the mercenary guy even allocated me a corner plot of almost 2 square meters. I dug up 2 sweet potatoes this big there, enough for my mom and me to eat for a long time." As she spoke, Wan made a watermelon-sized hand gesture, her eyes sparkling, looking incredibly happy. He didn't know if he received such preferential treatment again this year. The girl hadn't mentioned her father, so he assumed it was the deceased mercenary. Not wanting to rub salt in someone else's wounds, Chu Si changed the subject, asking, "Is this a benefit the Tomorrow mercenary group is giving us?" Wan shook her head. "No, I heard from my mother before that this is a customary rule among mercenaries. Mercenary missions are dangerous, and life and death are often unpredictable. This rule exists so that after their deaths, their colleagues can still care for their families." Thinking of Jixian's genetic breakdown, Chu Si nodded. Such things were definitely common among mercenaries, and it was normal for them to develop a sense of connection. But wasn't the autumn harvest an official activity organized by the base? Will there be any problems with everyone blatantly smuggling in something like this? Wan shook her head. "It's okay. A nice lady explained this to me before. She said that the uncles and aunts are all here on a voluntary mission. They don't get paid for the mission, and they rely on the few points they collect to cover gas costs. So, as long as they don't go too far, the base won't care. Didn't you see Aunt Yuhan only choose 5 people to come aboard? This car can seat 50 people. Smuggling 5 items won't be a problem. It's nothing." Hearing Wan's description, Chu Si couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is really interesting. Seeing Chu Si's consistently positive attitude, Wan secretly encouraged herself and finally revealed her purpose for approaching Chu Si. "Miss, Aunt Yuhan is taking care of me, so I can bring back 20 kilograms of things for free. Wan knows I won't be able to use all of that. Miss, if you dig more than 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes, you can let me bring them back for you. I only charge 1 point for the extra 10 kilograms. Is that okay with you? Before Chu Si could say anything, the other three burst into laughter. What do you think, little girl? Are you stunned? Do you really think she's so innocent and kind? She's just trying to attract some clients. Hearing this, Wanwan's face flushed crimson, and for a moment, she didn't dare look up at Chu Si's expression. Tears welled in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Wanwan felt wronged and wanted to cry, but she clenched her fists to hold it back. Her mother said that working hard to make money is not shameful. The family is short of food and clothes, and her mother is sick again. She needs to be strong and save more food for the winter. Besides, she didn't cheat her sister, and the price is half of the market price. Wanwan mustered up her courage and raised her head, a smile on her face that seemed about to burst into tears. Chu Si admired Wanwan's ability to be self-reliant. She approved of Wanwan's decision to trade her excess resources. If she didn't become independent at this moment, would she become a beggar? So, without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Great. If I can dig up more than 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes, I definitely come to you for a partnership. Hearing Chu Si's reply, Wanwan was instantly delighted. Besides points and resources, perhaps what she needed more than anything else was a teammate by her side. After this incident, Chu Si had a distinct sense that the girl was much more cheerful and confident than before. Soon, the others boarded the car one after another. The two of them sat together, chatting non-stop. Wanwan's spirits brightened noticeably. It was clear that her good mood was truly unstoppable. The two of them chattered away, drowned out by the cacophony of discussion around them. Chu Si was deeply satisfied. She felt she was using her meager power to contribute to this young girl's journey of growth. How truly great. Opportunities like this rarely come around. Chu Si was enchanted along the way, and even when they reached their destination, she still felt a bit reluctant to leave. This is a bit like Aunt Lu. Chu Si shuddered, instantly coming to her senses. No, this wasn't right. She was still mired in the mud. How could she possibly be so carefree? Just before getting off the bus, Wanwan suddenly grabbed Chu Si's hand. Her entire aura shifted, her expression instantly becoming more stern. She pulled a delicate black dress from her small bag and slipped it on. The more Chu Si looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the uniform of the Tomorrow mercenary group? After getting dressed, Wanwan hugged Chu Si's face and kissed her. Miss, thank you for helping me complete the captain's perverted mission. He insisted on me playing the role of a weak little girl. Who knows what he's going to do in the future? Ahem, who's he going to deal with? I won't carry your things, but I have something else to thank you for. How about a nearly 2 square meter picking spot? Chu Si ignored his surprise and nodded quickly, fearing it was too late and the girl wouldn't be able to get a signal. This was a free deal, so why not just give it up? Consider it a loss for all the emotional connection they made along the way. Seeing Chu Si's hurried nod, the little girl raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled happily. She really liked this little girl. How insightful. She had thought that with Chu Si's personality, once she realized she teased her all this time, she'd just end it all and not care about her frivolous compensation. In the end, clouds were clouds, rain was rain, compensation was compensation, and they didn't interfere with each other. Chapter 37. By the time Yi-Man had finished changing into her outfit and casually tied her hair back, the badge on her chest gleaming faintly, the people in the 4 seats erupted in excitement, staring in shock at this previously frail young woman. What was going on? I never heard of such a program before, and everyone nearby had heard that the young mercenary was going to assign a 2 square meter collection area to the young woman sitting next to her. Envious glances darted towards Chu Si. Was this the blessing he accumulated over 8 lifetimes? Just a few words, and a kind gesture could bring such good fortune? Why hadn't the young mercenary approached them? The 3 mercenary families, who had boarded the bus with Yi-Man, were the most regretful. While they coveted the collection position Chu Si was about to be assigned, they were more eager to get to know Yi-Man. Their families were ordinary figures in the mercenary group, with limited abilities and little hope of advancement. Their lives seemed to have reached a certain end. But Yi-Man was different. A mere 10-year-old girl, she had already become a full-fledged member of the Tomorrow mercenary group. Her potential was terrifying, and she could at least become a team leader in the future. Even if they couldn't use her now, she could still be a source of support, right? Chu Si, on the other hand, had no such thoughts at all. The reason was simple. She and they were from completely different worlds. Chu Si knew full well that even if Ji Xian could stand up in the future, given his physical condition, he would never be able to return to the Tomorrow mercenary group. Therefore, the moon on the horizon would remain the moon on the horizon. No matter how round or bright it was, it had nothing to do with her. Don't look at the two of them looking like good sisters now, but unfortunately the trust has long been gone. Chu Si was just satisfying the child's desire to perform for the sake of the 2 square meters of collection area. The 3 people were still regretting that they missed such a good opportunity in vain. After all, Yiman seemed too easy to fool, with the mind of a complete child. After a few heartwarming words to her, the 2 square meters of collection area were in their hands. After the convoy entered the sweet potato collection point, the vehicles began to stop one after another, and the crowd poured out of the cars. The sweet potato field was blocked in the air for more than 10 centimeters. Tall red ropes evenly divide the area into 1 square meter zones. 10 or so administrators assign people spots. If you're really unsatisfied, you can request a change. This is a perk for arriving early, after all. Of course, this perk has its limits. First, you can't change multiple times. Second, your choice of area is also limited. You can't just go wherever you want. After all, the protection range of the guard is fixed, and can't be expanded just for the needs of 1 or 2 people. Each selected area will be marked by an administrator, with a small red flag. Yiman led Chu Si directly to a corner of the sweet potato field, 2 plots less than a square meter in size joined together. Yiman pulled a black flag bearing the symbol of the Tomorrow mercenary group from her pocket, and planted it there, happily saying to Chu Si, "Miss, this is your spot. How's it going? Are you happy?" Chu Si's smile was a bit strained. She felt like Yiman was teasing her. While this spot was a bit larger, the soil was much poorer. The sweet potato leaves elsewhere were dark green, thick and glossy, evidently well nourished. Unlike here, the leaves were not only thin and slender, but some had even turned yellow. Given these conditions, how could you expect any good sweet potatoes to grow? Chu Si took a deep breath. She knew this bargain wasn't going to be easy. Could it be that she'd been too obvious about her late-stage approach? Chu Si reflected bitterly. She simply overthought, thinking she could fool him. But then again, Yiman was only 10 years old. She'd been hanging around in such a mixed crowd for so long, so how could she be expected to be innocent? Yiman stood there smiling, like a child waiting for praise. Chu Si secretly decided she couldn't treat her like a child anymore, and her tone unconsciously switched to that of an adult conversation. "Can I apply for a different place?" This was a bonus for the early arrivals, and Chu Si could use it. Yiman shook her head. "No, big sister, I saved this for you. How can you waste my kindness? This is a place no one else could ask for. Be good, sister. Get tested quickly. Man has some duty, so I come back to see you later." Chu Si, She felt something was wrong. This Yiman might be a Yandra. Chu Si thought it over carefully. She felt she couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. She had to go along with them, otherwise they would only become more aggressive. She just hoped she wouldn't bother her again. Chu Si couldn't help but wonder if her good luck from the past 2 days was about to come back to haunt this evil creature. No wonder Ji Xian called her a black koi. Oh! She had to try to avoid the wild vines whenever she came here. She was counting on these sweet potatoes to get through the winter. If the wild vines gave her this barren, desolate land every time she came, she wouldn't have to spit blood, but she'd be unable to harvest the autumn crops and starve to death. Chu Si silently consoled herself. If she couldn't harvest sweet potatoes today, she'd just go for a stroll around the area and see if she could pick up any edible wild vegetables. She couldn't have come here in vain anyway. The 4 points she earned from this round trip were almost as much as the price of a tube of nutrient solution. Everyone else was already working, some digging in the soil, some plucking leaves. Chu Si looked up, and amidst the vast expanse of green, she could only see rows of figures working with their hips raised. She had to hurry too. Chapter 38. Chu Si toiled silently, and as expected, the harvest was poor. She had already tested half the sweet potatoes, but nothing came of them. Suddenly, a surprised gasp came from the distance. Chu Si looked up, and saw a man about 50 meters away carefully digging out a sweet potato the size of a watermelon from the ground. Had he won a lucky egg? That head must have weighed at least 10 pounds. She was envious, honestly, but that was all she could do. Several people in the team glanced at him greedily, but unfortunately, they were doomed to fail. Gathering autumn crops was one of the few relatively safe harvesting activities, and the guards with wooden warehouses weren't there for nothing. Anyone who dared to rob here could dig a hole before they did, to avoid being left exposed in the wilderness. As for the people who dared to take action after the car returned to the shantytown, not many dared to take action there, so these little koi fish immediately showed their heads, unable to hold back. If Chu Si had found an edible sweet potato, even 5 pounds, not 10, she would have burst into laughter. Of course, it was better to be as low-key as possible. After all, what if someone followed her and stole her house? Chu Si had no such worries at all. She was broke, and her poor heart was as clear as the sun and the moon. Suddenly, a panic argument was heard, too far away for Chu Si to hear clearly. She looked up. Digging was hard work, and it was a rare moment of activity. Everyone was showing off their skills, their hands moving non-stop, their eyes fixed on the scene. It seemed that an elderly woman had been arguing with a member of the security team. The guard tried to grab her watch, but the elderly woman fought back desperately. She was now rolling on the ground, trying to prevent others from approaching, her hair a mess. Chu Si, a big-sized scene of treachery. The big here generally refers to adults. Unfortunately, the aunt's actions were immediately suppressed by the young man from the security team. It seemed that this small incident had no effect on him at all. The two watches were paired, and they carried the person back to the vehicle they came from. Chu Si watched them leave, sighing inwardly. It seemed that the aunt had broken her rules. Pills. Chu Si lowered his head, silently busying himself with his work. Forget it, I just have to watch this kind of excitement less in the future. It always makes me feel sad for the foxes when the rabbit dies. Suddenly, a head leaned over. Without even looking, I knew it was Yi Man. Chu Si muttered to himself. She comes over every 5 minutes. Can she take a break? Yi Man was playing with sweet potato leaves in the field, and casually sat down on Chu Si's land. Miss, that person secretly dug over the boundary. This is a serious matter. If we get caught, the punishment will be severe. Oh, that old lady who was just marked won't be able to go to the autumn harvest anymore. Not only will she be unable to come to the sweet potato field, but she won't even be able to buy tickets for the peanut and potato harvests later. How pitiful. Miss, even though we're close, if you get caught for this, I won't show favoritism or cheat. Chu Si couldn't bring herself to complain now. What did Yi Man just say? There will also be peanut and potato harvests later? But she hadn't noticed this when she reviewed her original body's memories. Could it be that this was just added this year? No, she had to go back and find out more. After Chu Si's excitement wore off, she saw that little girl Yi Man was still stubbornly waiting for her response. She secretly curled her lips. She wanted to take a risk, but the problem was that Yi Man was coming so frequently now. How could she have the time to commit a crime? Yi Man peeked at Chu Si's backpack. Besides the few things she brought, there was nothing inside. Yi Man shook her head and sighed, a tone of regret tinging with regret. Hey sister, you're so inefficient. How come you still haven't found anything to eat? Chu Si couldn't help herself and rolled her eyes at her. Who was responsible for her bad luck? She couldn't even get her some good land, but had to keep her in this desolate, barren wasteland. A good cook can't cook without rice, you know? Yi Man watched Chu Si's eyes roll to the sky, chuckling for a moment, then left Chu Si. Chu Si went to patrol her territory. After the other person left, she silently calmed herself down. Never mind. Now wasn't the time to get angry. She had to finish testing the sweet potatoes quickly. If she found nothing, she couldn't go back empty-handed. Besides sweet potatoes, there were also sweet potato leaves, which were edible. She had been worried that if she found too much, she'd have to spend points on value-added tickets, and she'd be losing money. She better bring more high-starch vegetables, and leave out watery vegetables like sweet potato leaves. But now, it seemed like a joke that she had been so naive. Chu Si now only hoped to find 10 kilograms of edible sweet potato leaves. After deducting the round-trip fare, she wouldn't have lost money. Don't think 10 kilograms is a lot. Plants and animals are mutating these days, and individuals are generally much larger. The ferns she found earlier weighed at least 2.5 kilograms each, and 2 of them together weighed 5 kilograms. But there's no need to waste points going to the fern base. It's so hard to earn, Chu Si knows all too well. As she thought about it, tears welled up in her eyes. Ugh! It's so hard, so hard. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chu Si's hand paused, her melancholy vanishing instantly. Compared to the Big Macs of others, this sweet potato was just a baby, about the size of a small pumpkin. Chu Si shook it in her hand. It weighed less than 2 pounds. Compared to the blind boxes opened by others, the quality was clearly inferior. But she was still very satisfied. There was no other way. The resources were different. The land here was so barren that if she could find even one, it was a gift from heaven. However, gifts from heaven were rare. After testing all the sweet potatoes in her collection area, she had only discovered this one hidden gem of the East China Sea. At this point, the areas that everyone was responsible for had basically been tested. Many people sighed and groaned. It seemed that Chuci was not the worst off. Some people continued to test the sweet potato leaves on the spot, while others got up directly and prepared to look for opportunities nearby. She was a little jealous for a moment. There were not many people coming here on weekdays, and the probability of shipment must be higher than the collection points around the shantytowns. However, looking at the sweet potato leaves and sweet potato vines on the ground, she still hesitated. No, it's better to be pragmatic and speed up the test. At least the sweet potato leaves are confirmed to be edible, which is better than going out for a stroll. Searching for edible plants is reliable and a bit safer. Meanwhile, Yiman came by a few more times and expressed surprise at Chuci's harvest. This time, she was genuinely surprised. After all, more than half of this area is exposed to solar radiation year-round, and the soil is so poor, so the sweet potatoes inevitably absorb more harmful radiation to power themselves. Yet, even among this pile of malignant growth, the young lady managed to find a small, moderately radioactive sweet potato, though its size is hard to describe, about the size of a potato egg. Chuci, completely unaffected by the outside world, examined the sweet potato leaves and vines with a swift movement, moving them from one pile to another. When she was done, she sighed deeply and shook her aching wrist. The harvest wasn't great, only 3 leaves, but she also unexpectedly found a short, low-radiation sweet potato vine, growing right at the end of the sweet potato vine, still bearing a single, delicate leaf. Chuci was very happy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If she remembered correctly, sweet potato vines could be planted. She happened to be growing foxtail grass at home and had the soil, so she decided to try planting some. She looked around and saw a clump of weeds on the edge. She cut it and then wrapped it loosely around the section of sweet potato vine, barely providing some protection from being squeezed. Chapter 39. Chuci made sure she thoroughly combed the sweet potato field. She packed her backpack and prepared to stroll around to see if she could find anything. She glanced around, wondering which direction to take. She remembered seeing a small, reed-filled creek east of the sweet potato collection site on the way here. It would have been wonderful if she could have found a wild duck egg. She hadn't eaten meat since arriving, so it was no wonder her physique hadn't improved. However, she wasn't the only one who noticed the creek. Groups of people, having finished their work, were heading there. The competition was intense. Just as Chuci hesitated, Yiman approached. "Sister, are you going to scavenge nearby?" "This way. I used to clear this area. I have a surprise for you." Chuci, If she were to run to the river right now, would she still make it? Chuci couldn't help but grumble. She's getting excited, isn't she? Surprise? Surprise, what the hell? Is this little brat addicted to playing pranks? Can you please not just pick on her? Chuci felt her blood pressure soar. No, she felt like she was about to lose control of her rage. Of course, she ultimately held back. The slightly exposed wooden support at Yiman's waist instantly sobered her up. What are you kidding? What can she possibly do to fight someone? Chuci reassured herself. It's no big deal. Just bear it, and it will pass. Just as she was about to head there, a scream like a pig being butchered rang out in the distance. The sound was coming from the direction of the river Chuci had planned to head to. Yiman shrugged and smiled. Ah, looks like we encountered a mutant beast. Chuci paused and looked back, just in time to see 2 members of the escort team scurrying away, running toward the creek. A moment later, 2 clacking sounds were heard, followed by a sharp, animalistic squeaking. Chuci wondered, a mutant rat? Yiman shook her head. No, sister, it's a mutant rabbit. It's just that these 2 aren't very good at clacking. It was just a large rabbit, but they had to fire 2 clacking shots to kill it. TSK, 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 TSK. If this happened in our team, the captain would have kicked them to death without even starting a fight. Sure enough, the 2 returned moments later, beaming with joy. The girl on the left was holding a mutant rabbit the size of a lamb. Yiman's eyes sparkled. They brought it back. Chu Mingjie and Wu Jun are lucky. It looks like this rabbit's meat is edible. I'm so jealous. Chuci, I was envious. But the scene that appeared next instantly brought her back to reality. It was a middle-aged man with blood all over his face. At this moment, he was holding one of his cheeks and stumbling after her. The blood in his hand was still flowing out, and he couldn't hold it back. Chuci was shocked. Although she had been here for more than a month, she had faced more difficulties in finding food. Even if she encountered a few scumbags, she managed to escape them safely in the end. This was her first time to face the danger of mutant beasts. The other people in the venue were obviously much calmer than her. After chasing and taking a few glances, I stopped paying attention to it. After all, it was not uncommon for these mutant beasts to hurt people. And when harvesting autumn crops, these mutant beasts attack humans every year. After all, the sweet potato collection site was too far away from the base. They didn't have the manpower to come over every now and then to clear the hidden dangers. They only sent people to make a surprise raid before the sweet potatoes matured, which was already the most they could do. How could they clean it up completely? So every year, a few unlucky people would be attacked by mutant beasts. Looking at Chusi's stunned expression, Yiman was surprised. What's wrong? Is this little sister still a delicate flower? Although she didn't normally like those daughter seeds, her sister was different. She was quite satisfied with everything else about her. If things didn't work out, she could always try to improve them later. Yiman knew full well that comfort was the best option for now. She gently took Chusi's arm and said gently, "Don't be afraid, little sister. The place you're going to is the one man is responsible for clearing. I guarantee there won't be even a single mutant rat there. Such a thing will never happen." Chusi had long since recovered from her shock. She wasn't a naive little girl. Having already traveled to the Wasteland, she couldn't resist a little blood. But her mood certainly wasn't great either. She wasn't in the mood to deal with this little bastard. With a cold expression, Chusi pulled her arm out of Yiman's embrace. "Where?" "Lead the way." Yiman twitched her lips. It was boring. After taking 2 steps, Chusi cautiously pulled her knife from her backpack. She wanted to see what this jerk's surprise was all about. Yiman, however, misunderstood, assuming Chusi was acting this way out of fear of a surprise attack from the mutant beasts. Of course, that was certainly a factor, undeniably. Yiman, full of confidence and swagger, assured Chusi, "Don't worry. Sister, you can trust me." Chusi, I have something unpleasant to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not." But this time, Chusi truly misunderstood Yiman. The word surprise she spoken of was actually quite righteous. Looking at the yam beans falling to the ground before him, Chusi was thrilled. Yiman came over with a smile. "Sister, how's it going? Are you satisfied with this surprise?" Chusi's smile was so intense that only her large white teeth remained. She couldn't have been more pleased. She said, "This little girl Yiman looks quite pleasant. She can't be that bad. See? Her judgment is right after all." Chapter 40. Just as Chusi was about to move toward the yam beans, Yiman reached out her delicate little hand to stop her, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. "Sister, this place is a first-hand resource I discovered while exploring the land. We split the profits, so you split 30% and I split 70%, right? This is also how many members of the guard earn extra income. During their exploration missions, they can't stay in one place for long. So, if they come across areas with abundant resources, they record the location with their watches, and then find others to collaborate with them on collecting." Chusi, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. But after all, it's such a great bargain. If you're not strong enough to handle it, you easily be crushed. It's a bit unrealistic to want to keep it all for yourself without paying a price. Of course, Chusi didn't dare harbor any thoughts of keeping the harvest to herself. After all, Yiman, though young, was well equipped. Even in hand-to-hand combat, she might not be a match for him. If he used weapons, Chusi would surely be annihilated. She was pragmatic. As long as it was a fair trade, she was interested. Of course, in business, asking for a high price and then paying it back was a low price. Expecting a 30-70 split was out of the question. She said nothing, simply walking over to the field of yam beans, strolling around, then standing up, holding a bowl-sized bean. Pointing to the fresh rodent bite marks on it, Chusi said to Yiman, "Is this what you call high-quality land reclamation? The collection environment is absolutely safe. If I walk around a couple more times, I'm sure I find some warm feces. And you still have the nerve to ask me for a 30-70th split? At most, 60-40ths. I take 60, you take 40. If you can help me get rid of the mutant beasts here, I accept a 50-50th split." Yiman, is there even a bargaining involved? I asked her teammates before, and they generally split the profit 70-30ths. Could it be that they also had to provide bodyguard duties? She hadn't really inquired about this. After some thought, she reluctantly agreed to Chusi's 60-40th split, which made Chusi very regretful. She wanted a safe environment more than the extra profit. However, Yi-Man still had to perform her guard duties, so she couldn't stay here all the time. She just hoped that the noise of the wooden barn would deter the mutant beasts here and make them wary of any rash action. After some thought, she still felt uneasy. How could she trust her safety to the vigilance of a mutant beast? Never mind. She gritted her teeth. Now she could only shed some blood. Chu Ci directly used. On the condition of 50-50 profit sharing, she and Yi-Man rented a small weapon for self-defense. Both parties were very satisfied with this, and everyone felt that they had got the better deal. Yi-Man rummaged through the weapons on her body. It was impossible for Mu Tsang to lend it to her. The team had very strict control over that kind of thing. If she dared to lend it out casually, the captain would definitely make her beheaded. However, although Mu Tsang could not give it to her, she had some small gadgets she had developed herself that she could lend to the young lady. After thinking for a long time, Yi-Man took off a hidden weapon bracelet from her left wrist. This one was made by her herself, and was not under the control of the team. There was an anesthetic needle in it. Even if the young lady's aim was not good, as long as it could hit the mutant beast, it would have an anesthetic effect. Oh my god, she was so considerate. Chu Ci was very satisfied with this. This hidden weapon box was very easy to operate, and had a range of about 50 meters, with a maximum range of nearly 80 meters. However, beyond that range, accuracy was no longer guaranteed. But this wasn't a problem for Chu Ci, as she wasn't very good at picking things up. This hidden weapon box was perfect except for one problem. There were only 6 anesthetic needles left, so she had to use them sparingly. Chu Ci figured that as long as she didn't encounter a herd of mutants, 6 needles should be enough. After all, she didn't have to kill any of the mutants. If she was truly overwhelmed, she could always call Yi-Man for help. After all, that was her job. In response to Chu Ci's concerns, Yi-Man patted her chest and confidently assured her, "Don't worry, sister. I already cleaned up this place. There won't be any more mutants." Chu Ci, She was relieved. Her heart was now completely at peace, too exhausted to complain. After watching Yi-Man leave, she hurriedly began the arduous task of testing the yam beans. Such a thick patch. What a sweet worry. Before starting, she made sure to turn down the sound on her watch, ensuring it wouldn't travel too far and attract others. That way, she could focus on the work without distraction. Chu Ci picked up a yam bean with both hands. It felt heavy, quite substantial, weighing about 2 pounds. The skin was very rough, a dark brown color, and bumpy in places, but it wasn't particularly ugly. Overall, it was just an enlarged version of a small yam bean, not particularly abnormal in appearance. With a small cut of her knife, the juicy blade swiped against the test bench. Ding! Highly mutated by radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Alas, it's grown so big for nothing. Chu Ci tossed it aside and began testing the next one. Ding! Highly mutated with radiation, not recommended for consumption. She quickened her pace. After all, the team still had a while to get back, and she couldn't leave the line too late. With the queue standing like today, she had no chance of getting on this bus tomorrow. After testing around 20 yam beans, she finally found one with a moderate mutation, edible. Wow, it must have weighed nearly 3 pounds. This was a serious starchy staple. The leaves Chu Ci had picked before couldn't compare. Carefully placing this precious egg into the large bag, her motivation high now that she had such a success, the ding sound continued. After another 20 minutes or so, she had already accumulated 4 yam beans. Ding! Moderately mutated with radiation, recommended for consumption in moderation. Looking at the plump yam in her hand. Fruit! Chu Ci's heart was filled with joy. Even though the edible rate of these yam beans wasn't high, far inferior to the Caryopsis, the quality was incredibly high. How many Caryopsis could one bean replace? Just this one was enough to fill Chu Ci up. Of course, she was just being a bit naive. Given their current financial situation, they'd probably only be able to make homemade nutritional paste. But it didn't matter, she was happy. Chu Ci worked tirelessly, humming a song. Today is a good day. Hey 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 1 2 yo. Hi! Chapter 41. Chu Ci was busy testing yam beans when a sudden rustling sound caught her attention. She hadn't forgotten the fresh teeth marks on the yam bean. That wasn't just evidence of a price-cutting move. It was also what truly concerned her. Chu Ci remained motionless, not daring to look around. Fortunately, the mutant beast didn't attack immediately, either because it wasn't strong enough or because it had been intimidated by the previous guards. Hearing the sound coming from the left front of Chu Ci, she suppressed her nervousness. As she turned back to pick up the yam beans, her range of motion increased slightly. Taking this opportunity, she quickly glanced around, but found nothing. Chusi's heart was beating fast. After all, this was her first direct confrontation with a mutant beast, and this one was quite skilled at hiding. Another rustling sound was heard, and Chusi decided not to hesitate any longer. She raised her wrist, pointed directly in the direction of the sound, and said 3 times in a row, "Fire!" Luckily, the hidden weapon box could be controlled by voice for times when it was inconvenient. This was perfect for Chusi, a novice weapon user. Whoosh! 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 3 anesthetic needles shot out of the hidden weapon box with incredible force, but the effect was limited. While they didn't hit the mutant beast, they did manage to scare it out of its ambush. A fat, green rat. Honestly, even with all her preparation, Chusi hadn't expected a mutant beast to be green. In reality, she was simply surprised by the fact that mutant rats were difficult for ordinary people to deal with, but among mutant beasts, they were still considered the lowest of the low. To improve their survival rate, they evolved green fur to evade predators. That's normal, right? Of course, this isn't the evolutionary path of all mutant rats. To survive, they're capable of all sorts of strange behaviors. This mutant rat was very cautious. Many of its companions had been killed by humans, like Chusi before, and it wanted revenge. Seeing Chusi alone for so long, it couldn't help but attack. However, this mutant rat was terrified of weapons, like mood songs, which were terrifyingly lethal. Chusi didn't seem to have any weapons. She simply sat there picking up yum beans, then discarded most of them. Unlike the people who had come the previous 2 days, the mutant's nose was incredibly sharp. It could sense that Chusi didn't possess a murderous aura, and she wasn't making any moves to clear her territory. All signs indicated she was likely just an ordinary person, someone it couldn't rip the throat of with a single claw. It cared about ordinary people, which was why it had tried to test Chusi. If she didn't have a lethal weapon, a bloody battle would undoubtedly have greeted her. But now, it was clearly terrified. Although Chusi's weapon didn't seem as powerful as the wooden cannon, the residual force of the battle still lingered. It had no desire to fight, and only wanted to hide underground. The mutant rat bared its teeth fiercely at Chusi and quickly leaped into the nearby grass, which was the entrance to its burrow. Chusi hadn't expected this development. Without a word, she chased after it, and shot a needle in the direction of the burrow. Then, a sharp squeak was heard. Chusi was delighted. Could it have hit the target? Delighted, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Tell me, this mutant rat has evolved in vain. It's been so many years, and there's no telling how many more bins should be added to the exit. Chusi thought for a moment, and decided to block the entrance with a stone. This would prevent the mutant rat from escaping, and also prevent any reinforcements from scurrying out. That way, even if they tried to dig another exit, she'd be able to hear some of the noise. Chusi returned to her seat, and wanted to continue testing the yam beans, but the image of the 2 guards carrying a mutant beast kept popping up in her mind. No, she was craving meat, even if it was just a giant green-haired rat. Alas, life had made me a degenerate. In the wild, digging into the nests of these social animals was incredibly dangerous. You might just stumble upon a hornet's nest, and you'd be trapped. Although mutant rats were lower on the food chain, they were far more powerful than humans. In fact, if they wanted to eat meat, besides catching a few of their own kind. Aside from those weak little insects, we humans are the main ones. After much thought, Chusi decided to dig up its nest. Firstly, Yi-Man and the others had just cleared it out 2 days ago, so there might be 1 or 2 mice left. If a whole nest remained, it wouldn't be a complete disaster. Another thing was that mutant mice tended to move in groups, but Chusi had already fought it once today and had been sitting there for 4 or 5 minutes, and there was still no movement from the burrow. So, she decided to take a gamble. Besides, the burrows held not only voles, but also their winter food reserves. What a tempting treat. Before, she definitely wouldn't eat anything she dug out of a burrow, but now, she didn't care. She didn't even want to let go of the mice. Of course, if she couldn't bear it, she could ask Ji Xian to disinfect it. In short, she was worried about finding food. Otherwise, everything would be fine. However, she didn't have the tools to dig the hole. She previously used a stick, her hands, and a knife to dig sweet potatoes, but sweet potatoes usually grow close to the surface. This hole was different. She couldn't just use her hands to dig, and even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have enough time. The convoy had a set return time, so anyone who couldn't make it back in time would be sorry. However, when they first arrived, Chusi remembered a member of the security team coming to divide up the sweet potato field with a shovel. He wondered if Yi-Man could borrow one. Thinking of this, she didn't delay any longer, shouldering her large backpack and heading out. This was the first time she proactively sought out Yiman since arriving. Chu Si had initially worried about being spotted carrying such a bulging backpack, but on her way out, she happened upon Yiman, who was about to come over to watch the fun. This was also the first time Chu Si didn't find her annoying. After asking her to borrow the shovel, Yiman readily agreed. After all, the shovel was common property, and anyone in the guard team could use it. She hadn't even asked Chu Si's specific reason for renting it, simply assuming it was to dig up some yam rhizomes that remained underneath. Chu Si had no idea about this, believing Yiman had already dug up all the rhizomes. The shovel was fine, but Chu Si had to pay 2 yam beans as a rental fee. 2 yam beans weighed about 5 pounds, and the rental fee was already quite high. She just gone out and asked Sister Yuhan, who said the basic profit split was 30/70. They didn't need to guarantee the safety of their partners, after all, since they held the resources, and there were plenty of people interested in collaborating. So, had she been ripped off by the young lady? Just this time, the young lady wanted to borrow a shovel, so she ripped her off again. It's a give-and-take thing, and considering the young lady's harvest today, 2 yam beans are nothing. Chu Si gritted her teeth and said, okay. Although her heart ached, there was nothing she could do. This was a typical seller's market. Chapter 42. Chu Si calculated the time and found that they had less than an hour to return. Since she had decided to start stealing rat holes, she might as well divide the yam beans she had found today. Conditions in the wild were limited, and a precise 50-50 split was impossible. She simply divided the beans according to their overall volume. Of course, the two of them still strive for fairness. After several rounds of switching between large and small fruits, they finally reached a consensus. Chu Si picked out 2 medium-sized ones, and handed them to Yiman as commission for tie shovel. Even if, at this point, Chu Si had about 15 or 16 pounds left, which was already quite good. These yam beans are a high-starch staple. Seeing that Yiman showed no sign of leaving, she simply stopped waiting and started digging directly in the direction of the hole. Yiman had been there just to watch the fun. Yam roots are not easy to dig, and they are also very allergenic. She had gone through a lot of trouble to get an edible section back. But after cooking, it tasted so sweet, much better than the mushy stuff, and it was worth the effort. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. Otherwise, the little bit of stock she finally left behind would probably be eaten tonight. But the more she looked, the more something seemed off. Why didn't she remember a yam vine growing there? Could she have missed an entire plant? But that couldn't be right. Despite the numerous fallen yam beans, they were only from 3 yams. A single yam vine was as thick as her forearm. She couldn't have missed it. Yiman couldn't help but run to Chu Si's side to see what was going on. And what did she see? This is a mutant rat hole? Could it be such a coincidence? 2 days ago, when their escort team came to clear the land, they heard that a squad in the northwest corner had wiped out an entire mutant rat colony. After searching for a long time without success, they finally gave up. Could it be that the rat's hole was here? This is too. There were no words to describe her shock. She felt a mixture of immense regret for having missed out on the treasure, and immense envy of Chu Si's incredible luck. She shamelessly ran over and asked, "Miss, is the prize here included in the 50-50 split?" As she spoke, Yiman put on what she considered her most innocent front. She knew the chances of Chu Si agreeing were slim, but what if she was a face-obsessed person, and then? As expected, there were no chances. Without even looking up, Chu Si replied bluntly, "No." Then, with a push of her foot, the shovel sunk into the ground, unearthing a large clump of dirt. Yiman was heartbroken. She wanted to rob the thieves, but she couldn't. Her role today was to represent justice, and who dared to cross the red line at the sweet potato collection point today? He who kills shall be killed might not be applicable at other times, but it definitely worked here and now. She was timid and wanted to live for 2 more years. Yiman refused to give up and kept nagging, "Sister, look, let's work together. If any mutant rats escape from this cave, I help you deal with them. How about 30/70? I take 30, you take 70. Chu Si thought carefully, but still shook her head. She had been digging for a while, her home had been demolished, and there was no warrior to take charge. It was likely that there were no more useful mutant rats in this rat colony. So she decisively rejected Yiman's offer of force. She still had 2 anesthetic needles left, and it would take at least a while for the mutant rats to get out of the cave. With such a narrow cave, was she afraid she might miss the target? Seeing that Chu Si was unsuccessful in persuading her, Yiman felt incredibly frustrated. Just now, when they wanted to confiscate the shovel rental fee, she had a way to argue for it. Now, All avenues were blocked. It was heartbreaking. While they were haggling, Chu Xi had quickly unearthed the mutant rat that had been anesthetized. It lay stretched out with its tongue hanging out, its paws still poised for a run. Without a word, Chu Xi drew the dagger from his waist and stabbed it. His movements were quick and decisive, his blade striking again and again. The mutant rat's hide was quite tough, and Chu Xi had to stab it 5 or 6 times before confirming its death. Her aim wasn't great, and she couldn't hit the same spot with every blow. As a result, the mutant rat's corpse now looked rather hideous and terrifying. Yi Man, standing nearby, was stunned. This wasn't the young lady she imagined. Wasn't she a little too wild? She then silently commented, thinking it was a shame for such a pervert not to be a mercenary. Chu Xi didn't have time to dwell on her thoughts. She immediately picked up the dagger and wiped the blood off the knife onto the test bench. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation. Not recommended for consumption. Alas! Chu Xi sighed inwardly. She had thought she found a good deal, but her hopes were in vain. It seemed the koi attribute hadn't come true this time. Seeing Chu Xi's disappointment, Yi Man consoled her, "Sister, this is perfectly normal. When we go out on missions, sometimes even after killing a herd of mutants, not a single one might meet the radiation standards." Chu Xi naturally also. "I get it. Weren't those 2 guys carrying the mutant beasts provoking me today?" She wanted to eat meat, but she couldn't. She had no choice but to face reality. She pulled the giant green rat out of the tunnel, tossed it aside, and continued digging. After a long time, at least 100 meters into the woods, she still couldn't see the end of the rat hole. If she went any further, she would be beyond the protection of the guards. Chu Xi gritted her teeth. "Ah! We have to retreat. Food is good, but you have to survive too." Chapter 43. Just as she was about to leave the safe zone, Chu Xi stopped dead in her tracks. No matter how eager she was to dig a rat hole, she would never leave the safe zone. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a rustling squeak coming from the wind. Chu Xi tensed up instantly, scanning her surroundings with full alert. If she had known she could get this far, she would have agreed to Yi Man's military participation. However, Yi Man had already gone to patrol other areas, and she couldn't find him even if she tried to save the situation. Chu Xi was on guard. After a long moment, the sound seemed to fade away. She didn't dare retreat, fearing it would trigger an attack signal from the enemy. Squeak! Chu Xi heard it clearly this time. It seemed to be coming from the rat hole. Hearing the sound below, Chu Xi didn't dare to slack off. She immediately leaned down, close to the ground, and carefully listened for a long moment. After a long time, the squeak sound returned, but it was so faint that it was hard to hear without careful observation. Could there be another injured mutant in the hole? Chu Xi had been digging for so long, and the mutant rat hadn't come out to check. It must be seriously injured. Chu Xi decided to take a gamble and dig it out directly. What if it was a plate of meat worth serving? After all, she still had 2 anesthetic needles, and with this large shovel, dealing with a seriously injured mutant rat shouldn't be a problem, right? She encouraged herself, wielded the shovel, and began to work. Although her heart was still beating, after repeated hypnosis, she felt she had a sure win. After all, she had just easily beaten off a running and jumping rat, so this one would be no problem. Chu Xi, feeling daunted all the way, finally dug up something and was stunned. Before her was a litter of mutant rat pups, each the length of a palm, furless and eyeless. Exposed to the sun, they were scrambling restlessly. There were 6 in the litter, and seeing how pitiful they looked, she steeled her resolve. She thought, why not just give each one a shovel and kill them all? Even if they looked harmless now, they were still legitimate mutants. They would all become green-haired monsters in the future. Chu Xi's heart hardened at the thought. Just as she was about to cut the Gordian knot, her mind suddenly clicked. Click, click. She took a few photos of the 6 little creatures, and sent them directly to Ji. I found a litter of mutant rat pups. What should I do with them? Ji, who was testing Yingwu at home, paused as he looked at the photo projected on his watch. After a moment's pause, he replied, "First, test the mutant rat pups for radiation levels. Those with low to medium levels will be taken home alive. Those with high levels will be killed." Chu Xi secretly exclaimed, "What a close call." She immediately used the tip of her knife to carefully pierce the paw pad of each mutant rat, and collect paw blood for radiation contamination testing. Since Ji had said that, perhaps, he was trying to keep the mutants. Excessive wounds would hinder their healing. After testing all 6, 2 showed moderate radiation mutations, and 4 showed severe radiation mutations. Chu Xi quickly disposed of the 4 future green-haired monsters. She then plucked a few large leaves from the surrounding area, carefully wrapped the remaining 2, and placed them in the backpack on her back. Fearing they might suffocate, Chu Xi even left breathing holes for them. After reporting the results to Ji Xian sent another message shortly after. Find something soft and fluffy to stuff the 2 little guys' mouths with to prevent them from making any noise on the way back. Chu Xi pondered for a moment and sent him an OK emoji, but she didn't have any good ideas for the moment. There were dense trees and weeds everywhere, so there was no soft or fluffy thing. Forget it, she just picked up the knife and cut a small piece of cloth from her clothes. Fortunately, the 2 little guys were small, so it wouldn't take much to gag them. After dealing with the 2 little guys, she wanted to continue waving the shovel to dig down, but unfortunately the whistle for assembly had already blown. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Chu Xi could only stop her actions reluctantly. She was really reluctant now. Since she had found the nursery, how far could the granary be? Alas, there's no guarantee I even have a chance to come tomorrow. Will this just give it to someone else? Chu Xi clutched her chest, her heart aching at the thought. The shrill whistle echoed in her ears over and over again. She composed herself and quickly rushed to the meeting point. Now she could only hope this land would remain until she came back to explore it. After returning outside, her first thing was to return the shovel and hidden weapon box to Yiman. Then she lined up at the motorcade. Chu Xi carried a backpack and a large sack. Though the sack was only a quarter full, her haul was a standout in the group. She carefully placed the 2 little mice and the precious sweet potato vine in her chest pocket, keeping them separate. They only made her look slightly fatter, but not too conspicuous. The weighing process was too rough, and she was afraid they would meet their end. Chu Xi had a good catch today: yam beans, a small sweet potato, and a few sweet potato leaves, totaling about 17 pounds. The weigher glanced at the badge on her lapel and said, 2 points for the fare, plus 1 point for the overweight, for a total of 3 points for the card. Chu Xi obediently handed over her watch. After a beep, she successfully boarded the return bus. This time, she sat in the last row, striving to minimize her presence. Chapter 44. After the team had gathered, Yiman returned to her seat, carrying the yam beans she had been given. She had gone to the back of the car on the way there because she had to carry out the captain's perverse mission, so she naturally didn't need to crowd with so many people on the way back. The seats up front were soft, much more comfortable than the hard ones. Su Chonglin, who was driving, saw her carrying a half-full bag of things. The bag was bulging, clearly not vegetable leaves or anything like that. Surprised, he asked Xiao Man, "Didn't Sister Yuhan say you were ripped off? You only got a 50-50 split, so how come your harvest wasn't any less than everyone else's?" Hearing Su Chonglin's words, the 2 people in the back seat also poked their heads out to take a look. Yuhan knew Yiman had discovered a field of mutant yams, so she estimated the bag size by looking at it. These must be about 20 kilograms, right? The others were stunned upon hearing this. 20 kilograms of edible grain, and that's after a 50-50 split. That spot, the one Yiman had discovered, had a net yield of 40 kilograms today. Oh my god, what a feng shui spot! Hearing the size of several people, Yiman scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Part of it is my good luck, and part of it is thanks to the young lady. I secretly went back to check a few times, and she truly didn't hide anything. You have a trick, I have a trick. Some people, dissatisfied with the guard's strict 70-30 split, would hide a portion of their harvest in a secluded location during inspections and retrieve it later on their own. Hoarding anything was a taboo within the guard, but with every profit came a risk. They could only address any problems as soon as they were discovered and then find someone else to work with. Although most of the yam beans in the bag were from the share of the profits, there were still 2 yam beans in there as commission from the young lady who lent her the shovel. She had also discovered a mutant rat burrow there. Unfortunately, all they had dug out was a single injured mutant rat, still inedible. Their efforts had been in vain. Hearing this, Su Chonglin lost his composure. He and Wang Yu had been part of the team that had killed the mutant rats 2 days before. They had been incredibly unlucky that day. They had suffered injuries and used up a lot of weapons, but in the end, not a single mutant rat they had killed was edible. Worst of all, they had searched their entire area in vain to find the mutant rat's nest. To their surprise, they had found it in Yiman's. Now, Su Chonglin could only think, how unfair is heaven. Suddenly, he came to his senses. Xiao Man, you seem to have said that you didn't find anything useful in the mutant rat burrow today. Does that mean the mutant rats are still storing food for the winter there? At this thought, he couldn't help but get excited and hurriedly said, "Xiao Man, you just said that you didn't find anything useful in the mutant rat burrow today. Does that mean the mutant rats are still storing food for the winter there?" At this thought, he couldn't help but get excited and hurriedly said, "Xiao Man, you just said that you didn't find anything useful in the mutant rat burrow today. Does that mean the mutant rats are still storing food for the winter in there?" Yi Man discussed, "Xiao Man, you said your brother has been taking good care of you since you joined the team, right? I have a relative coming over tomorrow. Can you give us a chance to work together? And we only need a 30-70th split. What do you think?" Yi Man curled her lips at the thought. Take care of me? When she first joined the team, Su Chonglin was the most vehement opponent because she was too young. He was worried she would hold them back, but the captain insisted and kept her. Even so, the team members would occasionally try to trick her. She endured her temper and played along for a week. The second week, she simply gave each of them an anesthetic needle and knocked them all out. Since then, the atmosphere in the team has become harmonious and family-like. But Brother Su's request wasn't excessive. After all, there was another reason for this. Under the same conditions, if she had to exclude Brother Su, it would inevitably be detrimental to the unity of the team. What's more, it was a 30-70 split, which was more reliable than the young lady. Therefore, Yi Man thought about it for less than 2 seconds and readily agreed to Su Chonglin's request. In the same car, Chu Xiai, who was sitting in the back car, obviously didn't know that the mutant rat hole had been intercepted. At this moment, she was sitting in a seat in the corner, resting with her eyes closed, with her hands resting on both sides of her waist. That was the position of the two mutant rat pups. Maybe the warm environment gave them enough sense of security. At this moment, they were lying in it obediently, without making much noise, and only occasionally there were two extremely weak humming sounds. Fortunately, the environment in the car was very noisy, and this little sound. The sound was so loud that it didn't attract anyone's attention at all. When she first got on the bus, Chu Xiai was still very nervous, because she felt that with 17 kilograms of food, she could already be considered a local tycoon. These days, there are many people who want to take advantage of the local tycoons. When Chu Xiai first came in, she did receive a few unfriendly glances, but then a few even bigger local tycoons got on, and quickly diverted the little attention from Chu Xiai. One of them dug up 2 large edible sweet potatoes, and judging by the bags they were carrying, they must have weighed at least 30 kilograms. Others couldn't tell what was in the bags, but they looked bulging, and there were a lot of them. But what made Chu Xiai jealous the most was a mutant chicken weighing over 40 kilograms that a middle-aged man was carrying. Meat? How much meat would that be? The bones can be used to make soup. If Chu Xiai had a chicken right now, he'd clean out the intestines thoroughly, leaving nothing to waste. But alas, there are no ifs. Never mind. Overthinking is pointless, leaving only tears. As soon as this man boarded the bus, he became the center of attention. But he wasn't afraid at all. The sharp axe strapped to his waist was his confidence. Everyone only dared to glance at him. No one even dared to speak to him. The man didn't do anything, simply sitting at the entrance with his bare hands, leaving everyone drooling at the sight of his mutant chicken. Chu Xiai muttered to himself, "Oh, how arrogant, how inhumane." As the bus departed, Chu Xiai glanced up and saw 3 empty seats. One of them was Yi Man's. The remaining 2, for some reason, missed the return bus. "I'm afraid they're in grave danger." Swaying. Some of the people in the car were unconcealedly delighted. It looked like they had a good harvest. They generally found edible sweet potatoes, the only difference being the size. This trip was a guaranteed win. Others, however, had bitter expressions on their faces, their bags flattened, leaving only a few leaves for a base. For points had been wasted. Chu Xiai had arrived early, so she was generally aware of everyone's harvest. She estimated that only a third of the people had found sweet potatoes today, and many only managed to collect about 5 or 6 pounds. It seemed like this autumn harvest wasn't as successful as she anticipated. Thanks to the wild vines, she harvested a few mutant yam beans. Otherwise, she only had a small sweet potato and a few leaves for a base. But if things kept going this way, would she be starving in the winter? Chu Xiai frowned at this thought. "Oh, I'm worried. Raising a family is so hard." Chapter 45. On the way here, everyone was a bit sleepy, but the way back was different. Everyone's eyes were bright, not a trace of sleepiness in sight. Although open robbery is strictly prohibited during the autumn harvest, there are always those who take drastic measures. Since I can't rob you, then I might as well steal it while you're not paying attention. As for being discovered later, there's basically no need to worry. Who knows if you only collected this much in the first place? Who knows if you deliberately plan to extort money? In short, once stolen, unless you're caught in the act, there's virtually no chance of recovery. Of course, nothing is guaranteed. For example, if you have strong connections and can get the conductor to check the data of each bus when no one is on board, the thief can still be easily identified. Logically, Chu Si was relatively safe in this car. She was a family member of the Tomorrow mercenary group, and in the eyes of the shantytown residents, she was definitely one of the few with strong connections. But nothing is absolute, and Chu Si didn't want to cause trouble, so she just watched her belongings. From the back seat, she could see clearly. As the car wobbled toward the latter half of the journey, a few people who hadn't gotten much could not resist the temptation to rob nearby residents. Unfortunately, stealing someone's food was like murdering an entire family. Everyone was on high alert, and no one gave them the chance. Chu Si watched the drama unfold all the way until they reached the shantytown, but no one had succeeded. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Ah, wouldn't thieves be out of a job here? When Chu Si returned home, Ji Xian was sitting in his wheelchair, stirring the mud. Soil. Today, he specially went to Old Lee's place and bought a bottle of special soil disinfectant. The soil brought back from outside must be disinfected and sterilized before use. Today, when he was spraying water on the foxtail grass seeds, he didn't expect that some of the seeds had already shown signs of germination. After mixing the soil with disinfectant, it had to be sealed and stored for a few days before use. Therefore, time was still very tight. This was mainly because they had little experience in planting. These things should have been prepared a few days in advance, so they wouldn't be so busy now. Chu Si, the hands-off boss, rushed in directly when Ji Xian was recording the data, showing off all kinds of harvests. Needless to say, she was proud, but she did have the capital to be proud. How rare are mutant beast cubs that meet the radiation standards? He experienced this well during his time in the mercenary squad, and mutant rat pups were the mercenaries' favorite. The reason was simple. They were easy to sell at a good price, as they were the raw material for those large tissue culture tool mice. It's no exaggeration to say that these two mice were worth more than 200 kilograms of food. Upon hearing this, Chu Si became excited, her eyes blazing with a dazzling light that threatened to blind everyone. But just as she began to rummage through her backpack, the light bulb began to run low. She reached in and dug in. Nothing, she dug again, still nothing. Finally, Chu Si, unconvinced, opened the backpack lid. Empty. Great. The sweet potato leaves were gone. Ji Xian watched her excited expression gradually crack. He nodded in understanding and asked, "Was anything stolen?" Chu Si nodded in shame. She still had the nerve to mock the thief's job loss. It turned out that as long as a fool like her was around, the thief would never be out of work. For a moment, she felt like she'd been struck by lightning, like she'd been struck by 5 thunderbolts. Luckily, her other belongings were still there, especially the most precious ones, which she had carefully hidden. If the mouse puppies and sweet potato vines were lost, she would regret it. She had kept the yam beans and sweet potatoes in a large bag. Because she was in such a good mood, she glanced at them every few seconds, probably giving the thief no chance, so they were saved. Even so, she couldn't help but sob. If it weren't for her good luck today, on any other day, she would have gone out to scavenge for scraps all day and probably only harvested a few leaves like these. And sometimes there's nothing left. Chu Si rubbed her face, reflecting deeply on herself. She'd been taking good precautions in the car today, so the chances of losing anything were low. But once she got out, the streets were filled with people returning from harvesting crops, and many residents from the safe zone had come to watch the excitement. Some had even set up stalls selling their harvest. Suddenly, the streets were packed with people, all rushing back home. Chu Si was so excited, she was only too busy showing off her haul to Ji Xian. Plus, she had her backpack slung across her back, looking completely defenseless. Who else would steal from her? If this were in the game, she'd definitely been giving herself away. Okay. Ji Xian comforted her. Every experience is a lesson learned. Throwing away 2 sweet potato leaves is better than throwing away everything else. Chu Si, Although she felt a little wrong, she was comforted. She watched Ji Xian hold the 2 mice in his hands, stretching their arms and legs, rubbing their bellies. Great. Both little guys were very healthy. Chu Si looked at the 2 golden eggs, and her previous melancholy quickly vanished. She excitedly said to Ji Xian, "Let's go to Old Lee's tomorrow and exchange them for food, shall we?" Oh my god, 200 kilograms of food to protect the house, that would be a blessing. Ji Xian shook his head slightly, feeling unsure. Chu Si wondered, do they really have to raise these creatures themselves until they're weaned? Luckily, their family wasn't short of food, so they could afford the cost. Ji Xian then said bluntly, "No, we're not selling to Oldley this time. And there's no need to wait until tomorrow. Let him come and take the goods today. While mutant beasts are hardy, we don't know how to raise cubs. Every day these little guys stay with us is another day of risk." With that, he took several photos of the 2 mutant rat pups from various angles and sent them to Fu Bowen. Chapter 46. When Chu Si saw the recipient's name was Fu Bowen, she was stunned. Could it be that this guy had expanded his business scope? Ji Xian explained to her, "Didn't I just say that all major organizations have a long-term mission to acquire mutant rat pups?" As one of the leading mercenary groups, the Tomorrow Mercenary Group is naturally not far behind in this area. If these 2 mutant rat pups are transferred to the mercenary group through Fu Bowen, not only will the price be higher than Old Lee's, but Bowen will also receive a certain amount of mercenary group points as a reward. These points will be of great use to him in the future. Chu Si understood. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the purpose of mercenary group points, Chu Si didn't know the rest, but she was very clear about one thing. When Ji Xian was still in the sanatorium, he used mercenary group points for daily expenses. So from then on, to some extent, mercenary group points are indeed very important. Just moments after Ji Xian's message was sent, Fu Bowen's video message came in. Judging from the surroundings, he must have been hiding in the bathroom, not being very discreet, and nearly exposing someone's privacy. Fortunately, he caught sight of Chu Si on the screen and quickly adjusted the angle. Soon, only his head was visible. Fu Bowen couldn't contain his excitement. "Boss, is this true? Are you kidding me?" Ji Xian didn't waste any more time, and the camera panned around the 2 mice. Their little arms and legs were so adorable, they stretched out their arms and legs. Fu Bowen subconsciously covered the screen. Fortunately, Ji Xian only filmed for a moment, and no one else saw. Otherwise, what if some shameless scoundrel tried to make friends with the boss and snatch the mission away? It's rare to earn points without completing a mission, so he had to seize the opportunity. Fu Bowen glanced around, then lowered his voice to Ji Xian, "Boss, I have half an hour until training ends. I'd be right over to your house." Just as he finished speaking, Chu Si heard a thunderous roar from the other end of the video. "Fu Bowen, you dared to slack off in the bathroom? Are you itching for trouble? Have you completed all your penalty laps?" Then, there was a loud bang, as if a door had been kicked open. Fu Bowen flinched, and the screen went black. Chu Si stared at him, stunned, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked Ji Xian, "Is the training in the mercenary group so strict?" It seemed like there wasn't even time for a bathroom break, and judging by Fu Bowen's reaction, he must have been through quite a bit of abuse. After hearing Chu Si's question, Ji Xian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. That voice must have belonged to the devilish coach, Lei Ming. Lei Ming was renowned within the mercenary group for his harshness and unconventional approach to training his team members. He had a somewhat extreme personality, but his commanding abilities were exceptional. It was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse that Fu Bowen was assigned to him. He held his team members to extremely high standards, and those who made it to his squad were generally top-tier talents in all areas. Logically, this was a good thing, at least a testament to Fu Bowen's combat prowess. The higher his abilities, the more protection he had against danger, right? But this guy had a rather worrying hobby, which was, he likes taking on difficult missions. That's fine though. The more difficult the mission, the higher the reward. From this perspective, Fu Bowen's future is still worth looking forward to. Of course, all of this presupposes a long life. Seeing Ji Xian remain silent, Chu Si thought he was touching on a sad past. Since Ji Xian's injection of the body cleanser, his body has regained some strength, but it's definitely not going to return to its former peak state. Chu Si secretly regretted that she'd been a little too proud lately. She hastily and abruptly changed the subject, saying, "After we get the points, do we go directly to Oldley to exchange them for food? After all, food prices will surely rise in winter, so why not buy more storable food now?" At this point, she finally remembered the forgotten sweet potato vine. She needed to plant it quickly. It was such a precious treasure. If she let it die because of her carelessness, she would be heartbroken. She couldn't care less about Ji Xian's feelings. The nursery at home wasn't set up yet, so she had to find a suitable container. But before she could get busy, Ji Xian stopped her. The soil had just been mixed with disinfectant and needed to be covered for 2 days before it could be used. He took the sweet potato vine from Chu Si's hands and covered it with the caryopsis seeds under a damp soft cloth, carefully leaving the leaves outside. "Okay, that's all right. This way we can always observe whether it's growing new roots." Chu Si nodded blankly. It seemed this guy had been learning a lot about farming lately. She hurriedly handed him her watch. Quick, I can't find the access point. Send me some of the basic materials you have. It saves me from looking like a farming idiot all the time. Jixian, What the hell? He even wants to look up farming knowledge on his watch. How is that even possible? That access is restricted to those working on the plantation. He knew this because he had a mercenary under his command whose family worked on the plantation. Their quarters were right next to his, and he often seen them growing easy-to-grow vegetables at home, with Jixian helping out. That's how he knew some basic farming knowledge. Why would he send her electronic materials? But if they did encounter any unsolvable pest or disease problems later, he could contact them specifically, and wouldn't have to worry too much about any technical difficulties. Chu Si hadn't expected farming knowledge to be so tightly controlled these days. It wasn't specifically blocked, really. It was just that outsiders rarely had access to it. Plus, servers require energy to run, and it couldn't be wasted recklessly. Therefore, this kind of specialized knowledge was generally stored on a few specific servers. Chu Si, self-improvement and striving. The road ahead was blocked just like that. Was it destined that Ji Xian would be in charge of the interior affairs, and she would be in charge of the exterior affairs? Chapter 47. Fu Bowen didn't show up immediately after training, as he agreed. A full hour had already passed, and not only had he not shown up, he hadn't even sent a single message. This wasn't right. He wasn't such a person. Thinking back to the moment he hung up the video call, Chu Si understood. He was probably still struggling under his ruthless coach. Chu Si hadn't been wrong. Fu Bowen hadn't had any extra training assignments, but slacking off during training was a big no-no with Lei Ming. Having caught him, how could he not give him a good beating? Fu Bowen gritted his teeth and completed the task as quickly as possible, just to finish it quickly, so he could get to Ji Xian and Chu Si. With his tireless efforts, he finally broke the record he set with Lei Ming. Lei Ming rubbed his chin. Very good. It seems this kid hadn't been giving his all before. Fu Bowen. Putting aside the miserable life that followed, his training mission was finally over today. As soon as he left the training ground, he immediately sent a voice message to Ji Xian. He originally planned to be there in 15 minutes, but when he lifted his leg, he nearly tripped over himself. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Bowen tactfully changed the time to half an hour. By the time he finally arrived at Chu Si's house, he was completely exhausted, feeling as limp as noodles. Chu Si opened the door, and was shocked to see Fu Bowen's current state. In their previous encounters, he had always struck Chu Si as a tough, sturdy man, with a slender gait and immense strength. What had happened now? He looked half dead, as if he had barely crawled to this point through sheer force of will. In that instant, Chu Si felt a profound respect for Captain Lei Ming, whom he had never met before. A respect that was meant to be respected from a distance. What kind of terrifying person could have trained such a tough guy like him into this state? Seeing Fu Bowen about to collapse, she hurriedly helped him in and sat him down with Ji Xian. TSK, they felt like brothers in distress. Seeing the mutant rat pups crawling around cluelessly on the table, his eyes finally focused. That's 4 points. It's almost as many as he earned from a single C-rank mission. There was absolutely no danger, no loss. Isn't this just free money? Fu Bowen smirked at the rats on the table. After taking a couple of sips of water, and seeing Ji Xian's stern expression, he finally regained his composure. This guy wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even though he wasn't captain anymore, some habits couldn't be broken. For example, the veins on his hands, hidden under the table, were clenched. After following Ji Xian for so many years, how could he not know that this was a sign he was about to strike? Fu Bowen shuddered. His mind quickly cleared. Thinking back to his behavior since entering the room, the tension he just relaxed seemed to tighten again. He immediately straightened his demeanor, gathered the 2 mutant rat cubs on the table into his arms, and asked Ji Xian in a businesslike manner, "Boss, I go back and exchange the points. Do you want to go directly to Oldley to exchange them for food? If needed, I exchange them for you next time I'm on leave, saving you 2 the trouble of running over there." Ji Xian let out a light breath, finally suppressing his anger. He was no longer the captain. He should treat Fu Bowen like Chu Si, try to be more lenient with him. Phew. Leniency, what the hell? Forget it, let's get rid of him quickly, to avoid him getting angry and adding more training missions. If that happened, this guy might not even make it back to the mercenary dormitory today. No need, transfer the points directly to me. I want to buy Chu Si a good weapon right away. Bowen was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Back when the energy stones were sold, Brother Xian had been planning to buy Chusi a new weapon, but then he happened to come across a rare item like the body purifier, so the plan was put on hold. Now that he had some cash, the matter was naturally back on the agenda. Any weapons you're interested in? I've seen a lot of weapons for sale in the group lately. If the price is right, I give them a look. Ji Xian thought for a moment. Cold weapons were clearly not suitable for Chusi. Her constitution was too weak, and she couldn't do much damage. Ultimately, he decided to go with a wooden cannon, which would have a deterrent effect on both humans and mutants. Chusi suddenly remembered the hidden weapon box that Yu-Man had lent her. It was quite easy to use, and it could be voice-activated in critical moments. It was incredibly convenient. Ji Xian didn't immediately agree to it, because this type of hidden weapon box had many drawbacks. Most of them weren't powerful enough to break the armor of mutant beasts. They were fine for dealing with someone with bad intentions, but if you encountered a mutant beast, your only option would likely be to run for your life. Chusi tilted her head. But she thought today, she had used this to deal with an adult mutant rat. Furthermore, the tranquilizer had a long range, 50 meters was more than enough for her, and there was a limit of 80 meters. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. It sounded good indeed. Furthermore, after purchasing the secret box, subsequent tranquilizer refills would be much cheaper than ammunition. Anesthetics can be purchased within the mercenary group. A bottle lasts for ages. As for anesthetic needles, just ask Oldie to find them. They're not that expensive. It seems like a much better deal than buying a wooden barn. However, this all presupposes they can still contact the person who lent her the trap box today, otherwise, it's all for naught. Chusi pondered. Her name is Yu-Man. She's very young, only around 10. There shouldn't be many official mercenaries her age in the mercenary group, right? Ji Xian pondered. She didn't really know this person. She probably joined after he retired. At this moment, Fu Bowen, who had been sitting obediently nearby, acting like a puppet, raised his hand. Boss, I know this person. She's the one joining my team now. Chapter 48. Chusi raised an eyebrow. Did the flood flush the Dragon King Temple? But seeing Fu Bowen's hesitation, it seemed there was something else going on. Ji Xian knocked on the table. Explain in detail. Fu Bowen nodded immediately. Everyone in Lei Ming's team is a bit abnormal. Lei Ming is known as the perverted devil captain, and this little girl Yu-Man is directly second only to Lei Ming. Her perversion has only increased with age. Hee. Back to the topic. Yu-Man is indeed a weapons maker, but the weapons she makes are. She wasn't popular among the mercenaries. Using her weapons against mid to high-level mutants usually required using at least 3 different weapons. First, a tranquilizer shot slowed the beast's movement, then an armor-piercing round to pierce its skin, and then an explosive round to penetrate the enemy's interior. That was it. Whether or not the creature would be killed was another matter. However, these steps could often be accomplished with a high-level wooden cannon. Why waste so much time? The battlefield situation was ever-changing. For the sake of one's own life, who would choose hers when there were more efficient weapons available? So, Yu-Man's stuff is good, but it's also embarrassing. Chusi nodded. It was embarrassing, but she wasn't going out to explore the wasteland. She probably wouldn't encounter these mid to high-level mutant beasts. So Chusi asked the question that mattered most to her. How many points does Yu-Man's hidden weapon box cost? Fu Bowen hadn't looked closely. The information was all displayed in the trading hall. He only remembered that it shouldn't be expensive, much cheaper than other wooden warehouses. He couldn't remember the exact price though. He'd have to go back and check. Ji Xian had also thought of this, so he supported Chusi's decision to purchase the hidden weapon box. At least they wouldn't have to buy ready-made anesthetic needles. Making them themselves from raw materials would save them a lot of money. Given their current situation, saving some points to buy food would be even better. Fu Bowen, burdened with a heavy burden, didn't stay at Chusi's house much longer. After a short rest, he recovered and immediately returned to submit the mission. The mutant rat cub was a hot potato for Chusi and his family, and naturally for him too. What if something went wrong along the way? He didn't dare waste a moment returning. Upon returning to the mercenary group, his first order of business was to rush to the mission hall and hand over the 2 little mice in exchange for 200 base points and 4 mercenary group points. Then, he rushed to the adjacent trading hall. Fu Bowen reached out and searched on the adjacent split screen, Wild Mangrove. A series of messages appeared, and he found the anesthetic needle hidden weapon box. He clicked on it to view details. Name: Anesthetic needle hidden weapon box. Function: holds 20 anesthetic needles at a time, with a range of 50 to 70 meters and accurate shooting. The hidden weapon box is made of pure steel, corrosion-resistant, and impact-resistant. The outer shell is specially treated with high-grade waterproof material, and the firing port is designed to be liquid-proof, eliminating the need to worry about water seepage. The initial supply includes 100 anesthetic needles. Further purchases can be made through a private message. Price: 125 points. Maker: Yiman Watch Identification Code: 23. Fu Bowen aimed the watch's camera at the content displayed on the screen, took a photo, and sent it to Ji Xian, awaiting his decision. He also sent Ji Xian a screenshot of the submission record for the mouse mission. He certainly couldn't take these 4 mercenary points for nothing. The current mercenary group's internal exchange rate was 10 base points for 1 mercenary group point, and even then, they were still priceless. Who would engage in this trade except the truly broke? In a mercenary group points were extremely important, from small things like purchasing special weapons to big things like opening up new opportunities. To obtain it, you have to use mercenary group points to buy it, not to mention the problem of retirement in the future. Therefore, he transferred 240 points to Ji Xian without saying a word. Ji Xian sent him a command to buy it, and transferred a total of 135 points to him, of which 125 points were used to buy the anesthetic needle hidden weapon box, and the remaining 10 points were Fu Bowen's hard-earned money. This money must be spent. He had to make sure that Fu Bowen was reliable, and could be cooperated with for a long time. There would definitely be many places where he would be used in the future, such as buying anesthetic liquid regularly in the future, which would require his help. Fu Bowen originally didn't want to accept it. After all, he could exchange it for. He had already taken advantage of the mercenary group points, but Ji Xian didn't give him a chance to refuse. With a cold look, Bowen immediately understood. In fact, he was also very poor. He earned a little more, but spent more. He was very happy to have 10 points. After receiving the transfer, he immediately placed an order. Anyway, they were in the same team, so it was convenient to receive the goods. Yiman thought that she had to go to the sweet potato collection area for a mission tomorrow, so she simply made an appointment with Bowen to hand over the goods directly at the training ground in the evening. When he saw the training ground, his legs couldn't help but feel weak. He looked carefully and found that the Captain Lei Ming had left. His legs finally regained some strength, and when he met Yiman, he still had the energy to bargain. After all, they were teammates, and they would be close friends in the future. However, Fu Bowen was no bargainer. He had a good hand, but he had ruined it. Of the 125 points, he only managed to get 5. Yiman even looked down on him for a long time. A grown man too petty. Thankfully, he had successfully obtained the hidden weapon box. He delivered it to Chu Ci early the next morning. Of course, he didn't keep the 5 points, striving to restore his image of honesty, reliability, and integrity in front of Brother Xian. It's a shame Chu Ci isn't home, otherwise she could have adjusted the situation and seen if any adjustments were needed. Chu Ci is incredibly busy. She rushed back to the queue right after dinner last night. She glanced at the number of people ahead of her and realized she wouldn't be able to get in line until at least the day after tomorrow. It's a shame the base strictly prohibits people from waiting in line. Otherwise, it would be much easier if Ji Xian stayed here to queue for her every day while she went out collecting. It wouldn't waste any time at all. Alas, it's clear the base is wary of people like her. Sad. Chapter 49. After handing over the items, Fu Bowen left Chu Ci's house. He hadn't yet recovered from the scene he had just witnessed. Brother Xian was making breakfast, and next to him was a floor of yam beans. That's a bit exaggerated, but there were only about 10. So many staple foods. He was much richer than he was. Just 2 days ago, they only had 2 or 3 nutritional supplements at home. He hadn't expected to be able to rise up and sing so quickly. And then, there were the 2 mutant mice from yesterday. It was obvious that this was Chu Ci's entire harvest. This was even more satisfying than being a mercenary. It was so satisfying that he was bubbling. Fu Bowen couldn't help but sigh. Her koi-like physique is truly undeniable. With the energy stones from before, the low-radiation mutated food, and everything she collected, he now had only one thought in mind. Looks like Brother Xian will finally have a lifeline for the rest of his life. After Fu Bowen left, Ji Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the yam beans tumbling around. They had been piled in the bag the whole time, but last night, Ji Xian had dumped them out, fearing they'd spoil if he kept them hidden. However, this was a shantytown after all, and Bowen was fine. If they were caught by others, when others saw that there was so much food at home, they would never have peace in the future. No, it seemed that they had to set up another small storage room at home. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Fu Bowen, asking him to go out and get him some bamboo poles next time he was on vacation. But as soon as he sent the message, there was a ding-ding sound of receiving messages outside the door. He reached out to open the door, and sure enough, the stupid big guy Fu Bowen was still at the door. He was checking the message on his watch at this time. When he saw Ji Xian pushing the door open, his face turned red for a moment. Ji Xian raised his eyebrows suspiciously. This guy, could he be greedy for their breakfast? But there was no way he could be greedy. He only cooked for 2 people today, and since neither of them had any heavy physical work to do, the breakfast portion was actually quite small, just enough to fill their stomachs and prevent stomach upset. But since Bowen wasn't leaving, he might as well talk to him about the bamboo pole. Ji Xian gestured for him to come in. After all, the yam beans were still lying on the floor. Fu Bowen followed his instructions. He knew the captain's concerns, so he didn't dare delay. He quickly closed the door and took the initiative to sit on the wooden stool, sitting upright like a primary school student. Ji Xian didn't bother to argue. The mercenary group's controls were strict, and he didn't want to waste Fu Bowen's time any longer. After a moment's thought, Ji Xian picked up a medium-sized yam bean from the ground and asked directly, "Next time you're on vacation, I trade this bean for 2 adult mutant purple bamboos, okay? Don't think 2 bamboos are too few. These are adult mutant purple bamboos, each one 100 meters tall and as thick as a bucket." After breaking them apart, Ji Xian would have enough bamboo strips to make a partition. In fact, he planned to use the remaining strips to make a small bed for Chu Ci. If there were any leftover materials, he could build a few flower racks for future planting. Fu Bowen nodded frantically. The job was a bit tedious, but the pay was truly high. And best of all, he was off duty today. The captain had something to do, so he given all the team members without missions the day off. Fu Bowen was one of them. It seemed like that Yam Bean was determined to go home with him today. Bowen was delighted. He was thankful he arrived early, otherwise this matter would have had to be postponed until another time. He said nothing more, and stood up to leave. Ji Xian hadn't expected such a coincidence. Seeing his impulsiveness, he immediately stopped him. He reached out to test the heat of the pot, confirming it wasn't too hot. He then poured out a breakfast from a water bottle, and handed it to Bowen. Before he could get carried away, Ji Xian spoke, "Give the breakfast to Chu Ci. She's in the queue area for tomorrow's mercenary group. You be passing by there on your way out. Oh, and give her this hidden weapon box too. If it doesn't fit, bring it back to the group and have the seller adjust it." With that, Ji Xian stuffed the hidden weapon box back into Fu Bowen's hands. Fu Bowen, unable to find words to express himself, he obediently accepted the item, and immediately headed for the small square. If Chu Ci were here, he'd definitely silently offer a remark. Love is always annoyed by the heartless. Alas, in this rotten world, even a mouthful of porridge is a rare commodity. Honestly, Ji Xian hardly dared leave home for too long these days. Their family was already struggling to make ends meet. In the shantytowns, countless families were struggling to make ends meet. He couldn't risk his own rations on the character of others in starvation and hardship. He felt he wasn't the type to resist temptation, let alone others. He could only blame the world for how it was. Fu Bowen. After arriving at the small square, he made his way through the bustling crowd and headed straight for the tomorrow mercenary group's queue. There were simply too many people here, but thankfully the line flowed smoothly. He followed the crowd until he found the end of the line, then made his way forward. Sure enough, not long after, he spotted Chu Ci, sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. He reached out and gave her a gentle nudge, nearly sending her toppling over. Fu Bowen was startled. "Don't try to trick me, he's really paying attention." Chu Ci dazedly opened his eyes, and wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. Apparently, he wasn't just resting, but actually asleep, instinctively wiping his drool. Chu Ci had assumed it was Ji Xian bringing him food, but he didn't expect it to be Fu Bowen. "What's going on?" Fu Bowen looked up and glanced around, shielding himself from view with his body. He waved the hidden weapon box and breakfast for Chu Ci to see. Seeing the hidden weapon box, Chu Ci's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Fu Bowen to be so capable, to have gotten the job done so quickly. She silently gave him a thumbs up. Fu Bowen felt a little embarrassed by her praise. It was only natural. He was afraid the boss would punish him if he was slow. "I tested the accuracy and range of this hidden weapon box in the training hall. It's fine. Now try to get comfortable with it. If the size isn't right, you can ask your man to adjust it." Chu Ci took it with surprise. The hidden weapon box had 3 settings, and she was on the lowest. It fit perfectly on his crotch. He twisted his wrist to test it out. It was perfect, nothing out of place, no adjustments needed. While Chu Si was trying on the hidden weapon box, Fu Bowen glanced up at the line ahead of him. He mentally calculated that Chu Si's position might just allow him to arrive for his shift tomorrow. He had to thank Chu Si profusely for the mouse. After all, she had scavenged it. Just words felt a bit weak. Now, if they could ever meet, he'd find her a good spot to collect it. Chu Si, however, showed no sign of excitement. From her tone and demeanor, she couldn't help but think of those ridiculous 2 square meters. Chapter 50. Looking at Fu Bowen's excited expression, Chu Si wondered if he was too careless. She was genuinely worried he might do something bad with good intentions, so she had to warn him beforehand. Chu Si's face lit up with an adorable smile as she addressed Bowen sweetly. Well, brother Fu, if it's a remote location with poor soil, but a large area, forget it. I'm not greedy, so I just go through the normal process. Really, she was truly terrified of being ripped off. Even if she was lucky, after all this was going on, she eventually returned empty-handed. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Fu Bowen scratched his head, puzzled as to why Chu Si had such an idea. In fact, the division of the sweet potato planting areas was handled by the base staff. They had extremely strict requirements in every aspect, the kind you couldn't even get in with a gift. Naturally, the designated harvesting areas were relatively fair. As Chu Si had said, since the area was much larger, it would definitely have obvious disadvantages in other aspects. Those of them who knew the inside story were most afraid that their families would encounter such an area. He was repaying a favor, not seeking revenge. How could he be so deceiving? Chu Si. Ye man is truly not a good person. She had no good intentions from the beginning. You see, wasn't it just that she wasn't fully committed during the acting later on? Was there any need to trick her like this? This little girl is really vindictive. Fortunately, the yam bean incident came up at the end, otherwise, they would have been enemies. And so, Chu Si decided to avoid her from now on. Yi Man's personality is too unpredictable. Being close to her is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Fu Bowen saw that Chu Si still didn't seem very moved, so he had to use his trump card. Of course, this could be. It was illegal. He carefully glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he whispered to Chu Si, "Don't worry, you won't lose money. Let me tell you something. I already used my watch to secretly test the radiation levels of most of the soil in the area I'm responsible for. I found 2 prime areas with moderate radiation levels. I give you a piece of that. The probability of producing food there will increase significantly. Even if we're just unlucky, and don't find any edible sweet potatoes, carrying some soil back will ensure we don't lose money." Chu Si's eyes finally lit up. Look, this was the true attitude of a real business. Only well-founded inferences were reliable. Besides, how could she, Chu Si, have bad luck? Ahem, at most, it was just black and red. Just like when she dug up the mutant rat's nest, she had originally intended to find the winter food stored in the cave. But in the end, she didn't find the food, but she did dig up 2 baby mice. That was quite a profit, wasn't it? By the way, if they dug any further into the mutant rat's cave, they would be outside the protection range of the guards. She had been debating whether to continue digging, but now she had a reliable and highly skilled partner like Fu Bowen. Wouldn't that be a perfect boost to her fighting power? Maybe it was the old man. Wouldn't God have the heart to see her give up that rat hole? When Fu Bowen heard Chu Si wanted to partner with him to excavate the mutant rat nest, he was initially thrilled. After all, even as a mercenary, he rarely encountered such good things. But the more he listened, the more something seemed off. Fu Bowen had to interrupt Chu Si and ask, "Does anyone else know about this mutant rat nest?" Chu Si nodded. "Yes, I borrowed a shovel from you man back then. Oh, and I need you for the shovel later." But Fu Bowen simply waved his hand. The shovel probably wasn't necessary. The mutant rat nest wouldn't wait until tomorrow. It would surely be demolished today. Chu Si was a little dumbfounded. But that was her discovery. Aren't the yam beans G-Man found her private property? If she wanted to go and gather them, wouldn't she have to split the harvest 50-50 with her? Is it because G-Man is a member of the guards, and she's just an ordinary slum dweller? Fu Bowen shook his head. Why would you think that? Yi-Man's yum beans have survived until now, because they were her sole discoverer. If someone else had discovered the area later, and they inspected and picked them before you arrived, Yi-Man wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. At most, everyone would have been sneaking around inspecting and collecting them. Unless you're growing something at home, there's no ownership. Anyone who discovers it can pick it. The same goes for the mutant rat hole. Chu Si, Come to think of it, it's like that raspberry patch. Hadn't they also been there as latecomers, picking them? It doesn't make sense that she could, but others couldn't. But she still felt like a mountain of gold had just passed her by. Alas, she was kind enough to have some breakfast, and her connection to the rat hole ended there. Seeing Chu Si had nothing else to do, Fu Bowen checked his watch. He had to leave immediately. The purple bamboo growing area wasn't very close to the base. Even if he walked quickly, it would take him nearly an hour and a half to get there. He had been in such a hurry to leave today that he hadn't even brought a bottle of water. He had to make a quick decision. Fu Bowen internally complained. He had heard a long time ago that the base was developing a solar-powered transportation system, but it had been so long, and they still kept exploding. He had no idea when it would be available to ordinary people like them. Not only was this a waste of time, but it was also a huge drain on his energy. Thinking of this, it's better to go on missions with the mercenaries. Not only do they earn commissions, but they can also collect vegetables and food along the way. Most importantly, they travel by car, so the physical exertion is likely less than that of scavengers. However, the level of danger is definitely not on the same level. However, Fu Bowen thought about it again, and thought of his former teammates in the sanatorium. His initial complacency quickly faded. These mercenaries. It seems there's no such thing as retirement. Many would rather die on the job than live a life like that in the sanatorium. Looking back now, Brother Xian was unfortunate. A single mission caused his genes to collapse, ruining his promising future. But now, he seems to be lucky, at least luckier than many of them. Brother Xian's current state is the kind of retirement everyone wants. There's still hope for life, and there's still hope for the future. Chapter 51. After breakfast, Chu Si fidgeted with her water bottle, looking at the long line. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah, I still have to wait all day. A short while later, the convoy departed, and Chu Si followed the crowd a long way forward. But that was all she could do for the day. As the sun rose higher, everyone automatically adjusted their positions, trying to find shade. Fortunately, rows of awnings had already been erected, providing plenty of shelter from the sun. After adjusting their positions, everyone put down their small stools. This was where they would camp for the day. Chu Si was getting a little restless. She had to spend another day here bored. Nighttime was fine, she could still sleep, but was she just going to stare blankly during the day? Then, she realized. It seemed as if he was the only one watching, while his neighbors all dug out their bags and began to bustle about with various tasks. Some were twisting hemp rope, some were sewing, and some were tinkering with electronic parts. The types were diverse, spanning all walks of life. Of course, there were also those who had nothing to do. Some were clearly extremely weak, and to conserve their energy for tomorrow's scavenging, they dared not do anything else. Others were clearly not serious people, idling around, their eyes darting around, constantly glancing around, perhaps looking for a good target. People like Chu Si were kept at a safe distance. True examples like Chu Si were rare. Even a 4- or 5-year-old child was helping his mother win the thread. Chu Si couldn't help but cover his face silently. He hadn't expected this. It turned out to be such a queuing culture. If she had known this, she would have brought a whole sack of things. To be honest, there was too much work to do at home. She felt bad about wasting a whole day. For example, she had not even finished weaving half of the mattress made of dogtail grass. As for the red leaf vine, she had only processed a small part of it, and it was still a long way from being able to weave cloth. Chu Si thought about it, and while the sun was not so scorching, she hurriedly asked Ji Xian to help her send a bundle of red leaf vines. That thing was easier to carry, but very troublesome to handle, just right to kill time. After receiving the message, Ji Xian lowered his head to look at the yam beans on the ground, moved them all to under his bed and hid them. It seemed that he had to go out today anyway. He did not bring too much red leaf vine, but only took 2 vines, which were as thick as his wrist. All of them had to be divided into thin lines. This was already a huge project. After thinking about it, he filled a bottle of water for Chu Si before leaving. As for Chu Si's 3 meals a day, there was no need to worry. She had specially brought a bottle and a half of nutrition supplements before leaving. She had originally thought that she would be hungry for breakfast, and that would be enough. However, Fu Bowen also gave her a bland breakfast. She only needed to take the half nutrition supplements at noon and in the evening, and save the remaining whole one for scavenging tomorrow. After packing up, he locked the door and set off. Chu Si's house was not far from the small square. Ji Xian pushed the wheelchair by himself and walked there in 10 minutes. After finding Chu Si, he removed the cloth bag on his legs and told her about the deal he had made with Fu Bowen today. Chusi was naturally very happy. After many twists and turns, her little bed was finally going to be finalized in the form of a bamboo bed. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited. She had always planned to get herself a bed, but unfortunately she never had the time. She was always on the go looking for food, and her other needs had to be put off again and again. Today she could finally see the shadow of it. However, Chusi still felt that it was a bit of a waste to spend materials to separate out a storage room. It was a waste of both materials and space. After all, their small house was only about 20 square meters in total. She had always wanted to get herself a small compartment to live in. Now it would be better to expand the storage room and make it a bedroom and storage. Anyway, if the bed was made higher, the bottom could be used to store things. After listening to Chusi's opinion, Jixian lowered his head and thought about it. In fact, they had not taken a very important point into consideration. Since Chusi wanted to develop the planting industry, the small space at home would be of great use to her. They must give priority to the plants, and places with good lighting must be reserved. In this way, let alone planning a separate compartment, the existing area may not be enough. It is better to enclose the open space in front of the door, and make 2 doors directly. The compartment formed between the first door and the second door can be used to store some sundries, and with 2 doors separating them, their farming at home will not be easily discovered. After listening to Jixian's new plan, Chusi naturally agreed with both hands. This can also expand the area of the house, so why not do it? Many people's kitchens are set up outside, and the pots and pans are usually placed at home and taken out for use when cooking. There are also some more particular families, who will directly enclose the open space in front of the door. Therefore, by doing this, they can also. It wouldn't look too awkward. Chusi even considered secretly expanding the area. This way, he could add a small door to the area visible from the 2 doors. Wouldn't that give him both a storage room and a living room? If he didn't want anyone to enter the inner room, he could simply entertain guests in the small living room. The thought made him happy. Jixian nodded. It was possible, but it would require significantly more bamboo than originally planned. After wrapping the outside, the remaining material would probably only be enough to make her a bed. As for building a partition for Chusi, there would definitely not be enough material. This was a rare opportunity for renovation, and Chusi wanted to try it. Hadn't he already ordered 2 bamboos from Fu Bowen? Could we pay a little more and order 1 more? Jixian shook his head. 2 was already the limit. Fu Bowen would have to pay more. Bowen can't bring it back either. Oh, Chusi sighed. There's really no other way. What else can I do? I can only postpone it for a while, and do it later when I have time. Suddenly, her eyes flickered to the red leaf vine beside her. Yeah, she was at home anyway. All she needed was some visual blockage. A curtain made of red leaf vine would do the trick. Plus, it's more flexible. It can be pulled up when in use and folded away when not. It doesn't take up growing space for plants at home. Perfect. After the 2 of them discussed it, it was settled. Jixian didn't waste any time. Fu Bowen would bring the purple bamboo back today. He had to go home and clean up the things at the door and plan the construction area. Why should a weak woman like Chusi and a sick man like him do this job? Obviously, it wasn't possible. So, Fu Bowen would probably have to work overtime at his house tonight. Chapter 52. After Jixian left, Chusi began to quietly tend to the red leaf vines. She appeared calm, but in reality, her mind had long since wandered off to Jixian. Now that the house was finally about to begin its renovation, she was thrilled just thinking about it. Unfortunately, she still had to wait in line, unable to actually participate. It felt like a rip-off, like she missed out on $1 billion. But there was no other way. This was the base's rule. She still wanted to rely on them to pick sweet potatoes. So what if she didn't behave? Chusi used a knife to repeatedly cut the cross-section of the sweet potato vines. Fortunately, the fibers were distinct, and the knife was. After splitting a section, it can be easily separated by pulling it to both sides with the hands. Chusi also thought about using some techniques to improve the cutting efficiency, but the results were not ideal. For this, she specially selected a fresh red leaf vine and smashed one end of the red leaf vine with a wooden stick, thinking that this would make the fibers looser. If feasible, she would just beat the whole red leaf vine and then put it in water to clean the other residues. As a result, the fibers inside were abnormally fragile and were directly smashed into a paste by the wooden stick. You know, she was very careful when she exerted force, and she was always trying to hit it. The fibers couldn't withstand the pressure, they were as brittle as glass. As for storing the red leaf vine for a period of time, as it is now, the entire vine becomes flexible and strong. It's not just the fibers that are strong, the rest of the vine becomes like a sponge. Under pressure, it only becomes tighter and tighter. Trying to easily remove the fibers by patting them is a pipe dream. In the end, after much refinement, all she could do was make as many cuts as possible on the vine's cross-section, hoping to use fewer cuts next time. So, in her heart, she could only laboriously perform the most basic tasks. However, this job also has one advantage, that is, it can be done completely by mechanical movement without using any brain. Normally, even when weaving a mattress, she would sometimes be afraid of making a wrong connection, but this time she doesn't have to worry at all. She can just do it blindly, without worrying about making mistakes. However, this job also has a disadvantage, that is, it is too easy to get sleepy. She had just finished breakfast, and she had an extremely strong urge to take a nap. Chu Xi yawned uncontrollably. This would not do. When Ji Xian came to pick up the things tomorrow, he would find that he, a fully grown adult worker, could not even split 2 red leaf vines in a day. Wouldn't this be a joke? She couldn't afford to lose face, so she had no choice but to find something to entertain herself. She kept her eyes and ears open. Even the most melodramatic 8 o'clock dramas were her cup of tea. Unfortunately, she watched too many modern dramas, and the little neighborhood clashes between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law didn't pique her interest. Suddenly, an alluring aroma wafted into her nose, and Chu Xi's sniffed. Meat, the aroma of meat. Oh my God, who's so bold as to flaunt their wealth in the slums? Isn't he afraid of society teaching him a lesson? Numerous people noticed the aroma, and they all looked up, each one like a hungry wolf. The situation suddenly got out of control. Finally, Chu Xi spotted the culprit. It was a small mobile stall. A large pot was propped up on a cart, steam bubbling from the edges. The aroma naturally emanated from that pot. A small banner hung overhead, with bold black letters reading, "Mutated rabbit meat, 2 points, large bowl of broth, pure broth, meat. 3 points for 1, sweet potato for 1 point." Perhaps to prevent a riot, a large Tomorrow Mercenary Corps logo was printed on the corner of the banner. It happened to be a mutant rabbit, and with the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps logo, Chu Xi thought about it, and decided it was most likely the business of the 2 guards, who had caught the mutant rabbit yesterday. Sure enough, she wasn't the only one who thought this. After all, many people had seen their haul yesterday. Queuing on someone else's territory naturally made them think twice before causing trouble. Those who were still eager to try quickly calmed down. Chu Xi was scrambling for her remaining points. After selling the rat cubs and buying the hidden weapon box, she had 110 points left. She and Ji Xian each had 55, more than enough for a bowl of broth or a piece of meat. While not cheap, it was within her price range. The vendor slowly moved his food cart forward, and finally someone couldn't wait any longer and bought a piece of meat to satisfy their hunger. But, was it toothpick meat? How dare you ask for 3 points just like that? Perhaps business wasn't as good as he hoped, so he gave everyone who bought meat or sweet potatoes a complimentary half scoop of broth. Even so, few people were willing to spend their points on a bowl of broth. After all, winter was approaching, and everyone needed to use every point wisely. Chu Xi's heart sank even more when she saw the clear broth. She originally considered buying a bowl of broth for 1 point to satisfy her craving, but now it seemed she better forget it. This guy was even more stingy than Ji Xian. She felt a bit vindictive. Fu Xing thought, it would be better to just spend a few more points to buy a bone and take it home to make soup to drink to your heart's content, and not stop until the bone is cooked through. With the appearance of this snack stall, many vendors also appeared in other corners, some selling knives, some selling basins, some selling homemade fabrics, and some selling handicrafts, such as sharpening knives, repairing weapons, etc. For a while, the scene was very lively, and Chu Xi actually felt like she was at a rural market. However, she quickly came to her senses. The people here were obviously businessmen. There were a lot of real items, but those useless entertainment items were basically unsold. Perhaps they weren't available in the shantytowns, but they were available at the base. After all, she'd seen Oldley smoking before. This despicable society constantly reminded her of her struggle at the bottom of society. Sigh. It was a little sad. Sigh. What does the guy do? He had a bulging bag on his shoulder, and a crowd of people surrounded him. This treatment was completely different from other vendors. Other vendors would chase you around asking questions, but you couldn't buy anything. Buy, and he was surrounded by people asking, "Points, are you selling it?" Then, there was a flurry of chatter and haggling. Chu Xi peered in, anxiously wondering what it was. Looking at his brother's expression, he hoped his goods would be divided before he even got here. Chinese people tend to like to join in the fun. If Chu Xiai saw it but wasn't interested, the matter would be over. But if she couldn't even squeeze in, this would definitely be a heavily discounted item in the supermarket. If you can't buy it, it's your loss. Chapter 53. Seeing Chu Xi's intense interest, the woman who had been waiting in line behind her came over, took her hand, and began to sell her. Hey sister, what's so great about those for scraps? Don't be fooled by the price. They're not as warm as a whole piece of leather. To be honest, my eldest son works for a hunting team and has connections that get him great stuff. Oh, those furs are so big, shiny, and incredibly smooth. They're nothing compared to those factory scraps. If you want them, I sell them to you at a discount, okay? Chu Xiai smiled awkwardly and calmly pulled her hand away from the woman's. She didn't like such close contact, especially when they weren't familiar with each other. However, she was very interested in the furs. She had previously searched her original body's memories and found that she had enough winter clothing. Although they were a little worn, they were still enough. But Ji Xian was in need. Ever since he left the sanatorium, he had been carrying a lot of clothes. Chu Xiai knew what she was talking about. It had to be simple, so she had to rush a winter coat for him before winter arrived. Especially since he was a patient requiring special care. After finally getting better, he would die from a cold. Who could she cry to? A whole hide was indeed much more warming than scraps. Chu Xiai thought, if the price wasn't too outrageous, she'd buy some whole hides for Ji Xian to use in the coat. So she asked the ant how much. The ant was instantly excited at the prospect, her eyes sparkling. Chu Xi's hand, which had just been freed, was instantly pulled back, this time tighter and closer. Fortunately, the ant was careful with her angle, and didn't spray her face with spit as she spoke. Of course, different hides have different prices. The hides vary in size. Some mutants are particularly difficult to kill, so they're more expensive. Sister, what kind of hide do you want? Chu Xiai thought for a moment and said, how many points are a mutant rat pelt? The ant was even more excited when she heard this. She had met an expert. Not only was mutant rat pelt more delicate and soft, but the price was also very reasonable. Moreover, it would take at least 8 pelts to make a single adult garment. They earned 1 point for each pelt sold, so 8 pelts would be 8 points. Instantly, she looked at Chu Xiai with even closer affection, her face a beaming smile. Sister, a mutant rat pelt is worth 17 or 18 points on the market. I give you 10. How about 5 points? Chu Xiai clutched her chest. She hadn't really decided to buy it, but she suddenly remembered the green-haired rat she'd thrown away when they dug up the mutant rat's nest. 15 points. No, 18 points. That could buy at least 3 nutritional supplements. How much of a spendthrift would she have to be to do something so outrageous? The ant saw the little girl, who had just been fine, suddenly become incapable. Frightened, she rushed over to support her. What was going on? Chu Xiai, sorry, I was shocked by the price. The ant's face froze. Girl, you're joking, aren't you? I couldn't hear you clearly from behind, but I vaguely overheard you. Your family can trade grain for 2 useless bamboos, so how could you be short of a few points for leather? Chu Xiai was stunned. She hadn't expected that even with their whispers, someone could still overhear them. She had to be more careful about what she said in public. A whole leather was nice, but with their current financial resources, they couldn't afford it. They had. The few points he had were mainly used to buy some nutrient solution and store it. How could he spend most of it just to make a piece of clothing? So Chu Xiai immediately put on an uneasy expression and explained, Auntie, it was really windy the other day. My house is already quite simple, and it was almost collapsing when the strong wind blew. We're replacing the bamboo to reinforce it before winter comes. As you just saw, my brother's condition is a bit inconvenient, and I've been busy harvesting autumn crops lately. How can I have time to go out and get some suitable wood? Thankfully, I was lucky enough to find some food yesterday. My sister and I discussed it, and decided to save it, and hire a helper to get us 2 bamboos, so we can chop them more easily. After saying this, Chu Xiai smiled sheepishly. She didn't have to pull her hand out herself, the auntie released her. Upon hearing this, she cursed inwardly, feeling unlucky. It seemed like all her enthusiasm had gone to waste. Of course, business people couldn't just stand there and argue. She simply offered Chu Xiai a few awkward words of encouragement and retreated to her seat, not even giving him a glance. She looked a completely different person than before. Chu Xiai wasn't annoyed, after all. The auntie had provided her with a lot of useful information. She had previously been very helpful to Chu Xiai. The scraps of hides were often ignored, but now they might be her only salvation. Fortunately, most people were still watching rather than buying. Chu Si immediately stood on tiptoe and called out, "Brother Hyde, here, here." Afraid he couldn't hear her, she called out several times. It was obvious that the name was too recognizable, and the hide seller clearly didn't want it to spread, fearing Chu Si would keep calling him. After finishing his current business, he came to Chu Si first, and the first thing he said to her was, "Excuse me, your surname is Wang." Chu Si immediately understood. "Brother Wang, let me see your scraps of hides." Wang Dong didn't waste any time. He simply opened the cloth bag on his shoulder, reached in, and flipped through the leather inside. Some were small, with fur edges as thick as a finger, while the larger ones were irregular leather pieces half the size of a palm. The colors were even more varied: gray, black, red, and green, and the hair lengths varied. Even more outrageous, there was even some snake skin mixed in. Chu Si's mouth twitched. After looking at it this way, the whole leather was indeed more attractive. As his elder brother flipped through the leather, he said, "No need to be picky. 3 points for 2 kilograms. These leathers are already tanned and don't need any special treatment when you get home. Oh my god, there's no harm without comparison. 3 points for 2 kilograms, that's an incredible price. No wonder so many people are flocking to her." She completely forgot all the slight disdain she felt earlier. As for the leather being a little broken, that's not a problem at all. At worst, she just stitch more tightly to ensure each piece of leather stays in place. If that doesn't work, she just buy more scraps and make a few more layers. The warmth will be absolutely amazing. So, she waved her hand and said, "Brother, give me 20 kilograms. Chapter 54. Wang Dong hadn't expected this deal to go so easily, and Chu Si was definitely a major customer. Most people in the shantytown struggled, and even when buying scraps of leather, they usually only buy 3 or 5 pounds to cover their chests and backs. Few were as generous as her. Furthermore, Chu Si hadn't bargained, which made Wang Dong incredibly happy. He wasn't the kind of businessman to take advantage of honest customers. Since Chu Si wouldn't bargain, he simply gave her 20.5 pounds of leather, saving them the trouble of haggling. Those who only bought 3 pounds and then insisted on reducing his points were a real headache. Chu Si took the scraps and examined them from the bottom up. The overall quality was acceptable. About 90% of the leather was hairy, and the rest was a smooth, snakeskin-like material. Fortunately, each piece of this leather was roughly the size of a palm, so she could make gloves, socks, and other items back home, so it wouldn't be wasted. Wang Dong smiled and said to Chu Si, "Well, brother, I didn't cheat you, did I? At least 80% of this batch of material is usable, which is already very rare. Even the scraps that are difficult to process can be made into a sturdy rope when we get home, right?" Chu Si nodded and readily paid the 30 points. She had originally planned to buy only 10 kilograms, but the leather scraps were really affordable, and she also wanted to make a small blanket for Ji Xian. After all, patients need special care. Well, judging by the state of his legs and feet, he certainly wouldn't be able to withstand the cold in winter. But after all, spending an extra 15 points was a painful experience. In fact, anyone nearby who heard the noise was shocked by Chu Si's generosity. After Wang Dong left, even the ant behind him couldn't help but say, "Girl, since you're willing to spend 30 points on such rubbish, why not just buy 2 of my mutant rat skins and cover your chest and back? That would be much better. Wouldn't it be better than these leaky leather rags?" Chu Si gave her a perfunctory smile, too busy to bother with her. It was a full 20.5 kilograms of leather, which she meticulously sewed onto a piece of fabric, then sandwiched between the 2 pieces of cloth. Even the wind wouldn't get through. Wasn't that more reliable than 2 rat skins? The ant, seeing Chu Si didn't respond, knew the chances of her returning the goods were slim, so she stopped bothering him. With a pout, she went back to her work. But it was just the price of 2 pieces of leather. What was there to brag about? It had to be said that Chu Si was actually feeling quite cocky right now. She didn't even want to deal with the red leaf vines anymore. She would just flip through the bag of leather scraps whenever she had nothing to do, eager to spread them out and examine them. Unfortunately, the current environment wasn't suitable. Many people had already taken a keen interest in her bag of leather scraps. It was better during the day, so she could keep an eye on it. But at night, it would be more troublesome. Didn't she sleep all the time? If she couldn't keep an eye on it, she'd probably have to say goodbye to this thing. After all, it was worth 30 points. It was a 6-nutrient supplement. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? So she took advantage of the rarity of it now. When Fu Boeing came back that evening, she had to ask him to take it back with him. Chu Si took a photo and shared the exciting news with Ji Xian. When he saw the photo, Ji Xian was stunned for a moment, then his heart warmed. Back in the mercenary group, everyone wore uniforms year-round. He actually forgotten to prepare winter clothes. Although he had no idea how Chu Ci would make a coat for him from these scraps of leather, his requirements were low, just a shapeable coat was enough. Besides, Chu Ci's craftsmanship was indeed much better than his. Perhaps he could look forward to a colorful coat, never mind. Everyone's trying to stay home in the winter anyway. Staying warm is enough. Why would I need a bicycle? After a long while, Chu Ci finally calmed her excitement. After putting the cloth bag in a prominent place, she picked up her red leaf vine again and began to cut and process it. Life had to go on. She had no choice but to buy the leather from outside. She wouldn't buy ready-made fabric anymore, so she had to speed up her work or it would delay her leather jacket making. It looked like she'd be working overtime at night for the next few days. Fortunately, the leather jacket had spurred her on, and she was completely fired up. Chu Ci's energy was so intense that she even forgot to eat lunch. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she had finished her small piece of work. Seeing that it was still early, she simply started weaving. Unfortunately, the space was too limited, and she couldn't spread it out. The project had to be abandoned. Chu Ci couldn't help but sigh. It was really rare for someone like her, who was only interested for a short time to succeed. After holding out for so long, the heavens had grown tired of it, and forced her to take a break. Well, just in time, the red leaf vines were also processed. She carefully tied them up with vines, thinking that when Fu Bowen came, she would take them back with her. Although this thing was not expensive, it was a lot of effort. If someone took it away at night, she would cry. Chu Ci took out the half bottle of nutrient from her cloth bag, and sipped it slowly while flipping through the scraps of leather. Waiting for Fu Bowen to come back, it should be around 4 o'clock. The large group of scavengers basically headed back at that time. In the meantime, listening to other people's noise was a very good way to kill time. Suddenly, she saw a sandstorm blowing on the road not far away. The whole noisy crowd was silent, and then the sandstorm got closer and closer. Finally, Chu Ci saw the man walking in front of the sandstorm. Fu Bowen. He was holding a large bamboo pole with both hands. The radius looked about 70 centimeters. Was this the bucket that Ji Xian mentioned, almost reaching the rice jar, right? Fu Bowen, clutching one end of a bamboo pole, grunted forward, the other end tangled with the branches of another. Pulling the 2 bamboo poles forward, Fu Bowen drew crowds aside wherever he went. Sand flew, giving the impression of a vast army following closely behind him. Chu Ci chuckled. It must be said that Fu Bowen looked quite regal and domineering. Of course, this unrealistic fantasy vanished as Fu Bowen approached. After all, no emperor would look like a boatman. He was sweating profusely, his clothes drenched, and sweat dripped from his hair. He looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. It was obvious that it took a lot of effort. But then again, if Chu Ci had been dragging 2 bamboos that big, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it alone. She felt bad adding to his burden, so she thought, if things didn't work out, she could have Ji Xian come back that evening and they could just take the things home. But instead of her, Fu Bowen came over. He looked at the pile of things arranged on the ground and, without a word, just picked them up, tossed them over his shoulder, and walked away. He didn't even have the energy to say hello to Chu Ci. Brother Xian had messaged him earlier, so these things must have been there. Chu Ci watched Fu Bowen leave, her mind still a bit confused. Then she silently gave him a thumbs up. What a good guy! He exhausted the child. He was so honest. Chapter 55. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the headlights in the square were already on. Someone had encountered something strange, and the convoy that had gone out to collect autumn crops hadn't returned yet. They would have returned long ago, at this time yesterday. The people in the queue were talking among themselves, and the scene was noisy. More and more people gathered below, many of whom had family members out scavenging, and had rushed over to see what was going on. Soon, several people appeared with loudspeakers to maintain order. They were surprised to hear explosive news. A swarm of mutant fire ants had been encountered at the sweet potato collection site, and therefore this year's sweet potato collection had been cancelled. The second piece of news was slightly better. While some people had been bitten by fire ants, there had been no casualties. However, upon hearing the first piece of news, the crowd erupted, and a large group of people rushed forward noisily, wanting to know more about the situation. Among those in the queue today, many had never been out even once. Why didn't they just say they couldn't go out and gather? After all, there were only a few opportunities throughout the year to go out and gather autumn crops, and they cherished each one. Could they just miss it this time? This matter was crucial to their family's ability to survive the winter. Chusi's position was awkward. As the crowd surged forward, she knew something bad was going to happen, but there was nothing she could do. She was forced to move forward with the others. As she moved, she tried to move to the periphery of the crowd. Being caught in the flow was extremely dangerous. Emotions were so high right now. If there was another stampede, her small frame wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Many people surrounded the base's orderlies, demanding an explanation. But what could the orderlies say about this matter? This was a decision from above, and they were just messengers. One of the more irritable ones retorted, "Go on your own if you can. Don't you understand what we're saying? We clearly explained that there's a large fire ant colony at the sweet potato collection site, and we need to use pesticides to eliminate it. This is the most cost-effective way to minimize casualties. However, the remaining sweet potatoes at the collection site will naturally be inedible this year due to the pesticide contamination. If you still don't believe it, you can go dig some up yourself and try." Everyone was speechless for a moment. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but these rations were crucial to them. They could potentially feed their family for over 10 days. Someone could starve to death just because they didn't have enough food. In fact, even if they did their best to collect, the shanty townspeople would still be hungry. Countless people die every year in the area from lack of food and clothing, but so what? They aren't actually from the safe zone, and the base has no real obligation to protect them. The autumn harvest was merely a nominal aid to them, a charitable act. Now that they canceled the event to minimize their own losses, they have nothing to say. Looking at the stunned crowd, their sadness spreading silently, the orderlies sighed softly. Not wanting to stir up the anger, they offered solace. "Won't we still have potatoes and peanuts to harvest in a while? The harvest there is good this year. With a little more effort, we can make up for these losses." These were polite words, of course. They had a limited number of times to harvest, and each one was precious. But what else could they do? Chusi took advantage of the moment of sadness and silence to quickly escape the crowd. Only after reaching an open area did she dare to relax a little. She was actually feeling very distressed. After all, such a large field of sweet potatoes, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Fortunately, her harvest yesterday was quite good, which helped to heal some of the trauma she felt. When she finally saw the group returning today, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she didn't catch up with the group leaving the city today. Many people who got off the bus had been attacked by fire ants. Although their wounds had been simply treated, their faces were still swollen like pigs' heads. It was obvious that the mutant fire ants were quite toxic. What's more, several of the more seriously injured were carried down on stretchers and quickly taken away by their families. It seemed that they had contacted them in advance. Of course, there were also those who were more miserable. Normally, one person could feed the whole family, but now they had to drag their broken bodies to bear the burden alone. Leaning on a branch, she slowly moved towards home. Chusi lowered her head and saw the crossbody strap of the backpack on her chest. Suddenly, she had an idea and quickly pulled her small bag to the front. She opened it hastily and saw that the nutrient was still lying safely inside. Chusi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't been robbed. She quickly packed her backpack and rushed home. If she stayed any longer, she might be targeted by thieves. Anyway, the matter was a foregone conclusion. There was no need to sacrifice her meager personal property just to watch the excitement. Moreover, if she went back at this time, she should be able to catch up with the renovation of the house. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but get excited and quickened her pace. As the head of the family, she would be very concerned about such a big event. A vital member of the family, half of the nation, it would be a shame to miss him. When Chusi returned home, she was stunned by the spectacular sight at her doorstep. If she hadn't known where her house was, she wouldn't have been able to find it at first glance. A single bamboo joint stood about 2 meters tall, and now their doorstep was filled with bamboo joints of varying thicknesses. Even the detached branches were as thick as fingers and a meter long, completely obscuring her little house. A crowd of onlookers gathered at the door. Purple bamboos this large weren't uncommon. In the wild, you could easily find a handful. Not to mention ones as thick as rice jars. Even ones 4 or 5 meters in diameter were no problem. What was unusual was, it turns out that someone can drag them back to the base. How much strength does it take? Many people usually choose purple bamboo as a building material. Compared with wood, this kind of bamboo is lighter and naturally anti-corrosive and moisture-proof. It is very convenient to build furniture, walls, etc. Afterwards, just spray a layer of radiation-blocking spray and then apply a layer of reinforcement. As long as there are no major wounds or gaps, there is no need to take care of it. But everyone can only drag a bamboo baby with a diameter of about 15 centimeters at most. Unlike Fu Bowen, this directly broke the record. The young man's strength is really not small. Some people even took the initiative to inquire about the hard work fee for hiring Fu Bowen, but I heard that it needs starch. After the food exchange, everyone backed off. What kind of family is that? It's incomparable. These two kids are really clueless about how to manage life. Even if it were just to reinforce the house, couldn't they just go out and pick up 2 pieces of wood? They have to waste 2 pounds of grain hiring someone, and then chop it up and mix it with water to make a paste. That would only last them 3 or 4 days. When they heard the high price, their enthusiasm immediately waned. This bamboo shack is drafty even in winter, so how could it be worth the price? At most, it would be tidy and beautiful. Everyone couldn't help but internally grumble. What's the point of just looking good? Having food at home means peace of mind. Look, a family without an adult in charge is a problem. The young ones immediately squander the little food they have. Are we going to starve in the winter? Chapter 56. Chu Xiai pushed his way through the crowd of onlookers and began to squeeze into the inner circle. The people being shoved were initially a bit unhappy. Even spectators should have a first come, first served basis, right? Looking closely, he saw that it was another homeowner who had returned. His expression immediately changed, transforming into a wide-eyed one. He addressed Chu Xiai directly. Little sister, I live 5th from your house to the left. If you need help again, remember to come see me. We're neighbors, and I definitely give you a fair price. After saying that, he glanced around and added quietly, it's definitely cheaper than what you hired today. The other onlookers, you clever little rascal. A few of them were trying to persuade Chu Xiai not to be so lavish with his food, but it was not easy to bring back some food. But now the situation suddenly changed. They all turned to introduce their strong laborers to Chu Xiai. Chu Xiai responded with a perfunctory smile, then quickly walked through the crowd and headed home. In her heart, she couldn't help but complain, are these people bullying her because she is young and ignorant? If they were asked to do today's work, she would be thankful if they could bring back 2 bamboos as thick as water buckets, let alone bamboos as thick as rice jars. In comparison, the raw materials are at least 5 or 6 times different. Therefore, hiring Fu Bowen is definitely the best value for money. It's not that she looks down on the people in the shantytown, but their physical fitness is there. Even if they try their best, they really can't drag it back. Otherwise, why is it said that Fu Bowen broke the record in the shantytown in one fell swoop? Chu Xiai was quite convinced of Ji Xian's judgment. Creaky. Ji Xian and Fu Bowen, still busy inside, looked up from their busy schedule. They initially thought someone was asking for bamboo sticks again. After all, even those branches they couldn't use right now were thick enough for wrists, and could be used in many places around the house. At the very least, it would save them the trouble of dragging them back. But it turned out to be Chu Xiai. Wasn't she waiting in line? Why was she back now? After Chu Xiai explained the whole story to them, Ji Xian and Fu Bowen seemed to be adapting quite well, continuing their work without stopping. The mutant fire ants had taken over the sweet potato collection site, which was a pity. It was a pity, but they had seen far worse. When hunting, life and death were a matter of course. In the blink of an eye, one could escape, and the other could be slain. For mercenaries like them, who constantly operated in dangerous areas, indifference to life and death was standard. How much of a stir could they expect from such a small incident? Ji Xian was currently redesigning his home. He hadn't expected Fu Bowen to be so helpful, exerting all his might to drag 2 Big Macs back for him. Ji Xian was very pleased with this, and secretly decided to give him a bonus training program. At the same time, due to the increase in raw materials, the plan he and Chu Xiai had prepared before was obviously not enough. Previously, they planned to enclose an area of about 6 square meters in front of the house, 2 square meters for storage, and 4 square meters for a small living room. Since there were enough materials now, he simply enclosed a little more space in the front. It happened that when he was cleaning the house today, he found 2 pieces of translucent plastic baffles under the bed that had not been used before. So he discussed with Chu Xiai directly that the area of the existing private room outside would remain unchanged, and they would directly move the outer wall of their bedroom outwards by 2 meters. In this way, the area of their inner room could reach about 30 square meters. Right, and after everything is completed, he also plans to move the upper solar panels directly to the roof of the private room outside, so that less area of the transparent light panels will be occupied. After all, they want to keep the inner room for planting, and when winter comes, the more light the better. He heard that the area of the existing rooms can also be expanded, so Chu Xiai naturally agrees with both hands. However, this way, their house will protrude a little further forward than other houses. But fortunately, this is a shantytown, and it is a bit dirty and messy. But because of this, people are not so strict about the overall planning of the house. Who cares whether your house is recessed or protruding? As long as you don't build your house right in the way, it'd be fine. Chu Xiai was delighted. What a wonderful thing. After all this tinkering, her house had suddenly gained nearly 16 square meters of space. Adding to the original 20 square meters, it now totaled 36 square meters. A bicycle had become a motorcycle, didn't it? To make it easier to work with the bamboo, Fu Bowen had gone back and borrowed some tools. He was now chopping bamboo with an axe. Palm-width bamboo strips had already piled high. As for the middle bamboo joints, Ji Xian didn't let Bowen waste them. He sawed them all off and carefully stored them. He left most of them 4 fingers high to use as dustpans for drying things in the future. There were also 7 or 8, then left a height of nearly 20 centimeters. Ji Xian planned to transform them directly into special bamboo pots for growing foxtail grass. This thing is not only easy to move, but also reusable. The cost-effectiveness is much better than directly building a flower bed in the house. Chu Xiai silently gave a thumbs up. With this operation, how much trouble can be saved? At least, she doesn't have to go out and carry soil anymore. However, Fu Bowen's workload is obviously different from what was agreed upon. Not only did he exceed the target to complete the set tasks, but he also stayed to chop bamboo at night. The salary must be increased. Ji Xian nodded. The salary must be increased. After all, he would have to stay to demolish the wall and dig trenches. Trenching, piling, bamboo walls. Chu Xiai was secretly amazed. It was all thanks to Fu Bowen's help. Even if Chu Xiai wanted to do this, Ji Xian probably wouldn't trust him, worried about the quality issues. After all, this was a place for the two of them to live. It was always breaking down, and repairs alone weren't a big deal. Of course, Ji Xian couldn't do it alone. After all, he'd been relegated to the sidelines, and his physical strength was limited. Right now, he could only do minor trimming. It was like he was sitting in a wheelchair, a small file in his right hand, a freshly split bamboo slab in his left, and he smoothed out the burrs before placing it somewhere else. Chu Xiai was eager to help, preparing for later use. Unfortunately, the house was limited in space, and she was in the way. Not only could she not do much, but she was also hindering Fu Bowen's energy output. In the end, she could only retreat to clean up the clutter outside and boil some water for everyone. Ji Xian had already marked the ground outside, presumably where the bamboo strips would be buried. After finishing the work, Chu Xiai went in to deliver some water, but was soon sent out. Unable to find anything to do, she wandered along the lines Ji Xian had drawn, her mind unconsciously imagining what the house would look like after the renovations, her eyes filled with longing for the future. She couldn't help but smile internally. We can say we started from scratch, haha. Chapter 57. It was already past 10 in the evening when Fu Bowen finished chopping all the bamboo. Chopping the bamboo was easy enough, relying on brute force, just swinging the axe and done. But sawing the bamboo joints was a different matter. He had to work slowly, bit by bit. The 2 bamboos must have had nearly 100 joints in total. Even if the small ones were discarded, there were still about 70 good ones. By the time he was done, it was a thrill. Looking at the bamboo splinters scattered across the ground, Fu Bowen felt a sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, he was in good physical condition, so he could. Otherwise, even if he could persevere through all this hard work, his back would surely be broken. Even he couldn't help but sigh. This job was no easy task. Even though he was as strong as an ox, he was now panting with exhaustion and had to stop to rest. Although he was a little tired, he was happy. Even though Brother Xian had initially agreed with him to bring back 2 bamboo shoots as thick as buckets, with such a high commission, how could he have the nerve to take advantage of Brother Xian? We can't refuse the food we have, but we must work with quality and quantity, even if it takes our utmost effort. He had to work hard and do things beautifully, not to mention that he was working for the boss, so he had to perform beyond his level. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and the task was successfully completed. Ji Xian was indeed very satisfied. This guy was really smart. With these 2 big bamboos, they could really solve many of their urgent needs. Not only could the area of the house be expanded a lot, but after making a small bed for Chu Xiai, they could also make some furniture for the house. Although it was troublesome to saw those bamboo joints, they were really useful. The bottom one could be taken out to make a round table. Buckets can also be used as stools. He only needs to simply polish off the burrs around them. The top and sides don't need any further treatment. Furthermore, they can be used as water buckets and wooden barrels for storing food. Really, just think about it, there are a ton of uses for them. Fu Bowen sat down to rest for a while, gulping down half a can of water. Just as he was about to go out and dig a trench, his watch beeped twice. Ji Xian glanced up and saw that he looked constipated, so he asked directly, "Do we have a mission tomorrow?" Fu Bowen nodded dejectedly. He had originally thought of working overtime today to finish the house. After all, keeping so much material would take up too much space at home, and leaving it outside wouldn't be safe. What if it got stolen? It might as well just use it right away to save himself the worry. But when this news arrived, he knew his plan was ruined. After all, as a mercenary, there were certain ironclad rules that couldn't be broken. For example, before setting out on a mission, he must maintain a good mental state. This was a fundamental quality for a mercenary. The field was complex. If he was slow to react due to a lack of rest, thus delaying the opportunity, it would not only be irresponsible to himself, but also a disregard for the lives of others. Such teammates would inevitably be ostracized by the others. Those who couldn't figure it out would be kicked out of the team within 2 attempts. Ji Xian was also a mercenary, so he naturally understood these principles. It seemed that today's work could only end here. Ji Xian directly took out the food and paid Fu Bowen's salary. Thinking that everyone was one family, he simply gave him the food for renovating the house. This way, when Fu Bowen was free, he could just come over and do it when he was free. In addition to the yam bean originally agreed upon, Ji Xian also gave him a piece of sweet potato the size of half a palm, and 5 ing fruits. Don't look at the ing fruits as small, but Ji Xian tried it, and found that after grinding them into powder, 3 of them could make a very thick paste, enough for him and Chu Xi to eat for 2 meals. Fu Bowen looked at the things in his hand, and was excited. In fact, he wanted to say that there was no need to give so much, but he really couldn't say it. How could God forgive a person who pushed away the food he had obtained? So, he decided to forget about the food. He would work hard for Brother Xian in the future, and ensure the bamboo wall was strong and beautiful. Ji Xian thought for a moment, and considering what Chu Xi had said when he returned today, he asked Fu Bowen directly, "Is it the mission to eliminate the mutant fire ants?" Fu Bowen nodded. They were going to the sweet potato harvesting area to eliminate the fire ants. The problem area was originally the area their mercenary group would be responsible for tomorrow, and several members had been injured today. Because of this, they were given priority for this mission. Ji Xian thought of Chu Xi's flying needle hidden weapon, and simply ordered 5 more live mutant fire ants from Fu Bowen. He figured that since he could needle them, instead of applying anesthetic, why not try the fire poison of the mutant fire ants? Moreover, this thing is the toxin of the mutant beast, and it is often better than their artificially synthesized toxins in terms of effect. However, the mutant fire ants' toxins are biological toxins. After leaving the mutant beast's body, if there is no corresponding preservation method, the toxicity can be maintained for a very short time, at most 10 hours before it will lose its effect. Their family obviously does not have this condition. Therefore, if they want to obtain fire ant toxins for a long time, they naturally have no choice but to raise them by themselves. Fortunately, the individual combat power of the mutant fire ants is not strong. As long as they are not bitten by it, they will be fine. On weekdays, they put them in a special iron cage. There is no need to worry about them digging holes and escaping, and it is extremely simple to raise them. These guys are omnivorous animals, and they don't eat the meat of these mutant fire ants, so there is no need to worry about the meat being contaminated by radiation. On weekdays, Chu Xi goes out to pick up scraps, and when he comes back, he just pulls a few handfuls of grass for them. They are very easy to raise, and if the radiation value of the plants they feed them is high, there may be a chance to promote them to mutate again, thereby increasing their own toxicity. Of course, this matter also depends on luck. Although mutant animals have a much stronger tolerance to radiation damage than humans, there is a limit to how strong they are. If you blindly pursue mutations and feed them too much high radiation food, he'd probably lose everything. Even the ants would be fed to death. After hearing Ji Xian's words, Fu Bowen nodded immediately. Catching a few stray fire ants was easy enough. Besides, they definitely wear protective gear during their missions, so the mutant fire ants wouldn't be able to bite him. It was just a matter of convenience. Furthermore, Brother Xian had even offered him 10 ing fruits for this. Looking at the items in hand, a yam bean weighing about 2 pounds, half a sweet potato weighing perhaps 6 or 7 ounces, and 15 ing fruits, Fu Bowen felt so excited that he wanted to cry. They'd gone on a mission, risking their lives, and the points they earn might not even be enough to buy this much. Truly, Brother Xian was so kind to him. Chapter 58. When Fu Bowen left, Chu Xi dozed off by the doorway, watching him leave in a daze. It took a moment for her to realize that her mission for the day was over. She packed up her things outside and prepared to return to bed. As she entered, she spotted several grains spread out on the floor. She wasn't sure of the exact number of ingwa, but she knew the number of yam beans and sweet potatoes. Only one yam bean was missing, and the half-cut sweet potato was still fresh. Chu Xi had assumed that Ji Xian would at least give Fu Bowen 2 yam beans as a reward. After all, he had worked hard all day, and even worked until this late at night. Although their own family was struggling, they had already hired someone, so they didn't want to make a scene and ruin their relationship. Chu Xi didn't quite understand the hiring market here, so he asked Ji Xian directly. Ji Xian, while helping to clear the bamboo splinters from the ground, shook his head and said, 1 yam bean, half a sweet potato, and 5 oyster shells are already quite high. Bowen is a mercenary, and his physique is much better than the average person in the shantytown. The price we're offering him is already above average. Haven't you seen how fiercely sought after the plantation jobs are in the safe zone? Many people can't get in even through backdoors, yet they can't earn more than 100 points a month. A nutrient is 5 points, and even at Old Lee's place, an expired nutrient is 4 points. All in all, they can't even earn a single nutrient a day. And these people work seriously from 4 in the morning until 8 or 9 at night. Chu Xi nodded, and she had a general idea of what was going on. However, Ji Xian's words reaffirmed just how worthless labor was here. It seemed she had been too optimistic. Even so, there were still so many people in the shantytowns desperately hoping their children could find respectable work in the safe zone. Wasn't Aunt Lu a good example? She was so desperate to free her daughter from her misery. Working in the safe zone wouldn't guarantee a guaranteed income, and while she still wouldn't have enough to eat, she wouldn't have to worry about starving to death, would she? Furthermore, attractive girls and boys might even have a chance to defy fate. Leveraging the invincible excitement of youth, they might one day charm a young man or woman. This wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. But every instance of this happening in the shantytowns was a sensation. People were willing to pay points in food. Food, helping them settle down in the safe zone. What a blessing! The upgrade in living standards goes without saying. Most importantly, the safe zone is protected by a shield, its radiation levels kept stable within acceptable human limits. This is an incomparable attraction for every Wastelander. Even those in the shantytowns, even those with better living conditions, might not seem much different from those in the safe zone when they're young. But one must always look back. No one in the shantytowns can enjoy a peaceful old age. As they age, their resistance begins to weaken, and the radiation damage begins to bite them back. That's when the nightmare begins. Chu Xi shuddered, rubbing the non-existent goosebumps from her body, and internally encouraged herself. No, she must realize her plan to settle in the safe zone before middle age. After Ji Xian finished packing up the bamboo strips, he looked up and saw Chu Xi clenching her fists in a cheering gesture. He sighed softly, and pushed his wheelchair over to clear the pile of straw she had been sleeping on. Looking at the half-woven straw mat next to it, he had to remind her to hurry up. Otherwise, when the bamboo bed was finished in 2 days, would she still want to sleep on it? Chu Xi's heart sank instantly. That's right, why hadn't she just taken the straw mat outside to weave it? She had wasted several hours. By the way, Ji Xian remembered the 5 mutant fire ants he had ordered from Fu Bowen, so he discussed them with Chu Xi. I also spent 10 ingwa to have Bowen help us capture 5 live mutant fire ants. I want to try raising them. I can then extract the toxin and refine it into a flying needle hidden weapon for you. If it works well, maybe we can even save money on anesthetics in the future. Anyway, it's better to have some anesthetics on hand. They have 2 types of toxicity, which will give them greater resistance to the enemy. Chu Xi perked up when he heard this. Were her family going to raise mutant beasts? Didn't they say that raising mutant beasts at home was extremely dangerous? Ji Xian shook his head. We're not keeping them as pets. As long as we keep the cages closed and don't let them escape, there's no danger. They're also very easy to keep. Whenever you go out scavenging, just pick up some high radiation plants or meat. It won't be too much of a burden on us. They don't need very good lighting, either. We can keep them in the small living room outside. The toxins aren't very stable, but they last for about 10 hours, which is more than enough for you. Every morning, I help you organize your hidden weapon box before you leave. Chu Xi was delighted. That's great. This is a sustainably extracted toxin resource. Over the year, how many points can they save just from this alone? She must be taking good care of these little treasures. Chubby, but these were all live mutant beasts. This wasn't like asking Fu Bowen to do manual labor. They were only offering 10 ingwa in exchange. Wasn't that a bit of a bully? She wasn't worried about Fu Bowen getting shortchanged. She was afraid that if he got shortchanged, he stopped doing business with their family. Then, the next time he came across something this good, he'd be stuck trying to buy it. Ji Xian shook his head. Would he do something like that? Obviously not. If you hired someone specifically to capture a specific mutant beast, the price would indeed be much higher, but this time is different. Right now, the base needs drugs to eliminate the fire ant colony. Catching a few fire ants is something Fu Bowen can easily do. The nature of the two is fundamentally different. In fact, if he just posted a message in the group, there would be many people rushing to do the task. It was like a free gift, and it would only take 10 minutes or so. Anyone who didn't do it would be a fool. Chu Xi felt relieved when he heard that. He came down and told Ji Xian to take advantage of such a good opportunity next time. Don't forget to check for any loopholes. Never mind. Chu Xi scratched her head. It didn't seem like a good thing to say. She might as well go to bed. Her brain had already entered a premature dormant state, making it unsuitable for further discussion. So she ran over, grabbed her quilt, and slumped down on the straw. She fell asleep soon after. Ji Xian was speechless. He gathered up the remaining work. He still had some ingwa to deal with. Seeing that it was not yet 10 o'clock, he might as well take it out and finish it. Under the dim light, Ji Xian sat in his wheelchair, polishing the ingwa with a file for testing. Watching Chu Xi, who was snoring beside him, he couldn't help but think to himself that the autumn harvest would stop tomorrow, so Chu Xi's training couldn't be put off any longer. Otherwise, if he was left alone for too long, he would easily become lazy. As the ancestor said, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Chu Xi has a weak physical condition, so he needs to work harder. Chapter 59. It was only 3:30 in the morning when Chu Xi was pulled out of a deep sleep by Ji Xian. He said, "Hurry up and get training. Let's see where we were last time. We continue down the road? Now that the harvesting has stopped, we need to return to our normal routine. We can't stop training. And now that you've chosen your weapon, you need to add precision shooting training every night." Chu Xi nodded, but Ji Xian's words hadn't entered her mind at all. Although she had sat up, she was still wrapped up in the quilt, her mind only beginning to process what she had just heard. Good times had returned, but to avoid being bullied outside, she resigned herself to her fate and got up. Sweating behind her back was better than bleeding in front of her face, and she was a practical person. By the time Chu Xi finally got into the flow, Ji Xian had packed up and gone out with his bowl to make breakfast. He was going to make some ingwa porridge this morning. After thinking about it, since the sweet potatoes had been eaten yesterday, she thought it was already cut, so he simply added a few more slices. Once the sweet potatoes were cooked until soft, he turned off the heat and used a small bowl to scoop out a few slices. He told Chu Xi to take them with her when she went out. Besides the porridge at noon, a few slices would be more filling. Finally, the time came. Chu Xi supported her legs and shakily walked to the bamboo low table. When she finally reached it, she sadly realized she couldn't squat anymore. Alas, after all, her biggest pet peeve was the horse stance. But she could not practice, Ji Xian said. This was a mandatory requirement. The horse stance had many benefits, and was the most suitable exercise for her to improve her physical fitness at this stage. Luckily, she now had a bamboo stool at home. She held on to Ji Xian's chair, and finally sat down smoothly. After finishing her meal, not only did her stomach feel better, but the warmth enveloped her whole body, and the fatigue she had just felt subsided. Chu Xi wanted to burp, but she held it back because she was still a lady. Ji Xian asked, "Where do you want to go collecting today?" Chu Xi thought for a moment, and decided to go check out the foxtail grass. Last time, she brought back a large bundle of leaves, but someone had stolen half of them on the way, leaving her with only a limited supply for making mats. She had to go get some more today, and see if there were any undiscovered berries. She thought it was the most delicious food she ever tasted. When she savored it carefully, it had a sweet, refreshing sweet potato flavor. Of course, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. At noon, Chu Xi discovered the source of the problem. Ji Xian nodded, then casually added, "When you come back, find me 2 branches suitable for crutches." Chu Xi immediately sat up straight and asked excitedly, "Can you walk?" Ji Xian's usually icy face actually showed a hint of embarrassment. "No, more practice." Chu Xi laughed foolishly. More practice, more practice. Ji Xian wasn't one to act without purpose. Now that he made this request, it seemed pretty close. Chu Xiai was genuinely happy for him. She had to do this well. Little Bao Jixian had already planned it for her. After packing up and finishing breakfast, Chu Xiai happily set off, humming a tuneless little tune, his voice full of pride and arrogance. The wind blows the grass low, and the cattle and sheep are visible. Hey, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2. I hadn't expected to run into Qin Wanwan the moment I stepped onto the main road. Seeing Chu Xi's excitement, she immediately ran over to her. It's a good thing, Quiz sister. I was worried you'd leave before me, and I wouldn't be able to see you. Chu Xiai coughed. Just call me Chu Xiai. Koi's sister is so embarrassing. Is this just a glaring target? But why was she waiting here for him? Everyone usually scavenged on their own, not in groups. Qin Wanwan nodded enthusiastically. Sister Chu, did you know? That raspberry collecting den was busted. Really? Chu Xiai was thrilled. She hadn't expected such good news so early in the morning. But, isn't this description a bit over the top? Qin Wanwan waved her hand. Don't worry about the details. The important thing is the substance of the matter, okay? It seems they somehow offended some powerful figure, and reported this directly to the mercenary group. What kind of people are there? Not only are they strong and powerful, but they also have real weapons. Once the news gets out. The next day, I heard that a mercenary group, along with their families, raided the raspberry harvesting site. Those guys were pretty good at keeping the raspberry harvesters at bay, so initially, only a few of the mercenary families were seen harvesting nearby. At this point, she glanced around, making sure no one was around. Before whispering, they tried to use the same tactics they used on us on them. Needless to say, the result was a horrible defeat. As soon as she heard about the mercenary group, Chu Xiai knew Ji Xian's plan was finally underway. She was excited. Great. He could pull it off this way. If those guys knew the reason, they'd probably be regretting it now. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as knowing in advance, and she had to bear the consequences herself. Qin Wanwan had been waiting here today specifically to share this exciting news with her in person. The raspberry harvesting problem had been eradicated. She had come to invite Chu Xiai back to visit her old haunts. Chu Xiai, It was quite formal, figuring they could just cut the foxtail grass leaves when they got back. They didn't need to be inspected, and the cleanup would be quick, so it wouldn't take much time. She simply went with Qin Wanwan. It was hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Once there, she realized everyone was quite observant. It had only been a few days, but half the shantytown probably knew about it. Perhaps it was the novelty of the event, so many people were coming. Raspberries are a rare and valuable fruit, and so many people wanted to try their luck. Seeing the crowds in the raspberry forest, Chu Xiai and Qin Wanwan were a bit stunned. They hadn't expected such a spectacle. What's more, they saw the injured four-member original owner group among them, desperately inspecting. Testing the fruits was a bit like a rush to harvest. Looking around, all the good spots were occupied by others. The occupied spots here did not refer to a large area that could be occupied by one person, but only a small area in front of them. Even so, Chu Xiai and Qin Wanwan did not find any good spots. Needless to say, after working for a long time, they only won a participation prize. Chu Xiai detected 4 palm-sized raspberry leaves, all of which were moderately mutated by radiation, and Qin Wanwan found 2. Even so, they were very happy. It didn't matter, as long as this place was open to the outside world, they would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 60. After gathering a few raspberry leaves, the two looked at the swarming crowd. They figured they wouldn't be able to find another spot for a while. Qin Wanwan thought for a moment, and suggested going to the hole she dug earlier to retrieve the items she left behind. Chu Xiai thought about it and agreed. Since they were already there was no reason not to take anything. Although she only left a backpack and a water bottle, they weren't from wealthy families. A struggling scavenger in a shantytown couldn't afford to waste things. Besides, it would take at least 3 days to weave a bag like that. The plastic water bottle had been purchased with points. While it wasn't expensive, 1 point could buy 2 empty bottles, but half a point was still a point. So she immediately agreed to Qin Wanwan's suggestion without hesitation. The cave was located in a secluded area, slightly east of the raspberry grove. Finding a large tree with sturdy branches, Qin Wanwan deftly moved the rocks under the tree and crawled in. Chu Xiai followed. Suddenly, she heard Qin Wanwan scream from inside the cave. Chu Xiai paused, and then saw Qin Wanwan's head quickly emerge from the cave entrance, anxiously shouting at Chu Xiai, "Run! There's a mutant mantis in there!" Chu Xiai was startled by this and, without caring about anything else, hurried over to pull her out of the cave. It was thanks to the recent training she had done, otherwise she would have been unable to pull Qin Wanwan out of the cave. It took a lot of effort. Qin Wanwan's arm was already drenched in blood, a deep wound like a sharp weapon, the flesh turned inside out, bloody and pungent. Chu Xi then prepared to push the stone sealing the door back, but a glance at the cave entrance revealed it was too late. A green, triangular head had already poked out. Oh my god! Each of its 2 compound eyes was the size of a fist. Chu Xi, from 3 or 4 meters away, could see the honeycomb-like structure within. The tentacles on its forehead swung around, and its 2 large teeth chewed relentlessly. Although it didn't want to admit it, what it had in its mouth was most likely the scraps of flesh from Qin Wanwan's arm. Chu Xi quickly covered her mouth. No, she wanted to vomit. Unexpectedly, she arrived at the strange place. In this world, the mutant animals she feared most turned out to be these cold insects. Chu Xi raised her wrist and, while the giant mantis hadn't emerged from its hole yet, shot it several times in the head. She couldn't remember where she read this, but it seemed that the compound eyes of mantises and bees were made up of many simple eyes. Even if some of the simple eyes were damaged, it wouldn't cause them to go blind. At most, it would affect their vision clarity. So Chu Xi's main target was the mantis's head. She was very unsure whether the anesthetic would work on these insects, and if it did, she didn't know how long it would take to work. And then she saw something. The flying needle couldn't even penetrate the mantis's brain. Damn! She hadn't expected to encounter the situation Ji Xian had described on the first day this hidden weapon box was officially operational. Luckily, 2 more needles had pierced the mantis's compound eyes, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Qin Wanwan grabbed Chu Xi's hand and slowly pulled her back, whispering to Chu Xi, "This creature has a shield on its forehead, which is the hardest spot to break through. Let's retreat slowly. The mantis in the cave is injured, and its belly is huge. It's probably trying to give birth there, so it won't necessarily pursue us." Before she could finish her words, the mantis had already crawled out. It was obvious it had no intention of letting them go. It was probably thinking about getting more nutrients during pregnancy. How could it miss such a feast that was delivered to its doorstep? As the mantis crawled out, its massive body was stuck at the entrance. Its belly was far too large, and the hole Qin Wanwan had dug to accommodate her small frame was clearly inadequate. As Qin Wanwan had predicted, the mantis was injured, one of its forelimbs torn off by something unknown. But even with just a large scythe, its lethality was terrifying. With one swing, a dry vine as thick as an arm snapped in its tracks. Chu Xi, who had been about to step forward to take advantage of the situation, stopped dead in her tracks. Qin Wanwan saw her intention and quickly grabbed her. "Are you trying to kill yourself? Getting cut by that thing is no joke. Can't you see my arm? Let's get out of here. When we get to the collection point ahead, we need to let everyone know so the skilled and courageous will come and take care of it." Chu Xi gritted her teeth. It looked like this bargain wasn't going to be easy. If the tree weren't so huge, she could have tried to go around it from the back. Now she had no choice but to give up. Chu Xi took one last lingering glance, and saw the creature retreating back into its hole. A sudden thought struck her, and she ran over. Qin Wanwan also realized that if they let it go back into the hole, and then climb out from above, what chance would they have of survival? Fortunately, this creature wasn't very intelligent. Throwing a few rocks would easily attract its aggression. For so long, the giant mantis hadn't shown any signs of sluggishness. It seemed the anesthetic on the needle hadn't worked. She had no more thoughts to complain about, and a string of curses had already erupted. What should she do? Suddenly, her eyes swept over the piece of the broken vines. She immediately ran over and tested their flexibility with her hands. They were very good, and could be used as a temporary rope. She found a flat stone from the side, and tied it tightly with the vines. At this time, Qin Wanwan was still struggling to hit the mantis's head with the stone. It was obviously extremely angry now, and it swung its long sickle vigorously in the direction of Qin Wanwan. Chu Xi quietly went around to its side and rear. In fact, from this angle, its compound eyes could fully observe, but it was already overwhelmed by anger at this time. All it could think about was how to eat the dish in front first. In its view, Chu Xi was simply a sheep without any strength, and it did not arouse the slightest vigilance. Then the stone flew out with the vines. Unexpectedly, Chu Xi's bad luck now took effect. The stone and the vines just made a circle at the joint of the mantis's forelegs. Now it was time to spare. Even though her thorns were sharp, they were of no use. Chu Xi pulled the vines and ran backwards, calling Qin Wanwan to chop off the mantis's head while running. Qin Wanwan was also confused by this scene. After a moment of stunness, she immediately took out her knife and ran to the mantis's big head. Although there were shields on its forehead, the connection between its head and neck was only covered with a layer of flexible mincemeat. Although it was still tough, its defense was far inferior to those of its carapace. At best, it was similar to modern pig skin. Qin Wanwan did not dare to be careless. She swung the knife down suddenly. Although it did not cut directly into it, it left a long scratch on it. The mantis felt pain, and Chu Xi was dragged forward a small step. Fortunately, when she was running back, she deliberately went around a few tree branches. Now she was against the tree, and would not be directly hit by it. After dragging it back, Qin Wanwan saw the giant claws moving closer to her, and immediately retreated in shock. Chu Xi simply ran around the tree again, reaching Qin Wanwan's side, and thrusting desperately along the scratch marks. Immediately, a stream of green liquid spurted out. Chu Xi didn't panic. Like a well-trained mercenary, she kept striking the mantis's neck with her knife. Finally, with her unwavering efforts, the triangular head fell off. Chu Xi thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But who could tell her that a mantis's head could be ripped off while its body remained alive and kicking? Thankfully, its resistance wasn't as strong as before. She let Qin Wanwan hold the rope while she ran over and unleashed a series of crackling attacks on the mantis's legs. After more than 10 minutes, it finally gave up, finding water from its pocket and taking a deep gulp to calm its nerves. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, what on earth did I encounter? Chapter 61. After Chu Xi rested, he casually smeared some emerald mantis blood on the testing table. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Recommended for consumption. Her eyes widened instantly, and she immediately looked at Qin Wanwan with a look of alarm. Qin Wanwan had naturally heard Chu Xi's test results. Moderate radiation mutation, equivalent to edible meat. Mutated animals are different from mutant plants. If one part of them is edible, then the entire animal is generally edible. This is probably because they are much more active than plants, and their blood is full of radioactive substances, so the radiation concentration of the animal is more evenly distributed. However, this is precisely why there are far fewer edible mutant animals than mutant plants. Although Chu Xi had been saying that How long has it been since she tasted meat? In fact, in the entire shantytown, there are only a handful of people who can eat meat once a year, and Qin Wanwan is naturally not among those people. If you ask whether she is greedy or not, she is definitely greedy, and if you ask whether she covets it or not, she is definitely coveting it, but fortunately, she has not been dominated by greed yet. She knows very well that she almost did not put in any effort in hunting the mantis. The only time she tried to chop the mantis's neck with a knife, she was scared away by the sickle, leaving only a white mark on it. The rule followed in the wilderness is not to share it in half when you meet. I believe every Wastelander knows how precious the food here is. Precisely because of the preciousness of food, everyone has long formed a set of conventional distribution rules, which is, the more you work, the more you get, and no work, no gain. So, upon seeing Chu Xi's look, she immediately waved her hand to make her position clear, saying to Chu Xi, yours, yours, all yours. She was afraid that if she spoke too slowly, an internal conflict would ensue. After all, the Wastelanders were undoubtedly very protective of their food, and she should be thanking Chu Xi. Qin Wanwan knew full well that, having just been injured and reeking of blood, the mantis's first target would undoubtedly be her, a vulnerable member of the group. Seeing Qin Wanwan's expression, Chu Xi felt a bit like she was bullying a child. She shoved the mantis's trunk back into the hole, gathered up the other parts, and threw them into the hole one by one. In the cave, after finishing his work, he didn't forget to cover up any traces of the nearby battle. After strolling around for a while, and confirming that everything was clear, he pulled Qin Wanwan back into the cave, then moved the doorstone to block the entrance. Qin Wanwan remained quietly huddled to the side the entire time. She knew Chu Xi wouldn't let her go until she had successfully transported her prey. In fact, if she were in Chu Xi's position, she would do the same. After all, who knows if you get out and then turn around and find an accomplice to catch you in a trap? After crawling into the cave, Chu Xi finally saw the mantis in its entirety. It was truly enormous, perhaps as big as a calf. Its bulging belly stretched the folds of its surface. How many eggs could possibly be inside? Chu Xi didn't dare expect to eat all the eggs. They were all independent creatures, and she'd be thankful if she could eat even a tenth. But she wouldn't waste a single drop of this mantis. She was just about to welcome a few little creatures into her home, and the food, which exceeded the radiation limit, was a welcome gift for them. Mantis eggs, rich in protein, were something they couldn't find even with a lantern. Of course, even if they did, it wouldn't be the turn of a few worker ants to eat them. Before, she only seen the giant mantis with its hideous face, but now Chusi wanted to rush over and hug it. He held it and kissed it twice. Compared to other mammals, mantises don't have much flesh on their bodies, but that's only relative. Moreover, this mantis is so big, not counting the cubs in its belly. Each of its slender and agile thighs is wrapped in tight muscles. Thinking about it, Chusi took a knife and directly cut off a section of the hind leg that was about the length of an arm. Although this section was not the top section, it was still 4 fingers thick. The white flesh could be seen directly on the cross section. Holding back the pain, Chusi handed it directly to Qin Wanwan. "This is the reward for the knife you cut today." Qin Wanwan quickly waved her hand. "I'm glad I didn't cause any trouble." Chusi forcefully thrust the mantis leg into her hand. The blow had had some effect. She didn't want today's incident to create further problems. After all, she wasn't the kind of person who would kill someone just to silence a mantis. This was the best solution. Afraid she'd argue again, Chusi explained, "Take it. Don't talk, or you attract others." Hearing this, Qin Wanwan immediately fell silent. After Chusi left, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the shimmering white mantis flesh, tears of emotion streamed down her cheeks. Chusi, Turning her gaze away from Qin Wanwan, she checked her watch. 3:20 p.m. It was 10 o'clock. Scavengers usually started to rush home around 4 o'clock, and no later than 4:30. She was definitely not able to carry such a big mantis back by herself, and even if she could, she would not dare to do so. As the saying goes, in this era of cheating, the most taboo thing is to use food to test people's hearts. Really, it works every time. You will find that people are basically heartless. As long as the benefits are big enough, and this mantis is definitely in existence that can make people deviate from morality, she did not hesitate. She immediately sent today's harvest to Jixian. Professional matters should be done by professionals. When Jixian received the news, he was turning the soil at home. The disinfection was almost done, and most of the dogtail grass seeds he had grown had already germinated. It was just in time for transplanting. Seeing the photo of Chusi and the huge mantis belly, the seeds in his hand almost fell over. Fortunately, he stabilized himself in time. If any tender sprout was broken, he would be heartbroken. It was not that he had never seen such a big mantis. He had been a mercenary for so many years. This mantis was only considered a medium-sized one even among their mantis population. He just didn't expect Chusi to bring him such a big surprise. This thing, without using hot weapons, is very difficult to deal with even for a well-trained mercenary. Not only does it have good defense, fast attack speed, good eyesight, and quick reaction, the lethality of its forelegs is also considerable. What's more abnormal is that it can fly. Although it can't fly far, dozens of meters are enough to hurt people. It is also He was truly utterly naive. He truly couldn't imagine how Chusi could have killed a mutant mantis, but that clearly wasn't the point. The important thing was how to successfully transport the mantis back. He immediately replied to Chusi, "Stay hidden. If there's any danger, protect yourself first. Send me your location, and I wait for support." Chusi immediately gave an okay gesture, and sent his location to Jixian. In the corner, Qin Wanwan hugged the mantis leg, flashing a perverted expression. Chusi couldn't bear to watch. She looked at the scattered parts, and simply tied them together with vines. With nothing else to do, she simply sat down to admire today's trophy. For the rest of the time, she could just wait patiently. Chapter 62. Around 3:30, Jixian sent another message, explaining that in addition to his old acquaintance, Fu Bowen, he would also be bringing 2 more mercenaries. One was named Zheng Siken, and the other was named Tian Hao. Both were former members of Jixian's team, and were reliable. They would arrive at Chusi's location around 4:10. A while later, Jixian sent another message, reminding her to separate from them when she returned, to avoid unnecessary jealousy and being tripped up in the future. Chusi agreed. She had actually planned this all along, but felt that by not showing up, she was shifting the risk onto Fu Bowen and the others, which was somewhat unkind of her. Now, with the head of the family speaking, she suddenly felt that her escape had been incredibly wise and intelligent. Over half an hour passed in a flash, and around 4:05, Chusi and Qin Wanwan heard a voice coming from outside. There were soft footsteps, but neither of them dared to speak. Chusi lifted her watch and checked. It was almost the appointed time. But neither she nor Qin Wanwan were experts, and the footsteps of the people outside were so light that they couldn't tell how many people had arrived. So they didn't dare move the stone to take a look. What if it wasn't them? Regardless of whether they could defeat them or not, it would just add a lot of variables. After all, a large group of people were picking raspberries next door. A single scream could attract everyone. This giant mantis might not even have a hair left. So they were extremely cautious, fearing that their efforts would fail, and they would die before dawn. Chu Xi cursed herself for being stupid, and quickly asked Ji Xian to send her Fu Bowen's contact information. If she had his number now, she could just ask directly. Why was she so nervous? Before she could ask, Ji Xian's message came in first. Bowen and his men have arrived, but they haven't seen you. Go meet them. Upon seeing this message, Chu Xi knew the identity of the person outside. She gave Qin Wanwan an okay sign, and went over to slowly move the doorstone a little. This slight movement immediately caught the three people outside's attention. The large stone was moved aside. Chu Xi looked up to see a completely unfamiliar face. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could it be the wrong person? Thankfully, her sight immediately caught sight of Fu Bowen not far away, and her heart finally settled. The young man reached out and pulled Chu Xi out of the cave, followed by Qin Wanwan. At this moment, she was still holding the trophy assigned to her tightly in her arms. Seeing the logo of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group on the clothes of several people around her, she was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that Miss Koi actually had connections in the mercenary group. She was worried that Chu Xi's things would not be able to be transported back. Now it seems that she was overthinking it. Fu Bowen came over, and after understanding the situation with Chu Xi, he took one person to climb into the cave. The person who stayed outside climbed up the tree and lowered the rope from above to prepare to hang the prey out later. After entering the cave, Fu Bowen and Tian Hao were really surprised. The size of the mantis was one thing, but what surprised them even more was that this guy died in such a tragic way. Except for his stomach and a piece of spine connected to it, there was almost no intact part of his body. Several legs had been removed and his head was thrown aside. Fu Bowen silently gave Chu Xi a thumbs up. She was amazing. She was a heroine and extremely cruel. He still remembered that when they first met, Chu Xi's fragile body left a deep impression on him. Now, the impression was even more profound. Then he immediately became energetic. It was definitely his brother Xian, who was amazing. He heard that Chu Xi had started to practice body training a long time ago, and the effect was so good. As a man, he naturally could not fall behind her. Farther afield, since her abilities improved, Chu Xi's recent gains from these trips were enough to make even a veteran mercenary jealous. Of course, Chu Xi's abilities weren't so much her strength as her luck. After all, not everyone can encounter a mutant beast stuck in a burrow. It had to be said, this was all a beautiful misunderstanding. Chu Xi and Qin Wanwan stood guard outside, watching the three men busily carrying their prey. They hadn't expected Fu Bowen and his companions to arrive this time by car, albeit a tricycle. A solar-powered electric tricycle, slightly larger than an ordinary tricycle, with a bed similar in size to a tractor's. A row of solar panels towered high atop it, its wiring encased in sheet metal. Chu Xi envied her immensely. If she had a vehicle like that, wouldn't she be able to go wherever she pleased? Who would bother walking all day? Scrap picking is exhausting enough, and then there's the added stamina of commuting. Why bother? She nudged Qin Wanwan beside her and asked excitedly, do you know how many points it costs to buy a tricycle like that? Qin Wanwan's face was also filled with envy, but she still had her sanity. She knew what a money-making machine this was. It was great, of course. Not only could it run on both gasoline and solar power, but the back bed could be modified and extended. Many buses in the wilderness were converted from tricycles like this. But it was also quite expensive, and it needed regular annual inspections. Over the course of a year, the maintenance and repair costs alone would run at least 200 or 300 points. If it broke down in the wilderness, it would cost a fortune to hire a rescue vehicle, which would be charged by mileage. Of course, even for short distances, there was a minimum price. Qin Wanwan didn't know the exact price, since she never owned a car before, but it had to start at 20 points. Very few people would even consider using this kind of vehicle for personal use, not even the wealthy in the shantytowns. Hunting teams usually bought them for their missions, making it easier to transport supplies. Some gangsters in the shantytowns would also buy a few to solicit tourists in the wilderness. Chu Xi, What was she thinking just now? That's right, daily exercise is good for your health. The more you exercise, the better. After Fu Bowen and the other two unpacked their belongings, they loaded them into the car. Ji Xian must have told them they didn't intend to take Chu Xi and the others with them. After saying goodbye, they sped off on their electric tricycles. Chu Si and the others didn't stay any longer. Qin Wanwan severed the mantis leg with a knife and placed it directly in her backpack. To prevent the juice from leaking out, she even gathered a wide leaf to wrap the mantis leg. After everything was done, the two of them didn't waste any time. They took a detour from the other side onto the main road, followed by the large group of scavengers, and headed towards the shantytown. Chapter 63. Watching Qin Wanwan wrap the mantis's leg, Chu Si suggested removing the flesh and discarding the shell. This would take up much less space, making it lighter and less visible. Qin Wanwan, upon hearing this, immediately clutched her small bag and waved her hands. How can that be possible? She still has a lot of use for the shell. Chu Si peeked inside. What good could two short sections do? On the mantis's body, she only saw the shield on its forehead that had some use. She could see if she could process it into armor. But the shield was too small, and the mantis was still a flat piece. It didn't seem suitable for someone as ambitious as her. Qin Wanwan. After hearing Chu Si's words, she shook her head like a rattle. How could this thing be useless? With these two mantis shells, she could make at least 4 daggers. An iron dagger would fetch 20 points. While this dagger wasn't as hard or tough as an iron dagger, it was perfectly adequate for everyday use. Shelled daggers were common on the market, though the price was half that of an iron dagger. Even if she couldn't sell it for 13 or 14 points, 10 would be fine, right? These were 2 nutritional supplements. She'd be crazy to just throw these 2 shells away. The 4th day of the Lunar New Year would be in 2 days, which was also the night market. She'd been working hard these past 2 days, so she could try her luck at the market the night after tomorrow. Even if she couldn't sell it, she could still take it home and use it to cut vegetables. There was no point in wasting it. Chu Si, it can actually be made into knives. Thinking of the size of the mantis, the smile on her lips became a little more abnormal. Oh my god, how many knives can be cut out of those materials? Just thinking about it makes her happy. It just so happens that their family has a lot of leftover purple bamboo, which is perfect for making some knife handles. But if all these knives are put into the market at once, she doesn't know whether it will affect the price. Who cares? She can make a penny. Chu Si wanted to run home right now and start her knife sharpening business immediately. Fortunately, she didn't forget her business and was not penalized. After being defeated by the sugar-coated bullet, Ji Xian was still waiting for her to bring back the crutch. It was rare for him to make a request, and it would be unreasonable if she forgot again. Not only did she look for it herself, she also asked Qin Wanwan to help her look. There were still many trees along the way, but the trees here were very tall, and the branches suitable for making crutches generally grew in a relatively high position. The two of them looked all the way attentively, and found a total of 3 branches that looked suitable. Chu Si put them away as treasures. They had to be taken home, and asked Ji Xian to pick out the best one. As they neared the shantytown, Qin Wanwan hesitantly said, Chu Si, are you trying to make crutches to sell? Although many people in the shantytown have mobility issues, branches are everywhere. At most, they're just uncomfortable to hold onto, and at worst, they can just replace them after a couple of days. Therefore, most people are reluctant to spend their points on crutches. Chu Si was a little taken aback at first, but then she immediately understood that Qin Wanwan had misunderstood. She smiled and explained that these were what her family needed. Qin Wanwan knew Chu Si's family was. There was only one brother in the family, so the owner of the crutch was self-evident. Little Miss Jinli hadn't expected such a difficult life. Her brother's health was failing, and the burden of supporting the family had fallen squarely on her shoulders. She felt guilty for inadvertently touching someone's sore spot. Chu Si, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. For her, the hardest days were over. Ji Xian's leg would gradually heal, and their future would be bright and bright. She calmly told Qin Wanwan, it's okay. He even uses a crutch. Life is going well. Qin Wanwan, She wasn't sure if that was a nice thing to say, and for a moment, she didn't dare to respond. She simply gave an awkward smile and ended the conversation. It was clearly inappropriate to keep discussing this topic. They were returning home late today, so Chu Si's original plan to pick foxtail grass was obviously too late, and would have to wait until tomorrow. However, as she approached the shantytown, she spotted a familiar plant on the side of the road. It resembled spinach, but was darker in color, and about the same size as modern spinach. Chu Si ran over, cut a little with a knife, and smeared the juice onto the watch's test bench. Ding ding, high radiation mutation, contains trace amounts of neurotoxins. Not recommended for consumption. Chu Si was excited. It was indeed it. Isn't this the little cutie she met on her first day out scavenging? Chusi immediately bent down and carefully began digging the soil. Don't look at this. The spinach plant wasn't large, but its root system was quite developed. Inspired by Ji Xian's purchase of the mutant fire ants, she wanted to take this plant home and cultivate it. After all this time scavenging, she had just come across a plant containing trace amounts of a nerve-paralyzing toxin. If she cultivated it properly, perhaps the toxin concentration could be increased, potentially adding another type of poison needle. Xin Wanwan had learned a lot while following Chusi. Why was she collecting highly radioactive, mutated plants? The way she meticulously dug the soil didn't seem like she was just picking some plants for show. It looked more like she was going to plant them back home. She was a little distraught. Seeing Xin Wanwan's puzzled look, Chusi didn't hide the truth. After all, she had already revealed her hidden weapon box during the battle with the mutant mantis. It was only natural to cultivate a poisonous vegetable for the flying needles. Xin Wanwan, it's normal, and she also wants a hidden weapon box. But that thing is obviously beyond her reach, and even if she wants to buy it, she has no way to get it. Needless to say, it's very dangerous for a girl to scavenge in the wilderness. This is why they have to buy themselves an iron dagger even if they have to sell everything they have. It's a pity that she only has one dagger, otherwise she would also like to try the method of poisoning. In this way, the defense will be improved a lot. No, Xin Wanwan looked at her small bag with joy. Yes, she can also make herself a shell dagger. Then, she can have a dagger specifically for self-defense. It seems that when she goes out to scavenge in the future, she must also pay attention to collecting more poisonous plants. And looking at the posture of Miss Koi, if she encounters a suitable poisonous plant, it is hard to say. She would definitely spend points to buy it. It must be said that this is also a way to make money. Chusi was still digging the roots of the spinach seriously. How could she know that because of her words, Xin Wanwan's business territory would expand a little bit? After another 10 minutes, the mutant spinach was finally dug out. Then she emptied the contents of her backpack, put a few raspberry leaves on her lapel, and began to dig the soil again. As for why she didn't dig up the mud and plants together, firstly, Chusi was afraid of damaging the roots of the plants. After all, she couldn't dig a lot of soil at once. Secondly, this was what Ji Xian had said before. After taking the soil from the wild back home, it must be disinfected to prevent mutant insect eggs from hiding in it. Naturally, it would be more convenient to pack the two separately. Chapter 64. When Chusi returned, the door was still locked. She was a little bewildered. Not only was Ji Xian not home, but even the giant mantis she had just hunted wasn't there. After all, Fu Bowen and the others had driven away, going much faster than she did. Logically, they should have been back long ago. Chusi thought to herself, Ji Xian wouldn't part ways with her just for a mutant mantis, would he? That would be too tragic for her. The music started playing, Little Cabbages, The Fields Are Yellow. As the song reached its saddest point, she almost cried, but she couldn't because Ji Xian had sent her a message, extinguishing her feelings of affection. Chusi glanced at her watch. It turned out that the group had gone straight to Oldley with their belongings. After all, this was a shantytown, and they were both well-known members of a vulnerable group. If Fu Bowen and his men so brazenly brought a cart of high-end food over, it wouldn't be long before their house was robbed tonight, and there might even be bloodshed. What's more, they didn't have a refrigerator. It wasn't that they couldn't afford one, but it was just that it consumed too much energy, and there wouldn't be much food left over. Who would buy something that was thankless? He and Chusi couldn't possibly finish all the mantis meat in one go, and they couldn't bear to part with it, as it was their important winter rations. So, Ji Xian had the mutant mantis carcasses transported directly to Old Manly. They sold what they could, and kept the mantis meat for themselves, as they could rent a drying machine here. Equipment, just dry it here, then store it in a sealed bag, and eat it as soon as you open the bag, which is convenient and worry-free. In this way, you don't have to worry about it going bad even if you eat it until next spring. As for drying or smoking at home, Ji Xian also considered it, but he rejected it in the end. The main trouble is that the fragrance is too strong, and the target is too obvious. Even if you bake it secretly at home in the middle of the night, you can't avoid being searched by people who are interested. Just to save those 10 or so rental points, it's not that serious. Ji Xian originally thought that the matter would be over soon, and it would only take some time to bake the mantis meat. However, the mantis leg meat is long and slender, and almost no processing is required. After cutting it, it can be put on the iron skewer in less than 20 minutes. Therefore, he didn't rush to talk to Chusi. As they were cleaning the mantis's belly, they discovered it was actually a female mantis about to lay eggs. A rough estimate put the number of eggs in its belly at over 300. Testing each one would take some time, and Ji Xian, fearing Chu Xi and the others would be anxious, sent a message explaining the situation. Even if over 95% of the eggs were inedible, if only 5 were edible, they would have made a profit in vain. Furthermore, these were precious vegetables. Wasting them would surely be punished by heaven. Before Ji Xian could say anything, Fu Bowen and the other two excitedly began testing. These eggs hadn't been part of their plan, but now that they found them, it was like finding them for free. Even if they had nothing to do with them, it was worth a fortune. This thing is like opening a blind box for someone else. How could you not be excited? Ji Xian didn't immediately join the inspection team. He gathered the removed outer shells aside, planning to sell them all to Oldley later. He examined the shield on the mantis's forehead. It was surprisingly tough, and should be able to withstand damage from cold weapons and mutant bites. Unfortunately, the area wasn't large or small, only about the size of 2 palms. He wanted to keep it as a shield for Chu Xi, but Chu Xi wasn't very good with shields, and she wasn't hunting. If he scavenged this thing in the team, he'd be more likely to be assassinated and robbed of the treasure. Otherwise, he'd have to break it open and make armor. But he didn't have a good attack, and there was no way to cut the shield, so he had to ask Fu Bowen to take it to the mercenary group for processing. While Ji Xian was researching, he received a message from Chu Xi. She had just remembered that she needed to save the shells to sharpen knives, and she didn't want Ji Xian and the others to throw them away. Although she thought it unlikely that they would be so wasteful, what if they had been mercenaries for a long time? She's not interested in these petty gains. What if she just throws them away? Chu Xi was worried, so he sent a message to remind her. Ji Xian looked at the message Chu Xi sent him, then at the pile of skeletons he had sorted nearby, and his emotions were mixed. If he turned all of these into knives, it would take forever. It would be better to sell them all to Oldley at once. While the price would be a bit lower, it would be better to exchange them for points sooner rather than later. Besides, the sales of the shell daggers weren't as good as Chu Xi had imagined. She was quite skilled at selling 1 and 2 fares. After all, when scavenging, anything could happen, and a dagger could be a life-saving weapon in a critical moment. Therefore, those with a few points would generally choose a higher quality iron dagger. After all, it was durable, and it wasn't uncommon for one dagger to be passed down through 3 generations. As for those who truly didn't have any points, even spending 5 points on a shell dagger would be too much. If they did have those points, they could buy a packet of nutrient solution. Drinking it could extend their lifespan by 2 days. Wouldn't that be great? So, the shell dagger had always existed, but the market wasn't huge. Therefore, Ji Xian didn't approve of her going into this business. They had a lot of other things to do right now, and wasting their energy on this wasn't worth it. Ji Xian's persuasion was earnest, but he was worried Chu Xi would get stuck on this. Chu Xi, that wasn't necessary. She obeyed the elders in everything. Could she really say she just didn't understand the market? She wasn't that stubborn. After dealing with Chu Xi, Ji Xian sold the entire carapace of the mutant mantis to Oldley. Puffing on his pipe, Oldley glanced at the scuts Ji Xian had placed on his legs and said earnestly, "The most valuable part of this mutant mantis's carapace is the scuts on its forehead. If you sell me that scuts, I can offer you 290 points. Without it, the maximum I can get is 220 points. A difference of 70 points, which is slightly more than the purchase price of the scuts." It's clear that Oldley is forcing him to sell the scuts. Oldley didn't hide it, saying these. "I'm planning to make a men's suit of armor from the mantis carapace. The shield piece would be perfect for the chest area, which would add a lot of value to my product. As you know, 70 points is really quite high. You couldn't possibly sell a single shield piece for that price." Ji Xian nodded. He couldn't deny that he saw Oldley's sincerity. Didn't he see he didn't even bother to negotiate a price this time? After some thought, he realized that 70 points would be enough for Chu Xi to make a set of fine iron and black silk soft armor. There was no need to cling to this shield piece. Furthermore, 70 points would buy even more fine iron and black silk material, enough to cover his chest and back. So Ji Xian readily agreed to the deal. Both of them were delighted. Chapter 65. A roasting oven has 8 slots, and they roasted mantis meat for 2 batches. 4 mantis eggs were placed on each skewer. They thought there wouldn't be enough for a full batch, so they planned to fill the remaining slots with some highly radioactive, mutated mantis eggs. The mutated fire ants at home needed to eat them anyway, so they could save them for the winter. To their surprise, they found a full 36 edible eggs, more than enough for 1 batch, and 4 more than they needed. It was a real surprise. Oldly joined in the fun. So many. I haven't had mantis eggs in ages. What do you think, Jixian? Sell me a few? Jixian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sure, I sell you 2 fresh ones. We need to save the rest for the winter. Oldly readily agreed. Now that they have some surplus points, he wants to buy another solar charging panel and a second-hand radiator. The advantage of Oldly is that although many of his things are a bit old, they are at least 1/3 cheaper than new ones, so second-hand goods have always been popular in the shanty towns. Of course, choosing second-hand goods also requires a test of eyesight, otherwise if you take it home today, it may be scrapped in 2 or 3 days. Of course, there is absolutely no after-sales service for this thing. After it breaks, the points will be wasted and Jixian has a good eye, and he can also do repairs by himself, and rarely overturns the car. Winter is coming soon, and people with average conditions will mostly pick up some firewood to keep as a backup for winter heating. Their family is naturally of average conditions, but Chu Ci has been too busy looking for food, and obviously has no time to go out to collect firewood, so Jixian plans to buy a second-hand radiator. In fact, there are very few families in the shantytown that can be equipped with this thing. Firstly, the price of the radiator is a bit expensive, and secondly, it consumes a lot of energy, which is unaffordable for ordinary families. The original solar panel of Chu Ci's family is already considered large in the shantytown, but they still cannot afford a radiator, so they have no choice but to buy another one. Moreover, they had to buy new solar panels, otherwise the power generation efficiency would be very low and of no use at all. They could only power a light. In addition, they also wanted to grow crops indoors. If they placed a fire pot indoors, not only would it take up space, but the temperature would also be difficult to control, and there would be greater safety risks. He had planned to buy these 2 things in advance. Oh, and he also had to add a bottle of radiation-blocking spray. This was necessary to spray the house after renovating. All the things Jixian bought were a bit expensive. After selling all the things, he still gave Oldly 64 points in return for the total bill. Fu Bowen, Zheng Sikin, Tian Hao and others competed to help him move the things back home, but Jixian was calm and composed. If they didn't move them, would he, a person in a wheelchair, be asked to do it? By this time, they had already returned the electric tricycle they borrowed. Now, each of them was laboriously carrying the load. Fu Bowen picked up the mutant fire, ants he caught for Jixian and the others today. Zheng Sikin carried the radiator, and Tian Hao carried the solar panels. Jixian pushed his wheelchair, his legs laden with dried meat and mutant mantis eggs. The remaining eggs, mainly the highly radioactive mutant mantis eggs, were left over, and Jixian wasn't going to waste them. He was going to take them back for the mutant fire ants. There were about 200 of them, and everyone got a few. They went back. At that time, Chu Ci was knitting a dogtail mattress at home. Normally, it would have been bedtime for her at this time, but she was still working hard today because she wanted to wait for Jixian to come back, so she could ask him how many points he had sold and how much dried meat he had harvested. The thought of this made her so excited that she couldn't sleep. Jixian knocked on the door, and Chu Ci hurried over to open it. She had thought Jixian was alone, but she didn't expect so many people to come at once. She quickly opened the door to let everyone in. The room was already filled with bamboo strips and joints, and now there was even more. There was no place for feet. Fu Bowen placed the iron cage on a bamboo table. Chu Ci took a quick look and found that there were definitely more than 5 ants. There must be at least 8 or 9. The little guys should be soldier ants among the fire ants. Each one was about the size of a fist. Each head was big with 2 iconic big teeth below. The 2 antennae on the forehead were constantly moving, and they were constantly exploring everywhere. The color did not change, and it was crystal clear like red agate. To be honest, it had a somewhat amazing taste. If you ignore its intoxicating toxicity, raising it 4. The pets were also very cute, but Jixian's mood was not so good. His wheelchair was stuck to the side, and even turning was very difficult. No, this was not a big deal. The renovation of the house could not be delayed like this. It would be too inconvenient for their lives. Today, there happened to be 3 strong laborers, so why not just finish it directly? Anyway, the bamboo strips had been split, and the most troublesome things were done. The remaining work would not take too much effort. Of course, Jixian would not use them for nothing. 6 fruits per person was the price for their help in transporting the prey today, and 8 points. It was the price of renting an electric tricycle. Now, if we add a bowl of egg drop soup made of mutant mantis eggs, it shouldn't be too much to ask them to work overtime tonight. Several people agreed immediately. Fu Bowen didn't need to be mentioned, as this was his job. As for Zheng Sikhin and Tian Hao, they could earn a bowl of broth by doing another hour or so of physical work. It was a perfect deal, wasn't it? Fortunately, Fu Bowen's digging tools were still here, so it saved him the time to get the tools. He walked out with a shovel, while Zheng Sikhin and Tian Hao were going to dig up the dirt in Chu Si's house. Fu Bowen would shift the outer wall outward and dig the foundation, which he could do easily from outside. Their main task was to build a framework to stabilize the rest of the house. The biggest challenge in renovating shantytown houses was ensuring the original structure wouldn't collapse. Chu Si was terrified, afraid to even stay home. Fortunately, their skills were decent, and no other areas were affected when the outer wall was demolished. Ji Xian, mindful of the need to dry the highly radioactive mutant mantis eggs at home, simply had them build a small, long room at the back of the house. It wasn't large, only about 3 square meters. The bamboo strips were staggered, leaving a small gap to ensure ventilation while preventing others from seeing what was going on inside. Ji Xian also remembered the egg drop soup he promised. Although he only had 1 egg in it, the soup was so thick that Chu Si and Ji Xian didn't even drink a sip. The 3 of them swallowed it all. Their efficiency was so high that they finished before midnight. A spray of radiation-blocking spray marked the end of the job. Chu Si could only take it easy. 2/3 of the bamboo strips were used up, and the rest were piled aside. Even so, she still felt that the room was more spacious than before. They removed a wooden board from the wall at the back, which was equivalent to the door to the drying room. After Fu Bowen and the other 2 left, she and Ji Xian could not rest yet. They had to quickly hang up those highly radioactive mutant eggs to prevent them from being damaged. The 2 of them were busy until the next morning before they finally hung them all up. After washing their hands, Chu Si was finally able to climb onto her beloved straw mat to sleep. Chapter 66. Because she slept too late the previous night, Ji Xian had originally considered skipping Chu Si's training mission today. However, her biological clock was too stubborn, and Chu Si woke up at the appointed time. She checked her watch and saw 3:35, 5 minutes late. Ji Xian hadn't called her, so it seemed she wouldn't have to perform training today. Her mood instantly brightened, and she felt like all the fatigue of the past few days had vanished. She was in high spirits. At that time, Ji Xian was downstairs cutting yams. Seeing Chu Si already up, he felt a sense of destiny. He nodded and said, "Don't sleep if you're awake. I reduce your horse stance by 10 minutes. Just squat for 20 minutes today." Chu Si, At that moment, she felt a flicker of confusion, unsure if she could still get away with pretending to sleepwalk. She looked up, meeting Ji Xian's gaze. He raised an eyebrow, and Chu Si resigned herself to her fate and scrambled to her feet. Really, this is a demon. While Chu Si was squatting, Ji Xian wasn't idle either. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He had a lot to do today. He had to build a few bamboo racks in the drying room to increase the usable area of the house. Then he sliced all the yams, spread them flat on a winnowing basket, and put them in the drying room to dry. Oh, and he also needed to build a few more bamboo racks in the bedroom. Chu Si had dug up some bamboo racks earlier. The soil has been disinfected, and the foxtail grass and sweet potato vines have taken root. Now is the perfect time to transplant the crops. However, the bamboo baskets used for planting still need some work, and a few drainage holes need to be made underneath. Checking the time, Ji Xian set the small pot on the stove. He was about to start making breakfast. There was a mutant mantis egg left over from yesterday that hadn't been dried yet, so he decided to make it this morning to prevent it from spoiling. This time, Ji Xian finally decided not to make porridge. He simply boiled the mantis egg in water. Once cooked, he cut it in half, and they each took half. Chu Si finished her training on time. Now that she had finished her horse stance, she could walk normally. The progress was so rapid that it was visible to the naked eye. Thinking of the few raspberry leaves she brought back yesterday still in her backpack, she hurried over to dig them out. There were 4 leaves in total, each only half the size of a palm, but plump and thick. After thinking about it, she couldn't bear to take them all out for the snack. After blanching 2 leaves, she gave 1 to each of them, and put the other 2 leaves in the sun first. She would use them to season the porridge in winter. Thinking of this, Chu Si couldn't help but feel sad and proud. She had become so good at living now. She even started to plan to eat 2 leaves. It makes people sad to hear about it, and cry to see it. Chu Si sighed, and took a bite of the solid egg. Oh my god, it's delicious. This was the first time Chu Si had eaten something that tasted delicious without any seasoning. No wonder Fu Bowen and the other 2 were so excited yesterday. They were poisoned by the nutrient solution all day long. Compared with the two, this was really a delicacy in the world. Chu Ci immediately suggested to grind those dried mutant mantis eggs into powder. We can put some of it in when making porridge in the future. The taste will definitely be much brighter. Ji Xian nodded without comment. The mantis eggs tasted very good indeed. Chu Ci picked up the side dish again. She had never eaten this thing before, but she had drunk tea made from raspberry leaves. She remembered that this thing could relieve physical fatigue and refresh the mind. The taste was not amazing, but it was not too bad either. It was expected that fresh leaves could not be too bad. As a result, the facts were far beyond Chu Ci's expectations. What on earth is this thing? Really, she is now overwhelmed by this world. She felt her need for taste had been reduced to a minimum. She would eat anything edible. As for the raspberry leaves, Chu Ci felt that unless she was starving, she really didn't want to eat them. It was clearly non-toxic, but after eating them, she felt like her throat was locked up. Was this self-defense? Even eating mutant mantis eggs was no good. She felt like her tongue wasn't hers anymore. Ji Xian, a true Wasteland native, ate the raspberry leaves without batting an eyelid. He simply drank a glass of water and continued eating the rest. Chu Ci really couldn't handle it, so she simply gave up eating. She wrapped the remaining mantis eggs in her backpack, took a nutritional supplement, and a bottle of water. Seeing that she was about to leave, Ji Xian offered her the hidden weapon box and told her to take the dagger with her. Chu Ci. She nodded and pushed the door open, leaving. Her main task today was to cut foxtail grass. Ji Xian had said she'd see her crib tonight, so she had to work harder. She had to work overtime to get her mattress out, and she also had to get some weaving done. The house had several doors, and besides the back door, which had a solid bamboo door, the rest of the doors weren't easy to open and close due to space constraints, so they were all covered with curtains. This was another major project. After Chu Ci left, Ji Xian gathered the dried meat and some food supplies from the house, intending to put them in a dedicated storage room. However, he had barely put them in before taking them all out again. The storage room was too close to the door, and he felt it wasn't safe. After much thought, the items ended up under the bed again. It's like different paths to the same end. Unexpectedly, after all the hassle, the food storage area still hasn't been moved. As for the specially designated storage room, they wouldn't waste it. They couldn't bear to put their own food there, but it was the perfect place to store the mutant fire ants' food reserves. They were all highly radioactive, so there was no need to worry about theft. Anyone who dared to do that could only consider themselves unlucky. Eating too much of this stuff could really cause stomach ulcers. After putting the food away, Ji Xian set up the shelves in the house with peace of mind. The house was still too cluttered, so he needed to quickly reorganize it so he could determine the right placement for the radiator. He also planned to modify it to fit the layout of the house, installing some steel pipes to combine with the radiator. This would quickly raise the overall temperature and allow clothes to be dried on it during the winter, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 67. Qin Wanwan had been chatting with Chu Ci last night and learned that Chu Ci's main purpose today was to go to the dogtail grass to collect some leaves. Thinking that the family had just gotten a few pounds of meat yesterday, and that her hand was seriously injured, she decided to take the day off and go with Chu Ci to the dogtail grass to relax. Chu Ci didn't mind. She had a good impression of Qin Wanwan, and besides, the dogtail grass base wasn't hers, so she could go whenever she wanted. It would be a good company for her, and they could chat and pass the time. She had already cleared out the berries there, so there was no need to worry about anyone else discovering this treasure. The two of them met at the exit of the shantytown, just as usual. Qin Wanwan's arm was already bandaged with a white bandage. Closer, Chu Ci could still smell the faint scent of medicine. Thinking of the expenses of her last hospitalization, she felt a little uneasy. This must have cost a lot, right? Qin Wanwan scratched her head, raised her arm and asked, "This?" Chu Ci nodded. The outer bandage was fine, but the medicine inside was probably going to be expensive. But Qin Wanwan shook her head. "It's free. This cloth is the cotton we bought earlier. It did cost quite a few points, around 30, I think. We use it very carefully. We always clean it, bleach it, and scald it with boiling water before drying it and storing it. We give it to whoever gets hurt next time. As for the powder inside, it's mutated prickly lettuce. It's incredibly effective at stopping bleeding. Whenever we go out and encounter wild prickly lettuce, regardless of whether it's a high radiation mutation or not, we usually dig it up with its roots and plant it near our doorstep. If we detect leaves that meet the radiation standards, we store them, dry them, and keep them at home for future use, just in case. Chusi's eyes lit up at this. She noticed some people planted leafy greens near their entrances, but the appearance of this mutated spinach was so different she couldn't recognize it at first. She assumed it was planted around their home to deter theft. After all, its appearance wasn't exactly friendly. Its mutated leaves had transformed into sharp spikes, giving it a decidedly unapproachable look. Honestly, Chusi felt creepy the first time she saw it. A true culprit for trypophobia. It was a combination of greenery, succulents, and cacti. Originally, Chusi had been completely indifferent to it, but now it was different. This was the famous spinach. She even brought home the mutated spinach. There was no reason to leave it alone when it was a hemostatic elixir, so she immediately asked Qin Wanwan if she wanted to buy some spinach, regardless of whether it was high in radiation or not. She'd go back and raise it in moderately radioactive soil, and feed it treated drinking water. With that level of care, wouldn't it quickly produce a leaf with low to medium radiation? Qin Wanwan was incredibly generous. She bought whatever she wanted and just gave it away. Actually, it wasn't that she was truly generous. First, many families in the shantytown had this thing. If Chusi had been a little more shameless, he could have just dug one up at night, when no one was around, and no one would have noticed. Second, after all, it was just a highly radioactive mutant plant, and it wasn't really that rare. Chusi's family probably didn't have one, because they hadn't noticed it before. She had already transplanted 5 more in the past 2 years, so giving Chusi one didn't feel any remorse at all. Besides, she did owe Chusi a favor for the mutant mantis yesterday, and repaying it with a piece of prickly lettuce was exactly what she wanted. Chusi was happy. She didn't expect that she would have a harvest right after she went out. Before she could be happy for 2 seconds, she suddenly slapped her head. It seemed that she had thrown the mutant spinach into the corner, and had forgotten to take it out. This thing had to be planted immediately. It was taken out of the soil yesterday. If it was left to dry for another day today, even if it was a mutant plant, it would be useless. Chusi immediately took out her watch and told Ji Xian about this. By the way, she also asked him to try those crutches to see if there was any suitable one. If none of them were suitable, she would have to keep looking. Moreover, she also wanted to see the panoramic view of the new house. From the time the decoration was completed last night to this morning, she'd been out scavenging, and it was still dark, so she hadn't even gotten a good look around yet. At home, Ji Xian was diligently sawing bamboo. These would be used to make Chusi's bed slats. The lengths had to be consistent. Just then, his watch beeped. He looked up and saw it was Chusi reminding him to plant spinach. He spotted it that morning while cleaning the house. Seeing a pile of dirt next to it, Ji Xian suspected it wasn't the vegetables Chusi had brought back. He checked his watch and, sure enough, it was a plant with high radiation levels and a mild neurotoxin. No wonder he brought it back. Looking at the wilted plant, he had already found a bamboo pot and planted it, watered it, and was now placing it in the shade to slowly grow. He paused his work to take a photo of Chusi, who praised him generously, and immediately gave him a thumbs-up emoji in reply. Then another message came. Ji Xian looked at it, and then another message came. Ji Xian, He should just get back to work. It didn't seem urgent, so it was probably okay if he didn't reply to these messages. But Chusi would probably be upset when he came home that night to find her crib unfinished. It had to be said that Ji Xian had revealed the truth. The reason she was so happy was because, "Can I sleep in my new bed tonight?" After working for most of the day, Chusi's crib was finally finished. He made it specifically to the dimensions of the mattress Chusi had prepared, so it should be just the right size for her. He also made the bed a bit higher. There was still quite a bit of bamboo left at home, so he wanted to give her 2 storage baskets to put under the bed. Well, he needed 2 storage baskets under his bed too, and they had to be off the ground so the food wouldn't get damp. He also had some unused bamboo strips that would make perfect shelves for the house, and give those bamboo pots stacked on the floor a place to rest. Ji Xian's eyes darted around, mentally planning where to put the bamboo. He put away what he could, and the remaining thin bamboo shoots would ultimately be used as firewood. Chapter 68. Chusi's scavenging duties today weren't heavy, so he wasn't in a rush. He and Qin Wanwan walked slowly along the way, taking care of the sick and chatting about gossip. Chusi hadn't been in this world long, and on weekdays, he was busy scavenging. It was rare to find a girl with a similar personality to tell her interesting stories from the shantytown, like the child from the East family, who tore down the West family's door, and was chased and scolded for 2 blocks, or her neighbor Huang Xiaochai, who met the girl he loved but couldn't afford the 666 points bride price. Of course, The most talked about stories were about scavenging, like who had a good harvest today and picked up a giant mushroom weighing over 20 kilograms, and everyone was so envious. The next day, the spot he had visited was guaranteed to be packed. Chu Si was intrigued by the news, and was overjoyed. Wasn't this similar to when she unearthed the A-grade energy stone? And it was even more sensational back then. Almost everyone in the shantytown had turned out, hoping to try their luck. Arriving at the shantytown's small square, Chu Si and Qin Wanwan's attention was suddenly drawn to two electric tricycles parked in the center. What was going on? Remembering the sweet potato harvest from a while ago, Chu Si immediately pulled Qin Wanwan over. Could it be that the peanut or potato harvest had begun, and she hadn't heard about it? She regretted to death if she missed such an important event. But the notice for the last sweet potato harvest had been posted 3 days in advance. Wasn't this a bit too perfunctory? Not only was there no advance notice, but the vehicle was also several notches down. Upon closer inspection, Chu Si realized it was a misunderstanding. This wasn't a base vehicle on duty, but a hunting team recruiting members. Their destination was cotton gathering. Cotton? Chu Si was thrilled. Her previous life's terrible winter had deeply etched a mark on her, especially the year her parents died. The hunger, the cold, the bone-chilling chill made her shiver just thinking about it. Since there was cotton, wouldn't a thick cotton-padded jacket and pants be far behind? She would then make him a reinforced cotton-padded jacket. Not to mention the snow, even a knife wouldn't be able to penetrate it, but there was something strange. Many people were interested, but they seemed to be waiting and watching. Very few actually approached to chat. This puzzled Chu Si. She remembered the last time the uncle was selling mutant beast skin scraps. Many women were clearly very interested, but they couldn't bring themselves to buy. Now that she could, out picking cotton. The fare isn't too expensive, and the value for money is incredible. Why aren't you actively participating? Chu Si was about to go over to take a look when Qin Wanwan grabbed her arm. Xiao Si, what are you doing? Chu Si scratched her head. What else could she do? Naturally, she went over to ask. Honestly, she was regretting her earlier purchase of scraps of leather. It had been a bit rash after all. She learned from it. The fare here was 4 points, and she could use 1/5 of the return proceeds to offset the fare. Chu Si thought it was a good deal. If she tried hard, she could get more cotton. It was definitely better than buying leather. You know, cotton isn't something you just eat. You get what you see. There's no need for testing. A high radiation level doesn't matter, you won't be eating it anyway. After all, you can just soak it in a special chemical, and it'd be fine. Doesn't that mean, as long as you're not lazy, you can have as much cotton as you want? But seeing the hesitant expressions on the others' faces, she knew things weren't as simple as she imagined. She reviewed her original body's memories, and discovered she'd only been out gathering quite a bit. She'd basically only been out with the base's vehicles each year. The reason was simple. The cost of transporting a regular hunting team was prohibitively high, starting at least 10 points, and there was no obligation to provide protection. Chu Si was at a loss, thinking it looked like a scam. But she couldn't understand why. If they were really looking for someone to take the blame, they wouldn't just keep the price normal, so no one would suspect anything. Qin Wanwan knew the reason, and she pointed it out directly. These people are gathering forces. Chu Si raised an eyebrow. As expected, seeing the crowd gathering, one of them pulled out a new job posting from the truck behind him. The location was still the cotton gathering base, but the mission had changed from gathering cotton to hunt mutant bees and harvest cotton. There was no limit on the number of people they could recruit, but they had better be armed. No fare was charged, and they would even help transport the harvested cotton for free. The only condition was that everyone's wristwatch terminals be locked before entering the harvesting site to prevent them from transmitting their location. This immediately sent the onlookers into a frenzy. While the conditions were tempting, it was undeniable that this mission was essentially a mutant bee hunt. Successful completion would allow them to harvest the cotton. Failure would mean more than just a loss of cotton. Mutant bees could sting to death. To be frank, the group had truly found a prime spot this time. Not only was there an abundance of cotton, but the quality was also top-notch. Unfortunately, the mutant bees were no pushovers. They couldn't take it all down with just a few men. So, they came up with this plan: bring more people in today. While they might lose some cotton, how could they possibly harvest such a vast field of cotton in one day? If they could completely eliminate the bee colonies, wouldn't the remaining cotton belong to them? These slum dwellers had no means of transportation, so they were destined to this one-time trade. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Of course, there were some smart people among them who immediately understood their plan. Some people argued that this request was unreasonable, saying it was clearly using people as pawns, and then abandoning them after the job was done. Clearly, several people were not prepared to pay attention to these clowns. They weren't doing charity work, and no one was forcing them to go. After a while, the crowd gradually quieted down. Some who considered themselves skilled stepped out of the crowd and signed up. These people accepted everyone, regardless of size, gender. Gradually, more and more people came over. In fact, this kind of mission is like this. The more people there are, the safer they are. Chu Xiai and Qin Wanwan looked at each other. Qin Wanwan raised her injured arm, and Chu Xiai smiled. Now that the situation was unclear, she decided not to join in the fun. The two of them withdrew together. They had spent a lot of time watching the fun today. It was satisfying, but a lot of time had passed. They didn't delay any longer and quickly walked towards the dogtail grass collection point. They thought it was not far from the fern forest. After cutting the grass, they could spread it on the ground to dry first. They could go to the fern field later. Anyway, the weather was getting colder now, so they didn't have to worry about spoiling when pickling some pickles. It would be wonderful to eat some green vegetables in winter, right? Well, as long as it wasn't mutant raspberry leaves. Chapter 69. Chu Xiai and Qin Wanwan were walking down the road when two electric tricycles, two loaded with people, puffed past them. Chu Xiai hadn't expected the hunting team to be so successful. There was no room left in the trucks. She had one thing in mind. Were these people going to pick cotton? But with so many people, where would they put the cotton? Qin Wanwan pointed to the rear fender of the vehicle. Chu Xiai looked closely, and saw small rollers installed on each of the four corners. These rollers were clearly quite old, matching the color of the fender, so she hadn't noticed them at first. Now, Chu Xiai understood, the cotton would likely be tied directly to the fender. On the board, dragged back with the car cotton, Chu Xiai sighed a little. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? If her skills were better, she might dare to give it a try. Qin Wanwan saw that Chu Xi's eyes were almost staring a hole in the caravan, and couldn't help but suggest, I know a hunting team that is quite reliable. The only problem is that the travel fee is a bit expensive, but they are not a rip-off. They say they can protect the team member's safety, and they really do protect them wholeheartedly. Unlike many teams, they are just talking nonsense, pretending to be sheep but selling dog meat. When the mutant beasts appear, they will just fight each other, and don't care about our lives. This team receives a lot of praise every year, and many people want to join but can't. I know their captain. When they start recruiting, I will notify you, and we can go together and look after each other. Chu Xiai immediately wanted to agree. Her biggest concern was finding a reliable team, but she casually asked, how much is the fare? Qin Wanwan thought for a moment. Last year, it was 18 points per person, and on the way back, 1/5 of the cotton was confiscated. Chu Xiai nearly tripped over in shock. She turned to look at Qin Wanwan in disbelief, her mouth opening as she narrowly avoided saying, rip it off. Oh my god! 18 points per person on the way there, and 1/5 of the cotton was confiscated on the way back. Is that a bit of a high fare? Is it really like climbing a ladder to heaven at this point? Qin Wanwan was also confused. She didn't understand Chu Xi's reaction, and assumed she hadn't explained it clearly, so she added, their hunting team is all-inclusive and has the responsibility of protecting the cotton gatherers. Naturally, we had to pay more for transportation. This price was quite normal for an all-inclusive fleet. After all, a place like the cotton-picking site couldn't be compared to the sweet potato-picking site. At the sweet potato-picking site, the base regularly dispatched personnel to clear out mutant beasts each year, and there were people on hand to watch over the harvest, so the danger level was practically non-existent. The cotton-picking site, on the other hand, was a different story. Its environment naturally attracted some small mutant beasts to live there, and it was easy to stray into their territory. The danger level was self-evident. There were also those with cheaper fares, but they only handled the transportation of people and goods. Even if they encountered mutant beasts during the picking process, no one would rescue them. On every trip with their team, 1 or 2 deaths was considered rare. Chu Xiai, life is so tough, but hearing that, she suddenly felt like those scraps of leather were worth it. While they were still a bit pricey, at least she wouldn't have to risk her life, right? And once the scraps were properly processed, they were incredibly warm. Chu Xiai was about to decline when Qin Wanwan added, besides, their team won't share the mutants we hunt ourselves. Other teams rarely get that privilege. They at least have to hand them over in the same proportion as the cotton. Hunting mutants? And the cotton gathering sites were mostly small mutants. Chu Xiai was excited. Wasn't this the perfect place to practice? There were people watching over her at all times, and they could even help her out in a pinch. Wasn't this a perfect place to level up? But 18 points. Chu Xiai secretly couldn't bear to part with them. It was easy to get some stock, but she was reluctant to waste it. After all, she had already bought leather before, and the demand for cotton was not that urgent. She euphemistically said that she had to think about it again. Qin Wanwan nodded. She understood very well. After all, this was a big deal. No one's points were blown by the wind. Besides, even if they decided, the hunting team might not go there. The year before last, a group of mutant wild boars were discovered at the cotton collection point. After several hunting teams were wiped out, no one dared to go there anymore. In the end, the base issued a mission and attracted several large mercenary groups to go there, and the matter was finally settled. Really, let's cherish it while we can. In fact, Chu Xiai was also wondering, why not just transplant the cotton forest near the base? That way, why would they have to go so hard to collect it? It really is a waste of money and time. Qin Wanwan hurriedly shook her head after hearing this, fearing that Chu Xiai would really dig up a cotton plant and plant it back. After all, she had seen Chu Xiai transplant mutant spinach, and she did not doubt her hands-on ability. In fact, someone had done this before, and he was a team worker, ready to do something big so that he could monopolize the cotton industry in the future. So he specially picked an inconspicuous corner near the base and transplanted 100 or 80 trees. Just because of this small cotton forest, at least 30 people died in the base due to attacks by small mutant beasts that year, and the number of people who died in the shantytowns was impossible to count. In the end, the young son of a base leader was nearly killed by a mutant bee attack. Furious, the leader prepared to have the hive destroyed, and by chance, they discovered the mutant cotton forest. Luckily, they discovered it early. By the time they did, the small mutant beasts had already grown to a large population. If they continued to grow, they could easily pose a threat to the base's security. From then on, the base issued a clear rule. Anyone who dared to plant mutant cotton privately would have their property confiscated and be expelled from the base. Since then, no one has dared to touch this tiger's whiskers anymore. Chu Xiai, She was almost unable to return home. No, it seemed she would need to familiarize herself with the base regulations. Otherwise, what if she broke the law? Chu Xiai wiped his face and smiled calmly. I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? After that, he no longer had the heart to chat with Qin Wanwan. Fortunately, the foxtail grass collection point was finally approaching. However, before she even got there, she was stunned by the prosperity there. From time to time, a few figures would flash among the tall foxtail grass. Qin Wanwan wondered, when did this place become so popular? Chu Xiai quickly realized that Ingwa's story must have been discovered by others. She was lucky she acted early, otherwise, with so many people competing, she wouldn't have gotten a chance to snag a bargain. She had to hope the foxtail grass she planted would prove effective. Qin Wanwan, upon seeing this, immediately rushed in to join in the fun. Her arm in a sling had no effect on her at all, and her agility didn't betray the appearance of a patient. Chu Xiai didn't say much, but began cutting the foxtail grass leaves nearby. This was her objective for the day. The news she received today was quite shocking, and she needed to digest it. Chapter 70. Today, there were too many people at the foxtail grass gathering spot, so Chu Xiai decided not to go to the fern forest. Ferns were her preferred pickle ingredient, and since there weren't many people there right now, she didn't want to attract more people there. So, Chu Xiai decided to go home early, so she could take care of things around the house. After all, they had just finished reinstalling, and there was still a lot of things to clean up. Ji Xian definitely couldn't handle it alone, and some of the work was inconvenient for him to do. Around 4 o'clock, seeing the sun was getting less intense, Chu Xiai immediately gathered the dried foxtail grass leaves and tied them into a sturdy bundle, then prepared to head back. The grass-cutting team she had come from earlier had already joined the search for Ingwa. Before leaving, Chu Xiai called out a few times as a gesture, but as expected, Qin Wanwan wasn't ready to leave yet. She still had a bunch of Ingwa ears, the size of a palm, tucked away in her arms. She had just tasted the sweetness, so how could she retreat now? Chu Xiai hadn't called her out to take everyone away with her. I just wanted to ask about the prickly lettuce. When they arrived, they had just agreed that Chu Xiai would buy her a prickly lettuce. The price and delivery date hadn't been announced yet. Getting hurt and bleeding while scavenging was common, so Chu Xiai wanted to make the deal as soon as possible. The sooner she bought, the more peace of mind she have. She might not have usable leaves right away, but that scenario was almost negligible. Even if there were, Qin Wanwan would probably have picked them before selling them to her. But having it right there in front of her would give her peace of mind, wouldn't it? Qin Wanwan thought about it. Prickly lettuce was quite common in the shantytowns, and it could even propagate on its own. It wasn't that expensive, really. Chusi's family didn't have any, so it was probably because she hadn't noticed them before. It was just a little more difficult to transplant. The sharp thorns could easily prick someone, especially the tiny ones. Removing them was a struggle, and it would take a week or so of pain to recover. So, she'd just take the hard-earned money. 2 points. I have my brother deliver it to your house tonight. Chusi readily agreed and transferred 2 points to her immediately, then sent the location of her home to Chin Wan. In fact, when she first saw the dense thorns on the prickly lettuce, she was quite afraid of the transportation problem. Since the seller had a door-to-door delivery service, it couldn't be better. After solving the problem here, Chusi didn't stay any longer. She carried her bundle of grass and walked towards the shantytown. She left early today, and the large group of scavengers had not returned yet. This place was close to the shantytown. When Chusi returned home, she looked at her watch. It was not yet 4:20. This was the earliest she had returned since she went out to scavenge. The mutant spinach she brought back last time had been planted by Ji Xian by the door. It looked like a landscape plant. At first glance, it was plump and tender and quite cute. Pushing open the yellow and green bamboo door, she saw a narrow small living room. Since the living room and the storage room were not separated yet, the overall look was. On the right side of the living room, a row of mutant fire ant cages sat against the wall, a few leaves tossed inside. Chusi was speechless. Inside were the leaves of the mutant spinach plant. Ji Xian was truly adept at using local resources, not fearing the mutant fire ants would die. But judging by the half-eaten leaves and the lively swarm of fire ants, it seemed unlikely to be a major problem. The small living room was dimly lit, with only a half-meter wide plastic sheet in the middle letting in a little light, a perfect habitat for the mutant fire ants. 5 bamboo buckets were neatly arranged near the door to the inner room. The inner room door was the original exterior door, now unlocked. Chusi pushed it open and entered. She was truly astonished by Ji Xian's efficiency. Not only had he set up the trellis, he had even planted the foxtail grass and sweet potato vines. Chusi was thrilled. Was she about to become a farmer? She excitedly ran over and gently touched the plump, tender green leaves. These were their family's most precious treasures. Apart from anything else, the fertility of the soil in this world was incredibly guaranteed. Each seedling looked like a sign of prosperity and peace. How wonderful would it be if they could all grow into babies with low radiation levels? Chusi reached out and touched the soil. It was damp. Suddenly, she realized how much water would be needed to grow crops, and their home wasn't close to a water source. How many trips would Ji Xian have to make? Chusi couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Ji Xian was in a wheelchair, so how would he get water? Usually, she had to fetch their drinking water, and this time Ji Xian had suffered greatly. Ji Xian couldn't bear to watch. He ordered, "Take that idiotic look away. This water belongs to someone else." Someone hit me. Chusi's computer was down for 2 seconds, then he quickly realized. Could Ji Xian have used his points to hire someone? That wouldn't work. Although they still had a little surplus, it was saved for the winter. She could do things like fetching water when she got back. Points couldn't be squandered carelessly. Chusi was about to offer some earnest advice when Ji Xian interrupted him. "Don't you think your house is missing something?" Chusi looked around. The house was much tidier now. There was a set of bamboo stools and a bamboo table in the corner. His eyes flicked to the back door. A brand new crib was placed against the wall. It was her crib. "I've been waiting so long, and now it's finally here." Just as Chusi was about to go off on a tangent, Ji Xian reluctantly interrupted. "We finished renovating our house, and a lot of neighbors wanted to come by today to get some of the leftover bamboo scraps. We traded that stuff for real food, so how can we just give it away for free? Those remaining purple bamboos aren't particularly useful, but there are ways to trade cheap things for cheap things. That's how we got the water for farming." And Auntie also traded some bamboo branches for some of her daughter's hand-woven fabric. The fabric was a bit rough, the plaid too loose, and not suitable for winter clothing, but it could be used as a bed curtain. Hearing this, Chusi just wanted to give Ji Xian a thumbs up. With some effort, she could weave the mattress tonight, and with the addition of a curtain, wouldn't that be the bed of her dreams? Furthermore, Ji Xian's recycling not only expanded the family's usable space, but also brought in a lot of savings. Not to mention the water for irrigation. After all, it wasn't easy for her to get it herself. And the fabric itself, the craftsmanship was still a struggle. Weaving such a large piece, and then separating the red leaf vines, was a massive undertaking. And now, it was done in one go. When she came back today, she was still thinking that if it didn't work, she could just use straw curtains instead of cloth curtains. In this way, although the finished product is a bit rough, it is faster and thicker, which is perfect for winter use. It's just that it's a bit difficult to lift it when opening the door. Other things are fine, but she has to open the bed curtains every day to prevent the plants from blocking the light. Now, Ji-Xian has solved the most difficult problem for her. As expected, your boss is still your boss. He is so reliable. Chapter 71. Chu Si wasn't going to bed early tonight. Firstly, she planned to fix her mattress right away, so she could sleep in her crib tonight. Secondly, she had to wait for the prickly ash. Once Jin Wanwan delivered the food, she could plant it right away, and use the night to slow down the process. She planted the mutant spinach a little late, and the new sprouts in the middle were already a bit wilted. Ji-Xian had built a bed frame tailored to Chu Si's bed size. Once it was finished, all she had to do was tie the string and hang the curtains. With motivation, Chu Si's efficiency was impressive. Around 8 p.m., the prickly ash seedlings arrived. They were only about calf height, with 8 or 9 leaves. Chu Si smacked her lips. The more she looked at it, the more it looked like a cactus. Even though it was just a baby, it was clearly going to be quite formidable. The delivery was from Qin Wanwan. Wanwan's younger brother, Qin Tan, was a very simple boy, about 14 or 15 years old, thin and small. It was obvious that his family lived a very difficult life. When he came, he was afraid that the appearance of the prickly lettuce would be damaged, which would affect its sales, so he did not tie it up. The whole plant was still spreading its claws. Qin Tan just carried the root and walked over. As a result, a lot of thorns were stuck in the side near the leg. When Chu Si took it, he found that the leaves on one side were smoother. But the boy said nothing. After successfully delivering the prickly lettuce, he left without saying a word. Although Qin Tan had tried his best to cover it up, his walking posture was still a little unnatural. After Chu Si closed the door, he immediately resumed his limping walking posture and walked quickly into the distance. Chu Si watched him staggering through the crack in the door. Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This child is really interesting. Think, with such a brother, Qin Wanwan should really not be too bad. Since she is at home, Ji-Xian naturally doesn't need to take action on the farming. Protection still has to be done well. She doesn't want to become the unlucky boy Qin Tan. Fortunately, there are a lot of dogtail grass leaves at home. She tied a few more on her body. She didn't plan to touch the prickly lettuce directly. On the side of the house, near the storage room, she dug a hole of suitable size, then used 2 bamboo sticks to throw the prickly lettuce in, adjusted the angle, and filled the soil back with bamboo sticks. She was not as careful as Qin Tan. In Chu Si's opinion, these mutant plants have strong growth potential. This little waste of time will not cause fatal effects on them. That's enough. She will slowly raise them in the future, and soon it would heal up. But watering the bed took a bit of effort. She always just poured it over, which was a bit awkward. It looked like Ji-Xian would have to figure out a way to get her a bucket with a long spout. By the time Chu Si returned, Ji-Xian's bed frame was already finished, and she had the pleasure of witnessing a grown man sewing with a pile of fabric. His profile was illuminated by the warm yellow light, the linen fabric draped across his legs. Ji-Xian sat with a focused expression on his work. It was a truly heartwarming scene. Chu Si leaned over. Oh my god, I can only watch from afar. The stitches were crooked and uneven, truly driving her OCD crazy. Chu Si immediately snatched the curtain from his hands. I do it. It's just a small thing, I do it. You've been tired all day, go take a shower and go to bed. After all, it would be embarrassing for everyone to watch her undoing the needlework while awake. Ji-Xian looked up at Chu Si's hypocritical expression, then lowered his head to look at the needlework in his hands. Forget it, he might really not have that talent, so there was no need to force it. He raised his watch and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, so he told Chu Si to finish knitting the mattress quickly and go to bed early. After all, the training tomorrow morning could not be delayed any longer. Chu Si nodded quickly. Her mattress only needed to be finished, which would be done in less than 10 minutes. She moved the mattress onto the bed. It was just the right size. She used 4 red leaf fine fibers to fix the 4 corners to the bed legs, so there was no need to worry about it moving around. Chu Si quickly lay down on it. It doesn't seem as soft as a pile of straw. When Chu Si finally realized what she was thinking, she immediately shook her head frantically. What kind of devilish idea was this? She couldn't let this happen. This was the mattress she'd painstakingly woven. How could it compare to those straw nests? Chu Si carefully rolled around on her new bed. Alas, It seemed really uncomfortable. Never mind. After all, the straw nest still provided warmth. Chu Si moved her floor covering back onto the small bed without any worry and happily fell asleep, hugging her little quilt. Ji Xian opened his eyes on the bed across from her and looked at her with an indescribable expression. Never mind. Everyone has their own aspirations. Comfort is what matters. Chapter 72. Chu Si slept soundly, lying on his bamboo bed, oblivious to the chill of the ground. Curled up in the straw, covered by a small quilt, he felt like a bird in its nest, safe and comfortable. It really wasn't all in vain, the new bed was just so comfortable. At 3:30 in the morning, the alarm clock rang sharply. Chu Si struggled to stretch, and suddenly, a faint smell reached his nose. It was a bit pungent, like, perhaps, a faint odor of paint. Chu Si immediately opened his eyes, and looked up. Looking up, she spotted a new addition to the room, a target fashioned from scrap wood, painted with white paint. Chu Si immediately perked up. Didn't she have to do the horse dance today? Remember Ji Xian mentioned earlier that he had shooting training for her. Was she finally moving on to the next stage? Yes, she finished her recent morning missions, and still had some energy left. Sister is no longer the Amon she once was. From now on, please call her the Archer. Ji Xian tapped his watch. Extra training for being late. Hearing this, Chu Si finally gave up. She had to jump off her crib. Sure enough, Ji Xian pulled a box of needles from his toolbox and handed them to her. He bought them specifically for her practice last time when he was selling mutant mantises. The needles had been treated, all a deep red. There was no other purpose for them, their main purpose being to be visible. Ji Xian predicted that with Chu Si's improvisational abilities, the needles would likely hit anything. He didn't want to have so many hidden traps around the house that he'd have to poke her everywhere. Dyeing the needles red would also make it easier. Chu Si immediately put all the needles into the hidden weapon box and prepared to start training. Unfortunately, the shooting training in the morning was added, but her basic skills could not be neglected. Moreover, Ji Xian saw that she could complete the task more and more easily, so he specially gave her 4 2-pound sandbags, 2 tied to her feet, and 2 tied to her wrists. Chu Si would also need to carry sandbags during the shooting training later. In Ji Xian's words, physical strength is very important. In many cases, you must make sure that your physical strength is better than your companions. Chu Si, He was going to dye her little white flower black. The physical training was finally over, and it was finally time for her to practice the new project. However, she didn't expect that the newly added small sandbags were so powerful. Now when she raised her wrist, her arm would tremble unconsciously, and she couldn't aim at the target at all. She shot several times in a row, and all the results were outside the 4th ring. This was very different from what she expected. After all, she had shot several times in the wild, and it had successfully helped her kill a mutant rat. Although the mutant mantis was more resistant to flying needles, she also successfully shot its eye. Technically, there shouldn't be much problem. She originally wanted to give Ji Xian a surprise, but now, let alone a surprise, it was good that she was not frightened. Chu Si quietly raised his eyes, and glanced at Ji Xian. Very good, the boss's psychological quality is strong. Seeing Chu Si's poor performance, he did not show any expression. In fact, Chu Si's current performance has exceeded his expectations. After all, her athletic talent is really worrying. Coupled with the effect of the sandbag, Ji Xian thought that on the first day, she could not even hit the target, so he could accept the current result. Therefore, people should not have too high expectations. If they are calm, they can live 2 more years. If they were his soldiers, he would have exploded by now. Really. The environment creates talents. Talents in all aspects, and being able to endure is also one aspect. Therefore, Ji Xian was very indifferent. Seeing it was almost time, she even invited Chu Si to come over for breakfast. During breakfast, Chu Si talked to him about the cotton-picking convoy from yesterday. Firstly, she was still upset about not being able to go out and pick up the cotton, and secondly, she wanted Ji Xian to help analyze the best way forward. After all, she still wanted the cotton, and the few small quilts at home were a bit far-fetched for winter use. Ji Xian considered it, and initially agreed with her decision yesterday. With Chu Si's current abilities, even with the hidden weapon box, she still wasn't up to par. She was still only suitable for simple picking tasks. The hidden weapon box was only for self-defense in critical situations. For example, the one with the obvious hunting weapon. It's best not to join in on the killing quests. One's own positioning must be clear. Even if they are hunting teams, their weapons and personal qualities are much stronger than those of ordinary shantytown residents, But when opening up Wasteland, the sacrifice rate of team members is also very high. And yesterday's situation was clearly recruiting pawns. We won't take that risk for such a small amount of cotton. That being said, Chu Si still felt a little reluctant. It was such a blessing to be able to cover oneself with a big quilt in winter. Ji Xian smiled. Why rush? There will definitely be opportunities later. He treated others as fools, so he should naturally be prepared for backlash. Chu Si immediately became excited. What's going on? Could this matter have a big reversal? But the watch is locked, so how can it be located? Ji Xian smiled and shook his head. Mercenaries have many ways to locate without electronic devices. Some can even memorize it directly, like a mobile version of a walking map. And there are many capable people in the shantytowns, but their methods are too simple to hide. Chu Si was speechless. That would be really interesting. If that were the case, wouldn't the roles of hunter and prey be reversed? Chu Si was happy. After a quick breakfast, she had to get down to business. Gossiping was entertainment, but eating was the real problem. While eating, Chu Si pulled up all the nearby maps. She thought, these past 2 days, the fern gathering point is out of the question, the competition in the raspberry forest is also quite intense, and the mulberry gathering point is too far away. So she prepared to go out on her own today. Open up new land, see if you can find a new collection point. Of course, her new land must be within a safe range. She thought it would be a good opportunity to ask Ji Xian to help her find a suitable location. Unfortunately, Ji Xian's previous missions were basically outside the safe zone, and the advice he could give Chu Si was almost negligible. But there is one thing, it is okay to find a new collection point, but it must not be too far away from the crowd. Too remote places are not safe. You must always pay attention to the map signs, and don't accidentally enter the high radiation area like before. Chu Si nodded obediently. She usually didn't dare to recall it. The feeling was too painful. She didn't want to experience it again. As for the location, since Ji Xian couldn't give any effective suggestions, it would be better to look for it while walking and checking the map. Chapter 73. When Chu Si left home this morning, she could clearly sense the weather had grown even colder. She had no choice but to put on another layer of clothing. The food supply at home was still far below her expectations. The change in environment undoubtedly made her anxious and intensified her urgency to find food. Chu Si hurried past the small square in the shantytown. There were several more electric tricycles there today, all clearly heading to the cotton gathering site. It seemed Ji Xian's speculation was correct. Yesterday's group's fruits of labor had clearly been seized, and their monopoly on the cotton was now impossible. Chu Si paused and tightened her clothes, which were leaking air. Shang, no, it seems cotton is still a necessity. I took a quick look at the charging standards of various companies. The fare is obviously much more expensive than the group of people yesterday. The cheapest one is 10 points per person, and the expensive one is 12. When they come back, they have to hand over 1/5 of the picked cotton. And these are all half bags. They don't bear the responsibility of protecting the safety of the pickers. Chu Si was shocked. It seems that the price Qin Wanwan mentioned to her before is not so difficult to accept. Moreover, she raised her eyes and glanced at the team at the edge. It was the group of people yesterday. At this time, the faces of several people were extremely ugly, and the eyes looking at other hunting teams also revealed unfriendly. After thinking about it, she just raised her legs and left here. If things go wrong, there's bound to be a fight between those who go out today, and a weak woman like her wouldn't get involved. Better to wait for Qin Wanwan's letter. No rush. Although Chu Si had long been prepared for the challenges of clearing the land, she hadn't expected it to be so difficult. Truthfully, places closer to the settlement weren't waiting for her to clear. Starving people would have already explored everything nearby. Unless it was a dangerous area near high radiation levels, it was less frequented by people. But Chu Si didn't want to go there either. As she walked, she consulted the map on her watch, trying to find the nooks and crannies to explore. But even then, most of them were. Even the hidden corners showed signs of being walked on. It was obvious that someone had visited. Chu Si was not discouraged. She stopped to test any suitable plants she saw. Unfortunately, the harvest was not ideal. More than 2 hours passed, and she only got a piece of shepherd's purse leaf. Fortunately, the smell of this thing was very fragrant and strong, and it could be used as a seasoning when she returned. Seeing the sun rising higher and higher, Chu Si couldn't help but feel anxious. She only then remembered a serious problem. She couldn't stay in this forest forever. The light was now strong, and there was no planned shelter forest for her to hide on the road. Wouldn't this mean she was directly trapped in this barren grove? It's no wonder she looked down on this small forest. Not only is its area limited, but the trees in the forest are very tall. But also because of this reason, there are not many wild vegetables that can grow underneath, not to mention that she has to find a piece of edible one from it. Chu Xi walked around in it, and tested all the wild vegetables she could see. As a result, after a round, her harvest was still only that shepherd's purse leaf. She sighed. It seemed that she had lost money today. If she had known this, she would have taken a stroll in the mulberry forest. Chu Xi pulled up the map in her watch to see if there was any forest that was relatively close. If she could run there in 15 minutes, she could try to hold up a leaf, but if it was farther away, forget it. She was afraid of dying on the way. You don't know until you see. With a start, Chu Xi realized she was very close to the high radiation danger zone. Further east, across a small river, there it was. She had been very careful, yet she still ended up in a place like this. Really, it could only be called bad luck. Listening carefully, she could hear the faint sound of water. Chu Xi craned her neck and looked in that direction. She had only come here the last time she'd been collecting sweet potatoes. Sitting in the car, she'd seen a small river in the distance. Through the gaps in the bushes, Chu Xi could see a tiny shimmer of light reflecting back. She hadn't noticed it before, but she hadn't expected it to be so close. Chu Xi figured, since the river wasn't within the high radiation zone, it wouldn't hurt to go over and take a look. She squeezed through the dense trees. There was a bush, and in the distance, an exceptionally clear stream appeared before her eyes. The stream was just an ordinary stream, only 3 to 4 meters wide at most. Along the riverbank, there grew many aquatic plants that Chu Xi did not recognize. There was a small patch that looked particularly like taro. Chu Xi immediately became alert. This was unbearable. No matter whether it was or not, she would go over and dig it up first. Unfortunately, there were no trees to shelter her. She could only make a quick decision. Otherwise, she could dig out the roots and move them here for testing later. Chu Xi used the fastest speed of a 100-meter sprint and dove into the taro ground. Unfortunately, the few plants growing on the bank were too thin. The roots of those that grew strong were soaked in water, and it was impossible for her to go into the water. Chu Xi was afraid there might be something inside. Fortunately, even the taro outside was as high as Chu Xi's waist. Crouching down, she could still find some shade. Unfortunately, after pulling out only one, she knew it was hopeless. There was no swollen tuber underneath. It was not a taro. Chu Xi did not give up. She pulled out 4 or 5 more in succession, but they were all empty. She couldn't let her trip go in vain. Seeing that the leaves were also juicy, Chu Xi simply tested them directly. Please, she didn't have high requirements now. It was okay if the leaves were edible. The family was not only short of food, but also vegetables. As long as it was edible, she would not mind it. Ding! Highly mutated by radiation, it contains mild toxins. Not recommended for consumption. Chu Xi, what the hell is this? Don't worry, if it can't eat anything, then are her little quiz properties expired? She broke off another young sprout to test it. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated, slightly toxic, can cause diarrhea. Not recommended for consumption. Chu Xi was furious, feeling surrounded by deep malice. Splash. A sudden splash of water caught Chu Xi's attention. She immediately looked up and raised her wrist in the direction of the sound, alarm bells ringing. In the wasteland, mutant animals could appear anywhere, and the river was no exception. She waited a moment longer, and when she saw no more sounds, she slowly hunched back. If it were a fish, it would be fine, it probably couldn't live without water. But if it were a frog? It's an amphibious species. Who knows if it come ashore and hunt her? Splash, splash. There were 2 consecutive splashing sounds. This time, Chu Xi could see clearly. They seemed to be 2 small fish, only the length of a palm. And they were vegetarians. Chu Xi saw them pluck a petal from a plant by the river and eat it. Splash, 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 splash. The sound of water continued. Chu Xi saw many small fish. They came out in groups to feed, and soon, they disappeared without a trace. Chu Xi wiped her saliva. Of course, she didn't dare underestimate any mutant animal. Even as tiny as an ant, she wouldn't dare provoke them now, let alone a palm-sized mutant fish. Chapter 74. Chu Xi was undoubtedly very timid, but the allure of delicious food fueled her evil thoughts. Thinking of the mutant mantis eggs Ji Xian had cooked last time, she smacked her lips. They were incomparably delicious. Compared to the giant mutant mantis, These small fish were much more approachable. Of course, Juicy Eye didn't dare to jump into the water and catch them directly, but didn't she have fish cages and fishing nets? She glanced around. She remembered seeing red leaf vines here earlier. Sure enough, she saw a scarlet vine clinging to a small tree by the river. But this vine was too small, and obviously could not meet Juicy's requirements. Not to mention a fishing net, she was afraid that she could not even make half a fish cage. However, it was not a big problem. Red leaf vines were very common. Juicy Eye planned to return to the grove to look for it again. Red leaf vines preferred sunny living environments, so she deliberately went around to the south of the woods. Fortunately, she was not disappointed. 4 or 5 red leaf vines as thick as her arms were enough for her. Juicy Eye was not very familiar with making fishing nets, but she had the honor of studying fish cages several times before. First, she had to make a bracket with branches, and then peel the red leaf vines and put them in the basket. The fiber sheets inside were shaped into long, flat strips, each about the thickness of a finger. The texture of the rattan was tough yet flexible, surprisingly suitable for weaving a fish cage. It didn't take long before the general outline of the cage took shape. Juicy Eye put on the finishing touches, matching the size of the fish she had just seen. She closed the ends and attached a flexible vine rope. The cage was complete, but what bait should she use? This really troubled Juicy Eye. She certainly couldn't feed the fish herself, and she couldn't use nutrients as bait. Was she going to use them to lure the fish? What was she thinking? Impossible. She didn't know if she could catch any fish, and even if she did, she didn't know if she could eat them. She couldn't risk her food on such a small chance. Oh right, Juicy Eye suddenly remembered that the fish had eaten some orchid-like flowers. Those flowers were too far from the shore, and the water was dangerous. She definitely wouldn't go over to pick them. But there were many small flowers in the woods, so she simply picked a few of each, and some young leaves from some plants as well, trying to ensure variety. She thought to herself, at least she could come across 1 or 2 kinds of food that the small fish would be interested in, right? Juicy Eye dropped all the bait into the fish trap, then placed a rock inside. Carrying the bait, she walked to the riverbank, chose a convenient spot to lower the trap, and threw it in. With the trap in place, Juicy Eye couldn't just sit there and wait. She decided to stroll along the riverbank to see if there was anything else to catch. There weren't many plants along the shore, but there were small islands in the river, covered with tall, sturdy reeds and some newly sprouted reed buds. Juicy Eye was truly puzzled by the plants there. It was so cold now, and they were still sprouting new shoots. Didn't they have to deal with the winter chill, growing year-round? Could she even check the bamboo forest for shoots? Given the purple bamboo's impressive size, it must have weighed at least 10 or 20 pounds, right? There's mugwort. Juicy Eye immediately ran over and checked the time on her watch. Her exposure to solar radiation should have been about enough. Without hesitation, she cut a bundle of mugwort, carried it, and headed back. Run. Juicy's mind was now filled with all kinds of delicacies made from mugwort. Although other ingredients were insufficient, it did not stop her from drooling. Besides, mugwort was a very good Chinese herbal medicine. She felt that she had found a treasure this time. She tested one leaf after another, and the beep sound was inaudible to her ears. However, the result made Juicy Eye very disappointed. It was such a large bundle, and in the end, not a single leaf was detected. This kind of situation really did not happen to her very often. Usually, they would at least give 1 or 2 leaves as a consolation prize. This really ruined her mood. Juicy Eye exhaled deeply and secretly encouraged herself. This was the normal state of picking. What's more, she was still reclaiming land, so this situation should be reasonable. If it didn't work, she would just try harder. Oh, Juicy Eye suddenly remembered that this place was very close to the high radiation area, and the radiation level was definitely not fusion. There was a transition zone. Did that mean that her current location was a high-risk area within the medium radiation area? Is that why the radiation damage to plants is even greater? Thinking of this, Juicy Eye felt a little restless. This was a matter of life and death. She couldn't stay here any longer. She couldn't just rush to another area right now, but she could at least stay as far away from the river as possible. Thinking of the fish trap that had been lowered for a while, Juicy Eye gritted her teeth. Although she knew the hope was slim, she still refused to give up and decided to check. The trap was already lowered, so she couldn't just throw it away. But this time, she had to make a quick decision and get away immediately after finishing it. Finding the rope knot, Juicy Eye pulled it up. As soon as she felt it, she knew there was something inside. It was much heavier than the one she had dropped, and there were small fish hitting the trap. Chusi felt a surge of joy at the sight of the cage, and hurriedly lifted it up. After all, they were all mutants, so she didn't dare be careless. She simply dragged the cage by the rope to a place away from the river. Then, she carefully untied the buckle on one side and tugged the rope again, dumping out the catch. It was 4 small fish, the size of a palm. Their mouths opened and closed, seemingly without much danger. When they turned over, they only flapped their tails, making the same sound as ordinary small fish twitching on the ground. Chusi picked up a branch, sharpened one end, and poked a fish's head with force. The branch passed through the fish's body smoothly, and the fish thrashed against the branch twice before becoming motionless. It looked like it was truly dead. After confirming the fish was truly dead, Chusi dared to bring it closer for inspection. Using the tip of her knife, she pried open its mouth. There were no sharp teeth inside. Apparently, this creature was truly a vegan, which reassured Chusi. She used the blade to pluck out a bit of flesh from the wound and placed it on the testing table. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chusi, She was indeed very happy, but this felt a bit unconventional. The river was clearly closest to the high radiation area, so how could the fish there still be eaten? Never mind, perhaps it was just an extremely rare triggering event. She tested the others first. With the experience from the first fish, she was able to kill the next few fish with ease. The second one, ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Recommended. It's recommended to eat in moderation. Chusi was genuinely frightened and jumped. She couldn't help but wonder if her watch had been damaged by the radiation. Fortunately, the next 2 fish were both highly radioactive, which put her mind at ease. Then, Chusi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This thought was a bit naive, indeed a bit over the top. After confirming that everything was fine, she happily put the 2 small fish into her bag. The fish were good, but unfortunately a little small. However, thinking about the combat power of the mutant mantis, Chusi felt that the size of the fish was just right. After all, she didn't have to deal with a bug every time she killed a monster. And she just thought, the presence of small fish with moderate radiation mutations here seemed reasonable. After all, the river was very long, and the fish could swim back and forth. Maybe these fish didn't normally live here? Chapter 75. Chusi was overjoyed after catching the fish. She had originally planned to just do this one job, but now she was hesitant. In such a perverse society, isn't it normal to bend over backwards for a few bucks? Looking at the 2 highly radioactive fish carcasses left on the ground, she simply raised her dagger and slashed them a few times, then tossed them into the fish cage as bait. Then, she tossed the cage back into the water and quickly retreated back into the woods, moving as far as possible from the area of high radiation. After reaching the other side of the woods, Chusi sent a message to Jixian, primarily asking him about the optimal safe distance. Jixian frowned, naturally keeping as far away as possible. It's better to be away from it, but Chusi asked this question specifically. It must be because for some reason, she must be active in that area. After thinking about it, Jixian raised his hand and replied with 300 meters. This is the width of the transition area. As long as Chusi is more than 300 meters away from the high radiation area, theoretically she is in a safe ordinary area. After hearing Jixian's reply, Chusi hurriedly called up the map on the watch, and pulled out a 300-meter radiation area on it, and then saw that most of the grove was covered in it, with only a small corner in the northeast being outside. Chusi was happy to see this. She didn't ask for much, as long as it was there. After seeing it, she immediately packed up her things and ran away with her bag. In the safe zone, she was ready to eat those dried fish here. In fact, only 2 out of 4 were caught, and the 50% delivery rate was too high. Chusi couldn't believe it. She had to catch a few more times to confirm it. Just 1 fish cage was obviously not enough. It affected her delivery speed too much. As the saying goes, to get rich, you must first build roads. Infrastructure construction is indispensable. Thinking of this, Chusi immediately turned to the place where she had just harvested red leaf vines. She chopped them quickly, and returned to the safe zone with a large bundle. Then she started to move swiftly. With the successful experience of the first one, she became much more proficient in the operation. After about 20 minutes, 3 new fish cages came out. Thinking of what she had just done, she had thrown the 2 highly radioactive mutant fish in as bait, so she could only run to the woods again to pick some flowers and plants as bait. This time, Chusi was not so meticulous. She plucked all the flowers and tender leaves she could, trying to prepare bait for the next few times, so that she wouldn't have to run back and forth. After everything was done, Chu Si looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. She hugged the 3 fish cages in her arms, and prepared to go over to collect the nets. She reached out and grasped the reserve knot. To be honest, Chu Si was still quite nervous. She didn't know what she would catch this time. This time, she waited a little longer, hoping that she wouldn't be disappointed. As a result, as soon as she pulled it up, Chu Si's face changed. How could it be so light? Then all the ropes were pulled up, and there was nothing underneath. The fish cage had vanished, and there was a noticeable bite mark on the rope. Clearly, it wasn't a case of the rope breaking loose. Chu Si carefully observed the bite marks. They didn't seem like large tooth marks. It seemed like some truly terrifying beast truly existed in this quiet river. She took a deep breath. Fortunately, she had been cautious from the beginning and didn't rush into the water. Otherwise, who knows what a miserable state she would be in now. Splash. Splash. Chu Si looked up. Fortunately, the stupid fish were still there. It seemed she would have to use plain bait to catch them from now on. She didn't dare go back to where she had just lowered the fish cage. After quietly going around a few places, she deliberately chose a few places with flowering plants to put the cages, tied the ropes, and ran back to the safe zone to wait. Chu Si's grandfather liked fishing before, and usually used some fish cages or fishing nets to catch fish, so she roughly knew that it usually took half a day to put the fish cages, or to put them in at night, and take them out during the day. It's just that the fish here may be more comfortable on weekdays, and 3 or 4 can be hooked in an hour or so. Moreover, after changing to vegetarian bait, that group of terrible things never appeared again. It seemed that the thing was only interested in the smell of blood. Although she still knew nothing about the dangerous creatures in the water, as long as she didn't fall into the river, she should be able to catch them. It's not a big deal. Chu Si could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She'd been busy going back and forth 4 times that afternoon and had caught exactly 10 edible fish. That meant over a quarter were edible, right? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Chu Si opened the map on her watch and marked the spot, noting, Chu Si's private fish pond. It really was a private pond. She'd been here all day, and not a single person had come by, not even those passing by. Even the junglers despised this humble place. They come all this way to not even pick a single leaf. What were they doing here? Exercising and losing weight? Clearly, the people in the shantytown didn't need this effect. The small woods had long been marked with a cross. Looking at the time, it was almost 4 in the afternoon. She packed up everything. The 10 small fish actually took up very little space, so Chu Si had wrapped them all in leaves to prevent them from smelling fishy. Fortunately, in the Wasteland era, broadleaves were everywhere, and there were a lot of plants that had mutated in size. Aside from being inedible, they had many uses. On the way back, Chu Si felt so happy. Was this her first success in clearing the wasteland? A gathering point that could obtain meat without much combat power was undoubtedly precious, so it had to be kept secret. Perhaps in the future, Jixian and I would rely on this to supplement our meat dishes. Chapter 76. On the way back, Chu Si was constantly on edge, trying to keep a safe distance from others. Halfway through, she even picked some strong-smelling mutant plants to mask the fishy smell. Although she thought she had wrapped the fish tightly, she was still afraid of being sniffed. Furthermore, the mutant grass leaves weren't taken in vain. She had to store some food for the mutant fire ants at home. Their situation would be better though. High-radiation mutant plants were everywhere, and one didn't have to venture far from the shantytown to find a large number. Even in winter, there was no need to worry about them starving to death. However, if she had some in stock, she wouldn't have to go out in the cold to cut grass for them. This was not only a challenge, but also a challenge for her. Clothes provide warmth, and the body consumes energy faster in the freezing cold. So, unless absolutely necessary, everyone wants to stay cozy in their own beds. Who would bother going out? On the way back, Chu Si filled the remaining space in her backpack with various grasses. She wasn't the type to pick them aimlessly. Aside from a few plants with strong scents, the rest were easy to dry. The mutant mantis eggs in the drying room at home were almost dry, so the space was perfect for drying these grasses. Chu Si hadn't told Jixian about her harvest this time. She couldn't afford to hire a dedicated bodyguard every time she had a good harvest. Besides, she actually didn't want to reveal the location of that feng shui treasured land to even Fu Bowen. It was her next important strategic goal, and no accidents could happen. Of course, Chu Si wasn't foolish and bold. She now had a hidden weapon box to rely on. Even if she couldn't quickly and accurately eliminate the opponent, it would definitely have a deterrent effect. As long as she could gain an advantage early on, She could finish off the opponent in the later stages if they were outnumbered, and immediately flee if they were outnumbered. Ultimately, there shouldn't be much danger to her life. To say there wasn't any was impossible. No place here was absolutely safe, so she didn't daydream about it. Perhaps it was because she was pretending to be calm enough today. The numbness in her eyes was 100% replicated. Chu Xi was leaning on her hand. She used a cane and tried to keep pace with the other scavengers. She had always believed in the principle of seclusion and wildness. On the way, she saw many people already collecting firewood for the winter, so she picked up some too. She also added some sticks and branches to her backpack. In this way, her appearance was no different from others. People didn't even look at her, and naturally no one would take advantage of her. It was also because of the firewood that Chu Xi thought of a problem. Although her family had installed a heating device this year, it was powered by solar energy. Even if it had an internal energy storage facility, wouldn't they be in the cold if the sun didn't come out for a day or two with such high-powered equipment? This was no joke. Without enough heat, it wouldn't just be hard on her and Jixian. But if they just endured, it might get over. While the Wasteland's winter weather was unpredictable, it generally didn't last for several days at a time. They could endure it, but the plants she grew at home couldn't. She wouldn't be so worried about mature plants. After all, the harsh conditions outside were definitely worse than at home, and she hadn't seen any plants die out. But the ones growing in their nursery right now were incredibly fragile little babies. With a sudden drop in temperature, Chu Xi was afraid they'd die in front of her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but pick more vigorously. It had been a mistake. She shouldn't have let Jixian replace all the remaining bamboo branches from the last time they cleaned the house. It was good to have some for emergencies. Speaking of which, this was truly Jixian's mistake. It was his first time as a farmer, so some things he acted on instinct, and his considerations were naturally biased. Fortunately, it wasn't a big deal. After all, their family. With the heater, Chu Xi only needed to prepare some firewood for emergencies. Even if they found they were running low, they could just replenish it. In winter, there were more dead branches. But then again, after all, they'd been colder, so they could have dried up some more. No one wanted to go out in the freezing cold then. After walking for about 40 minutes, Chu Xi finally returned to the shantytown with the rest of the group. Once they entered the gate, everyone began to scurry and disperse. Chu Xi walked home leisurely, unhurried. Ever since their family's renovation, Jixian had stopped cooking outside. Before, they barely had vegetable leaves and a morning nutrient-rich porridge mixed with water. In the shantytown, that was a standard meal, not much to be envied. But now, things were different. The quality of their rations had been significantly upgraded. Not only were there grains, but also precious meats. Taking them outside to cook, wasn't that just inviting someone to get their attention? Chu Xi stood at the door and knocked twice, calling out, "Jixian, open the door. I'm back." Before, when someone was home, he usually locked the door, except when sleeping. But now that they started farming, he was still worried someone might break in and cause trouble, so he simply locked the door every time he went in and out. It was a little more troublesome, but it gave him peace of mind. A moment later, Jixian came over and opened the door. Chu Xi entered, then replaced the latch with her backhand. Then, she took off the large bag from her back and placed herself in front of Jixian's wheelchair. She asked with a hint of pride, "Did you know I get it back today?" "What?" Jixian shook his head. Seeing her so happy, he thought maybe she had discovered some crops, but then he dismissed it. No matter how lucky Chu Xi was, he didn't dare to think that way all the time. He knew the scavenging market outside. Unrealistic fantasies would only increase Chu Xi's scavenging pressure, and he didn't want that. Even a few edible leaves were precious to them. And for starch, everyone could only look forward to Al-Qaeda's autumn harvests. How could there be so much food for them to pick around here? Besides, Chu Xi was out today. Clearing the land would definitely be more challenging than going to existing gathering spots. Jixian already felt incredibly lucky to have found another fern-like spot today. Seeing Jixian not even guess, Chu Xi felt a little frustrated. How could this guy not even handle the basics of supporting roles? This left her at a loss for how to proceed with her next big scene. With a sigh, she gave up on the show and simply turned her backpack upside down. She had already placed the branches in the living room upon entering. With the backpack turned upside down, the contents cascaded out, with various grass leaves at the top. But the leaves were scattered so haphazardly. Rubbing them together, it was clear they weren't vegetables worth using. Finally, some small packages wrapped in leaves fell out. Jixian's pupils shrank. As Chu Xi moved, a faint fishy smell slowly wafted out. The contents of the package were self-explanatory. He reached out and picked one up, delicately untying the knot. A small, palm-sized fish emerged. Ji Xian swallowed, pointed at the packages, and asked Chu Xi, all of them? Chu Xi nodded brightly, feeling incredibly proud. See, my strength shouldn't be underestimated. Ji Xian couldn't contain himself anymore, and silently gave her a thumbs up. Truly. Unconvinced. Chapter 77. When Chu Xi opened the package, he saw 10 palm-sized fish neatly arranged on the ground. He certainly wouldn't want to eat them. The primary problem now was how to store them. Did he have to run to the grocery store to dry and store all the fish? After thinking for a moment, Ji Xian shook his head in denial. They've been doing too well lately. They just dried mutant mantis meat and eggs at Old Lee's, and now they were back to dry the mutant fish. Even if Old Lee didn't have any ulterior motives, there were still plenty of people watching along the way. It wasn't a safe bet. It would be better to just make dried salted fish. Luckily, Ji Xian had just gone to restock the store a few days ago, and the salt at home was more than enough for these fish. The steps were simple. The first step was to clean all 10 small fish. Chu Xi scratched his head. Don't you need to scale them? Remembering the dried fish he'd eaten at his grandfather's when he was a kid, they didn't seem to have scales removed, so they decided not to bother. After cleaning the fish, they wiped off any excess water from the surface with a clean cloth, otherwise they spoil easily during drying. Chu Xi wasn't overly worried about this, as the weather was much colder now, so the chances of spoilage were slim. The second step was to cut open the fish's bellies and clean out the internal organs. However, after this step, it was difficult to clean them with water. After opening the fish's bellies, they found a surprise. These palm-sized fish had surprisingly thick flesh on both sides. They'd already been fattening up for the autumn, and the greasy slices of meat looked so tempting. Then, they were smeared with salt, inside and out, for marinating. There was nothing much to say about that. If only they had more seasonings at home, maybe some cooking wine or ginger slices to remove the fishy smell. Now, nothing was working. After smearing them evenly with salt and letting them marinate, they were hung in the drying room. Looking at the dazzling array of food inside, Chu Xi's excitement was beyond words. A huge sense of happiness and satisfaction filled them both. Unexpectedly, Ji Xian's sudden inspiration to build this drying room had actually been put to good use. It really saved them a lot of trouble. Exiting the drying room, Ji Xian lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. No, it seemed he'd have to go to the old man's house when he had time. Li Tu can get a second-hand small dryer. Otherwise, if we get some meat, it will be too troublesome to handle it. We are not afraid of the trouble, but we are afraid that after the trouble, the meat cannot be preserved. That would be really sad. After buying it, he can also install a deodorizing device at the air outlet. Then, even if they smoke meat at home, they don't have to worry about the smell spreading. In the future, even if they don't dry the meat, they can dehumidify the grain during the rainy season, so it won't be a waste. After having an idea, Ji Xian directly told Chu Xi about it. Old Li too has a second-hand small dryer plus a deodorizing device. The price is generally around 100 to 120 points. Chu Xi thought about it for 2 seconds and nodded frantically. Sure, her private fish pond was so good that in the future, not to mention being able to bring back a fish every day, it would not be a problem to bring back a few every few days. Ji Xian shook his head, but he was not as optimistic as Chu Xi thought. If the fish catch rate there was really that high, other people would not be unaware of it. After all, there were many ways to fish in the creek, and none of them were very difficult. For example, Chu Xi could make a temporary fish cage and make do. So when everyone saw the water source, they would go there to try their luck. As Chu Xi said, the mutant beasts in the water generally would not crawl ashore to hurt people, so the safety factor was still slightly higher. The reason why there was no one at Chu Xi's place was that Ji Xian suspected that those small fish did not usually live there. He remembered Chu Xi mentioned before that those small fish like to eat a kind of orchid-like flower in the river, so the survival time of these small fish was probably related to the flowering period of those flowers. After the flowering period was over, those fish should leave. Chu Xi was stunned, and after thinking about it, it was really possible. Ji Xian's fingers were on his wrist. She scrolled through the table and pulled up a set of images. They were labeled mutated dendrobium orchids. The clusters of tiny purple flowers were exquisite, but Chu Xi didn't have time to admire their beauty. She was already shocked by the description below. Damn! This mutant dendrobium orchid only blooms for 7 to 10 days. Isn't that a bit too much? It finally blooms, but before the bees can find it, it's going to wither. This was no small matter. Regardless of whether Jixian's prediction was right or not, she would have to deal with this for the next few days. The fish were already busy. It would only take less than 10 days. If the flowers faded but the fish hadn't left, she could relax. If it was just as Jixian said, that was fine too. She note the date and try again next year. After finishing their work, the two of them had a quick dinner. Because the task was urgent, Chu Xi wanted Jixian to make her a few more foldable wire fish cages. She was worried about leaving them lying around all the time. If someone found them, wouldn't they end up like the raspberry forest? After some thought, Jixian decided to make her a foldable wire fish cage. It just so happened that he had some leftover wire from wrapping the bamboo wall during their last home renovation, so he could try his hand at it. The entire frame was shaped to bend. When folded up, it was only the size of a fistful, and it was lightweight, perfect for a girl like Chu Xi. Upon seeing the finished product, Chu Xi's eyes lit up. She dropped her needlework and ran over to try it out. She loved it. One wasn't enough, so she asked Jixian to make a few more. After all, she could carry 4 or 5 back and forth without feeling too heavy. After a moment's enjoyment, Chu Xi put the finished product away. She stuffed it into her backpack to take to the little fish hunting spot tomorrow. After the excitement wore off, she still had to work on her craft. 3 piles of animal hide scraps lay spread out in the open space in front of her. Chu Xi sorted them into long-haired, short-haired, and hairless. There was some leftover material from the bed curtain fabric Jixian had exchanged last time, so she decided to use it to make the base of her fur coat. Luckily, the short-haired scraps were the most abundant, so Chu Xi decided to use them for the main body of the coat. The remaining long-haired scraps would be stitched together at the collar, cuffs, and lapels to prevent drafts. The hairless leather would be used to make gloves, socks, and other items, so there would be no waste. Chapter 78. The leather was all scraps and difficult to work with, so Chu Xi simply cut the fabric first. That way, she would have an idea of how much leather she would need. Unfortunately, there was no tape measure at home, so she had to use the most primitive method of tying a thin knot of string to measure Jixian's clothing size. However, this also had an advantage. It saved her the trouble of marking the clothes. Although Chu Xi had never made clothes before, this difficulty was not a problem for her. After all, she had a background in handicrafts, so these things were easy to do. Moreover, she had previously made all the pet clothes for her family's dog, De Huang. The designs were so beautiful that all the dogs in the neighborhood were envious. Well, although pets can't be compared with people, Chu Xi seemed a little insecure, but she did have some experience in making clothes. After all, they were all in the handicraft community. When she had free time, she would watch clothes-making videos, and had already memorized the general steps. However, other people's videos would inevitably have some omissions, so she could only rely on. She slowly explored the process. After all, it was her first time making adult clothing, and in such a wasteland with such scarce supplies. She was afraid she ruined the fabric in one go. She could patch it up and use it later, but it would still leave a regret. So Chu Xi was extremely careful with every cut, leaving ample margins for error in the corners. It didn't matter if it was a little larger, adding an extra layer of clothing for winter wouldn't be a problem. If, after all the hard work, the finished product ended up being something only she could wear, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Thinking of this, Chu Xi chuckled. Jixian looked up at her and shook his head helplessly. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, so he urged Chu Xi to wash up and go to bed. She had to get up at 3:30 the next morning for training. As for herself, Jixian continued weaving the small fish cages, and tried to get Chu Xi to bring a few more tomorrow to save on running back and forth. Plus, putting out a few at once would increase the chances of getting a good catch, wouldn't it? Anyway, he usually didn't go to bed before 11:30 at night. He usually stayed at home, and when he was really sleepy, he could just lie in his wheelchair and take a nap. Usually, Chu Xi would go to bed immediately when Jixian said that, but today she had really gotten into it. After cutting the material for the clothes, she thought about sewing the leather onto it, and she couldn't wait to see the finished product. She had made similar patchwork pillows before, but the scraps of fabric were mostly larger, with regular triangles or rectangles. In the past, she might have applied a thin layer of starch to the fabric and then dipped the leather into it, so that she could roughly determine how to arrange the leather. But there was no precious thing like white flour here, and even if there was, she wouldn't even eat it herself, let alone apply starch. Wouldn't that be a sin? As for other glues, Chu Xi had asked Jixian, but the few reasonably priced ones she could find weren't suitable. Either the glue was too strong and difficult to clean after use, or it was too sticky. She could only pass them up one by one. She could only handle the leather and fabric separately for the time being to avoid wasting time. Chu Si planned to splice 2 palm-sized pieces of leather each time, and then directly splice the next piece, so that it would be convenient to combine them in the future. However, these animal skin fragments were obviously much more difficult to handle than cloth ends. This thing had to be punched in advance. Oh, it was still not professional. How could she forget such an important thing? This was a big project, and there was no suitable tool at home. Chu Si gave up decisively after poking a few times with it all. No, it was too laborious, and the efficiency was very slow. She didn't know much about leather making, but fortunately, she had a friend in the handicraft circle who was quite fond of this aspect and had a special studio at home. Chu Si had the honor to visit it. At that time, the person also introduced her to a tool called white steel diamond cutter, which was specially used for punching holes in leather. It looked like a small fork that was much stronger. It also has multiple teeth. With one hammer, several holes can be made at a time. Chu Si pondered for a while, and felt that this could be modified. Unfortunately, she searched the whole house, and couldn't find a fork. The tough guy sighed and thought, forget it, let Jixian do it. She thought about buying a sturdy steel fork from Oldley, which shouldn't be too expensive. Once her enthusiasm was dampened, she lost the enthusiasm to continue working. After telling Jixian about the matter, she went to wash up and get ready for bed. Oh, by the way, she also needs a small hammer. Look at this. The difficulty of working with these mutant hides was such that it would take some effort for her to poke them in manually. Jixian nodded and took out a small hammer from the toolbox. This thing was a must-have for every craftsman. Chu Si weighed it in her hand, and felt it was not bad. She didn't need to buy the hammer separately. Before going to bed, she looked at the time on her watch. It was already 10:30. Chu Si was shocked to realize how late it was. She quickly packed up all her things, climbed onto her little bed, and huddled in the haystack. He pulled the curtains, hugged his pillow, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Jixian worked until 11:30 at night. When he ran out of wire, he made 2 more foldable fish cages. He shook them out, opened them, and inspected them. After confirming they were all in good condition, he put them all into Chu Si's backpack. He yawned, washed up, and prepared for bed. Suddenly, he remembered something important he hadn't done. He walked over to Chu Si's bed, lifted the cloth at the headboard, and reached out to retrieve the hidden weapon box next to her pillow. Jixian had just extracted some mutant fire and toxin that day. He expertly poured out all the silver needles from the hidden weapon box. Since the mutant fire and toxin was not much, he only applied a little to the tip of each needle. After applying it, he carefully refilled the hidden weapon box. With his work done, he could finally go to bed. As for the effectiveness of the mutant fire and toxin, that would have to wait until Chu Si used it later to see. Chapter 79. The next morning, after Chu Si finished training, she quickly ate a quick breakfast and set out immediately. The allure of hunting was immense. Protein. How much energy could it provide them in winter? Chu Si wanted to set the traps as many times as possible. With each trip, she might even catch an extra fish, a rare and precious opportunity, hard to find even with a lantern. So she tried not to waste time, setting off at the earliest possible time. Of course, her excitement didn't last long, because as soon as she reached the main road, she noticed that many people had already emerged from the shantytown. Could it be that she had been late before? Then Chu Si shook her head. It probably wasn't that likely. Most of what they were talking about was the mulberry tree collection site. She had been there once before, and it was the second largest collection site she had ever seen, after the sweet potato site. The crowds of scavengers who had spontaneously gone there were so huge that it wasn't an exaggeration. The last time she and Qin Wanwan had gone there, she couldn't get involved at all. In the end, it was Xiao Qin who came to help. She found an ownerless branch before she could start testing. She could only say that the impression was too deep. It was her first time experiencing this, and she had to rely on robbery to get even the raw materials. It was easy to understand why these people set out early. Chu Si happened to follow them for a while. To be honest, she was really scared to walk alone in the wilderness before dawn. Now, she could follow others and listen to gossip. In addition to discussing mulberry leaf picking, people on the road talked most about the cotton collection points. Armed conflicts were nothing new. Chu Si had anticipated all this before. Unexpectedly, while everyone else was picking cotton, a capable man in the shantytown took advantage of the chaos to steal a piece of honeycomb honey, and he won the bid at once, which was directly edible. This caused an uproar, and now many people were discussing stealing honey. Several people whispered that the man had brought a sealed jar when he went, which showed that he had planned it in advance, otherwise he would be chased to death by the mutant bees. Honey is a good thing. Not only is it very high in calories, it can also quickly replenish the body's energy deficit at critical moments. Moreover, the honey produced by mutant bees not only has a strong nourishing effect, but it can also relieve toxicity, which is incredible. Poisonous mutant beasts are too common in the wild, and the toxins of many mutant beasts require special antitoxin serum to detoxify. Although the honey produced by mutant bees is not a panacea, it can relieve the time of the patient's toxin attack. At least it can keep people breathing, allowing you time to run back to the base to save your life. It has multiple uses, and they are all very practical. Because of this function, honey has become a high-end food ingredient, and the profit is naturally considerable. Chu Xiai smacked his lips. Different groups of people have different definitions of wealth. While they were still staring blankly at the cotton, the more skilled and daring had already set their sights on the mutant beasts. You tell me, we're both ragpickers. How come you're so good? Most importantly, he actually won the bet. This excitement was a huge deal for the people living in the shantytowns, because it signaled a potential opportunity. A lucrative opportunity. Everyone was speculating whether the mutant bee colony had been nearly wiped out by the previous cotton collecting team. So could they also reach the hive? Chu Xiai was naturally envious, her heart pounding with the desire to join in, just to have some sweet treats. She'd been here for so long, barely able to make ends meet, so naturally, she hadn't had the energy to think about anything else. But now, wasn't the honey already at her fingertips? Thankfully, even though she was drifting, she still had a thread tugging at her heart. This thing is definitely not something that can be done. The danger of collecting honey is undoubtedly very great. No matter how small the number of bee colonies is, some mutant bees must be left behind to watch the house. Now everyone is talking about the lucky person who collected honey, but no one cares whether this person is injured or not. It's just like when the original body picked up the A-level energy stone. The sensation was completely incomparable to this incident, but everyone only saw that she picked up the energy stone, but did not see the original body lying in the ward with her life hanging by a thread. And the fact is, the original body did die directly that time, and then she came through. So Chu Xiai guessed that the lucky person who collected honey should not be dead, but must be injured. However, this can only be said to be a matter of opinion. Maybe people are willing to use some injuries in exchange for honey. Another possibility is that another team gets wind of this and becomes interested in the honeycomb. Then, there's no point for them to just wander off. Would they be so gracious as to let you go and pick up the spoils after killing off the beehive? That wouldn't be picking up spoils, it would be making an enemy. Chu Xiai doesn't have the guts to do that. On the contrary, a chaotic battle would be most beneficial for a helpless individual like them. But even if that were the case, Chu Xiai wouldn't go. The reason is simple. The success rate is too low. Even if you manage to snatch a piece of honeycomb in a chaotic battle, the chances of hitting it right away are incredibly low. You might risk your life and work hard only to find it was all for nothing. Furthermore, there are so many people interested in beehives these days, and there are always those who want to get something for nothing. How could she have the peace of mind of catching fish? It's like having a private fish pond. Chapter 80. Chu Xiai walked forward cheerfully, her heart filled with a sense of superiority. The joy of fishing was beyond the reach of honey-gatherers like them. With this in mind, Chu Xiai stopped paying attention to other people's conversations and quickened her pace. She first headed for the several wildflower spots she had marked yesterday and prepared bait for the small fish so she wouldn't have to wander through the woods. Then, she separated from the main group and took a small path to her destination. Before leaving, she tossed all the cages from yesterday into the river, keeping resources within reach. She left them overnight, not knowing how much she'd catch. She also took the 3 upgraded fish in her hand. After putting the cages down, Chu Xiai was originally excited to check the harvest, but when the 3 fish cages were pulled up, there was nothing inside, and the cages were all falling apart. The rattan was covered with fine bite marks. After being soaked in water for a night, the snow-white fibers were exposed, and the cross-section was uneven. Chu Xi's face darkened. Seeing the sharpness of the small teeth, like a boning knife, she couldn't help but touch her arms. What kind of stupid things are these? Just looking at the miserable state of these rattan fish cages made her feel creepy and goosebumps all over the floor. No, people with intensive phobia will definitely not be able to bear it. Chu Xiai originally felt that she was. She had been in good spirits, but after seeing this, she suddenly felt herself becoming nervous. Touching the vines, she felt uncomfortable all over. It seemed that she could not approach the water no matter what. Chusi looked at her watch. 2 minutes had passed. The radiation level here was too high, but she didn't have time to complain. She quickly threw all the broken vine fish cages into the river to prevent them from being discovered on the shore. She hastily placed the flower bait into several wire fish cages and threw them all into the water. Then she hurried back to her moderate radiation safe zone. Chusi sat cross-legged on the ground, glancing at the time on her watch from time to time. She figured those fish cages must have caught something yesterday, otherwise they wouldn't have been torn so badly. Perhaps the trapped fish were anxious to get out, rubbing against the cages and causing injuries, which attracted the creatures. Or perhaps the creatures weren't just attracted by the smell of blood, they might have attacked. It's just that the fish were swimming too fast before, making them difficult to catch. That's why they were able to move around normally in this area, but the cages had restricted their movement. Chusi wondered, had she indirectly helped to embolden those terrifying creatures? Whatever the reason, the time for collecting the nets had to be adjusted. She planned to go every half hour. She didn't want to bring anything she shouldn't have. Although it was only half an hour, waiting around didn't seem like a good idea. She was a good young woman, and lying down was a sign of disrespect for the scavenging profession, a serious attitude issue. Chusi rummaged through her backpack. The flowers inside took up half the space. She figured that would be enough bait for today. So, she'd take a stroll around the area to see if she could gather any other food. She definitely couldn't go towards the creek, so Chusi simply headed in the opposite direction. There was a large meadow. The weeds were only about knee-high. In modern times, that might be considered dense grass, but here it wasn't very impressive. The well-grown weeds, at least. They all grew to waist height, which was somewhat stunted. Most importantly, they were only knee-high, providing absolutely no shade at all. Plus, it was completely covered in weeds. Chusi was sure not many people had ever gone there to scavenge, but what was she doing? She was out there to clear the land, her goal being to discover hidden gems. She was quite proud of it. After all, she seized a private fishing den on her first day, ha ha ha. As for the lack of shade, she had to make do with what was available. She wove a straw hat. It was perfect, drying the grass for 25 minutes, then collecting the fish traps. After that, she'd take the catch back to the safe zone to process it, which was also good enough for a break. Chusi nodded, very satisfied with her plan. The timing was impeccable. Chapter 81. The grass in the meadow was so dense that large mutants were clearly visible. Chusi would quickly evade them upon sighting them. The more troublesome creatures were those whose sizes hadn't changed significantly. After all, not all mutants, like Xiaoyu, had achieved such a breakthrough. So before leaving, she found a branch to explore the path. At the edge of the meadow, Chusi cut a handful of grass, tied one end tightly, and then loosely placed it on her head, creating a simple straw hat. However, with limited resources, she could only. Such a simple solution, she thought. On her way back, she could cut another handful and place it in a safe zone. Then, while resting, she could upgrade her straw hat. Chusi continued hammering as he advanced. He actually discovered a few mutant grasshoppers. Their size barely changed. They were only about the size of an adult's hand. Compared to modern grasshoppers, they might still be a bit abnormal, but compared to the mutant mantises Chusi had hunted before, they were perfectly normal. The mutant grasshoppers weren't particularly aggressive, and they didn't take kindly to Chusi, an intruder. They generally maintained an indifferent attitude. As long as she wasn't too close, they simply ignore her. Even if she accidentally wandered near them, most would choose to avoid her, hopping a few times before flapping their wings and flying away. Chusi was amused. Since it wouldn't attack, she had to attack it. This was Chusi's original intention in coming here to explore the land. Grasshoppers are meat too. They're still a dish. Stir-frying them wasn't feasible, but roasting them was certainly possible. Finally, she managed to kill one. Chusi didn't. She was in a hurry to act. To be honest, she was still a little nervous. She wasn't sure if killing a mutant grasshopper would cause a counterattack from the rest of the herd. After all, this wasn't uncommon in nature. After waiting nervously for a while, she saw that no grasshoppers paid any special attention to her. She finally felt relieved and quietly moved to the mutant grasshopper she had killed with a branch. When she found the body, her first thing was to test it. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation. Some individuals are highly toxic. Consumption can cause diarrhea and abdominal pain. Not recommended. Chusi, I just wanted to eat your flesh, and you actually tried to poison me. The dead mutant grasshopper. I thank you, because of you. Chusi used a branch to pick up the mutant grasshopper's corpse and set it aside. She began to look for other targets. She didn't know if this group of mutant grasshoppers were the only ones carrying poison. She needed to catch a few more to test. If she caught 5 in a row and they were all poisonous, she could basically give up on that prey. The further she went, the more mutant grasshoppers there were. Sometimes, a single step from Chusi would startle 2 or 3, making hunting easier. Soon, she had her second prey. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. She stared at her watch for a moment. It wasn't completely bad news. At least it proved that not all the mutant grasshoppers in the group were poisonous. This shot of adrenaline boosted Chusi's motivation, and it wasn't that big. Chusi often dealt with the aggressiveness of the mutated grasshoppers directly. Of course, there were exceptions. There were always a few with fierce tempers within a group. It wasn't uncommon for Chusi to miss a target and be chased for hundreds of meters by the target. Fortunately, the other mutant grasshoppers were quite calm. As long as the knife didn't fall on them, they simply ate grass and watched the show, completely uninterested in helping. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. Chusi stretched her back and turned off the alarm on her watch. It was time to go back and collect the fish traps. She took a deep breath. She had just fought for 25 minutes and hadn't managed to collect a single hair. It would have been fine if she hadn't caught any mutant grasshoppers, but she had caught at least 15 or 16 just now, and not a single one was edible. Had she finally encountered a species with a normal yield? But Chusi wasn't happy. She wanted meat. Lots of meat. She swung the branch in a circle, sending the surrounding grass and leaves tumbling to the side, startling a swarm of mutant grasshoppers. Seeing the impressive numbers, Chusi was satisfied. A low probability isn't a big deal. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. As long as your population is large enough, I always find something to eat. Carrying her branch, Chusi scurried towards the river. Wait for me. We have another 300 rounds of battle. Chapter 82. As soon as she ran out of the grass, she turned back and cut a handful of grass leaves. She couldn't forget about the upgraded hat, otherwise it wouldn't be secure and would keep dropping leaves. Throwing the leaves into the safe zone, Chusi rushed to the river and pulled up 3 fish cages. The first one contained 4 small fish, the second had 2, and the third contained no fish, but 2 mutant crayfish had crawled into it. The crayfish were now much larger than they used to be. Oran was just a smaller brother to them. Fortunately, Jixian had made the cage large enough. The whole lobster was pitch black, its large claws bared, constantly trying to cut the wire that trapped them. Chusi took a closer look and saw the fine teeth marks on its claws were sharp and gleaming. A glossy, dark, cold light flashed as if the terrifying creature in the water had been found. She'd been terrified before, but now she was completely calm. It was just a few lobsters, wasn't it? Why bother with a perfectly good dish? Why are you being so arrogant? Is the garlic flavor off, or is the spicy flavor off? Chusi now had only one thought. It's time for you to become an endangered species again. She took out her dagger and carefully sharpened the branch. Then, she slid the branch through the gap in the fish cage, finding the weak spot and sending the 2 cuties to their doom. After ensuring they were motionless, Chusi untied the ropes and dumped them out of the cage. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Chusi wiped her face, having a very bad premonition in her heart. How could she forget that this place was extremely close to a highly radioactive area, and the spicy crayfish here were most likely native species, and the probability of being edible should be extremely small. After thinking about it, Chusi was still a little unwilling to give up, and was ready to try again. She released the small fish in the other 2 fish cages, and a total of 2 edible ones were harvested out of 6, which was a very high probability. She made a few cuts on the remaining high-radiation small fish and threw them into a fish cage, and then she threw the fish cage back to the place where she had just cast the net, and for the other 2, she added some vegetarian bait to each and threw them a little further away. She didn't want them to be affected, so Chusi took her. She returned to the safe zone with her harvest to rest for a while, taking the opportunity to tidy up the pile of weeds on her head. She didn't have much hope for the mutant grasshoppers anymore. Who knew if they were working in 2 shifts in areas with moderate or high radiation? If that was the case, and they hadn't fully evolved into a toxic species, even if they were more tempered, even if the probability was low, Chusi still wanted to try catching a few more. After all, the food was right in front of her. What was rare was that these mutant grasshoppers were basically within her control. Such good prey would probably be hard to find in the future, so Chusi had to make sure they were worthy of her presence. Catching them one by one was too inefficient. She looked at the small fish still jumping nearby, and suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Why not try the fish cage? She'd take it over and try it out. If a mutant grasshopper actually managed to enter, she could use the same method she used to net the grasshoppers. When the time came, she could just go and collect the net. Coincidentally, she probably still had some flower bait left over from the fish, which she could use to help the grasshoppers. Grasshopper, thank you, because of you. Having figured out a plan, Chusi no longer hesitated. Wire fish cages were no match for them. They were used to provide a higher yield of small fish. But that wasn't a big deal. She also knew how to weave rattan cages. Chusi went out and cut a large handful of red leaf vines, expertly peeling and cutting them. Soon, a fish cage-like structure was formed. The insect trap was ready. Chusi had narrowed the mesh to prevent them from gnawing on the grass. She also reinforced the outside with the bark of red leaf vine. This still didn't stop the grasshoppers from gnawing, but it at least provided an extra layer of protection. However, there was nothing she could do about it. The wire fish cage couldn't be emptied. Once everything was in place, Chusi tossed the insect trap directly into the center of the meadow. She filled it with fresh flowers, figuring it would be effective in attracting grasshoppers. She quietly hid nearby. Fortunately, a mutant grasshopper soon scurried in, followed by a second. Reassured, she prepared to let the insect trap run on its own while she continued searching the grass for other resources. Chapter 83. Chusi strolled around, but unfortunately found nothing. Checking the time on her watch, she returned to where she had placed the insect trap. From a distance, she could see many more grasshoppers inside, at least 20 or so. Quickly, Chusi quickly tightened the knot at the entrance, yanked the cage up, and swung it wildly on the ground. She swung it furiously for about 7 or 8 minutes. Through the cracks, Chusi saw that the mutant grasshoppers inside had become much less active. Many had broken wings, and one had its entire thigh detached. Even when she stopped swaying, the grasshoppers inside didn't move actively, merely fluttering their wings or slightly twitching their legs. Seeing this, Chusi felt safe to take them out for testing. Of course, she didn't dare release too many at once. For safety's sake, she only released 2 or 3 at a time. The first thing she did was give them a free knife. To make sure they had seen the King of Hell, she would go up and perform a tissue test. Ding! Highly mutated by radiation, there are trace amounts of toxins, not recommended for consumption. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. The sound of dripping water continued, but sadly, not a single one was edible. Could you please stop being so ruthless? Were you really not giving them any chance? Ding! Moderately radioactive mutation, recommended for moderate consumption. Chusi's previously bitter expression instantly changed. Wasn't this a surprise? Thank goodness, after all, based on this morning's test results, the yield of this mutant grasshopper should be very low. Of course, it wasn't much higher now, but she didn't care. After all, using a trap, she didn't have to waste any effort. It was practically free. In this trap, Chusi harvested only one edible mutant grasshopper. She tossed the highly radioactive ones aside, spread some flowers in the trap, and resumed her exploration. She occasionally found a few mushrooms, but alas, none of them were edible. Ding, 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 ding. Chusi raised her hand and clicked, turning off the alarm on her watch. It was time to go to the creek to collect the fish traps. Perhaps it was finally time for them to eat, as this time the harvest was much better than last time. She got 8 in the first trap, and 10 in the second. This excited Chusi so much. She didn't even need to guess what the third trap contained, as it must be filled with mutant crayfish. She simply ignored the third trap and used her homemade spear to pierce the small fish. After she had killed all the fish, she began to test them. As a result, she harvested 4 edible moderately radioactive fish in this wave. Chusi carefully wrapped the fish with leaves and placed them tightly at the bottom of the backpack, lining them up with the previous prey. After weighing them, Chusi felt happy and couldn't help but sigh that this was really a feng shui treasure land. She wiped her face and forced herself to calm down. She would see the harvest later when she got back. Now the most important thing was to continue working. Then, she took out the third fish cage, which was full of 4 mutant crayfish. The terrible thing was that there were still 4 mutant crayfish lying outside. Chusi pulled both of them out of the water, startling them. She'd long known the power of their claws, so there was no way they could get close. She lifted the branch and tentatively tried to pry the 2 crayfish off the cage, but they were too aggressive. Were they fighting to be a dish? Their claws held fast, and no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't come down. Annoyed by the irritation, they swung their claws and shaved Chu Si's branch with a snap. Startled, Chu Si simply used the branch to push the cage back down. In the water, can't I just not mess with them? Then when they can squeeze in, she take them all down. After baiting the other 2 fish cages, she prepared to return to the safe zone to rest. Walking under the scorching sun, Chu Si's hurried pace suddenly stopped. Yeah, those mutant crayfish won't come down, right? No problem, I take you all out for a sunbath. Chu Si went back to the woods and cut a vine to lengthen the tow line of fish cage number 3, so she could stay farther away and avoid accidental injury. Chapter 84. After pulling the cage out of the water, Chu Si was speechless. There was one more crayfish in the cage, and there was also one more crayfish hanging outside. Since they were all free, she dragged them all out into the sun to bake. Soon, the crayfish became restless. The one in the cage began to crawl around restlessly, while the 3 hanging outside were finally willing to abandon their treasures. Sure enough, the nature of aquatic animals persists, even in the Wasteland era. Chu Si was cheerful. After the mutant crayfish had crawled away, she picked up the branch and walked over to the fish cage to thank the crayfish that had just shaved the branch. As it was twisted like this, the tip of the branch became sharper. Chu Si seized the opportunity and inserted the branch directly into the weak point connecting the crayfish's head and abdomen. The mutant crayfish struggled desperately for a few times, and then stopped moving. Chu Si lifted the branch, and did the same to the remaining ones. After a while, all 4 crayfish were killed. Looking at the 3 fierce generals, who were still slowly crawling towards the stream, she became bolder and chased them with the branch. Fortunately, they crawled separately, and did not gather together, otherwise Chu Si would not dare to go over and kill them. This was also the confidence given to her by killing so many crayfish. With just a few steps, she walked out of the butcher's aura, and these lobsters didn't give her much chance to express themselves at all. They died without any ripples. Chu Si was of course happy to have hunted down the mutant beast, but this time the goddess of luck was obviously not on her side. The mutant crayfish that she had hunted down with great effort turned out to be highly radioactive mutants. Chu Si still didn't believe it. The restocking rate of this thing was very high, and the restocking speed was very fast. Even if the probability of shipment was a little lower, she wanted to try to accumulate it by quantity, and she should be able to gain something. As a result, she was really optimistic and cast several cages in a row. With the temptation of meat, she almost had a good harvest every time. There were probably more than 30 lobsters in total. After testing, they were all high-radiation mutant animals, not a single edible one. Looking at the small pile of corpses on the ground, Chu Si felt helpless. It seemed there was no chance of luck. The probability of finding something in a high-radiation area was almost negligible. No wonder not a single person had passed by here in the past 2 days. After all, not everyone had the courage to open up new land. People were not afraid of danger, nor of hard work, but of working hard all day and getting nothing back. This was too common for those who opened up new land. In that case, it would be better to go to a well-known gathering point. Although there would be a lot of competition, if you couldn't eat the meat, you could always grab a bite of soup, right? Chu Si lowered her brows as she gazed at the pile of mutant crayfish carcasses on the ground, sighing helplessly. She couldn't eat them, but were all these mutants just going to go to waste? Chu Si still felt like she'd lost out. Thinking about exchanging mutant hides for points, she wondered if anyone would buy these crayfish, given their thick shells. Chu Si herself didn't know about this sort of thing, but Ji Xian certainly knew. Whether they were useful or not would be clearer if she asked. She took a photo of the mutant crayfish. To better illustrate their size, Chu Si even took a photo of them posing with her palm. Looking at the photo Chu Si sent, Ji Xian was intrigued. Crayfish this large weren't common. Chu Si truly had a knack for finding anything. He thought for a moment and replied, "You can sell them, but the value is not too high. I suggest you focus on fishing. The economic value of this thing is far less valuable than the hides of mammals, and the market is not too wide. You can make things like protective armor, but it's a pity that these crayfish are too small to sell for the price of the last mutant mantis carapace. If you want to use them to make armor, you need some special splicing technology, which is basically impossible for an individual to operate, so the purchase is very limited. Therefore, the selling price of these carapaces is not high. Basically, you can buy a set of mutant crayfish carapaces for 2 points, and you have to choose the ones that are large and high quality. The remaining defective products can only be sold to the base's plantation. After crushing them, we can extract some usable mineral elements from them and use them to make fertilizer, but the price will be even lower. For high mineral content, 1 point could be worth 3 kilograms, while for lower quality, 5 or 6 kilograms. After a moment's thought, he added, however, if there are only 1 or 2, they might not sell well. We need to stockpile them. As for the mutant beast meat, no one will buy it, but we can use it as food for the mutant fire ants. Seeing this, Chu Xiai slapped her head. She had forgotten to take a panoramic photo of Ji Xian's entire group. She kept showing that single crayfish over and over again. Perhaps Ji Xian had misunderstood, thinking she had only caught one. Looking at the pile of mutant crayfish on the ground, Chu Xiai was delighted. These should earn her at least 20 points, right? Only 1 nutrient pack is 3 points. If she eats sparingly, she can eat them for 2 days. These 7 nutrient packs are enough. So, this seems like a pretty good way to earn money, and it can also help her store food for her mutant fire ants. Why not? Earn points and store food for the ants at the same time. Chu Xiai also thought that if the small fish really ran out in the future, she could still catch some crayfish to supplement her family's income. She didn't know how big their population was. She hoped they wouldn't be wiped out in a few days. But Ji Xian was right. Right now, the main focus was still those tiny fish. Food was the most important thing for people, and what's more, these were some rare, high-quality protein. Chapter 85. At the end of the day, Chu Xiai had caught a total of 18 edible mutant fish, 3 mutant grasshoppers, and a bunch of inedible mutant crayfish. The fish and mutant grasshoppers were easy to deal with, each about the size of a palm. They could just be gathered and put into the backpack. But the mutant crayfish, each weighing about 2 or 3 pounds, some even larger. Chu Xiai estimated they must weigh over 5 pounds. The whole pile must have weighed at least 100 pounds. This was a huge challenge for Chu Xiai. If she hired someone, she would have to provide food. She also didn't want to constantly bother Fu Bowen. After all, he was a mercenary, and didn't have the free time she imagined. If she wanted edible meat, she would have immediately asked Ji Xian to send someone over. However, these were highly radioactive mutant crayfish and not that valuable. But if she hired someone else, Chu Xiai was worried that the secret would be exposed. After all, for the people in the shantytown, even just catching highly radioactive crayfish was a difficult task. The reward for the mutant crayfish would be substantial. Even if Chu Xiai carried the items for a distance, it would still be easy to find the river with a careful map search. If someone found them, her fishing plan would be doomed. After much thought, Chu Xiai came up with a bold idea. There were no signs of anyone else coming here, and she had been here for 2 days, with no other groups heading this way. She might as well just leave the mutant crayfish meat here to dry. Of course, she wouldn't just hang it out. Although this place was sparsely populated, there were definitely carnivorous mutants. She didn't want to find all the mutant crayfish she had worked so hard to peel the next day. The meat was cheap for other animals, so she simply left a wire fish cage, which was about 1.5 meters long when opened. She hung it up, and it should be able to cool down. Even if the density was a little high, the nights were already cold, so it would not be spoiled overnight. Tomorrow, she would put it directly in the sun for exposure, and the dehydration effect would definitely be better. Yes, it was her fault that she had never thought of this. If she had peeled the meat and dried it from the beginning, it would be at least half dry now. Unfortunately, money can't buy earlier knowledge, not to mention that she didn't have money. Well, no points. As for the peeled shells, they must be much lighter, and stacking them up would save a lot of space. She could just carry them home and looked at the time. Around 40:00, although this location is a bit remote, it is not particularly far from the shantytown, so she only needs to leave before 4:30. The remaining time is enough for her to finish the work. There are only about 30 crayfish in total anyway, so the actual operation is still very fast. Chu Xiai picked up a mutant crayfish and turned it over, with its belly facing up, for easier operation. The knife cut along both sides of the belly, and picked out all the meat in the belly. To be honest, it was not as simple as Chu Xiai imagined. After all, it was a mutant animal. The shell of this crayfish was slippery and hard, and it was very difficult to control. Scissors would be suitable, but she didn't have any now, so she could only make do with this. Looking at the huge shrimp head and 2 huge claws, Chu Xiai fell into deep thought. These 2 things should not be used to make armor, right? She sent her question directly to Ji Xian, and received a reply soon. For making armor, only the shells on the abdomen were collected. As for selling to the plantation, as long as the meat was cleaned, they would be taken. Chu Xiai thought about it, and decided to keep the shrimp heads and claws for the time being. The main reason was that the shrimp heads took up too much space and were not easy to carry, and the shrimp claws were too troublesome to break open and pick out the shrimp meat inside. The shrimp claws were hard, much harder than the layer on the abdomen. If she wanted to break them all with a knife and the rocks on the shore, she probably wouldn't have to go back tonight. However, Chusi didn't want to throw them away directly. She planned to find a hidden corner to put them away first, and when she got back, she would see if there was any way to knock them into pieces with less effort. Anyway, the plantation didn't care about the integrity of the shell's appearance, and this would save money. Saving backpack space. Chusi worked hard for over half an hour before he finished processing all the mutant crayfish. One of them, in his haste, nearly cut his hand, which frightened Chusi, who knew if his wound, exposed to these highly radioactive mutants, would cause an infection. Though it wasn't a shortage of medical care or medicine in this era, common remedies for minor injuries and pains were readily available in the safe zone. However, the prices weren't affordable for shantytown dwellers like them. Hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs were certainly plentiful, but hadn't many families in the shantytowns grown their own prickly lettuce? This was the principle, and so Chusi tried to avoid injuries whenever possible. Even a small, insignificant cut was a pathway for bacteria and viruses to enter the body, wasn't it? Chapter 86. Chusi wrapped the shell tightly with leaves. She also found a secluded spot and hung the fish cage containing the mutant crayfish meat horizontally. Glancing around, she realized the silver glitter was too dazzling. She then added some branches and leaves to decorate it. While still crude, it would at least look less obtrusive from a distance. She glanced at her watch and saw the time. 4:40. Not caring about anything else, Chusi immediately grabbed her small backpack and headed home. However, the weight of this backpack was far greater than before. Even though she had tried her best to reduce the weight, there was still about 40 kilograms. Although it didn't take up much space, the things inside were really heavy. But Chusi was still very happy. This was her harvest. Ever since she came out to pick up scraps, she was only afraid that the bag was too light, and never worried about it being too heavy. However, the two shoulder straps were still a little narrow. After walking for only 10 minutes, her shoulders began to ache. She hurried to the roadside, picked 2 large leaves, folded them, and put them under her clothes. The pain was finally relieved. A lot. No, this bag needs to be improved. Given our little koi's condition, she needs it more often. She can't always use leaves as a cushion. There's also the risk of them falling out, and it's inconvenient to adjust when there's someone around. It's just too much torture. Since we left late today, and were afraid of being exposed, we walked a little slower. Jixian sent her a message midway. After Chusi replied, he prepared dinner and waited patiently for her return. The lights at home illuminated the nursery, where tender green buds were thriving. Feeling the soil for moisture, Jixian fetched a bottle of water from the living room, attached a special shower head, and began watering. With moderately irradiated soil and seeds, he hoped to grow more crops that met their requirements, making all their hard work worthwhile. By the time Chusi returned, Jixian's work had already concluded. After entering the house, Chusi locked the outer door and carefully placed her backpack on the ground. A smile spread across her face, and she excitedly asked Jixian, "Guess how much game I brought back today?" Then she thought of the awkward situation she had last time, when no one was there to support her. Without waiting for Jixian's response, she began unpacking. She already moved the mutant fish and grasshoppers to the top of her backpack to prevent them from being crushed by the heavy crayfish shells. She opened the packages one by one, and laid out the 18 mutant fish and 3 mutant grasshoppers in a row. Chusi pointed and explained, "These are our edible winter supplies. We take them and process them into small salted fish and air dry them. As for the mutant grasshoppers, I never seen them pickled with salt before. Why don't we just eat them straight up for the next few days?" She couldn't help but get excited. She couldn't help it, she was starving. The thought of meat made Chusi's mouth water. If she couldn't roast them, she could use water. Boiling it is fine, she's not picky. Unfortunately, this wonderful idea was squashed by Jixian. No need. I bought a small, second-hand dryer from Oldly today. We won't need to salt our prey anymore. We can just use the dryer to dry it out. I also added an odor filter. He glanced at Chusi and explained, "This means that even if we barbecue at home, no one will be able to smell it." Chusi's eyes widened with surprise. Although she knew it was wrong, she couldn't help but ask, "How about we roast a grasshopper tonight?" Let's eat less, just 2 grasshopper legs." "That's fine, 1 each." Jixian said nothing. He picked up the smallest fish and the smallest grasshopper from the pile of prey on the ground and went to pick them up. We eat these tonight, but don't eat the rice porridge we prepared. Save it for breakfast tomorrow. I didn't expect there would be fish. Chu Xi nodded happily and eagerly followed Ji-Xian around. Of course, she seemed to be making things worse, and was eventually ordered to leave by Ji-Xian. Seeing that she couldn't help, Chu Xi took some rattan ropes to reinforce the shoulder straps, especially near the shoulders. She also found some pieces of animal skin, and sewed them inside. After that, Chu Xi tried it on her back again, and was very satisfied with the whole thing. This is the bird. A new gun, right? Oh right, I'd just forgotten to show off my carapace harvest to Ji-Xian, but a scorching aroma instantly interrupted Chu Xi's thoughts. She hurried over. Scorching wasn't the right word here. It was truly scorching. In just a few moments, Ji-Xian had burnt the meat, and we couldn't even tell if it was cooked through inside. Ji-Xian tried to save face, saying, "Why don't we just boil it first and then grill it? It'd definitely be cooked inside." Chu Xi shook her head frantically. Ah! 2 kitchen assassins. What's next for them? At dinner, they scraped off the charred surface with a knife. Their hands and mouths were black from eating, but it didn't matter. They savored the rich flavor of the meat. As for the undercooked bits inside, that was fine too. We could steam them and eat them tomorrow. Chapter 87. After dinner, the two of them gathered up their catch and put it in the dryer. Chu Xi then suggested that Ji-Xian prepare a shell-breaking tool for her. After all, there were still so many mutant crayfish claws and heads out there. She hadn't forgotten about that, and she also took out the lobster shell she had forgotten to show Ji-Xian. Ji-Xian looked at the 3 packages wrapped in leaves on the ground. At first, he didn't react much. After all, he had become immune to Chu Xi's occasional lucky breaks. Catching 3 crayfish by chance at the end of the day didn't seem that hard to accept. Ji-Xian felt that his tolerance for this had improved. But when Chu Xi opened the packages, he looked at the neatly bundled lobster shells, and his calm expression cracked. The 3 packages were filled with a thin layer of crayfish shells. It looked like there were more than 10 pieces in each package. Those 3 packages. There were over 30 of them. Ji-Xian asked in surprise, "You caught so many mutant crayfish today?" Chu Xi chuckled, a little embarrassed. "That's mainly thanks to your fish cage. By the way, I left one there to dry the crayfish meat." Thinking for a moment, Chu Xi was still worried that Ji-Xian would think she was disrespecting her work, so she added, "I didn't use a wicker cage to dry it because I was afraid a mutant animal would break through the cage and eat the meat." Ji-Xian nodded. He didn't object to Chu Xi's approach, but he also didn't approve of Chu Xi's handling of the meat. While this would improve its protection, it was only a slight improvement. If a mutant animal came by, the most likely scenario was that, seeing they couldn't get their hands on the meat, they wouldn't leave immediately. Instead, they would circle the fish cage and refuse to leave. If they didn't leave until morning, they could easily pose a threat to Chu Xi. Chu Xi, a bolt from the blue. She thought her plan was foolproof, but she dug herself into such a hole. And then she remembered something else that made her want to cry. Those crayfish claws and heads. She just dumped them on the ground somewhere hidden. She could already imagine the devastating sight she'd see the next day. Chu Xi now needed to think carefully about whether to ask Ji-Xian to make the armor-breaking tool again. After all, it looked like it might not be needed anymore. No, just thinking about it made her want to cry. That was all the meat she painstakingly chopped off, all the shrimp legs and head she painstakingly removed. Ji-Xian looked at the defeated Chu Xi and couldn't think of any words of comfort for a moment. After all, if it were one of his own team members, let alone comfort, this would be a real shame. Taking off the hammer was asking for a beating, so he simply shut up and took out an armor-breaking hammer from the toolbox and handed it to Chu Xi. Compared with an ordinary hammer, the armor-breaking hammer had a pointed end, which reduced the force-bearing area and naturally generated greater pressure. Moreover, this armor-breaking hammer was not particularly large, which was very suitable for Chu Xi to use. Sure enough, after receiving the hammer, Chu Xi instantly became much happier. She immediately asked Ji-Xian to pick out a piece of substandard carapace, so that she could test the effect. Ji-Xian picked out a piece of tail area that was only half the size of a palm and placed it directly on the ground. Chu Xi said nothing and swung the hammer directly at it. With a bang, many gray-white fragments collapsed, and the carapace used for the experiment had already been shattered into pieces. Chu Xi's eyes immediately turned into stars. "It's so useful, isn't it? This was countless times more powerful than her knife. And with this hammer, who would need a knife for self-defense? However, for offensive purposes, the handle of this armor-piercing hammer seemed a bit short. When Ji Xian heard Chu Xi wanted to transform it into a weapon, he was a bit stunned. He had seen people using hammers before, but they were usually large and burly. In mercenaries, besides wooden cannons, they also tended to use handy cold weapons in close combat. The captain of Team 3 wielded a meteor hammer with great skill, and his strength was not to be underestimated. However, for ordinary people, their self-defense weapons were basically daggers, sticks, and the like, generally for ease of portability or easy access to materials. Chu Xi's weapon was truly rare. Ji Xian placed Chu Xi's. He took the armor-piercing hammer in his hand and examined it carefully, finding it a quality design. The armor-piercing hammer was compact and lightweight. He was making a retractable handle for it, which would increase the attack area. Moreover, in most situations, its lethality was far greater than a dagger. Besides combat, the demolition hammer had many daily uses. Unfortunately, the materials for the retractable handle were insufficient, and he would have to go buy more. It certainly wouldn't be used tomorrow. Chu Xi nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. It wasn't an urgent need anyway. She just needed it to crack the claws of the mutant crayfish. Chapter 88. Ji Xian had already prepared the leather hole punch she requested yesterday, so Chu Xi wasn't planning on making clothes today. She wanted to make herself a pair of gloves first, to protect her hands. Even though she'd been extremely careful while opening the crayfish shells today, the knife had nearly cut her hand several times. Oh, and she needed to bring a pair of scissors. Ji Xian sighed inwardly as Chu Xi busied herself with work. Should he remind her? Their goal these days of scavenging had been to catch mutant fish. With limited cages, she didn't specifically stock them with fish, so the chances of catching mutant crayfish weren't high. But then she thought better of it. After all, there was no harm in having these things on hand. If they weren't used now, they would surely be needed later. Thinking of this, Ji Xian lowered his head and continued making insect traps. Having heard Chu Xi describe her experience catching mutant grasshoppers, he thought of making her one with a smaller mesh. Fortunately, when he went to buy a dryer from Oldley today, he had already found one. She also bought some wire, otherwise she wouldn't have the raw materials. Chu Xi's smooth leather finally came in handy. Chu Xi carefully selected a few large pieces. This way, she didn't have to piece them together, and soon she had a glove. She tried it on her hand, and it felt surprisingly good. The leather was the perfect thickness, and it didn't feel like the stiffness Chu Xi had worried about, making a fist. It was also quite elastic, and the knuckles weren't too restrictive. Finding no adjustments needed, Chu Xi began work on the second pair. After drawing the mold, she began cutting. In just 15 minutes, the entire process was complete. It's worth noting that she still needed a hole punch. This was much more efficient than she had done yesterday. After both gloves were finished, Chu Xi happily showed them off to Ji Xian. Of course, showing off was secondary. The main purpose was to create a hand model for him. She still had a few large pieces of leather left, so she could make a pair from them. Besides, Ji Xian's hands were always cold. She also needed to get her some tools to sit on. She had to take good care of her. She also planned to make a few hot water bottles, 2 for Ji Xian and 2 for her. They could carry her around during the day and just throw her under the covers at night. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But she had not found a solution to the problem of seamless water bladder, so she thought of a simplified strategy. Why not let Ji Xian buy a few sealed glass water bottles? Then, she could add a layer of animal skin to the outside to prevent burns, and it could be used as is. After Ji Xian provided the hand model, he continued to work. When he heard Chu Xi's request to buy 4 sealed glass bottles, he just nodded silently, thinking that she had some strange idea again, so he let her go. Anyway, the price of a few glass bottles was not too high, but it was a bit heavy to carry. They are too heavy and break easily, so people usually buy plastic bottles to hold water. Chu Xi took Ji Xian's hand template back home and quickly finished one. She tested it on Ji Xian first, and after confirming there were no other problems, she started making the other one. Looking at the time, it was just before 9 o'clock. Chu Xi collapsed on the side, feeling neither like working nor sleeping. It was a shame that this world's entertainment facilities were so limited, not even a mini-game to relieve boredom. Damn it. Ji Xian glanced up at her and raised his hand. She checked the time on her watch, and saw the fish and grasshoppers should be almost done drying. She signaled Chu Xi to go, and take the finished products out. Chu Xi immediately started working, instantly excited. If there was ever a time when she was happiest, it was definitely the harvest. She trotted over to the dryer and, following Professor Ji Xian's instructions, cut off the power and then opened the door to dissipate the heat. This thing dissipated very quickly after the door was opened, and the heat dissipated in a moment. Chu Si carefully touched the dried fish inside. It was only warm. She took out Chu Si took out all of them. There were nearly 20 dried fish, and a few mutant grasshoppers. It looked like a full pile. She felt very satisfied. Then she put all the things under Jixian's bed. She looked at them again and again, her mouth moving around. After she had tasted the fragrant air enough, she reluctantly covered him with the bed board. Suddenly, she reacted and immediately looked up at Jixian and asked, "I have a bed now. Why don't you put the food under my bed?" Fearing she might hurt his pride, Chu Si quickly added, "Don't overthink it. It's not that I don't trust you." Before she could finish, Jixian calmly nodded and continued, "I don't trust you." Chu Si froze, her heart breaking. How could he do this? This made her feel like her enthusiasm had been wasted. Before she could continue, Jixian raised his hand to stop her, gently guiding her. "Think about the scene where I asked you to put the food down. Wasn't it a little vulgar?" Chu Si opened her mouth to deny it, but she couldn't. There was nothing she could do. Jixian's description still had some meaning. That was so fitting, and Chu Si truly couldn't deny the possibility of embezzlement. Of course, she felt she wouldn't do it while awake, but what if this awful world forced her into sleepwalking? Unable to find a rebuttal, Chu Si flew into a rage and darted to her crib, drawing the curtains and becoming withdrawn. Of course, withdrawal couldn't last forever. How could she possibly steal Mr. Zhou's work? After a while, a faint snoring sound could be heard from inside. Jixian touched his new gloves, feeling even happier. Alas, there was nothing he could do. When he was in a good mood, he tended to be a bit rambunctious. Chapter 89. Chu Si woke up in the morning and began training as usual, while Jixian fiddled with breakfast. A short while later, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air, and Chu Si sniffed hard. What a nice smell! What a nice smell! Jixian actually decided to make meat porridge today? Chu Si quickly quickened her training pace. Great! All 10 shots hit the bull's eye. She gestured, concluding her morning training perfectly. Jixian ground 2 caryopsis fruits into powder, added a third of a bag of nutrient solution, and stirred thoroughly. Then, he poured the mixture into clean water and boiled it into a paste. Once the pot boiled, he added a little diced, previously dried mutant mantis meat. The aroma instantly wafted forth, but only a hint. After 7 or 8 seconds, 1 or 2 pieces of meat, lifted by the steam, flopped to the surface. Chu Si rushed to help with the porridge, pretending to be nonchalant as she spooned in the porridge. She casually rummaged through the porridge. Even without stirring, she could occasionally spot bits of meat floating on top. But after stirring with a spoon, none could be seen. She couldn't help but suspect Jixian was counting the pieces before adding them. Jixian said, "No need to look for them. I only added 2, just to enhance the flavor." Chu Si, She hadn't expected Jixian to be so ruthless. "We couldn't even hope for more. You said it was so hard to make this meat porridge." She had expected at least 3 pieces of meat per person. Jixian ignored Chu Si's melancholy expression, took the bowl, and added calmly, "From now on, add some meat pieces every morning to season it." Chu Si was immediately shocked. Of course, she was happy, but her first reaction was, with her family's current situation, could they afford such a landlord-like lifestyle? I bet Jixian, seeing how pitiful she was all day, had already improved their lives. Chu Si truly repented. Hardship now didn't matter. She just hoped she wouldn't starve to death in the future. Jixian had been making her laugh and cry. He complained about not having enough meat cubes, then worried about having too much, making him too difficult to please. He had to explain, "It's just a couple of meat cubes for seasoning, it's fine." Hearing the conditions allowed, Chu Si immediately perked up. She eagerly snatched the small bowl and diligently began serving rice. First, she added one of Jixian's precious meat cubes, then the porridge. Once everything was ready, she immediately handed it to him. As soon as Jixian took it, she eagerly began to fill her own bowl. Same ingredients, same delicious aroma, smelling the alluring fragrance. Chu Si didn't care about the heat. She poured the liquid from her left hand to her right, then from her right to her left, blowing on it while slurping it down. With each sip, she felt at ease. Wow, it's so delicious. The simple, light grain aroma of the ingwa fruit combined with the overpowering aroma of the mantis meat made it taste absolutely amazing. A little chopped green onion or cilantro would have made it even better. But it didn't matter. She was easily at ease now. Ever since arriving here, the fear of starving to death had haunted her. Every day was exhausting, Yet she dared not rest for even a single day, fearing her energy would fizzle out. Fortunately, with Ji Xian's savings to support her family in the early days, they never truly ran out of food. At least she hadn't experienced the misery of going 2 or 3 days without a meal, though she felt miserable during difficult times. It was miserable. With only 1 or 2 nutritional supplements at home, their staple food consisted mostly of nutritional supplements mixed with water. Back then, she wasn't familiar with scavenging, and had no idea if her next meal would come, or where it would be. Honestly, she was so panicked she didn't even dare to think about it. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to get through that phase smoothly, and life gradually got back on track. She even found her own meat hunting ground. It was truly a blessing from heaven that after all this hard work, they were finally qualified to improve their dishes. Thinking of this, Chu Si's tears welled up in her eyes, and she expressed her immense appreciation for her efforts. She almost wanted to get herself a little golden statue to encourage herself. After breakfast, Ji Xian brought back the food he had rushed to the market last night. She took out the 2 insect traps she had made. Since the mesh was more densely woven this time, they were naturally heavier than the fish traps. Chu Si put the 2 folding cages into her backpack, and then put in the gloves she made last night, the scissors, and the armor-breaking hammer that Ji Xian gave her last night. Adding to the 2 folding fish traps that were already in her bag, she weighed them with her hands. Oh no, the weight-bearing capacity was almost beyond her range. Moreover, she wanted to bring a sack with her this time, just in case the shells were still there. She could break them up and bring them back. Chu Si couldn't help but frown. What should she do? With so many things, just running around would consume a lot of physical strength. She rarely asked Ji Xian for anything, but now she really couldn't help it. What do you think? Can we buy a bicycle? Electric tricycles are expensive, so why not buy a bicycle that doesn't use any energy? Ji Xian, seeing her pitiful expression, was tempted to agree, but unfortunately, it wasn't possible. They could afford the bicycle if they gritted their teeth, but it wasn't suitable for Chu Si. While the bicycle wasn't as expensive as an electric tricycle, its wheels were made of a special material. Ordinary tires couldn't withstand the intense solar radiation, and would break down after just 2 days of outdoor use. Furthermore, these high-tech tires were incredibly expensive for people living in the shantytowns. Chu Si was practically certain to be ripped off, or even robbed if she rode such a luxury item out scavenging. The cost-effectiveness of this matter is really not as good as hiring a few people to do her labor. Chu Si, that's not necessary. She still has a clear understanding of her status. Now that she knows she can't buy it, Chu Si's heart calms down. She can't carry so much stuff, so she will make a choice. The goal of this trip is to catch mutant fish for winter storage, then mutant grasshoppers, which are less efficient to ship, and finally mutant crayfish, which can be sold as shells. The mutant fish's fishing season may only last a few days, so she must bring a fish trap. As for the insect trap for catching mutant grasshoppers, Chu Si will not bring it this time. After she got there, she could make something to use, as she had done yesterday. She held the armor-piercing hammer in her hand, and hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to take it. It wasn't for any other reason, but mainly because after hearing Ji Xian's words yesterday, she had a bad feeling in her heart. If mutant beasts really were attracted there, she would need something to protect herself. The hidden weapon box and the armor-piercing hammer combined would be perfect for both long-range attack and close-range defense. As for the sack, she wouldn't take it for the time being. If the shells of the mutant crayfish were still there by chance, she wouldn't deal with them. She would just make a large net bag, throw it in the water, and rinse it a few times to remove the smell, and then hang it on the tree. After leaving the house this morning, Chu Si still did as she had done. For example, she went to gather a basket of wildflowers. She had to have enough bait for the small fish first. As she neared her destination, she even picked a sturdy branch so she could poke at the grass. She was wary of any small carnivorous mutants hiding there, like snakes, insects, rats, or ants. This was the Wasteland, after all, and who knew how venomous their ants might become? However, once she arrived, she realized how unnecessary her stick had been. Was she blind to not see the giant snake coiled under the tree? Besides, with this giant snake guarding the house, the other small mutants probably wouldn't dare to appear there. Chapter 90. Chu Si's legs went weak with fear. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of being unable to even move her legs if she wanted to run. A giant mutant snake, as thick as a bucket, with a colorful brown pattern. Judging from its length, it must have been at least 8 or 9 meters. Chu Si felt dizzy. If it were to eat her, wouldn't it be crunchy? It was awful, utterly awful. She immediately held her breath. This creature seemed to have a good sense of smell. Then, sadly, she realized that Snake's eyes seemed to have built-in thermal imaging. She was stunned. She could hold her breath for a moment, but her body temperature couldn't be lowered easily. Worse still, her heartbeat seemed to accelerate due to nervousness and fear. The thumping of her own heartbeat filled her ears. Fortunately, the snake's head wasn't facing her. A breeze blew in her face. From her previous nervousness, she had already developed symptoms. She had sweated a lot and felt cold all over after being blown like this, but Chusi felt relieved. This at least meant that she was in a downwind position. She didn't dare to make any noise and quietly hid behind a big tree before taking a deep breath. With her back against the tree, Chusi's tense body finally relaxed. She leaned her head over and looked over. The big snake was still lying there in the same position, only its tongue would occasionally stick out of its mouth. She seemed to remember that snakes would lie like this to rest and digest food after eating, and their attack ability would be weakened accordingly. Chusi looked up and sure enough, the fish cage above was gone. She couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. Really, she didn't ask for anything else, just to escape with her life. She could have a slight advantage. Naturally, she wanted to escape immediately, but the reality was not so optimistic. The big snake had already begun to pay attention to the movements here intentionally or unintentionally. The snake's head would look over here from time to time, and its tail began to swing rhythmically. Chusi was so scared that she quickly shrank behind a tree. This was definitely not a good sign. After a while, she timidly stuck out one eye to see the situation. Fortunately, the snake's head had turned back. Chusi slowly adjusted her breathing, took off the backpack on her body, and only took out the armor-breaking hammer from it and put it at hand. Then she raised her arm tremblingly, trying to keep her balance, and aimed the hidden weapon box on her wrist in the direction of the mutant snake's head. Don't get me wrong, she didn't dare to think about a Jedi counterattack, but now she saw that she couldn't escape stealthily. She thought it would be better to give it an anesthetic needle before running away, so as to increase her chances of escape. Here, she couldn't help but thank Ji Xian for the devilish training every morning. Now her design accuracy is very good. The snake scales are really. There was no need to even look. The hidden weapon box's attack power was definitely not enough to break the defense. Chusi could only choose to attack the two eyes and the mouth. When the snake's head turned towards her again, Chusi made a little noise. The mutant snake immediately took an attacking stance, raising its body to a height of about a meter, and opening its mouth to reveal its fangs. Chusi no longer cared about being afraid. She quickly shot 5 or 6 times into its mouth, then adjusted the angle and fired several more bursts at its eyes. Not caring whether the shots hit or not, Chusi picked up the armor-piercing hammer at hand and ran out. When she turned around, she only heard a few ding-ding sounds, as if metal hit stone, but no roar of pain from the snake. Her heart sank. This is bad, this is bad. It seems that she missed. How could it be? She was clearly a master of shooting arrows from 100 steps away, okay? The swishing sound of a snake crawling behind her made Chusi afraid to run in a straight line. She could only make an S-shaped move as she ran towards the bushes beyond the grove. This snake was so big, it would have a hard time getting in there. Quick, 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 Chusi silently encouraged herself. Perhaps because the snake had already eaten, despite the constant swishing sounds, it still couldn't catch up with her. Only after it finally burrowed into the bushes did she dare glance back. Oh my goodness! No wonder it couldn't catch up. Its belly is square. Serves her right. It swallowed her fish cage, and now it wants to swallow her again. Luckily, she had secured the folding fish cage securely when she was drying the shrimp yesterday. Normally, the mutant snake might chase into the bushes, but now with the bonus of such a big belly, this possibility is very small. Sure enough, the snake stopped after chasing into the bushes, but it did not leave. Instead, it kept cruising nearby, obviously waiting for Chusi to come out. Chusi shrank inward again, and suddenly remembered that she had piled up the mutant crayfish shells in this bush yesterday. If they were not dragged away by other mutant animals, she could try to give the snake a meal. Fortunately, the goddess of luck finally came online today. The shrimp heads and claws of the mutant crayfish she put there yesterday were still there well, and there was nothing being visited by other mutant animals. After thinking about it, Chusi directly used the armor-breaking hammer to smash the claws of several crayfish, and carefully helped it to pick out the meat. Of course, Chusi was not so kind. She just wanted to make it easier for the snake to digest. After peeling the shrimp meat, Chusi opened her hidden weapon box, wrapped a few poison needles with leaves, and carefully pressed them in. Fortunately, she wore gloves today. If she had accidentally hurt herself, she would definitely be finished. After everything was ready, she wrapped the pieces of meat and threw them out. Fortunately, the mutant animals had low IQs. When the snake smelled the meat, it swallowed it without saying a word. Juicy Eye threw a few pieces, and it swallowed a few pieces. They were a real pair of resentful people. Fortunately, the effect of the anesthetic injection did not affect the snake. She was disappointed. After a while, the snake's movements began to stiffen, and soon after, it lost its ability to move. Juicy Eye hit it several times with her shrimp head. Seeing that it didn't react, she bravely ran over and, without further probing, wielded her armor-piercing hammer and smashed directly at the snake's vital point. It doesn't matter if it's faking or not. If you're going to pretend, then just pretend until you die. The mutant snake struggled to attack Juicy Eye, but it was truly poisoned. Even with all its might, it only managed to twist its body a bit. This single blow frightened Juicy Eye to death, and she hammered at the spot she had just attacked with all her might. After an unknown amount of time, the snake finally died. Juicy Eye calmed down and looked, and saw that she had smashed a small dent in the vital point. She wiped the blood off her body. Though still panicking, her first reaction was to smear some blood on the watch's test bench. Unfortunately, ding. Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Well, it wasn't hard to guess. This place was most likely within the snake's territory. It probably frequented high radiation areas, so the high radiation mutation wasn't surprising at all. It was just such a shame. She narrowly escaped death to kill it, and had wasted so many poison needles. The Wasteland was truly cruel. Your efforts and rewards might be completely disproportionate. Luckily, the skin could still be used, and their family could use the snake meat too. After drying it, it could be used directly as food for the mutated fire ants. Chapter 91. Juicy Eye finally managed to kill the mutant snake, only to discover it was inedible. She sat down lamenting, resting for a while before finally finding the strength to retrieve her recently discarded backpack. She first unloaded the 2 fish cages and dragged the snake into the safe zone of the forest. While there was no rush to deal with the snake, the fish cages inside had to be retrieved. She pulled her knife from her backpack and prepared to gut the snake. With a whoosh, the knife lost its grip. The snake's skin was incredibly tough, and the surface was too smooth for the knife to apply force to. She had no choice but to. She could only start cutting along the wound of the snake, but even with a breakthrough, it was still quite difficult to cut. The knife was clearly pushing down all the time, but the cut edge was still jagged. Juicy Eye couldn't help but sigh secretly. If she had known she would encounter a mutant snake, she would have brought a pair of scissors. Oh no, if she had known she would encounter a mutant snake, she would never have come here today. After a lot of effort, Juicy Eye finally opened up the incisions on both sides of the snake, and a slightly clumsy circle was formed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and grabbed the snake at the gap with both hands. The skin began to tear down. Fortunately, the process was relatively smooth. Except for the initial lack of strength, it was relatively labor-saving at other times. After removing the snake's skin, Juicy Eye carefully turned it over and folded it up. This was a treasure. She had already thought about using it to make a piece of soft armor for herself. It was very good. The material was soft and strong. The most valuable thing was that the surface was very smooth. In this way, even if she was attacked, as long as it was not a completely frontal force, it should be able to reduce some of the attack force for her, especially for her flying needle attack. It can basically be 100% defensive. Juicy Eye now did not dislike that big armor. The snake was horrified, caressing the skin lovingly, its expression reminiscent of a pervert. Naturally, she wouldn't let go of the 7-inch section from the head to the skin. That's the thickest part. Wasting it would be a disaster. Juicy Eye carefully pried open the mutant snake's mouth. Oh wow! 2 sharp fangs. Who knows if this snake is venomous? To prevent accidental scratches, Juicy Eye knocked them off with her armor-piercing hammer. Only then did she confidently begin peeling the rest of the skin. As she did so, she lamented, "TSK, TSK, 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 this snake has so much meat on it. It's so slick and slippery. Why can't it be eaten? It looks good, but it's useless." After lamenting, Juicy Eye got down to business. After all, the fish trap was still waiting to be used. The dagger slid easily along the soft flesh of the abdomen, piercing the inner cavity. Then, the intestines flowed out. Honestly, this scene wasn't much better than when she killed the snake. Juicy Eye turned her back, took a deep breath, and quickened her movements. Fortunately, the fish trap was easy to find. It had stretched the snake's intestines and stomach out of shape. Enduring the discomfort, Juicy Eye swiftly freed it with her knife. The contents had been nearly digested. Unable to bear watching it for a second, Chu Xi immediately broke off a large leaf from the side, wrapped a corner of it, and dragged it to the river, repeatedly throwing it into the water to wash it. Afterwards, she pulled the cage up and threw the traction rope in to rinse it thoroughly for a while, making sure it was clean. Then she added bait and threw it in again. Honestly, she hadn't wanted to use it to catch mutant fish, but reality didn't allow her to be so fussy. She had no choice but to simply out of sight, out of mind. She believed that future gains would outweigh the present. After calming down, she prepared to dispose of the remaining snake carcass. It was still early, and she could cut the meat and dry it in the sun, making it lighter for her to carry back home. Yes, after careful consideration, Chu Xi decided not to recruit anyone this time. Firstly, the mutant meat was highly radioactive and had little economic value. Recruiting someone would be a waste. Chu Xi felt it wasn't worthwhile to provide them with food. Furthermore, the mutant fire ants were omnivorous and didn't necessarily eat meat, so she decided to take only what she could afford. As for the remaining snake meat, she had no choice but to discard it. Returning to the safe zone, Chu Xi began to prepare to cut the meat into strips when she noticed a small, oval stone on the ground, the size of a fingernail. It was milky white, slightly translucent, and had a very rich color. It looked like a piece of high-quality jade. Why did this thing look so much like an energy stone? Ignoring everything else, Chu Xi pushed aside the meat and immediately picked it up. She knew for sure it was the energy stone. Just like last time, the moment she touched it, she knew it was the energy stone. The high radiation area not far away was once again filled with a thick red mist. Chu Xi was much calmer this time. She measured the energy value of the energy stone on her watch, 865. She remembered the E-grade energy stone she and Fu Bowen had found last time. It seemed to contain 302 energy points. This fingernail-sized energy stone contained nearly 3 times as much energy. Although it could only be classified as D-grade, it was still top-grade. It was only 35 energy points away from advancing to C-grade. Energy stones didn't have a size limit. Just look at the E-grade energy stone they had collected last time. Although it was the size of a fist, its value was far less than the one Chu Xi was holding. Chapter 92. Rich. Chu Xi's mind was now filled with these 2 words. Glancing at the snake's belly, her eyes gleamed with greed. She didn't care about any mental barriers. Wealth was nothing compared to it. It was just a beautiful sight, so there was no need to describe it in detail. Finally, Chu Xi found 2 more energy stones in the mutant snake's belly. One was only the size of a soybean, but its color was very rich. Its energy value tested was 338, and its rating was E. The other was the size of a walnut, and its texture was inferior to the previous 2. Its energy value tested was 179, and its rating was F. Chu Xi was overjoyed and tested each energy stone one by one. The first one stunned her. 863? What the hell? Wasn't it 865 just now? How did it lose points? She hurriedly took out the other 2 and tested them. Fortunately, the points on those 2 hadn't dropped yet. Could it be that? Is there something wrong with the first energy stone? Chu Xi took the D-grade energy stone again and examined it carefully. It was cold at first, but after a while, it began to warm to the touch, a very pleasant sensation. She remembered the same feeling when she and Fu Bowen first received the E-grade energy stone. Is there anything wrong? Test again. 862? Are you trying to kill me? Why did it drop another point? Chu Xi looked up in despair, just in time to see the dense red mist in the distance. Her hand suddenly felt like it had been electrocuted, and she dropped the energy stone. Damn! Is this some kind of cheat code? Monitoring high radiation areas by consuming energy? Isn't that too much of a rip-off? The wristwatch doesn't consume anything, yet it can monitor and, if needed, even measure the surrounding area. Who would need your fucking cheat code? Chu Xi took a deep breath. She needed to remain calm. She needed to test it again. She placed the 3 energy stones on the open space in front of her and tested them every 5 minutes. Of course, this time, she didn't dare touch them directly. Instead, she placed her watch on them. Excellent. After 3 tests, the readings remained unchanged. Chu Xi wiped the sweat from her palms. She took the middle E-grade energy stone and waited for the red mist to appear before putting it down. She tested the watch on her wrist. Excellent, just a little less. She hadn't expected it to be her fault. The money-eating beast had turned out to be her. Chu Xi was heartbroken. Thankfully, after testing, she found that the situation was manageable. By wrapping the energy stones with something to prevent direct contact with her skin, she could prevent the loss of energy. This brought a huge sigh of relief. She really didn't dare to ask for too much anymore. Just getting these energy stones home was enough. After processing the energy stones, afterward, Chusi checked the time and went to retrieve the fish cages. The results weren't ideal, and she was even a little stunned. There wasn't a single palm-sized mutant fish left. She looked up at the river and saw that the orchid-like flowers had all withered. It seemed Jixian had been right. It really was. So quickly arrived, so quickly departed, leaving her no time to react. The small fish harvest season was gone. Thankfully, today's bounty from the giant snake had been plentiful, and the trip wasn't in vain. Undeterred, Chusi tried again, but again nothing. She didn't feel like catching mutant crayfish anymore. She simply took out all 3 cages, thickened the mesh with red leaf vines, and tossed them into the bushes to use as insect traps. She returned to picking the snake meat. Considering the bountiful reward the giant snake had given her, she decided to treat every last shred of it with respect. Mutated giant snake, A silent thank you. Finally, looking at the complete skeleton left on the ground, she felt a momentary dilemma. Taking the entire skeleton back with her was impossible, it would be too conspicuous, and she was afraid of missing out on something particularly valuable. Before throwing it away, she specifically asked Jixian, and learned that it would also end up as fertilizer. However, if she liked the bone knife, she could keep a piece as a souvenir. Chusi quickly shook her head. The iron dagger was fine, but the bone knife was out of the question. She was afraid the snake would come back for revenge. Realizing that the pile of bones wouldn't be worth much in the way of nutrients, Chusi decisively dumped them all into the river. There was no other way. She was feeling a bit bloated now. Now that the snake was dealt with, there would be no fishing to do today. Suddenly, Chusi felt bored. She didn't need to constantly watch over the insect traps. Since there were no small fish in this area, she could just come here and set up a cage to catch mutant crayfish and grasshoppers. She could set up the cage in the morning and collect it after the scavenging was done in the afternoon. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about clearing land elsewhere. In the remaining time, she would carefully open up the grassland to see if there would be other surprises inside. She found a few puffballs, horse dung bags in it. Unfortunately, they were all highly radioactive and inedible. Chusi was not angry. She went to check the harvest of the insect trap leisurely. After shaking it a few times and testing it again, she found that her insect trap had been left there for a little longer this time, and more mutant grasshoppers had entered it. After 3 traps, Chusi had harvested a total of 5 edible grasshoppers, which was considered a lot. It was a little surprise. Chusi immediately added more bait and found a new place to put it. She ran to the creek and turned over all the snake meat. The sun during the day was indeed not to be underestimated. The dehydration effect was amazing. At a glance, the snake meat had shrunk a lot. Chusi estimated that if it was completely dried, she could carry it all back. It would be best if there was no waste. With this wave of stock, her mutant fire ants' rations would be almost full. Oh, they were really happy, while she and Jixian still had far from enough. Chapter 93. It was almost 3:40 in the afternoon when Chusi gathered up the dried snake meat that had been drying in the sun. She had chopped it rather finely, and after a day of exposure to the sun, while not only did it lose moisture, it had indeed become much lighter. She had hung it up to dry, and the shapes were perfectly regular, straight and straight. She packed it all into her backpack, filling it up a full 3/4. This was after Chusi had specially expanded her backpack last time, but 3/4 was still too much. She certainly couldn't take that much home. After all, the skin of the mutant snake and the mutant snake she had hunted today were both very different. The strange grasshoppers were the most important, as well as the wire-woven fish cage, which could not be left outside to attract attention. Of course, the energy stone was not included in it, as it was a treasure that had to be kept close to the body. There was no other way. Chusi had to take out some more dried meat. This time she was reluctant to throw it away, but took some large leaves, wrapped them tightly, and buried them directly in the bushes. After all, when fishing for crayfish, some carnivorous bait had to be prepared. The reason why Chusi chose the bushes to bury the meat was also for her considerations. Chusi thought about the little crayfish hanging on the tree last night. The lobster meat was eaten by the big snake, while the claws and shrimp heads of the mutant crayfish piled randomly in the bushes were fine. However, the distance between the two sides was not far. She didn't believe that the mutant snake could not smell the smell from this side. Moreover, it had eaten the shrimp heads and shrimp legs she threw out today. Therefore, Chu Xi had reason to suspect that the bush might have some properties that could repel mutant animals. Of course, it was also very likely that it would only repel one type of animal, such as snakes. Chu Xi was still very interested in this, and thought about transplanting one back later. Unfortunately, it was not possible today. The thing she wanted to take. There were too many, and she couldn't spare any time. If these shrubs truly had the ability to repel mutant beasts, or even snakes, then transplanting one would be absolutely necessary. Honestly, if she had this thing, she'd carry 2 leaves with her every day before leaving the house. Even if she encountered a swarm of snakes, as long as there were other people around, they probably wouldn't attack her. Chu Xi, feeling delighted, took a quick photo of the shrubs and planned to ask Jixian more about it when she got home that evening. After finishing up the snake meat, she saw it was already 4:10, so she packed up and headed home. The harvest, aside from the mutant snake, wasn't much. A total of 5 mutant grasshoppers. Yes, ever since that first trapping, with the reward of 5 mutant grasshoppers, the rest of the time had been wasted, both time and bait. A day's worth of clearing the grasslands had been wasted. After a long day of searching, nothing useful had been found. But Chu Xi remained calm. Today's focus had been on a Buddhist approach. First, she had narrowly escaped death, then finally killed the snake only to discover it was inedible. And then, she discovered the rare energy stone. Her heart was filled with joy. The emotions were like a roller coaster, with the bittersweet joys and sorrows followed by only the profound enlightenment. Chu Xi had deliberately left early today. The large group of scavengers hadn't returned yet, and the streets were sparsely populated. Most of them were the downtrodden masses with numb expressions and haggard looks. They couldn't walk far, and most of the nearby wild vegetables had been gathered by others. After a day's hard work, there was basically nothing edible to be found. It was a bit of a vicious cycle. If they wanted to break free from their current situation, they would probably have to rely on luck. Chu Xi naturally felt sorry for them. But this pity is mostly empathy, a kind of sympathy born of sympathy for one's own kind. In this wasteland age, how many people aren't pitiful? The rich help the world, the poor take care of themselves. Chu Xi felt she wasn't even qualified to speak of struggling to make ends meet, so don't blame her for being cruel. If anyone dared to treat her like a soft persimmon, the outcome would be a fight. She was a woman with a hidden weapon box, a knife, and an armor-piercing hammer. Fortunately, there weren't any conflicts along the way. The conspicuous large bag she carried did attract a lot of attention, but the bloodstains on her clothes, as well as the recent having just hunted down a giant mutant snake, the lingering hint of hostility in her eyes showed that Chu Xi was not to be trifled with. Therefore, no one wanted to touch her tiger whiskers along the way. After passing the crowd, Chu Xi herself was panicking. No, she absolutely couldn't do that again next time. If she showed even a little weakness today, someone might actually enforce justice on behalf of heaven. It was too dangerous. She was only suited to being the 6th in command. Of course, Chu Xi was not without some calculations. She had deliberately avoided the large group of scavengers, just to be afraid of losing. After all, these people's physical strength was definitely not as good as hers. Chapter 94. After walking like this for half an hour, Chu Xi finally returned to the shantytown. A team of law enforcement officers in uniform black and green uniforms passed by her. Many children from the shantytown quietly followed them, their eyes gleaming with admiration. These were the law enforcement officers photographed by the safety zone, who regularly maintain order in the shantytown. Their image often serves as a model for educating children there. Chu Xi felt completely safe around them, not to mention the children. She didn't even glance at the backpack she was carrying. It was truly too much of a sense of security. When would she ever be able to scrape together enough money to buy a house in the safe zone? Thinking of this, Chu Xi fumbled with the 3 energy stones beneath her clothes. Sadly, they were still far short. From what Jixian had said last time, it was definitely not something a few D- or E-grade energy stones could solve. Chu Xi raised her head, peering through the cramped, dilapidated shantytown toward the towering city wall outside the safe zone, her eyes sparkling. When she returned home, to her surprise, Jixian was not at home, and the door was locked from the outside. She looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so she quickly took out the key from under the 3rd bamboo on the left side of the door. After opening the door and going in, Chu Xi saw that one of the wooden barrels in the small living room was missing. She knew at a glance that Jixian must have gone out to fetch water. It was true that the dogtail grass had grown to an inch high recently, and the water demand had increased sharply, which had directly used up all the water accumulated in the house some time ago. Chu Xi took off her backpack, picked up 2 buckets, locked the door and went out. When she arrived at the water point, she saw Jixian queuing there. She really wanted to go over and cut in line, but when she saw several sturdy men queuing behind Jixian, he rationally dismissed this unrealistic idea. There was no limit on the water anyway, so it was just a matter of waiting a little longer. The team kept moving forward, and soon it was Jixian's turn. He put the empty bucket on the ground, and water flowed out from the filter pipe, filling the entire bamboo bucket in a short while. The manager turned the switch and wanted to go forward to help him lift the bucket onto his legs, but Jixian lifted the bucket up first. With one arm. Chu Xi covered his mouth in surprise. It seemed that the guy had recovered well. It was not certain whether his leg could be healed, but at least the strength of his arm seemed to have recovered a lot. Chu Xi couldn't help but think in his heart that this was all thanks to the batch of foxtail grass seed she brought back, which gave him the opportunity to exercise his arm muscles. Ignoring the other surprised looks, Jixian fetched water and prepared to head back. He had to fill several buckets before Chu Xi returned. Just as he thought this, he looked up and saw Chu Xi waving frantically at him from a distance, 2 empty buckets at her feet. He hadn't expected her to return so soon today. She was fetching water quite quickly. Seeing the length of the line, Jixian stopped nearby, ready to wait for Chu Xi to return. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't trying to lighten Chu Xi's burden. On the contrary, he saw it as a good opportunity to build strength. If time allowed, he might have included fetching water in her daily routine. If Chu Xi were to. If Chu Xi knew, she'd definitely curse him for not being able to find a wife. That's too mean. What responsible man would do such a thing? Of course, she didn't know yet, so Chu Xi happily went to fetch water. On the way back, Jixian controlled the bucket with one hand and pushed the wheel forward with the other. Chu Xi followed behind, each holding a bucket. When they encountered difficult sections, Chu Xi would lend a helping hand, helping Jixian overcome them. Of course, the price she paid was spilling water all over his pants. Jixian turned around, a chill running down his face. Chu Xi smiled awkwardly, silently retracted her heroic foot, and glanced up at him furtively. She glanced at him. Fortunately, there was still half a bucket left. Her kick hadn't been in vain. Jixian had always been able to completely ignore the looks, but now, with so many teasing glances, he was a little overwhelmed. Chu Xi didn't dare to speak, and the atmosphere was unusually silent. After finally making it home, she immediately took out her key and opened the door. She first sluggishly removed the bamboo bucket from Jixian's lap, then hurriedly carried her 2 buckets inside. Jixian entered the inner room, and Chu Xi waited obediently in the small living room. After everyone changed their clothes, she carefully moved in. After thinking it over, she decided to break the awkwardness by sharing the joy of the harvest. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Jixian gazed at the mutant snake skin spread evenly across the ground by Chu Xi. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow, sighing inwardly. Could it be that her recent success had caused her luck to suddenly turn so bad? Killing the giant snake was certainly a stroke of luck, but it was definitely not what Jixian had hoped for. After all, the area Chu Xi was currently reclaiming, while nominally called a reclamation area, was still 1,000,000 miles from a true wasteland. These areas were routinely cleared by security zone guards year-round. How could such a large mutant beast have been overlooked? It was truly bizarre. Such bad luck. Chapter 95. Jixian was indeed surprised when he first saw the giant snake, but when Chu Xi took out the 3 energy stones, his emotions weren't as dramatic as he expected. Chu Xi casually pointed at the milky white stone, the size of a fingernail. It was the only D-grade energy stone on this trip, with an energy reserve of 862. Jixian's eyes lit up. He could only say, it really is a little coy, isn't it? Chu Xi looked at Jixian, who remained remarkably calm, and asked curiously, you don't seem surprised at all that I was able to retrieve the energy stones? Jixian took the 3 energy stones. He looked around. What was so surprising about this? For anyone else, finding an energy stone just by catching a mutant snake would be considered exceptional luck, but Chu Xi was different. This was simply normal. After a moment's thought, he explained, mutant beast hides aren't expensive. Why do you think so many people risk their lives to hunt them? Chu Xi, Before, she had always assumed that people went out to hunt mutant beasts simply to get food, just like they gathered vegetables, except they got vegetables, while those in the hunting team got meat. But now that Jixian had specifically asked this, Chu Xi felt that things might not be that simple. And now they just brought it up. Jixian nodded and said, it's because of the energy stones. Mutant beasts have a natural tendency to consume energy stones. Many energy stones are found in areas with high radiation levels, where humans wouldn't dare enter easily. However, the mutant beasts living there can come out to forage, which gives us the opportunity to obtain energy stones. Therefore, even though the chances of edible meat among mutant beasts are extremely low, so many people still flock to hunt them. Take most of the mercenary groups at the base. For example, their most common mission is to hunt mutant beasts in the wilderness. They weren't aiming for the tiny chance of edible food. The skins and the like were merely bonus items. Their goal was the energy stone, swallowed by the mutant beast. Chu Si's eyes widened in surprise. Although she had a vague suspicion before, after Ji Xian's confirmation, she still found the situation unbelievable. This reminded her of the last time a sweet potato collection site was overrun by a swarm of mutant fire ants, and Fu Bowen's team was tasked with exterminating the ant colony. Chu Si had felt something was amiss with his words. It seemed as if their tomorrow mercenary group had only secured the mission after much deliberation. Something felt amiss. In her opinion, mutant fire ants weren't particularly good prey. They were poisonous, and their meat yield was extremely low, even lower than a grasshopper. These mercenaries were being too lenient, considering the mutant beast's low probability of being edible. It was still uncertain whether killing an entire ant colony would yield a plate of meat. Furthermore, their strategy at the time was to attack with fire. Would anything be left after the battle? Now she finally understood. People were after the energy stones, especially omnivorous mutants like ants, which roamed underground and above the ground. Their chances of producing energy stones were definitely higher than other mutant beasts, so it was truly a lucrative opportunity. Chu Si suddenly remembered that there were still a dozen mutant fire ants trapped in their living room. Could they also be holding energy stones? At this thought, Chu Si's eyes lit up. Ji Xian sighed and grabbed her, who was about to run out. What are you thinking? Do you want to kill and dissect them one by one? Chu Si nodded. It wasn't impossible. As for extracting the venom, they could just keep one or two, which would save them some food for the winter. Seeing that she was really planning that, Ji Xian was speechless. Do you think the mercenary group will ask Bo when to bring us the mutant fire ants with the energy stone? Don't be delusional. Every mercenary group has specialized testing equipment. There won't be any that slip through the net. Chu Si chuckled dryly. Sure enough, they couldn't always get all the good stuff. But she wasn't disappointed. After all, the price they paid was just that of an ordinary mutant fire ant. If they did manage to extract an energy stone, they would still have to consider paying Bo a share of the profits. Of course, the chances of getting a share were slim. Chu Si saw that Ji Xian had been holding the energy stone for a long time, so she found an opportunity to ask for it back. She put it on her watch and checked it. 862. Sure enough, even if others came into direct contact with the energy stone for extended periods, they wouldn't experience the same symptoms she experienced. After much deliberation, she decided not to tell Ji Xian about her situation. She felt that being too peculiar wouldn't be a good thing. Luckily, she only told Fu Bowen about some aftereffects from the radiation, so she didn't have to worry about the secret getting out. It wasn't really a big secret, it wouldn't benefit anyone, and she wouldn't benefit much either. It wouldn't be a big deal if others found out. She was just worried that others wouldn't believe her, and would still harbor endless fantasies about her superpowers. Then, where would she get those special abilities to show them? She didn't want to end up being a guinea pig. Chu Si shuddered at the thought. Forget it. Some secrets were meant to be taken to the grave. Chapter 96. After the two finished discussing the energy stone, they set the snake skin aside. Ji Xian would tan it tomorrow when he had time. Chu Si, on the other hand, hung the snake meat she had brought back today in the drying room to continue drying. When she emerged, Ji Xian had already cleaned the 5 grasshoppers' internal organs, and was preparing to put them in the dryer. Chu Si, I really wanted to ask, can we save one for dinner tonight? But seeing Ji Xian's quick movements, the dryer had already been pressurized and locked. He was probably just anticipating her words. Dinner was going to be simple again. The rice porridge made from nutrient solution mixed with water. Truly, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to frugality. But thinking that she still have meat-flavored rice porridge tomorrow morning filled her heart with contentment. After dinner, Ji Xian took out the several fish cages from Chu Si's bag to inspect them. He figured the one swallowed by the snake would be deformed in many places after the immense pressure, so he could fix it. However, when Ji Xian finally took out the 3 cages, he couldn't tell which one was the one that was swallowed. There was no way the 3 cages were any different in terms of damage. Chu Si looked a bit embarrassed. Well, Killing those mutant grasshoppers required some finesse, so she couldn't help but swat them away. Suddenly, she asked, as if for no other reason than to ask, mutated grasshoppers are also considered mutant animals, right? Ji Xian was momentarily stunned by her question, but after a moment, he figured it out. Chu Xi was probably wondering if those discarded highly radioactive ants and grasshoppers might contain energy stones. But energy stones weren't easy to find. Usually, finding one or two in a colony was considered a collection. The gains were pretty good. The most common situation they encountered was getting nothing, followed by 1 to 3, and generally no more than 5. However, this was not absolute. It had a lot to do with the region. Some places had more energy stones, so hunting mutant beasts there would naturally yield higher returns. In Xiang Chuxi's case, he was staying on the edge of the safe zone, so hunting mutant beasts with energy stones was a rare thing. He tried to comfort Chuxi. You killed so many mutant crayfish before and emptied their stomachs. Did you find any energy stones? Not really, Chu Xi shook her head honestly. She had figured out the whole thing. Even if there was another energy stone here, it would probably have been picked up by someone living in the shantytown. Chu Xi's private fish pond was just a joke. It must have been there before she went there, but they might not have discovered the secret of the mutant fish. Mutated fish migrate periodically, but energy stones are inanimate objects. If they existed, they would have been discovered. So, was she really overthinking it? However, there was nothing to be discouraged about. As Ji Xian said, she had already gained enough recently. She adjusted her mindset. She took out the leather jacket template and planned to continue making Ji Xian's fur coat in the next few days. The items were on her bed. When Chu Xi went to get them, he saw 3 round energy stones placed at the headboard. What was going on? Did Ji Xian let her keep them? While she was grateful for her brother's trust, she wasn't allergic to these things. She couldn't spend them directly. She couldn't eat or drink them. There was a risk of them getting lost. What good would she do with them? It would be better to let Ji Xian save them all. If food really ran low in the winter, he could exchange one for some relief food. He would ensure they could survive on their own. Chu Xi wanted to save these energy stones, so he could take them to the safe zone later. Buying a house. So, without disturbing Ji Xian, she placed 3 more energy stones on his pillow. She then moved the pile of fabrics under the bed and began to work on tonight's work. Thanks to Ji Xian's drilling tools, her efficiency was infinitely higher today than last time. She first assembled the leather pieces, then overlapped them, not leaving too much overlap. After punching the holes, she began sewing. To ensure it would last 2 years, she had Ji Xian buy some very strong nylon thread. As long as it wasn't burned, it wouldn't break even if the clothes were worn out. She toiled until 9:30, halfway through, having already sewn half the leather. Finished, Chu Xi wiped the tears from her eyes, figuring it would only take 3 days. Tomorrow she finished the remaining half, and the day after tomorrow she work on the edges, sew the base fabric, and finally fine-tune it. She folded the fabric, quickly washed up, said hello to Ji Xian, and climbed into bed. She was so sleepy. When Ji Xian looked up, Chu Xi had already deftly closed the bed curtains. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of the energy stones beside his pillow. He paused for a second, then nodded and went back to work. From now on, this insect trap looked like it would be a long-term project. Chapter 97. There wasn't much point in clearing the grassland. Besides catching mutant grasshoppers, she hadn't found any other food in the past 2 days. The mutant grasshopper yield was too low, and it wasn't worth it for Chu Xi to wait there all the time. If she was lucky, she could harvest a few, but if she was unlucky, she might not get any at all. So she decided to go there early, place a cage, and then go scavenging elsewhere. There were still many options. When she went back yesterday, Chu Xi found that the number of scavengers gathered at the mutant foxtail grass had decreased. The craze for finding wormwood had probably passed. As for the raspberry gathering site, the attraction of the fruit was too great for the Wastelanders. The scene was even more exaggerated than at the mulberry leaf gathering site, and she had no interest in it. The taste of the raspberry leaves was indescribable, so she didn't plan to go there for the time being. She definitely had to go further, but forget about the mulberry forest, it was too crowded. And then, there was the purple bamboo forest. She wanted to see if there were any bamboo shoots to dig. Digging one was much more rewarding than picking vegetable leaves. Unfortunately, they didn't have any special digging tools, so Ji Xian would have to leave a shovel at home. Before Chu Xi could decide where to go, she received a message from Qin Wanwan, asking if she was interested in joining the Thunderfire team to pick cotton. The price was the same as what they had agreed on, 18 points per person for the trip, and 1/5 of the harvest would be handed over upon return. Well, she didn't have to worry about choosing a location anymore. With 3 energy stones as a base, she didn't feel the pain of the 18 points. Cotton was a strategic commodity now, so it was always a good idea to stockpile some. And who wouldn't want a thick quilt of their own in the dead of winter? But before leaving, she still had to ask Ji Xian about the details of the Leihua squad to see if it was really as reliable as Qin Wanwan said. There were so many hunting teams in the base, and Ji Xian certainly didn't know all of them. He had heard others mention the Leihua squad, but it was not a well-known team, so no one talked much about it. He could ask Fu Bowen to find out. Information in the mercenary group was still quite circulated. There was no need to do anything else, just leave a message in the group's forum and ask. There were still many idle people in it. Soon, the information about the Leihua squad came out. It was almost completely exposed. Fu Bowen took a screenshot of the information and sent it to his boss. Ji Xian flipped through it and found that this hunting team was relatively reliable and had no history of cheating people. After hearing what Ji Xian said, Chu Xi felt relieved. It was a pity that the insect trap could not be put down today. After confirming the information, she sent an okay gesture to Qin Wanwan. The team agreed to meet at the small square at 5 o'clock. Chu Xi also packed 2 large sacks to take with her. After all, cotton took up too much space. If she wanted to avoid losses, she had to pick more. She originally thought 2 sacks would have been more than enough, but Ji Xian had the audacity to bring her 5 more, not forgetting to gently remind her, if that's not enough, there's more. Chu Xi, even the tools have rights, right? She ran straight to the storage room where Ji Xian had just taken the sacks. Wow, all sorts of small items were piled high. There were at least 20 sacks alone, plus some small bamboo stools, watering cans, and other things. Chu Xi was stunned. There was actually quite a lot of work around the house. Besides cooking, Ji Xian also had to tend to the land and feed the mutant fire ants. Besides drying food and other things, he also had to take care of basic housework and cleaning. She really didn't understand how he found the time to do all this. She was so frustrated. Alas, there was no other way. Chu Xi had to take the 7 large sacks and set off. Honestly, she could already imagine the looks people would give her when she took them out. Chu Xi hurried to the meeting point. 6 or 7 people were already there, and everyone had a pile of sacks nearby. She roughly counted them. There must be at least a dozen. Chu Xi was speechless. So this was basic training? In such a comparison, Chu Xidao became the special one, but others had no energy to take care of her. Chu Xi arrived just in time. When she arrived, the team was about to set off. This was her first time riding this kind of electric tricycle in the Wasteland era. It was quite novel. The road was naturally incomparable to the wide and smooth asphalt road of today, but some high-tech of this era was not comparable to modern times. For example, the shock absorption effect of this tire was very good. Chu Xi did not feel much bumps along the way. The cotton collection point was not far from the base. The place was still very far away. They took the electric tricycle for about 2 hours before arriving. From a distance, they saw patches of white clouds hanging on the hillside. The scene was really spectacular. Chu Xi also realized now how big the cotton collection site was. Looking at the white area, it at least spanned half of the hilltop. The mountain was not a small dirt slope. It stretched for at least dozens of miles, which showed the magnificence of the cotton forest. As a result, after entering the cotton forest, the convoy still did not stop and drove straight in. Thanks to these, the cotton trees grew so tall that the gaps between them were barely wide enough for vehicles to pass. Chu Xi wondered, why bother going in here when there's nothing to pick? Qin Wanwan knew this. This wasn't her first time here. She tore off a piece of cotton wool from a nearby cotton ball and handed it to Chu Xi, saying, "Test it." Do you need to test something you're covering yourself with? Although she didn't understand, since Qin Wanwan had specifically handed it to her, she placed the cotton wool on the test bench. Warning! Warning! A large number of mutant aphid eggs have been detected. Collection is not recommended. Chu Xi. Startled, she immediately tossed the cotton ball away. Qin Wanwan smiled, "Don't worry. They haven't hatched yet, so they won't affect us. It's just that these eggs are extremely difficult to handle, and it's easy to miss them, so we generally don't collect this kind of cotton." Chu Xi calmed down now, no longer looking around. She huddled obediently in a corner of the car, minimizing contact with the nearby cotton balls. Although she couldn't see the aphid eggs, the thought of them was terrifying enough, especially for someone like her who has a bit of trypophobia. It was truly pathetic. Chapter 98. Only after entering the cotton collection site did Chu Ci realize what a true wasteland truly was. Uncleared by the guards, there were surprisingly many mutant animals. Fortunately, the mutants they encountered along the way weren't particularly formidable, and most showed no intent to attack. The most common sightings were aphids, which loved to lie on the undersides of cotton leaves, sucking the sap. Their overall color was emerald green, their bodies translucent, and each one about the size of a peanut. Upon closer inspection, they resembled tiny grasshoppers. Well, if they weren't all gathered together, if I singled one out, it'd actually be quite pretty. But now it's really not that beautiful. Layers of jade might be fine, but they're alive, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating all in the same place. How can they be so pretty? Chu Ci looked up, then silently shifted her gaze back. She was really asking for trouble. The scene had nearly driven her to self-destruction. Suddenly, a drop of rain hit her face, and Chu Ci's mind snapped to life. Getting caught in the rain in a wasteland isn't a good thing. Rainwater contains a lot of highly radioactive substances. Soaking in such water for even a moment can be more harmful than direct exposure to solar radiation. This matter is extremely serious. Not only is everyone taking special care, but even the base will broadcast warnings if rain or snow is predicted. Of course, it's not like there weren't unexpected situations, but no one wanted to be the lucky one. Chu Ci's first reaction was to quickly pull out the sack and put it on his head. He could only be thankful that he was out picking cotton today and had brought enough sacks. The others saw Chu Ci's reaction, and then saw the water stains dripping into the truck bed. Some of them were quick to react and hurriedly gathered their sacks on their heads. The members of the Thunder Fire hunting team, on the other hand, were very calm. They came to this place every year, and their route had basically never changed. Naturally, they knew more about the situation than Chu Ci and the others. Don't worry, this isn't rainwater, but honeydew secreted by aphids. It's not cheap, but there are hunting teams that specialize in collecting this edible honeydew year-round to supply the important people in the base's safe zone. Upon hearing that honeydew could be exchanged for points, the eyes of the people in the car suddenly lit up. The hunting team leader chuckled at this. Think carefully. Aphid honey isn't mutant cotton. You just need to pick it from the right tree. Gathering honeydew requires waiting. We have limited time, so we can only choose between picking cotton or honeydew. But we have to agree that no matter which one we choose, we must hand in 1/5 of our harvest on the return trip. The hunting team didn't care. Stopping here was better, it would save them some distance. Fortunately, Chu Ci and the others weren't too obsessed with honeydew. It certainly wasn't that easy to get. Otherwise, this wouldn't be called a cotton collection point, but a honeydew collection point. Furthermore, honeydew, unlike cotton, required not only waiting for aphids to secrete it, but also testing its edible value. And probability was completely unreasonable. After much deliberation, they finally chose the guaranteed cotton harvest. Now that it was decided, the convoy did not stop here. The tricycles drove at full speed and drove forward with a dud-dud sound. Further ahead, many fist-sized flower-cover insects appeared on the cotton trees. Some of them were directly holding an aphid and chewing it. Obviously, natural enemies appeared, and accordingly, the number of aphids in this cotton forest was also suppressed to a certain extent. The edible value of aphids was already very low, but at least they could still secrete some nectar, and these ladybugs were even worse. Even if they were detected to meet the radiation standards, there was basically nothing on their bodies that could be eaten, so everyone had no interest in hunting them. On the way, they also encountered several mutant rabbits and mutant pheasants. The attack power of these things was more than enough to deal with ordinary people like them. Everyone in the car nervously clenched their weapons. Fortunately, the Thunder Fire team did not. Without being asked to take action, the team members worked together to quickly eliminate the mutant animals. Unfortunately, none met the standards for use, so they simply kept the animal fur. The rest was hauled away by a designated person for destruction. The vehicle drove for about half an hour before finally stopping in a depression. Everyone began to disembark. Chu Ci casually tore a piece of cotton wool from the bowl and placed it on the watch inspection table. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. As expected, this was an area unaffected by aphids. It seemed that choosing to follow a small group was essential. If she had come alone, finding such a spot would have taken considerable time. Once they found their spot, the others quickly dispersed to gather cotton, each lifting their own sack and beginning to pick the cotton. Flowers, really? Just pull them down casually. This was the most enjoyable time Chu Ci had ever picked flowers. She didn't have to think at all. Now she was really afraid that the 7 sacks she brought were not enough, so she could only compress the cotton in the bags again and again. She reached out and touched a cotton seed wrapped in the cotton. Chu Si took it in her hand and took a look. The shape was a bit like a pine nut, about the size of an egg, and dark brown in color. I don't know if this thing can be used to extract oil. Chu Si looked up at the others, and found that they all put everything into the bag. Yes, anyway, there's a car to help carry it, so the more you can put in, the more you can put in. You can test it when you get home. After figuring it out, Chu Si no longer hesitated and quickened her movements. Others who were quick had already filled half a sack. Don't think that Chu Si was the only one who pressed the cotton so tightly. Others also picked quality and quantity. Chapter 99. She stuffed the cotton directly into the sack. While picking cotton, Chu Si didn't bother to examine the wild vegetable she saw. She simply cut the whole plant and tossed it into her backpack. She was lucky enough to find a Caprinus comatus plant in the cotton field, as tall as her calf. Wiping her saliva, she took out a small piece of mushroom tissue and placed it on the testing table. It was too heavy to carry around, so she had to test it beforehand to avoid wasting time. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Ha ha, thank you, God bless you. Chu Si wanted to kowtow out to him. Looking at this plump Caprinus comatus plant, it must have weighed at least 15 or 16 pounds. She carefully dug out the entire plant. The cap was too large to fit into her backpack at once. She had no choice but to cut it into large, regular pieces, and deal with the rest when she got home. Coincidentally, she had always wanted to make a seasoning, and the raw materials for MSG had arrived. After a while, Chu Si's hands became more skilled, and picking cotton became more and more enjoyable. As she did so, one cotton tree after another, its head shaved, appeared behind her. Just as she was about to continue, a member of the Thunderfire team called out to her, "Young lady, you're quite fast, even more skillful than those old ladies. But our team's range ends here. You should turn back. We're not sure about the cotton fields ahead." Chu Si nodded and looked back. Sure enough, she was already far behind the others. She hadn't expected herself to be a cotton-picking prodigy. Why hadn't she realized she had this talent before? The old ladies seemed to have lost their enthusiasm, constantly having to stop to massage their arms and waists. Alas, age just wasn't working for her. She looked far ahead, searching for Qin Wanwan's position. She had already picked all the cotton in that row, and since they were all young, she figured she could just go over and become her neighbor, perhaps even chatting and gossiping. But after a few glances, she realized Qin Wanwan was lagging far behind. It seemed she had underestimated the old lady's ability. Chu Si now had 2 full sacks. She tied them tightly and dragged them directly to the tricycle. Team Thunderfire had tied a red string through each sack to prevent any confusion. The cotton guarding boy gave Chu Si a thumbs up for her speed. Chu Si smiled shyly, but turned around, her brow furrowed. Something was wrong. This was terribly wrong. She'd been working for so long, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. It was absurd. She hadn't had this much physique before. Chu Si raised her arms, ready to show off her biceps. It seemed not much had changed. Suddenly, she remembered the 3 energy stones from yesterday, the red mist before her, and the energy value from that hour. Could it be that energy provided her with more than just detecting high radiation areas? It also strengthened her body? The thought of this excited Chu Si. If that were true, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. The environment here is so harsh. If the energy stone can really strengthen her body, she doesn't know whether it can help her resist the disease. To be honest, she is afraid that her body will be crushed at any time, and she will be seriously ill. Moreover, the enhancement of her physical fitness is very beneficial for her, to go out to scavenge and protect her own safety. This undoubtedly greatly increases her chances of survival. But it is also too stingy to give her a monitoring benefit after she has made such a great journey. She will be very satisfied if she can add a physical enhancement. She forced herself to suppress the joy in her heart. This matter still needs to be confirmed again. Don't be too happy for nothing. Thinking of this, she immediately sent a message to Jixian, asking him not to use the energy stones to exchange for supplies and points for the time being. After a while, Jixian replied. The family did not have such needs recently, and he had no intention of touching those energy stones. After seeing the reply, Chu Si's heart was finally relieved. Looking at the big white cotton bowl at hand, she forced her mind to withdraw. Now picking cotton is the real business. Chapter 100. The cotton harvesting was well underway. Chu Si strolled over to Qin Wanwan. From time to time, members of the hunting team would wander through the cotton fields, armed with electric batons. Chu Si watched with curiosity. Qin Wanwan, reaching for cotton, chatted with her. That thing is a detection alarm. It can be used to detect the presence of mutant beasts nearby. Unfortunately, its detection range is limited, so someone needs to carry it around the cotton fields at all times. That way, the hunting team can also inspect the cotton nearby for hidden mutant aphid eggs while patrolling. Furthermore, all the cotton we harvest will need to be collectively inspected at the end. Hearing this, Chu Si finally felt relieved. She had always felt uneasy. After all, aphids are living creatures and can spread. There were no aphid eggs in this area during their exploration, but what if there were now? Now, Chu Si truly felt that her points had been well spent. At least the Thunderfire team was truly dedicated and had put all their efforts into the work. After eliminating all the hidden dangers as much as possible and feeling relieved, Chu Si decided to choose a new area near Qin Wanwan. The row she had chosen before had already been picked by her, and the area with shorter plants here had also been picked by others. Most of the remaining cotton trees were tall, and the cotton bolls on them were of good quality, but the height was not high enough for a little girl like her to reach on tiptoe. Obviously, everyone just skipped them because they thought it was difficult to pick. Everyone defaulted to picking them row by row, and she couldn't just go over and intercept them, so she could only choose a tree and climb up to pick them. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of cotton bolls on a tree. After she climbed up, she didn't have to rush down for a while. She was mentally prepared, but she never expected that she couldn't even climb up. The skin of the mutant cotton branches felt very smooth, and she couldn't use her feet. She now seriously suspected that people didn't pick these tall trees because they were difficult to climb. Just then, a member of the Thunderfire squad approached. Seeing Chu Si clinging to a cotton tree and trying to climb it, he couldn't help but laugh. How can you climb a cotton tree? He then pulled a rope from his pocket and tied it to a flat rock on the ground. He chose the right angle and swung the rope over a branch with a lot of cotton balls on it. After hitting the cotton branch, the rock wrapped around it twice, firmly holding it. He pulled the rope back, pulling down a branch covered in cotton balls. The young man placed his foot on the rope and motioned for Chu Si to take over. Chu Si, is there really any other way to do this? She hurried over. Honestly, this was quite a feat. This member of the Thunderfire squad had patrol duties, so he was just being kind and giving Chu Si a hand. Demonstration, of course. It is impossible to assist her here all the time. The rope is impossible to leave her. That is the tool he will use when hunting. But this matter is not difficult for Chu Si. Before coming, she did not bring a big rope, but she prepared a lot of ropes to tie the bag mouth, which is a bit thin, but fortunately it is still relatively strong. But she still needs to reconnect it, at least a little time wasted, but fortunately the effect is good in the end. With the help of the stone rope, Chu Si finally figured out the job, after such an operation. The speed is not slower than those short cotton trees she collected before, and it also saves her from always having to raise her head and arms, and the work is easier. Seeing the results on Chu Si's side, several ants who have been working with sore backs can't help but imitate her. The equipment is made, but unfortunately they don't have the accuracy of Chu Si's throwing. The stones thrown out either couldn't find the right position, or they didn't have any strength. The stones just hung on the branches indistinctly, and fell down with a slight pull. They couldn't hold on to the branches at all. Facts have proved that some shortcuts are not for everyone. It's true that no hardship is in vain. Now Chu Si is extremely grateful. Thanks to the intensive training that Ji Xian gave her every day, her basic skills have been gradually consolidated. These basic operations such as throwing are not as difficult for her as for ordinary people. Seeing that the expected effect was not achieved, some people gave up directly and switched back to their original picking mode. Some people were still willing to try again. After all, they grew in a low place and could only reach a limited amount of cotton. If they could use this skill well, the harvest would definitely not be comparable to before. Didn't you see that Chu Si was now picking branches with more cotton and hooking them down? There were more than 6 or 7 on each branch, much easier than circling the tree. How could one not be envious? Unfortunately, this thing really depends on talent. In the end, only one middle-aged man barely qualified. His thrown stone would successfully catch a branch once out of 10 times. Even so, the uncle was extremely satisfied. At least, he didn't have to constantly crane his neck and head to work. It really wasn't okay. With his age, constantly tilting his head up felt like blood flow was being cut off from his brain, and his eyes would go black after working for a while. Now it's better, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He's not the only one with this problem. Without the ability, you can only endure it. These days, It's almost impossible not to be anemic. You get used to it after a while. In fact, if no one specifically provokes you, many people would think it's normal. Who doesn't get dizzy when tilting their head up? If anyone doesn't experience this, then even those with good physical fitness would be a bit abnormal. Chapter 101. Regardless of others, Chusi's progress was quite impressive. By noon, she had 2 full sacks of cotton. Now she had collected 4 sacks. Even with the travel expenses she had to pay, it was enough to make Ji Xian a thick quilt. She carried the 2 sacks of cotton back to the car, had a quick lunch nearby, and then hurriedly joined the cotton-picking team again. The rest of the time, she worked hard for her own quilt. She had to maintain a positive attitude. Unfortunately, Qin won. Wan's work efficiency was not even a little bit lower than hers. In the second round, she had already left a large gap behind. The best working state was that her hands and mouth kept working non-stop, but now she could only helplessly give up her spiritual food. Just after she pulled down a cotton branch, she suddenly heard an extremely sharp and bright alarm. Chusi looked up hurriedly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered towards the hunting team. She did not dare to delay, and did not even dare to untie the rope. She carried the bag, and quickly headed towards the place where everyone gathered. Running over, Qin Wanwan saw Chusi approaching, and pulled her behind a member of the Thunderfire squad. As they stood still, she whispered, "Brother Zhang, what's that?" Chusi looked up, and saw that this Brother Zhang was an acquaintance, the same guy who had just demonstrated how to properly pick cotton. His expression was extremely grim, and he gritted out 2 words through gritted teeth: "Wild boar." Qin Wanwan cried out in surprise, "Wild boar?" Then, she reacted immediately and covered her mouth, but it was obvious. It was too late. The rest of the team immediately erupted in chaos. It wasn't their fault. The mutant boar's attack power was far superior to that of rabbits and pheasants. Not to mention their half-baked hunting team, even some mercenary teams with ordinary equipment would not be easily defeated by the mutant boars. One member of the Thunder Fire team quickly crouched down, with his ears pressed to the ground. He stood up shortly after, ignoring the others' inquiries, and replied directly to the captain, "They are rapidly approaching us. We recommend evacuating immediately." Upon hearing this, the others also realized the severity of the situation. There was essentially no need to defend against the mutant boars. They couldn't be killed, and they couldn't be defeated. Why would they just keep them here, adding to the den for nothing? A few cotton pickers, without waiting for their captain's orders, immediately ran to the tricycle. Their first act was to load their harvest onto the cart. The cart's bed was small to begin with, and 5 sacks of cotton filled the back almost instantly. Hu Tian's face was icy cold, and he ordered his men to throw their cotton off the cart. Everyone got on board and fled at full speed. Some people here were obedient, while others were furious. Who doesn't know that picking cotton is life-threatening? I never seen anyone abandon their harvest at the first sign of danger. So why bother coming out? Why not just stay home? Are we paying you an all-inclusive package to expect you to abandon our harvest in a critical moment to save your lives? To put it bluntly, why is the all-inclusive package so expensive? Isn't it because we need to protect our harvest at the critical moment? Bad? Chusi thought to herself, is this bad? Are we going to have to argue? What time is it already? She really wanted to just throw these troublemakers out of the car and drive away on her own. They fled on a tricycle. A mutant boar isn't just any mutant. Are these people crazy? They just took a few extra points from you. So why should they risk their lives to get their wages back? Luckily, Hu Tian and his men were quite clear-headed. While they normally wouldn't abandon their team members on missions, it was obvious that fools were the exception. In critical moments, special measures were taken. Without further ado, he immediately ordered the team members to carry out their orders and toss all the cotton off the tricycle. Anyone who objected was allowed to throw their own cotton. This prevented the situation from escalating further. The tricycle started up and sped along the path. They retreated in the direction they came from, but the tension didn't ease. After a while, everyone heard the grunting of wild boars in the distance. No one in the car made a sound. Even the few people who had been extremely tough just now were as obedient as quails. Several cotton pickers huddled in the center of the car, while the hunting team members around them stood guard at the edges with weapons in hand. In their team, only the captain held a wooden cannon, while the others held various controlled knives. Although the car was at full speed, Chusi still felt that the herd of pigs was getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 102. Less than 5 minutes later, the mutant boars caught up. Fortunately, it wasn't the herd Chusi had expected, but rather a single large boar with 2 smaller ones. However, it seemed the outcome wouldn't have been different. The already large boar had mutated to the size of a pickup truck, and even the two smaller pigs were almost as big as their electric tricycles. As the boars ran toward them, there was a rumbling sound, a cloud of dust rising. Chusi felt as if it were a truck leading the way. This was the first time she had seen such a large mutant animal. It moved like a bulldozer, leaving nothing behind in its wake. Previously, she had always felt that the mutated animals here, aside from being slightly larger and slightly altered in appearance, didn't seem significantly different from modern animals. It was just that mice had become cats and grasshoppers had become little frogs. Chusi had thought she could completely accept that size adjustment. But now, she had finally witnessed what a true behemoth was. For the first time, she understood the real existence of oppression between different classes. Facing this behemoth, Chusi felt no desire to resist. Now, she just wanted to huddle in a corner, hiding so that no one could find her. Many cotton trees were knocked over by them, their cotton balls being picked up by other branches, scattering into wisps. The mutant boar's face was hideous, its brown-black fur mottled with mud, and its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it glared at the crowd. Two cubs, dressed in brown and yellow striped clothing, trotted closely behind their mother, occasionally nudging the fallen white cotton balls. But they were only attractive to look at, devoid of moisture, and held no interest. The people in the car trembled with fear, urging the driver to go faster. The driver was eager to give them a white-gloved hand. If he could drive faster, he would have wanted the tricycle to fly, but the performance of this thing was limited. What else could he do? Seeing that they were about to reach the cotton forest with many aphids, the captain's eyes lit up. If they could find a way to slow down the wild boars now, then when they chased them into the forest and were tempted by food, they might not chase them all the time. Thinking of this, he immediately patted Zhang Yu next to him, took a mutant dandelion from the truck bed and handed it to him, saying, "Throw this dandelion in front of the piglet on the left, as far away as possible, don't get too close to us." Zhang Yu nodded, took out a set of bows and arrows from his arms, tied the mutant dandelion to the arrow shaft, and spread it as evenly as possible so as not to affect the accuracy of his shooting. This was obviously not the first time he had done this, and he was very skilled in the operation. A middle-aged ant lying on the right side of Chusi looked at the dandelion in Zhang Yu's hand, opened her mouth, and then closed it silently. Forget it, it was just a highly radioactive mutant dandelion. Although the places near the sheds had basically been transplanted by everyone, it was not difficult to find it if she walked out. She had originally thought of digging it up and planting it at the door. In case it could grow leaves with medium or low radiation, she could collect them and use them on weekdays. The food can be used to treat some indescribable physical problems caused by getting angry. With a whoosh sound, the bamboo arrow carrying the mutant dandelion successfully shot in front of the mutant pig. The pig was startled, and when it smelled the edible food, it began to eat it with a grunt. The big wild boar running in front stopped in an instant, and after seeing that the pig was not injured and they just fed it some food, it continued to rush towards them. Chusi saw that there was a bit of a counter effect. This mutant dandelion made the wild boar mistakenly think that they were going to attack the pig. Seeing that the wild boar was roaring and about to rush over, all the people in the car took up their weapons. In his hands, the more things got tense, the calmer Hutian, the team leader, became. He kicked the pile of mutant grass leaves at his feet toward Zhang Yu's feet. "Keep feeding. This time, feed some to the front of the mutant boar too." He himself held the wooden gun, ready to shoot. Zhang Yu's movements were swift, and soon, all the mutant grass leaves at his feet were gone. Fortunately, the mutant boar didn't go as crazy after eating, and instead followed behind the car, waiting for them to feed it. Of course, if there was no more food to feed, they would probably be the ones in trouble. Seeing this, Chusi didn't care about her chicken leg mushrooms anymore, and hurriedly took out the things from her backpack. Edible mushrooms. Her natural MSG was gone, heartbroken. But there was nothing she could do. Clearly, her life was more important right now. Hutian, pleased with Chusi's actions, hurriedly encouraged everyone to follow suit. Hope was just ahead. Any longer they could delay would increase their chances of escape. Chusi didn't care for Hutian's deception. She was counting on Lei Hua and his men to take down this tough, sturdy creature. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. Even with Hutian's wooden gun, it was unlikely to penetrate the boar's defenses, unless he shot directly at its eyes or mouth. However, the boar would instinctively guard against these weak spots, making it extremely difficult for Hutian to easily hit them. Chapter 103. Someone on the bus saw Chusi taking out pieces of chicken leg mushroom and followed suit, pulling out some wild vegetables from her backpack and handing them to Zhang Yu. Most of what she had in her backpack were edible leaves they found. They were reluctant to part with them, and the quantity was small, so they were quickly gone. Only Chusi had a larger stockpile. After seeing both the big and small pigs devour the chicken leg mushrooms, she pulled out a few more pieces. This time, she didn't rush to feed them to Zhang. Instead, she opened the hidden weapon box on her wrist, removed the poison needle, and carefully inserted it into the mushroom. Hu Tian was delighted and asked, "What's the effect?" Chusi, while operating, replied, "Anesthetic, plus some fire ant toxin." Hu Tian frowned slightly. The anesthetic was working perfectly, but the fire ant toxin was still present, which worried him. The fire ant toxin was very irritating, and the mutant boar would likely feel significant pain the moment it came into contact. He was afraid he angered the big boar, but there was nothing he could do. They were no longer alive. There was a better way to escape, and if Chusi's method really worked, maybe they could even have a chance to counterattack. She inserted 5 poison needles directly into the first large piece. This was prepared for the big wild boar. The first piece was a snack, and the big wild boar had to eat it first. Otherwise, if the little wild boar had any accidents, it would definitely not eat the food thrown to it. She cut the second and third pieces of mushrooms into smaller pieces to ensure that the little wild boars could swallow them in one bite, and then stuffed 3 poison needles into each piece. Zhang Yu also knew that this arrow aimed at the boar was crucial. If the boar didn't fall for his trick, it might even provoke him. He wiped the sweat from his palms, raised his hand, and took aim. The arrow, carrying the mushroom chunk, flew out with a whoosh, successfully reaching its destination. The mutant boar paused, sniffed, and sniffed again. The people in the car were so nervous that they even slowed their breathing. Fortunately, it then opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. Hu Tian, quick! Passed the remaining 2 chunks to the little boar. Zhang Yu didn't dare to be careless, and quickly followed the captain's instructions. Just as the second piglet swallowed the mushroom, a scream came from the big pig. The others were startled. It seemed the big wild boar had been hit. The little wild boar, hearing the mother pig's screams, was terrified and reflexively chewed its mouth twice. Then another scream was heard. Well, one of the little ones had been hit too. However, the last little wild boar to get food was obviously afraid to eat it. It dropped the chicken leg mushroom and quickly ran to its mother for protection. The big wild boar was furious and charged at everyone. This was a life-threatening move. If it caught up, these 2 small cars would be no match for it. Hu Tian did not hold back and loaded his rifle. Pop! Pop! He aimed at the mutant wild boar and fired. 2 wooden guns came. One bullet was easily avoided by the wild boar, and the other one opened a bloody flower on its face, but although it hit the target, the actual shooting effect was far below everyone's expectations. The bullet penetrated the flesh, but did not penetrate the bone. It could not cause fatal damage to the wild boar, but it stimulated its anger to the extreme. A loud roar came out from the wild boar's throat, its front body lowered, and with a force of its hind legs, it charged towards the tricycle. Hu Tian fired several more shots at it, but it seemed that only caused some superficial injuries. The huge pig's head was about to hit the back of the car. The cotton pickers on the car were scared and screamed. Seeing that the situation was not good, several skilled ones quickly jumped off the car, and the rest of them took the car with them. Passively knocked away, fortunately Chusi's reaction ability was pretty good. He jumped off the car body a second before the big boar hit him, rolled on the ground for a few rounds before he could unload the force, and look back. Oh my god, it was a good thing that he ran fast, otherwise he would have been as miserable as the sandwiches in the back car. After such a collision, they lost their ability to move without waiting for the wild boar's attack. Several people from the Leihua team escaped, and Qin Wanwan was also carried away by the young man named Zhang Yu. After landing, they quickly spread out and ran. Chusi did not dare to hesitate and immediately ran towards the cotton forest with aphids. Although it was a bit cruel, the people behind him could indeed provide them with some buffer time. Behind the ears. From time to time, there were screams of pain and angry roars of wild boars. Chusi didn't dare to look back and ran forward desperately. Tears blurred her eyes, and fear spread in her heart. She urged herself to run faster. Although she knew that it was immoral to think so, there was no other way. At that time, there was only one thought left in her mind, that is, as long as she could outrun others, her chances of survival would be better. Even though she had run fast enough, God didn't seem to want to let her go. Chusi could always hear the bang-bang sound of trees hitting each other behind her. Obviously, she was being targeted by a wild boar. She turned around to take a look. It was one of the little wild boars, but she couldn't be sure whether it was the little pig that swallowed the poison needle. Chapter 104. Chusi couldn't help but get furious. Of all the people around, why had this little mutant wild boar chosen her? Although it was a little wild boar, it was already the size of a mutant tricycle. Chusi didn't even need to look at it. She knew she couldn't kill it. Fortunately, the aphid cotton forest was just ahead. Going inside might give her a chance to catch her breath. Feeling the jolt on her back, she suddenly remembered she hadn't dropped her backpack. This little wild boar had chased her without anyone else. Could it have smelled the chicken leg mushrooms inside? Is it here for food, or revenge? Chusi wished she could. She slapped herself. She'd been carrying around this harmful mushroom, a curse for the nation and its people. Truly a case of beauty can lead to deception. She quickly took off her backpack, fished out a chicken leg mushroom, and threw it back. Risking a glance, she saw the little guy rage grow even stronger, his eyes red, and he ran even faster. Well, there was no need to guess. It was definitely seeking revenge. Ahead lay a rock wall covered in green vines. Chusi's eyes flashed, and he steeled his resolve. He ran that way. Running on would only lead to death. It was better to take a chance. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Chusi carried it along. Running towards the cliff, afraid that it would regain its sanity, Chusi would turn back from time to time and shoot twice with the hidden weapon box. This was originally just a delaying tactic, but she didn't expect that the blind cat would meet a dead mouse, and she actually shot one of its eyes blind. Now the little fat pig was burning with anger, the kind that couldn't be extinguished even if it was thrown into the sea. Chusi saw that it was about to emit flames. She ran with all her strength, and didn't even dare to waste a glance back. How dangerous it was, Chusi didn't know, but later on, she could clearly feel the hot air gushing out behind her, and she didn't care that she was still more than 2 meters away from the cliff. She was in a hurry. He rolled sideways, and then he heard a loud bang, followed by the wild boar's miserable howl. Chusi looked up immediately, and saw that the wild boar must have been hit hard, with blood flowing from its nose. Its 4 hooves kept stomping on the ground, and its head was shaking, trying its best to keep its head clear. A cold light flashed in Chusi's eyes. She did not choose to escape immediately, but flew over directly, and used the armor-piercing hammer in her hand to hit the pig's intact eye with a critical hit. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere, followed by the little wild boar's earth-shaking roar. Before Chusi could escape, it was hit by it. After it was pushed out, Chusi felt a sweetness in her throat and a sharp pain in her chest. She felt that she would not live long. Fortunately, she recovered on her own after a while. She supported her painful body, and wanted to slowly retreat. The wild boar had now fallen into a crazy state, constantly ramming around. In its madness, it still had some rationality, and remembered that the cliff could not be touched. But this was definitely not good news for Chusi. She moved a little, and the crazy wild boar immediately stopped moving and moved its ears, as if trying to capture Chusi's position. This scared Chusi so much that she dared not breathe, but the wild boar was still. It was charging towards her, but fortunately it probably didn't catch the correct position just now, and didn't cause any real harm to Chusi, but it was scary enough. When the wild boar ran past her, Chusi felt her heart was about to stop. Fortunately, after the wild boar missed its attack, it slowly retreated to its original position. This time it seemed to have been inspired and no longer attacked blindly, but stopped where it was, listening carefully to the movements around it. The man and the pig were actually not far away from each other. Chusi was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. She turned her head and looked around, looking for a way to escape, but there were cotton trees all around, not even a single one. Without any shelter, how could these fragile cotton trees stand a chance against the wild boar? Vines. Yes, there were vines. There were so many vines here, growing everywhere. Before, when the wild boar could see, they posed no threat. But now, the wild boar was blind. Could she lure it into the maze of vines? Even if she couldn't kill the mutant little boar, she could definitely slow its attacks. However, given the wild boar's hatred for her, she had to kill it right here and now. Otherwise, once it left the vine's reach, the wild boar would begin its counterattack. Chusi took a deep breath, gripped the armor-piercing hammer tightly, grabbed a stone from nearby, and threw it in the direction opposite to her target. Taking advantage of the moment the mutant boar turned, she forced herself through the pain and quickly rushed towards the dense vine forest she had chosen. Fortunately, the boar's previous charge hadn't effectively damaged her mobility, giving Chusi a chance to counterattack. Just as Chusi began to move, the boar reacted quickly. However, the turning point took a while, which gave Chusi a precious opportunity to escape. Fortunately, the timing was good this time. Chapter 105. The wild boar chased Chu Xiai into the vine forest. Unfortunately, Chu Xiai slipped through easily, but the wild boar was blocked. Unexpectedly, the vines were quite resilient. The wild boar merely knocked them apart without actually breaking them. Touching the vines beside her, Chu Xiai had an idea. She remembered the first time she hunted a mutant mantis. The difference in strength between the two was quite significant. She looked around and saw that it wasn't impossible to replicate that bug situation here. She used the old method. While teasing the little wild boar with stones, she secretly used vines to make a live trap. If the wild boar's eyes were still working well, this trap would definitely not work. But now, for Chu Xiai, the right time, place, and people were all in place. After setting the trap, as long as she could, with just a little luring, the mutant boar was bound to fall into the trap. To be on the safe side, Chu Xiai quietly set up several traps, just in case one of them failed. Once everything was set, she prepared to begin her pig-walking enterprise. As Chu Xiai had anticipated, the boar was practically always caught. However, its brute strength was simply too great, and it had managed to break through several nooses. Chu Xiai, seizing her opportunity, saw it trapped and swung back to deliver a few more blows. However, the boar's hide was too thick, and Chu Xi's blows had little effect. She had no other choice but to target areas like its eyes and nose, but that left it vulnerable to attack. She had expected this battle to be a protracted one, and she had already prepared herself for a prolonged battle. She was ready, but she didn't know which blow hit the fatal point on its face. The wild boar fell down after a while. Chu Xiai didn't dare to get close to it at first, fearing that the wild boar was smart and would use the method of sudden death to trick her into attacking. She hid at a distance and observed for a while, until she saw the blood flowing from its forehead. Then she dared to approach it quietly. Without saying a word, she hit the original wound with another hammer. The power of the armor-piercing hammer was quite strong. After one hammer, Chu Xiai clearly saw that the hole at that position became bigger, but the wild boar's body was still motionless. She was relieved and sat down beside the wild boar. It was not because of any fear, but mainly because her body really couldn't hold on. Before, in that tense atmosphere, she could barely maintain her body functions, but now she couldn't. Well, once the tension eased, the pain and fatigue in her body surged back. She had to let it all out. It took a long moment for her to regain her composure. Looking at the mutant boar before her, the size of a tricycle, Chu Xi's expression suddenly grew serious. She didn't dare to test it directly. Before testing a pig this large, she had to pray to all the gods and goddesses. For a good omen, no ritual was too elaborate. She straightened her tattered clothes, straightened her hair, and knelt respectfully, cowed out 3 times to heaven and earth. After a moment's thought, she rummaged through her backpack, poured a small cupful of her nutrient solution, and sprinkled it on the ground before her. God bless me, help me detect meat with low to medium radiation levels. The believers are craving meat. After fiddling silently for a while, Chu Xiai slowly climbed to her feet, and walked over to the wild boar. The tip of her knife pricked the wound, and a drop of blood dripped onto the watch's testing table. Chu Xiai held her breath. The few seconds waiting for the test felt like an eternity. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Tears welled up in Chu Xi's eyes, and she kowtowed 3 more times. Sure enough, God still loved her. Even though the cotton she had painstakingly picked was lost and most of the chicken leg mushrooms had been fed to the pigs, and even though she was so unlucky to be chosen by a wild boar, and finally, it had hit her in the chest, she looked like she had internal injuries. But this was a wild boar. It had not only meat, but also lard. Who knew how long it had been since she had eaten? After cooking, Chu Xiai looked at the big pig on the ground, cleared her throat, and called Ji Xian. She could only trust her teammates, who had gathered together temporarily to transport such a large edible wild boar. She had to ask Ji Xian for help. As for the mutant wild boar, although Chu Xiai knew that it was anesthetized, she still didn't dare to go back and provoke it easily. The mutant wild boar was too big. Chu Xiai estimated that the effect of the anesthetic needles should not be enough to knock it down, but it would definitely reduce its combat effectiveness. Even so, no one in their ragtag army could take it down. Instead, they could let the people from the Tomorrow mercenary group try. They had their own weapons, and were well trained. Maybe they would be interested in the mutant wild boar. Chapter 106. After Chu Xiai explained the general situation to Ji Xian via voicemail, Ji Xian couldn't contain himself and explained in shock, "Did you encounter a herd of mutant wild boars this time?" Chu Xiai nodded, then, realizing he probably couldn't see them, replied, "I wasn't the only one. The 5 members of the hunting team, plus the cotton gatherers, must have been around 11 or 12 people in total. Ji Xian rubbed his brows. Was this just a matter of numbers? With their equipment, even if they had twice as many people, they wouldn't be enough to take on a wild boar. Never mind, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. From what Chu Ci had said, the mutant boar was very likely still lingering nearby. Chu Ci had already slaughtered its cubs. If the boar came looking, Chu Ci could be expected to. Regardless of the wrath of the thunderbolt, he wasted no time and immediately video called Chu Ci. His first priority was to observe the surrounding situation. As soon as the call was connected, he noticed a trace of blood near Chu Ci's mouth. Ji Xian's expression darkened. Are you injured? Chu Ci touched his chest. Fortunately, the pain was brief. After spitting out a small amount of blood, his breathing became much easier. Ji Xian took a deep breath, paused for 2 seconds, and then put the matter aside for the moment. He instructed her to test the wind direction with cotton wool, then had her raise her watch and scan the area. He then prescribed several strong-smelling mutant plants and had Chu Ci crush them and apply them to the wild boar, paying special attention to the wound and placing some downwind. Chu Ci choked, tears streaming down her face. The smell of some mutant plants was too strong, with a foul smell, a spicy smell, and a fishy smell. No, she couldn't taste it carefully. She wanted to vomit, but after Ji Xian said that, she immediately realized the intention of doing so. After the mutant wild boar had dealt with the things over there, it would probably start looking for its 2 piglets. The wild boar's nose was very sensitive. If she didn't deal with it, she believed that the mutant wild boar would be able to follow the smell and find it in a short time. Thinking of this, she became even more worried. She immediately turned around and cut some hair from the wild boar, carefully wrapped it with leaves, ran back along the original route for a while, and then scattered some pig hair in the other direction to confuse the other party. On the way back, she swept the original section of the road with deodorant again, and she also ran there on purpose. She rolled around in some mutant plants, making sure the smell was fully absorbed before coming out. Of course, the taste was definitely not pleasant, and she now had the urge to suffocate herself. Ji Xian was very satisfied with Chu Ci's caution, but these were only the most basic protective measures. It could only be said that they were indeed confusing to the mutant wild boar, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to confuse the other party. Therefore, it was not safe for Chu Ci to stay here. Her top priority now was to find a secluded place far away from here to hide. Since her life was at stake, Chu Ci naturally did not hesitate. After sending Ji Xian the location, she immediately picked up her equipment and prepared to move to another position. Before leaving, she looked at the pig with a look of reluctance, fearing that her trip would be in vain. What if someone happened to come and take advantage of the opportunity? Or maybe they were dragged away by some other mutant animal. Oh, just thinking about it makes me sad. Can you cut off 2 pounds of meat? Ji Xian raised a brow. What do you think? Chu Ci smiled awkwardly, and quickly grabbed her small bag and left the scene. Looking at Ji Xian's cold face, his eyes practically sparkling with anger, she felt a little timid. She just casually mentioned it, so why was he angry? It was her fault. She knew it was impossible, but she still asked that question. Ji Xian's gaze followed Chu Ci as he ran along, bumping along for about a quarter of an hour. Finally, she spotted a truly large tree. Unlike the smooth branches of the cotton tree, this one had normal bark. With the aid of her armor-piercing hammer, climbing was no problem for her. After consulting Ji Xian and confirming that there were no mutants up there that might steal her life, she quickly climbed up and chose a branch of a suitable size to hold onto. While this wasn't the perfect hiding spot, the tree was thick and sturdy. Even a large mutant boar wouldn't easily knock it over. Furthermore, from her elevated position, she could directly see where she had stored the mutant piglets. From this position, she could more easily observe the enemy below. After everything was done, Chu Ci wanted to hang up the video call and wait for Fu Bowen and the others to come and rescue her. Seeing Ji Xian's sullen expression, Chu Ci asked cautiously, "Hang up?" Ji Xian naturally wanted to keep the video call running until Fu Bowen and the others arrived to pick her up, but she couldn't. Video calls consumed too much power, and they had just chatted for so long that her watch's battery was running low. Maybe I can't handle it. A slower update is better than no contact at all. Send me a text message every 5 minutes. Chu Ci nodded quickly, promising to complete the mission. After a while in the tree, she remembered that it was only around 1:30 p.m., the sun was at its peak. Could Fu Bowen and the others make it? If we wait until 4 p.m., by the time we get here, the flowers will probably be cold. Thinking of this, she quickly texted the question to Ji Xian, who replied simply, "Nothing." Chapter 107. Fu Bowen, Zheng Sik-hin, and the others definitely couldn't eat a mutant wild boar. It would be better to negotiate a deal directly with that devilish coach, Lei Ming. As the coach of the first-tier team, Lei Ming has access to a transportation vehicle. That vehicle is far superior to the electric tricycles Chu Xi had seen before. It can travel in broad daylight, and is highly resistant to radiation and heat. Of course, it also consumes a lot of energy. Most hunting teams wouldn't even be able to afford to keep it, let alone buy it. For Lei Ming and his team, a mutant wild boar is a relatively good prey. It's close, and the quality is pretty good. Of course, this quality doesn't refer to catching an edible mutant beast. An adult mutant wild boar like the one Chu Xi encountered today is generally very unlikely to be edible. In daily life, they consume large amounts of highly radioactive mutant food. And if they want to, maintaining a pure body is almost impossible. They are eyeing the blind box that can be opened in the wild boar's stomach. Basically, one E-level energy stone can keep the cost of their trip, and under normal circumstances, a wild boar of this size can basically open more than 2 energy stones. The rest is pure profit. Sure enough, Ji Xian just mentioned it to Lei Ming. It happened that they had no mission today. After listening to Ji Xian's words, they quickly reached a deal. Chu Xi assisted them in finding the mutant wild boar, and they were responsible for bringing the little wild boar back to Chu Xi for free. When it comes to efficiency, you have to look at these large mercenary groups. When Chu Xi and his friends went there, they took a tricycle and drove for almost 2 hours, while Lei Ming and his friends drove a modified off-road vehicle and arrived at the location agreed by Chu Xi in less than an hour. To be honest, when the off-road vehicle sped over, Chu Xi was still a little dumbfounded. How much time had passed? Could it be that she was so unlucky that someone would come and take advantage of her? And looking at the number of people in their team and their sophisticated equipment, her heart was broken. Really, how much effort had she put in to take down this giant beast? Wasn't heaven so unfair to her? Thankfully, after a short while, everyone in the car got out. Chu Xi saw the familiar Fu Bowen inside, and her heart instantly revived. But just to be safe, she checked with Ji Xian. This time, unlike before, Fu Bowen was clearly a minor figure in the team. She was worried he might be held hostage by someone else. Chu Xi secretly took a photo, and sent it to Ji Xian for confirmation. After the message was sent, Ji Xian replied quickly. Seeing the affirmative reply, Chu Xi immediately slid down the tree and stumbled down. They ran towards the meeting place. Lei Ming had just confirmed his information with Fu Bowen. A moment later, a young girl appeared running towards them from a distance. Before Chu Xi could even get close, she leaped from the car like a cannonball, charging straight at him. Miss! I missed you so much. Yiman threw herself into Chu Xi's arms. Chu Xi, already injured in the chest, felt dizzy after the collision. Meanwhile, Yiman. As soon as she entered Chu Xi's arms, she was immediately overwhelmed by a pungent odor. A single breath nearly choked her, causing her to roll her eyes. Yiman fled from Chu Xi's presence, then dropped to the side to inhale a sharp breath of fresh air. When Chu Xi recovered, she saw the scene and felt a little embarrassed. She comforted Yiman, it's okay. You get used to the smell. This was her experience, but Yiman was completely upset when she heard it. Get used to it? Who wants to get used to something like that? At this moment, the others also got out of the car. The man in the passenger seat raised his hand toward the mutant boar. He immediately stepped out of the group and carried the mutant boar over. He then walked straight up to Chu Xi. Are you the girl Ji Xian mentioned? Chu Xi nodded. The man had a tough look, his face firm and sturdy, and he looked like someone he wasn't going to mess with. He frowned at Chu Xi, who had originally thought. Thinking her scent might be bothering him, she silently took a step back. The tough guy, however, seemed a bit impatient. Are you injured? Chu Xi was a bit stunned. She hadn't expected this question. Then, the big man tossed a small bottle of potion at her. This will relieve internal injuries. It's an apology for Yiman's reckless behavior just now. Chu Xi hurriedly took it, saying a bunch of polite words. She couldn't refuse it. Otherwise, she would have to buy it herself when she got home. Wouldn't that be worth at least 10 points? Chu Xi carefully tucked the potion into her clothes. She couldn't eat it. She had to go back and have Ji Xian take a look at the food. Seeing Chu Xi's actions, Lei Ming said nothing more. Instead, he turned to Yiman, who was still trying to calm herself down, and said, the money for the medicine will be deducted from your account. It will teach you a lesson, so you don't get so irritated all the time. Yiman's face immediately turned bitter, her shoulders drooping, and she nodded helplessly. After Lei Ming left, she turned around and stuck out her tongue at Chu Xi. Chu Xiai clutched the medicine in his clothes and silently averted his eyes. There was no point in being cute. Going back was impossible. A small wild boar was tied to the roof of an SUV. Chu Xiai climbed in and directed the group to the spot where they had been attacked. By then, the wild boar had vanished. Only the electric tricycle remained, now overturned on its side. The front window was shattered, and the front end was dented. The bed was fine, though it was covered in blood. Chu Xi's face paled. It wasn't hard to imagine where all the blood had come from. This was her first time truly confronting death, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness within. Here, even if you die, no one will pursue you. After all, you're just a mutant beast, just a human. Chapter 108. Lei Ming frowned as he surveyed the chaotic scene. The battle was brutal enough, but it was clear their target had vanished long ago. He walked over to the car and knocked on the backseat window. "I'll wait, check and see where the guy has gone." A gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses sat inside. Upon hearing the boss's order, he immediately gave an OK sign, opened the laptop on his lap, and tapped away rapidly. Soon, the results came back, though they weren't very good. "Boss, the mutant boar is about 15 miles northeast of here, and they're still moving. We're about to enter a high-radiation area." The equipment they had brought with them was definitely not enough for the team to hunt in a high-radiation area. The current situation was undoubtedly very passive for them. Lei Ming's fingers were undoubtedly tapping on the car window. After a few blows, he looked up at the roof and asked Chu Xiai, "Is this piglet you caught today the offspring of that mutant wild boar?" Chu Xiai nodded. She understood Lei Ming's plan. He was using her prey as bait. She was actually obligated to lead the team to the mutant wild boar, so Lei Ming's suggestion was understandable. The piglet, recently tied up, was released. As for the scent-masking mutant plant smeared on its body, they posed little hindrance to Lei Ming and his men. He quickly slashed with his knife, inflicting several fresh wounds on the mutant piglet. Blood immediately flowed, and the stench of blood drifted away on the wind. Always stared nervously at the computer screen. Less than 5 minutes later, he exclaimed in surprise, "It stopped. It's turning and running back. At its current speed, it should reach here in about 18 minutes." Upon hearing that the wild boar had returned, everyone in the car couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least their trip wasn't in vain. Even Lei Ming's expression relaxed a bit. "Xiao Tian, drive away from the car to prevent any damage from the fight. As for the rest of you, choose your own ambush locations, and cooperate with Old Su in the sniping." Everyone obeyed and quickly began to carry out their orders. Chu Xiai, sitting in the back seat, felt somewhat redundant. Seeing Xiao Tian in the driver's seat start to reverse, he thought for a moment and quickly pointed him in a direction. Xiao Tian paused briefly before driving in the direction Chu Xiai pointed. After all, the boss's orders were just to leave this place. Chu Xiai had already spent quite a bit of time there that morning. He assumed Chu Xiai was kindly pointing him to a secluded spot, but she actually taken him to pick cotton. She'd taken him to the very cotton gathering spot the Thunderfire team had found. The cotton had been picked, tightly tied up in bales, piled nearby. Chu Xiai took a quick look and saw at least 16 or 17 bales. Best of all, there was a ready-made cart on the ground, solving even the transportation problem. Looking at the bales, she said directly, "I want to take this cotton back with me. Of course, I can't let you work in vain. How about splitting it in half?" Oda's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he pointed at Chu Xiai. He pointed at the cotton on the ground. It wasn't that the cotton was particularly valuable. He simply hadn't anticipated how things would unfold. He was a bit taken aback, his chin dropping to his feet for a moment, before he calmly video-called Lei Ming, explaining the situation. He emphasized the cart's presence. It was bizarre. It was there too. Wasn't everything ready, just waiting for the right moment? If there hadn't been a cart, he was absolutely certain the boss wouldn't have agreed to Chu Xi's request. But now the situation was quite interesting. With the cart, it meant they could simply tie it to the back and tow it. For them, it was simply a matter of time. He was certain the boss had a 90% chance of agreeing to the extra cart. Sure enough, Lei Ming agreed without much hesitation. Xiao Tian had to return to hunt the mutant boar, so he left Chu Xiai alone. The vehicle is equipped with bulletproof glass. If you get into trouble, you can take shelter there. He wasn't worried Chu Xiai would run away. They installed an automatic navigation system. If anything went wrong, Wei could just operate the system and the car would automatically return. Chu Xiai nodded obediently, wishing he could stay locked in the car forever. Bulletproof glass, it felt so safe. Chapter 109. After a while, a loud bang was heard, followed by the braying of wild boars. It seemed the battle had already begun. She peered out for a moment, but saw nothing. Only the constant sound of gunfire, and the roars of wild beasts betrayed the intensity of the battle. Chu Si felt a surge of nervousness, but the battle showed no sign of ending. With each passing moment, she grew accustomed to the tension. She glanced at the cotton bags piled on the ground and got off the cart. She stacked all the bags on the cart. The rope she had used to hook the branches was still hanging nearby, so Chu Si took it and used it to tie the bags. It wouldn't be secure enough to tie the sacks together like this, but she only had the tool she needed. She'd make a sample first, which would be handy for reinforcing them later. After all, the mercenary team would also get a 50% share, and they provide the rope, which she thought was reasonable. Chu Si had just carefully counted the cotton, 18 bags in total. Excluding the 9 bags she share, she still get 9 bags. Oh my goodness, a big cotton padded jacket, a big quilt. In the dead of winter, all these things would no longer be dreams. She probably wouldn't have time to weave so much cloth this year. She wondered if the auntie who traded the coarse cloth with Ji Xian last time still had any more. No, it doesn't matter if the cloth is a little coarse. The most important thing is that it is cheap. After all, it is used to make quilts, not duvets, so there is no need to worry about the problem of hair bleed. This matter needs to be confirmed when we get back. Chu Si was intoxicated here holding the cotton bag, while Lei Ming was fighting fiercely. The biggest feature of the mutant wild boar is its thick skin and bad temper. Moreover, this wild boar is very good at protecting its weaknesses. It took a lot of effort for Lao Su to find a chance to hit one of its eyes. The lethality of the sniper rifle is not comparable to that of Chu Si's hidden weapon box. The bullet entered the eye and rushed into the brain in an instant, but the wild boar's life. His vitality was so strong that even with such a serious injury, he still endured the severe pain and fought with them for another 20 minutes. When the battle was finally over, this area had long been razed to the ground. Several people had more or less wounds on their bodies. Xiaotian also limped back to Chu Si and drove a cart of cotton back to the hunting site. A mutant wild boar, as big as a truck, was lying in the middle of the site. When Chu Si and his friends returned, they happened to catch up with the autopsy scene. The gentle Ah Wei was holding a big knife and opening the wild boar's belly. Chu Si, Truly, appearances are not to be judged. Chu Si ran to the side to watch the excitement. Seeing blood flowing from the mutant wild boar's wound, she collected a small amount and tested it on her watch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Sure enough, she also thought the mutant wild boar was unlikely to be edible. Xiaotian put her arm on Chu Si's shoulder. What are you thinking, sister? With a size like this, there's basically no need for testing. Chu Si shifted silently. It's not about sex, you know? And who is he calling sister? Even though he called her Xiaotian, he was at least 4 or 5 years older than Chu Si, probably around Ji Xian's age. Xiaotian wanted to tease her again, but thinking of the whole edible mutant wild boar Chu Si had harvested today, and the huge cart of cotton, he silently shut his mouth. He didn't seem worthy of making fun of others. The battle was over, and Fu Bowen finally had a chance to move freely. He had just joined Lei Ming's team. On weekdays, he was just a substitute in the team, occasionally helping out. Today, he finally showed his skills. Lei Ming was very satisfied with him. It was estimated that his official debut was not far away. As soon as he arrived here, he pushed Tian Ziming away from Chu Si. What a joke. This was the boss's intended wife, not someone a playboy like him could dream of. Tian Ziming was bored. Looking at Chu Si's bean sprouts, he felt that the team member's aesthetic level needed to be improved. He was bored, so he took out a rope from the car and reinforced the cotton on Chu Si's cart. Chu Si saw that one of Fu Bowen's arms was widely scratched, a large piece of blood and flesh, which looked very painful. There was still some grass debris and some fine sand on it that had not been cleaned up yet. Chu Si stretched out his hand and pointed at his arm. Fu Bowen laughed and said, "It's okay, a minor injury. When we get back, we can ask the nurse in the mercenary group to disinfect and bandage it." Chu Si silently gave him a thumbs up. Not everyone could be a mercenary. Just the attitude of disregarding life and death was beyond her reach. No. She was afraid of pain, so she was only suitable for watching the blind box opening. Ah Wei's knife was very fast, but it was still a little insufficient for the mutant wild boar with thick skin and flesh. Half a day passed before he barely made a cut as wide as an arm. Fortunately, he was very experienced in knife work and chose the right position. Soon they found what they wanted. Chu Si took a look and found a total of 3 energy stones, 1 E level, 1 D level, and 1 F level. Coincidentally, they were the same as the ones Chu Si got from the mutant snake last time, but she didn't know the specific values. After all, even if they were of the same level, there were still 300. There was a gap, but even so, Chu Si had undoubtedly made a fortune last time. After all, the killing power of the big snake was definitely no match for this mutant wild boar. The mercenary team accepted this harvest well. It seemed that this harvest was quite good in their eyes. Because the mutant wild boar's pig skin was too difficult to handle, and the price was not high, seeing that it was almost time to go back in the afternoon, the pig skin was simply thrown away. The car drove farther and farther away. Chu Si leaned on the car window, reluctant to leave the mutant wild boar behind. Such a big wild boar, the pig skin peeled off could add an insulation layer to her house. Unfortunately, Lei Ming would not wait there for her to slowly peel off the pig skin. Alas, Chu Si sighed inwardly, this is what they call being rich and powerful. Chapter 110. After packing up, everyone prepared to return. Chu Si looked at the electric tricycle parked nearby. Although she coveted it, she still had her wits about her. She dared to take the cotton because almost everyone else who had come out to pick it with her was dead. However, most of the members of the Thunder Fire Squad had fled when the wild boar rammed their vehicles. The electric tricycle was valuable, and they would definitely be looking for it later. If Chu Si took it back now, she would be picking up a hot potato, potentially losing more than she gained. Thinking of Qin Wanwan, who had been rescued by Zhang Yu, Chu Si didn't know how she was doing. After some thought, she sent her a message, the wild boar has been hunted. After a while, Qin Wanwan quickly replied, really? That's great. Chu Si, wait near the tricycle for now. Be careful. Brother Zhang and I will be back immediately. Seeing the reply, Chu Si felt relieved. It seemed Qin Wanwan was safe, at least. As for leaving together, there was no need. After all, the cotton cart didn't seem appropriate for them to know. After politely declining Qin Wanwan's offer, she set off in Lei Ming's car. As expected of an off-road vehicle, the car drove very fast. They were leaving relatively early, and the scavengers on the road were few and far between. They had already given way to the road at the sound of the engine. By the time they got back, they had left everyone far behind. The car quickly entered the shantytown. When they arrived at the door, several people got out and first helped carry Chu Si's little wild boar inside. Then, they unloaded 11 bags of cotton from the cart behind. Lei Ming leaned half his head out the window, an unfinished cigarette dangling from his lips. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ji Xian, who was sitting in a wheelchair at the door. 2 bags of cotton in exchange for your cart, okay? Ji Xian nodded, and the two of them waved goodbye before the car sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Si glanced around and saw no one nearby. She breathed a sigh of relief. She understood the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime. Fortunately, she had returned early today, and the scavengers hadn't returned yet, saving her from trouble. Looking at his bountiful harvest, Ji Xian's expression wasn't particularly good. He simply pushed his wheelchair and headed inside. Chu Si hurriedly followed, locking the door. Once inside, Ji Xian pulled a bottle of potion from his pocket and handed it to Chu Si. Drink this first, it helped with your internal injuries. Facing Ji Xian's stern expression, Chu Si didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately took the potion and gulped it down. Then, her face turned bitter. The taste was unexplainable. Ji Xian grasped her wrist and pulled her down. Then a piece of candy was stuffed into Chu Si's mouth. The sweet taste instantly coated her tongue, and the bitterness in her mouth was finally suppressed. Chu Si's eyes were filled with surprise, and the joy in her eyes overflowed like scattered starlight. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve wider. She had never thought candy was so delicious before. Chu Si now felt like she was in heaven on earth. She was completely ecstatic. Ji Xian looked at the little bit of joy in her clear eyes, and his right hand unconsciously clenched the armrest. Then he coughed, and pressed his index finger against Chu Si's forehead to push her away. Are you feeling better? Chu Si straightened up and touched her chest. She had been preoccupied with savoring the candy, but now, after carefully examining it, she realized it was indeed much more comfortable. She could breathe more freely without any problem. She nodded at Ji Xian. Much better. I think I'd be fully recovered after a few days of rest. By the way, is this the bottle of medicine you left behind? Ji Xian didn't answer. How could there be medicine left behind? He must have gone to Oldley to buy it, after learning about Chu Si's injury. Speaking of potions, Chu Si suddenly remembered the bottle Lei Ming had given her. She quickly pulled that one out of her pocket, and handed it to Ji Xian. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow after receiving it. Chu Xiai took a second to react before explaining the potion's origins. Ji Xian took the potion in his hand, carefully examining it for a moment, and then replied, "No problem. You can keep it at home for future use." Hearing this, Chu Xiai immediately brightened. It seemed that the hit from Yi Man wasn't such a big deal.